I have become the elder brother of Uchiha Itachi, bound to a peculiar system. Gaining strength through the affection I show my younger brother. As the shadows of Konoha loom over the future of the Uchiha clan, upon realizing that my brother is destined for tragedy, I choose to break the cycle with the gentlest of approaches, changing diapers, lulling to sleep, teaching him to walk. Each act of love becomes the foundation of my strength. Witness how a different Uchiha elder brother employs affection to reverse a cruel fate. Chapter 1. His name is Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. In the land of fire, Konoha, the 43rd year of Konoha. The waters of the Nanga River flow more vigorously this year than before. Just past noon, sunlight filters through the leaves of the poplar trees lining the riverbank, casting fragmented patterns of light upon the ground. The river crashes against the rocks, sending splashes of water mingled with mist towards me, carrying the freshness of grass and earth, dispelling the afternoon heat. Uchiha Shinsuke crouches on a flat rock by the riverside, the hem of his dark clan garb billowing slightly in the wind, revealing his slender yet sturdy calves. He is barefoot. The cool stone beneath his feet elicits an unconscious curling of his toes, as if he is attuned to the vibrations of the flowing water. His gaze rests upon the river's surface. The waters of the Nanga River are crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles below, occasionally disturbed by schools of silver fish that dart away with a flick of their tails. Yet, Shinsuke's vision seems to penetrate the current, reaching further beyond. Before his demise, he recalls the infuriating expression of a truck driver. How bothersome that was. Then, it seems, he remembers nothing at all. When he awakens again, he finds himself transformed into Uchiha Shinsuke, the firstborn son of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. He is, without a doubt, the recipient of immense affection. Thoughts drift back. Shinsuke. A slightly urgent call from the other side of the riverbank interrupts Shinsuke's reverie. He looks up to see his father, Uchiha Fugaku, standing by the shore, his dark clan robes fluttering gently in the wind. Fugaku's expression is not stern, but his brow is slightly furrowed, clearly indicating something of importance. Shinsuke immediately rises, dons his shoes, brushes off the dust from his trousers, and jogs over. Father. Stop playing. Come with me. Fugaku's voice is slightly quicker than usual as he reaches out to grasp Shinsuke's small hand. His palm is large and warm, marked by calluses from years of training, holding with a gentle yet undeniable strength. Where to? Shinsuke looks up, already suspecting the reason. His mother, Mikoto, is due to give birth in the coming days, and Fugaku's demeanor suggests urgency. To the hospital. Fugaku's pace does not falter, a hint of barely perceptible tension seeping into his tone. Your mother is about to deliver. As expected, Shinsuke's heart races unexpectedly. Uchiha Itachi, the name that carries so much weight and tragedy in his memories, the brother he is now bound by blood to, is about to arrive. Konoha Hospital The scent of antiseptic mingles with a faint herbal aroma in Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Mikoto lies on a pristine white hospital bed, strands of hair damp with sweat clinging to her pale cheeks. She has just endured the pains of childbirth, her lips parched and pale, yet her eyes brim with tears upon hearing the first cries of her newborn. Mikoto, you have worked hard. Uchiha Fugaku stands by the bedside, his tall figure blocking part of the sunlight streaming through the window, his voice lower than usual, tinged with an unmistakable concern. He hesitates to touch her hand, fearing his rough fingertips might hurt her, ultimately settling for a gentle caress on her forehead, wiping away the beads of sweat. The nurse enters, cradling a bundled infant, her face adorned with a professional smile. Congratulations, clan leader. It's a healthy boy, and his cries are quite vigorous. Fugaku's gaze is immediately drawn to the small bundle. The swaddling cloth, prepared by Mikoto, is deep blue, embroidered with the Uchiha clan fan emblem, and the tiny baby curls within, revealing only a wrinkled little face with tightly shut eyes and a flat nose, not at all resembling the legendary elegance of the Uchiha, yet causing Fugaku's heart to skip a beat. He cautiously extends his hand, and the nurse understandingly places the infant into his arms. The little one seems to sense the unfamiliar embrace, letting out a couple of disgruntled whimpers, his tiny arms and legs flailing, though the strength is as light as a feather. Where is Shinsuke? Mikoto inquires softly, her gaze sweeping the room. I asked him to wait outside. I feared he might cause a disturbance. Fugaku replies, looking down at the child in his arms, his tone softening unconsciously. I'll let him in now. The door to the hospital room is gently pushed open, and a small figure peeks inside. Uchiha Shinsuke, clad in a well-fitting dark kimono, clutches a freshly picked daisy from the hospital garden, its petals glistening with dew. Upon seeing the infant in Fugaku's arms, his eyes brighten, and he tiptoes to the bedside. Mother, are you all right? Shinsuke approaches Mikoto's bedside first, placing the little flower on the nightstand, gazing up at her with worry etched across his face. The memories from 2 lifetimes grant him a deeper understanding of the risks of childbirth, and the agonizing weight of those last few minutes felt like an eternity. Mikoto smiles and reaches out to stroke his head. I am fine. Look, this is your younger brother. Fugaku carefully presents the infant before Shinsuke, as if passing a priceless treasure. His name is Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. Shinsuke holds his breath, scrutinizing this fragile life. Itachi seems to awaken, opening one eye, revealing pure black irises that hold depths like a serene abyss, gazing intently at him. In that moment, Shinsuke envisions the boy years later, standing amidst the aftermath of a massacre, his eyes vacant, and his heart tightens. Yet, in the next moment, Itachi yawns, closes his eyes once more, and his little mouth moves, presenting an utterly innocuous visage. He's so small, Shinsuke whispers, his voice imbued with childlike curiosity, yet layered with complex emotions known only to him. He extends a finger, hesitating briefly before gently touching Itachi's tiny hand. The infant's fingers curl instinctively, grasping his fingertip, warm and soft to the touch. In that instant, Shinsuke suddenly realizes with utmost clarity that this tiny infant before him is not merely a character from a story or an anime, but his very own brother. From now on, I will take good care of my brother, Mikoto says, her gaze full of warmth as she looks at her 2 children. You are brothers, and you must support one another. Shinsuke nods, gripping Itachi's tiny hand firmly. I will protect him. He thinks to himself, he is still young. There is hope for redemption. Fugaku observes his eldest son's earnest demeanor, and a trace of contentment graces his face. He knows Shinsuke is exceptionally perceptive, more mature than his peers. Having such a brother may indeed be a blessing for Itachi. Sunlight streams through the window, casting warm patches of light upon the hospital floor. The infant's breathing is steady. Mikoto wears a tired yet satisfied smile. Fugaku stands nearby, his gaze soft, while Shinsuke quietly observes the clasped hands of himself and his brother, his resolve growing ever stronger. Suddenly, a mechanized voice reverberates in his mind. Ding! Detecting strong emotions in the host, the affection amplification system has been activated. Shinsuke freezes, his eyes widening as he looks around, muttering softly, what on earth? This system is the affection amplification system, designed to assist the host in becoming the perfect elder brother. Each time the host exhibits affectionate behavior towards his younger brother, corresponding rewards will be granted. Shinsuke is taken aback, not expecting that his transition to this world would come with a system. He feigns calmness, careful not to reveal any signs of abnormality before his family, for such a secret must remain hidden. The first reward has been dispensed. Due to the host's expressed intent to protect his younger brother, the chakra amount has significantly increased. That sounds rather promising to tea this moment. Itachi stirred slightly, emitting a soft sound, as if he were hungry. Mikoto gently prepared to feed him, while Shinsuke stood obediently by, his heart swelling with affection as he gazed at his brother's adorable visage. Thus, the tale of Uchiha Shinsuke and Uchiha Itachi commenced on that sunlit afternoon. Chapter 2, a tactical probe, A gentle rustling filled the nursery. As Shinsuke donned his outer garment and pushed open the door, he beheld Mikoto seated by the bedside, tenderly patting the cradle where Itachi lay. The little one seemed to have been awake for some time, his round, dark eyes wide open, small hands grasping the silk ribbons of the cradle and swaying them back and forth, while soft coos escaped his lips. Awake, are you? Mikoto turned, her eyes still bearing the remnants of drowsiness, yet her warmth shone through. I just changed his diaper, and he's waiting for his milk. Shinsuke tiptoed to the cradle, squatting down as Itachi's gaze instantly latched onto him, small hands reaching out as if to beckon him for a cuddle. Over the past fortnight, the little one had grown increasingly attached to him. Whenever Shinsuke was nearby, the cries would diminish. Do you want your brother to hold you? Shinsuke extended a finger, gently brushing Itachi's palm. The infant's tiny fingers curled around his fingertip, a gentle grip imbued with a stubborn warmth. Asterisk ding. Interaction with younger brother detected. Reward, slight enhancement in chakra control. Asterisk. As a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Shinsui sensed a newfound docility in his chakra, akin to a kitten with its fur smooth. The system's timing was impeccable. Just last week, Fugako had remarked that his great fireball technique was overly forceful, necessitating an improvement in control. Mikoto lifted Itachi to nurse him, and Shinsui settled onto a small stool beside her. Watching as his brother suckled, Itachi's cherubic face swelled, his eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyelids, and occasionally he would pause to gaze at Shinsui, emitting satisfied woo-woo sounds from his throat. "You were just like this as a baby," Mikoto chuckled softly. "You insisted on clutching my hair to sleep, and if you awoke in the night and couldn't see me, you'd cry as if the world was ending." Shinsui's ears turned slightly crimson. His memories of infancy were hazy, only recalling Mikoto often referring to him as a little troublemaker. Now, observing Itachi's obedient demeanor, he found a certain charm in that little troublemaker persona. He reached out to smooth the fine hair at Itachi's ear. The moment his fingertips brushed the soft fuzz, the little one let out a milk burp, nuzzling closer into Mikoto's embrace. Ding! Detection of nurturing behavior towards younger brother. Reward: 5 proficiency in basic taijutsu. At breakfast, just as he had barely finished half of his meal, a voice called. From outside, "Shinsui, are you done eating? Hurry up." The voice unmistakably belonged to Uchiha Shursui. They had arranged to train together. As Shinsui set down his chopsticks, a smile spread across his lips involuntarily. Fugaka glanced at him and remarked, "That Shursui is more punctual than a cuckoo clock, that they've been inseparable since childhood." Mikoto added, cheerfully placing a piece of grilled fish in a Shinsui's bowl. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Fugaka replied, "I suspect he'll soon be off to find Obito." "Got it. Shursui, come on in." Shursui burst in with energy, grinning widely. "Good morning, Uncle Fugaku, Aunt Mikoto." Fugaka nodded, while Mikoto welcomed, "Shursui, come eat with us." Shursui waved dismissively. "No thanks, Annie, I had breakfast at home. Just waiting for Shinsui to train together." Shinsui quickly finished, bid farewell to his family, and followed Shursui outside. On the way, Shursui curiously inquired, "Shinsui, how's your little brother? Is he adorable?" Shinsui recalled Itachi's visage, a smile gracing his lips, extremely adorable. "And he's particularly clingy with me." Shursui's face lit up with envy. "I wish I had a little brother or sister too." The two continued their conversation as they arrived at the training grounds. A few minutes later, a clumsy shuffle echoed from afar, accompanied by a young boy's indistinct grumbling. With the typical Uchiha appearance, sporting sunglasses, a sports jacket, and a ninja equipment pouch, it was none other than Uchiha Obito. "Shinsui, Shursui, you two rascals. Can't you wait for me?" "Obito." Obito's face flushed crimson, defiantly retorting, "That was an accident." Shinsui couldn't help but smile. Obito always had this knack for switching from anger to distraction in a heartbeat. He offered his kunai. "We were just about to practice throwing. Want to join?" "Absolutely." Obito eagerly tossed his ninja equipment pouch to the ground, rummaging for his kunai, striking a pose he believed to be impressive. "Watch this." The trio positioned themselves at the target range, with Shursui going first, successfully pinning 3 kunai in a triangular formation at the bullseye. Shinsui followed suit, launching 4 kunai that encircled the bullseye in a perfect circle. When it came to Obito's turn, he inhaled deeply and hurled 5 kunai. 3 missed the target, 2 skimmed the edge, and remarkably, 1 lodged itself in a nearby tree. Cough, cough. Obito's face instantly turned tomato red, stubbornly insisting, "This is a tactical probe. I was confusing the enemy." Shursui doubled over with laughter. "Confusing the enemy? I think you're the one confusing us. With your aim, those kunai could only give the enemy a tickle." "You don't understand." Obito shot back defiantly. "This is a display of great wisdom disguised as foolishness. Once I master it, I'll be stronger than both of you." As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Shinsui, and seeing no laughter directed at him, he quietly added, "Does Shinsui, was my strength all right just now?" Shinsui nodded. "The strength was sufficient, but your wrist movement needs some work. Try lowering your center of gravity when throwing, like this dot." He picked up a kunai and demonstrated slowly. "Don't use too much force with your wrist. Let your forearm do the work." Obito watched intently, mimicking the motions, And when he tried again, one kunai indeed grazed the bullseye. Hey, I really improved. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly clung to Shinsui for tips. The trio trained until noon, and as the sun reached its zenith, Obito suddenly clutched his stomach, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. I only had a rice ball for breakfast, and now I'm starving enough to eat a cow. He turned to Shinsui. It's all your fault for making me come so early, leaving me half-starved. You were the one who overslept. Shinsui retorted but still rummaged through his equipment pouch, producing an oil paper-wrapped rice ball. Here, my mom made me some plum rice balls. I'll share half. Obito's face brightened instantly as he accepted it, but he couldn't resist teasing. Another plum rice ball? Can't your family switch it up? It's sour enough to make your teeth ache. Despite his words, he devoured it quickly. Shinsui observed the playful banter between the two, pulling out a salmon rice ball from his own bag that Makoto had given him, offering it to Obito. Here, this one's sweet. You're the best, Shinsui. Obito exclaimed, nearly moved to tears, inhaling the rice ball in a few bites, mumbling, unlike some people who only know how to hand out sour plums. Shinsui kicked him playfully. Are you still complaining after eating mine? Shinsui is far better than some stingy folks. Obito shot back, the two engaging in friendly combat, rolling on the grass and stirring up a cloud of dust. Shinsui sat nearby, basking in the warm sunlight. This way of life seemed quite delightful indeed. Chapter 3. The awakening of Uchiha Shinsui's Sharingan. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light across the forest floor. Obito finished the last bite of his rice ball and suddenly stood up, slapping his thigh. Oh right, I spotted a massive wild boar on the mountain last week. Nearly as tall as a person, with an exceptionally tough hide. Let us go hunt it down. Shinsui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I've never hunted such a large creature before. He glanced at Shinsui, his gaze brimming with eagerness. Shinsui hesitated for a moment, but seeing the anticipation in their eyes, he nodded. Don't stray too far, and be cautious. The three of them set off towards the mountain, armed with kunai and short blades. Obito led the way like a spirited wolf, chattering incessantly about their hunting strategy. Shinsui followed closely, occasionally interjecting with counterarguments about whether to set traps or launch a direct assault. Shinsui trailed behind, unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his blade, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Not long after entering the woods, they heard rustling in the bushes. Obito immediately gestured for silence, lowering his voice. It's coming. The three held their breath and hid behind a tree, and indeed, a brownish-black wild boar emerged from the thicket, tusks curving menacingly, even more robust than Obito had described. I'll circle to the left, Shinsui whispered. Obito, you distract it from the front, and Shinsui, wait for the right moment to stab its eyes with your kunai. Just as their plan was set, the boar suddenly became restless, scraping its hooves and sniffing the air, then abruptly turned its head towards the depths of the valley, letting out a wary grunt. Puzzled, the trio then heard the faintest sound of footsteps. Two figures clad in black cloaks and wearing animal masks emerged from behind the trees. Uchiha brats? The leader's voice was gravelly, akin to sandpaper against wood. Interesting. Obito instinctively stepped forward. We're here to hunt. This doesn't concern you. The moment he spoke, Shinsui pulled him back, recognizing the other's attire as belonging to the feared root, Danzo's direct subordinates. Shinsui felt a weight settle in his chest. He had heard Hokage mention that Root operated without principles, particularly harboring animosity towards the Uchiha clan. He quietly gripped his kunai, whispering, we need to leave now. Leave? Another Root ninja scoffed. Not so fast. Before he could finish, both figures lunged, their short blades glinting ominously as they charged forward. Run! Shinsui shouted, shoving Shinsui and Obito behind him as he faced the foremost enemy. His taijutsu, enhanced by the system, became extraordinarily agile. He sidestepped the incoming slash, his kunai slicing through the assailant's wrist, forcing them to retreat a step. However, the Root ninjas were remarkably coordinated, immediately redirecting their attention towards Shinsui and Obito. Although usually carefree, Obito acted with unexpected decisiveness, seizing a stone from the ground and hurling it. Don't you dare touch Shinsui. His aim, however, was off, the stone crashing against a tree trunk, but successfully diverting the enemy's focus. Seizing the moment, Shinsui threw 3 kunai, pushing the adversaries back and pulling Obito behind a tree. This isn't going to work. Shinsui urged. They're serious. Shinsui began to feel the strain. The enemy's strikes were ruthless and aimed at vital points. He had to concentrate fully just to keep up. Suddenly, one of the ninjas spotted an opening and stabbed directly at his chest. Shinsui, Obito, and Shursui shouted in unison. In that critical moment, a wave of crimson exploded before Shinsui's eyes. Two tomo spun slowly within his dark pupils, and the enemy's movements suddenly decelerated in his perception, every subtle action becoming vividly clear. Almost instinctively, he sidestepped, thrusting his kunai backwards, precisely piercing the adversary's wrist. Sharingan! The root ninja exclaimed in shock. Shinsui himself was momentarily taken aback. He felt an unfamiliar power surging through him, his vision sharpening to an extraordinary clarity, even allowing him to predict the enemy's next move. Is this the Uchiha's bloodline limit? What are you waiting for? Shusui's voice snapped him back to reality. We'll help you. Obito, fumbling through his belongings, produced a smoke bomb, quickly pulling the pin and tossing it into the fray. The white smoke enveloped the area, momentarily stalling the root ninja's actions. Now, Shinsui yelled. Relying on the foresight granted by his Sharingan, he maneuvered through the smoke, each strike of his kunai targeting the enemy's vulnerabilities. Shursui conjured a fire barrier at the smoke's edge, forcing the opponents inward, while Obito, though lacking finesse, charged about like a cannonball, disrupting their formation. For the first time, the three worked in perfect harmony. The root ninjas, clearly unprepared for such formidable resistance from three young boys, began to falter under the pressure of the Sharingan. Retreat. The leader of the root ninjas ordered decisively upon realizing the futility of the situation. They vanished into the forest, as if they had never been there. As the smoke cleared, the trio collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Obito gasped, looking at Shinsui with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Shinsui, was that really the Sharingan? Shinsui nodded, feeling a slight strain in his eyes as the crimson gradually faded back to black. He touched the corner of his eye, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. In that fleeting moment, he had felt a profound connection, awakening this power purely to protect those dear to him. Shursui leaned closer, patting his shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. That was too close, but you were incredible, Shinsui. Obito suddenly recalled something and pointed in the distance. Hey, where's the boar? The three looked up, realizing the robust wild boar had long since vanished, frightened away. Obito's face fell. What a waste. At least we're still alive. Shursui shot him a glare, then turned to Shinsui. Should we tell Uncle Fugaku about this? Shinsui paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, we should inform him. The presence of root here is suspicious. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the three supported each other on their way back. No one mentioned the hunt again. The earlier peril weighed heavily on their hearts. Walking in the middle, Shinsui could distinctly feel the warmth of his companions beside him, yet his mind was unusually tranquil. He understood that from the moment he awakened the Sharingan, something fundamental had shifted. At the very least, he now possessed the strength to protect those who mattered most. In the damp, cold light of the underground office of Root's base in Konoha, Danzo sat in the shadows on a wooden chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk, producing a dull sound. The recently returned root ninja knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly beneath the mask. The Uchiha Fugaku's son has awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. Useless, Danzo's voice was frosty. You couldn't even handle 3 children? The boy's Sharingan foresight was astonishingly precise, and the other 2 Uchiha brats coordinated seamlessly with him. My subordinates, enough. Danzo interrupted, a glint of malice flashing in his murky single eye. Double Tomo? Earlier than anticipated. Fugaku's eldest son possesses truly exceptional talent. He cannot be allowed to remain. After a moment of silence, he commanded, eliminate those 2 useless brats without leaving any trace. Understood. Dismissed. Hayashi. Hayashi, Danzo murmured under his breath, the tone laced with deep-seated scorn. You always urge to trust the children, to believe in the future. But look, the Uchiha brats have already revealed their fangs. If we wait any longer, Konoha will inevitably be consumed by these bloodline limit monsters. How can you nurture Konoha alongside these vermin? He raised his hand, brushing over the bandages wrapped around his right eye, which concealed his lifelong obsession. To him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's kindness was akin to nurturing a tiger, especially with the Uchiha clan, whose eyes could pierce the very heart and replicate jutsu, posing a direct threat to the order of Konoha. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the golden light of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting long beams across the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe. gazing at Fugaku and Shinsui standing before him, his brow slightly furrowing. Are you saying that the root members attacked Shinsui and the others on the mountain? Fugaku's countenance was grave, his hands clasped before him. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, his fingers gently caressing the rim of his pipe. He was not oblivious to Danzo's subtle machinations. However, the bonds forged over the years and the consideration for the village's stability compelled him to endure time and again. I understand. He finally spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue. I will handle it appropriately. He had consistently endeavored to balance the various factions. Yet it seemed he always sacrificed one for the other. I assure you, Fugaku, Sarutobi's tone was somber and earnest. Such an incident shall not recur. Fugaku scrutinized him deeply, uttering no further words, and turned to leave the Hokage's office with Shinjutsu. As the door closed behind them, Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh, gazing out at the Hokage rock. His own visage smiled back from the stone, as if it held confidence about the village's affairs. Yet only he knew the depths of helplessness and compromise veiled beneath the position of Hokage. Danzo, he murmured the name, his eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. What direction do you intend to steer Konoha? Summon Danzo, he commanded. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi slammed his palm against the desk. You will regret this. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, akin to a serpent's hiss. Bang! Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 4. The game has just begun. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound from the Hokage building, the oppressive atmosphere was almost palpable. The clansmen on the streets, upon seeing Fugaku accompanied by Shinjutsu, exhibited an almost overflowing anxiety in their gazes. The situation had cast a massive stone into the tranquil surface of a lake, creating ripples upon ripples. Fugaku's expression remained calm, yet the firmness of his grip on Shinjutsu's hand betrayed the turbulence within. He spoke little, simply stating, "Let's return home." As he pushed open the door, a warm aroma of cooked meals and the scent of baby formula enveloped him, momentarily dispelling the chill of the outside world. Mikoto was pacing in the living room, cradling the babbling Itachi. Upon seeing her husband and son return, particularly noting Shinjutsu's slightly pale complexion, she rushed over, her eyes brimming with concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired softly, her gaze flitting between the two. Fugaku shook his head, about to respond when hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Shinjutsu. Obito nearly burst in, his hair disheveled, a flush from running still evident on his face. His eyes filled with dread and urgency. Shinsui followed closely behind, appearing somewhat calmer, yet his tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brow revealed his unease. Obito rushed to Shinjutsu, gripping his arm and scrutinizing him. "Those root bastards really." Obito, Shinsui interrupted, tugging at him, signaling to mind the decorum. He then respectfully greeted Fugaku and Mikoto, "Uncle Fugaku." "Aunt Mikoto." Mikoto sighed in relief, her voice softening. "As long as you are all safe, please come in and sit." At that moment, a venerable yet robust voice resonated from outside. "Is clan head Fugaku at home?" Everyone turned to see an elder clad in traditional Uchiha attire, vibrant and full of life. Standing at the entrance, none other than Uchiha Shana, one of the clan's revered elders. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, was fixated intently on Shinjutsu, who stood surrounded by others. Elder Shana, Fugaku inclined his head slightly, gesturing for him to enter. Uchiha Shana strode in with firm steps, forgoing pleasantries, and directly addressed the gathering. His voice low yet commanding. "I have heard the news. The root has taken lethal measures against Shinjutsu and the others." His piercing gaze locked onto Fugaku, then swept over Shinjutsu, Shinsui, and Obito. "Children, recount the events in detail. Omit not a single detail." His arrival intensified the gravity of the atmosphere in the living room. Obito and Shinsui instinctively straightened their posture. Under Elder Shana's scrutiny, Shinsui recounted the events as calmly and objectively as possible, while Obito interjected with fervor, still shaken by the perilous moments. Shinjutsu succinctly described his awakening of the Sharingan and the ensuing counterattack. After a long silence, Uchiha Shana remained stoic, his weathered face betraying no emotions, yet his eyes gleamed brighter and colder. He finally focused on Shinjutsu, awakened in a crisis, and with the double tomo, very good. Elder Shana's tone bore no praise, but rather a weighty significance. "Shinjutsu, you have done well. You have not brought shame to the Uchiha name. However, this also signifies that you have now been thrust into the spotlight." He paused, his tone shifting to one of almost ruthless concern. Are you afraid? Shinjutsu met the elder's scrutinizing gaze and shook his head. I am not afraid. To protect those dear to me, I must wield power, no matter how fearsome it may be. Elder Shauna regarded him for several moments before erupting into a brief, enigmatic laugh. Fugaku, you have raised a fine son. He turned to Fugaku, his tone resolute. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. This is not merely an affront to a few children. It is a provocation against the entire Uchiha clan. They are testing our limits. Fugaku nodded gravely. I understand. I have already ordered an emergency clan meeting at the South He River Shrine tonight. Excellent. A glint of fervor ignited in Elder Shauna's eyes. It is time for all clan members to awaken. Let those lofty individuals see that the Uchiha spirit remains unyielding. With that, he took his leave, nodding slightly to Mikoto, before striding out with resolute determination. Elder Shauna's presence and departure swept through the home like a chilling wind, dissipating the last vestiges of warmth. Mikoto cast a worried glance at her husband, who patted her hand reassuringly, his gaze resolute. Prepare yourselves, he addressed everyone. Tonight, at the South He Shrine. As night descended, the South He River Shrine lay hidden deep within the forest, the grand Uchiha fan emblem flickering under the torchlight, as if it were ablaze with silent flames. The usually solemn and quiet shrine was now densely packed with people. Nearly all able-bodied Uchiha clansmen had gathered, men, women, elders, and children, including many retired ninjas. No one spoke. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, teetering on the brink of eruption. Countless eyes fixated on Fugaku, several elders, and the prominently positioned Shinjutsu, Shursui, and Obito. Standing atop the shrine's platform, Fugaku surveyed every familiar and unfamiliar face below. His voice, amplified by chakra, resonated deeply and powerfully, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present, esteemed clansmen. The purpose of tonight's gathering is that our Uchiha clan has arrived at a most perilous juncture. He abruptly pivoted, pointing at Shinjutsu and the others. Just yesterday, my eldest son Shinjutsu, along with our clan's promising youths Shursui and Obito, encountered a surprise ambush by the root ninjas under Danzo Shimura. The intent was clear. Though many had heard whispers beforehand, hearing the clan leader confirm it in such a solemn setting was akin to thunder striking. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Gasps of disbelief and suppressed exclamations filling the air, fists clenching in anger. Countless eyes sharpened, and a palpable fury ignited, blazing like fire in every Uchiha's gaze. Why? Fugaku's voice soared, laced with biting derision. Was it because they appeared at the village's border? Or was it because he pointed emphatically at Shinjutsu? It was because of this eye, which awakened out of necessity to protect comrades, our Uchiha's proud bloodline, the Sharingan. Shinjutsu instinctively raised his head. The crimson double tomo Sharingan swirling mesmerizingly in the firelight, capturing the attention of all present. The juxtaposition of the innocence in his eyes and the formidable power they held pierced the hearts of every clansman. They feared this power. They loathed this power. Fugaku's voice roared, igniting the pent-up fury. Thus, they resort to the most despicable means to stifle our future. Today it is Shinjutsu, Shursui, and Obito. Who will it be next? Will it be your children in the Ninja Academy? Are they your children who have just learned to walk? Or are they all of us? This is intolerable. A voice erupted from the crowd. This is sheer tyranny. The roots must pay the price. What kind of prowess is it to bully the younger generation? The higher-ups must provide an explanation. Do Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hisashi truly believe that the Uchiha clan is to be trifled with? The rising tide of anger erupted like a volcano, shattering the silence in an instant. Countless Sharingan abruptly opened, their crimson glow flashing wildly among the crowd, casting a sanguine hue over the entire shrine. A torrent of murderous intent and humiliation intertwined, threatening to topple the shrine itself. Fugaku raised his hand, using his formidable chakra and authority to gradually quell the surging voice of discontent. His expression regained its composure, yet his gaze was colder than the most ancient ice. Anger. It is justified. But what we need is not merely anger. He surveyed the crowd, his voice lowered yet more penetrating. Danzo and the Root, as well as certain high-ranking officials, are waiting for us to lose our reason. They are eager for us to make rash moves, to firmly place the blame of rebellion upon us. We cannot fall into their trap. We must not give them an excuse to eradicate us completely. From now on, all clan members, Double your training efforts and enhance your strength. Let everyone see that the Uchiha are the strongest pillar of Konoha. The police force. Increase patrols within the village, especially in the areas where our clan members and children gather, but all actions must adhere to regulations, more stringent and impeccable than ever. We must not provide them with any leverage. We must show them that the Uchiha clan is an indispensable force in maintaining the order of Konoha. However, at the same time, Fugaku's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, his voice like a vow. They must also understand that the dignity of the Uchiha cannot be violated. The fury of the Uchiha demands blood and respect to be quelled. We must maintain the appearance of peace, but we cannot abandon our underlying resolve for even a moment. We will accumulate strength and await the opportune moment, allowing the higher-ups of Konoha and all who covet us to see clearly. Fugaku abruptly raised his fist, chakra erupting with a thunderous force, his robes billowing without wind. The Uchiha shall not be insulted, shall not be insulted, shall not be insulted, shall not be insulted. The deafening and synchronized roar resonated like a tsunami within the South Haikawa shrine, soaring into the heavens and startling birds for miles around. The faces of every Uchiha member blazed with the flames of anger, their gazes cold yet resolute, forming an unprecedented united front against a common enemy in that moment. Shinobu stood at the forefront of the fervent crowd, gazing into the pairs of eyes reddened with extreme rage, watching his father stand tall like a god of war, feeling the surging emotions and tense bodies of Shursui and Obito beside him. He knew that from this moment on, the Uchiha clan would don a more perfect mask outwardly, maintaining a facade of calm restraint. Yet internally, the flames of vengeance had been thoroughly ignited, the gears of power accelerating wildly, the entire clan poised like a drawn bow, ready to unleash. As the clan meeting concluded, the crowd dispersed in silence and order, imbued with a unified will and suppressed fury. Each departing figure resembled a blade poised to unsheath. Fugaku cast a final glance at the now tranquil shrine, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of obstruction, landing upon the distant Hokage rock and further into the depths of the root base. His expression was cold and resolute. The game had only just begun. Chapter 5. Reactions. The echoes of the South Haikawa shrine had quieted, yet the palpable atmosphere of hostility enveloped the Uchiha territory like a tangible shroud. The clan members dispersed in silence, devoid of chatter or discussion, only the occasional flicker of crimson eyes in the dark and backs tense as bowstrings. The journey home was exceptionally quiet. Fugaku walked at the forefront, his steps steady, his silhouette imposing as a mountain. Mikoto, cradling a sleeping Itachi, followed closely behind, her brow furrowed as her worried gaze flitted between her husband and eldest son. Shinobu, Shursui, and Obito lingered at the rear. Obito seemed still caught in the fervent atmosphere of the clan meeting, his fists clenched tightly, breathing heavily, unconsciously muttering, "Shall not be insulted." Shursui, however, was unusually silent, his thoughts more profound than Obito's. The unity of the clan heralded perilous paths ahead, a layer of complex contemplation clouding his clear eyes. Shinobu walked between the two, feeling the slight warmth of chakra stirred by his emotions, the newly awakened Sharingan seemingly still simmering with heat. He turned to glance back at the South Haikawa shrine, where the lights gradually dimmed, retreating into darkness, akin to a slumbering beast. "Shinobu," Shursui suddenly broke the silence. "How are your eyes?" Shinobu paused, shaking his head. "They feel a bit strained, but it's nothing." He understood that Shursui's inquiry encompassed more than mere physical sensations. "That's great." Obito interjected excitedly, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. "We Uchiha are united now. Let us see who dares to bully us." "Shinobu, you were so impressive just now. And Uncle Fugaku too." Fugaku seemed to hear his words, his pace unbroken. Only a faint remark floated back. "Power is not meant for show, Obito. It is to protect and intimidate." Obito immediately fell silent, retracting his neck. Upon reaching the fork in the road, Shursui and Obito parted ways to their respective homes. At their farewell, Shursui cast a deep look at Shinobu, saying, "Be careful." Obito gave Shinobu a hearty pat on the shoulder. "See you at the training grounds tomorrow. We need to grow stronger." Undercurrents and affection at home. Upon returning home, the nanny took the sleeping Itachi from Mikoto. Unable to contain herself, Mikoto grasped Fugaku's sleeve. "Fugaku, is this truly all right? I'm worried that the clan's unified anger will ultimately lead us into an uncontrollable abyss." Fugaku turned to face his wife, taking her hand. His gaze unwavering yet tinged with fatigue. "Makoto, we have no retreat left. Danzo's actions have already overstepped the bounds, and the higher-ups' tacit approval is nothing but indulgence. If we do not demonstrate a firm stance and united strength, the Uchiha will be gradually consumed." He glanced at Shinobu, who stood quietly beside him. Especially since Shinobu had displayed such talent, he had already become a target. "We must make it clear to everyone that to touch him is to oppose the entire Uchiha clan." Makoto followed his gaze to their son, tears welling in her eyes as she knelt down to gently embrace Shinobu. "I'm sorry, little Shinobu, for involving you in this." Shinobu shook his head, returning his mother's embrace. "Mother, I'm fine. I will become stronger to protect you, Itachi, and our home." The system's prompt did not sound, but this resolve felt profoundly real. Fugaku watched the mother and son embrace, the hardened corners of his mouth softening slightly. He raised his hand, resting it on Shinobu's head. "Get some rest. Starting tomorrow, your training will double. Since you possess these eyes, you must be worthy of their power." "Yes, father." From the following day, the Uchiha territory exhibited a peculiar sight. On the surface, everything appeared normal, even more so than before. The patrols of the police force grew more frequent. Yet their attitude during enforcement was nearly rigidly fair and polite, leaving no room for error. Clan members still nodded to non-Uchiha villagers, although their smiles appeared somewhat stiff, lacking warmth beneath the surface. The training grounds were bustling from dawn till dusk, filled with the sounds of kunai clashing, ninjutsu exploding, and the shouts of taijutsu combat. The younger generation fervently honed their skills while the older generation imparted their knowledge generously. Any lingering shadows of secrecy or barriers seemed to dissipate under the immense external pressure. Every individual harbored a fierce determination to convert all their anger and humiliation into strength. As a result, the entire Konoha descended into an eerie calm. Hyuga clan in the main family study. Hyuga Hayashi knelt on the tatami, listening to the report from the clan members, remaining silent for an extended period. The tea before him had long since cooled. Has the Uchiha finally been pushed to this point? He murmured softly, his pure white eyes betraying no emotion. "Chief, do we need an elder beside us to speak cautiously?" The sun god raised his hand to interrupt. "Let us observe how things unfold. The matters concerning the Uchiha are burdens that Lord Hokage and advisor Danzo must grapple with." He paused, his tone indifferent yet tinged with a subtle apprehension. "The Sharingan, after all, is a power fraught with instability." He instructed that the clan's youth should exercise restraint in their interactions with the Uchiha, avoiding conflict while not becoming overly familiar. The Hyuga clan, adhering to ancient traditions, had always maintained a distance from the Uchiha. This was not only due to a delicate rivalry between noble houses, but also a wariness of the eyes that could pierce through illusions and potentially threaten the secrets of the Byakugan. In light of recent events, they chose to shut their doors and observe coldly, maintaining a lofty stance of neutrality. In the courtyard of the Nara clan, Akimichi Choza crunched on chips, while Yamanaka Kai watched as Shikaku played with shogi pieces. "The Uchiha have certainly stirred up a hornet's nest," Choza said vaguely. "I heard even 5-year-olds are awakening their double tomo? What a monstrosity." Kai sighed. "Danzo's methods are excessively radical. Forcing the entire Uchiha clan to unite against a common foe is hardly beneficial. Maintaining stability within Konoha is of utmost priority." Shikaku gently placed a king piece down, rubbing his throbbing temples. "Fugaku's move is troublesome. It's both a rebellion and a public display of strength. He has successfully united the clan, occupying the moral high ground of the victim, making the higher-ups wary. The Uchiha's police force would now be even more diligent, ensuring that no mistakes could be found. But this silent resistance was more vexing than open conflict." He turned to his two old friends, informed the clan's youngsters to keep their distance from the Uchiha youth, especially from Shinju and Shursui. "They are at the eye of the storm. We must not let them get swept away." Yet on the surface, all appeared normal. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed silently into the crystal ball, observing the fervent training in the Uchiha training grounds. He remained still, even unaware that his pipe had extinguished. He witnessed the astonishing intensity of their training, the suppressed fury and determination in the eyes of the young Uchiha. And he noted Shinju's increasingly adept double tomo Sharingan. "Fugaku," he murmured, his tone complex. He understood that the recent attack and subsequent clan meeting had irrevocably pushed the Uchiha to a different side. The balance he sought to maintain was collapsing rapidly. At the root base, Danzo listened to reports from his subordinates regarding the recent dynamics within the Uchiha, a cold and excited glimmer flashing in his single eye. Training? Unity? Excellent. Continue to apply pressure. He stroked his cane, knowing that fear and anger were the best catalysts. Focus on Uchiha Shinju. I need to know all his weaknesses, all his emotional ties. Understood, a voice from the shadows replied. The more united and powerful the Uchiha become, the more they validate my perspective. Danzo chuckled softly. A dangerous beast must either be caged or entirely eradicated. Shinju's life had entered a new rhythm. Before dawn, Fugaku personally dragged him to the training ground for what could only be described as brutal training. In the afternoons, he was guided by clan ninjas proficient in Jinjutsu and fire techniques, exploring the potential of his Sharingan. He made rapid progress. The enhancements bestowed by the system and the innate talents of the Uchiha bloodline fully ignited under pressure. Shursui and Obito had almost become his constant sparring partners. Obito remained boisterous, making frequent mistakes, yet he trained with remarkable fervor. Shursui, on the other hand, exhibited a calm demeanor. His body flicker technique began to shine through, often placing immense pressure on Shinju during their matches. Occasionally, Shinju felt subtle gazes upon him, which only piqued his interest further. Chapter 6. A suitable respite after months of relentless training and the pervasive low atmosphere within the clan. Even Fugaku felt a tinge of fatigue. That morning, he unusually refrained from dragging Shinju out of bed before dawn, instead saying in a deep voice, "Today, we shall rest. Relaxation in moderation." Shinju could scarcely believe his ears until he saw the rare, unmistakable softness in his father's eyes, confirming that this was not a figment of his imagination. He immediately thought of Shursui and Obito, who had practically lived in the training ground. "Father, may I invite Shursui and Obito over?" Shinju ventured to ask. Fugaku glanced at him, seemingly reading his thoughts, yet ultimately nodded, "Just don't cause any trouble." With that, he left the house. Makoto, cradling a cooing Itachi, cheerfully told Shinju, "Perfect timing. Kushina has asked me to go shopping. Little Shinju, please watch the house and take care of yourself." After offering her careful reminders, she left in high spirits. Thus, the Grand Uchiha Patriarch's residence temporarily fell into the hands of three young boys. Initially, everything seemed normal. They began with what they considered a restrained shuriken throwing competition in the yard, only for Obito to misfire, nearly embedding a kunai into Fugaku's meticulously pruned pine tree. Shursui, quick-witted, intercepted it with a body flicker technique, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. "Phew, that was close." Obito chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Shinju sighed. "Forget it, let's do something safe. I don't think we've had breakfast?" And with mother gone, an abrupt silence fell as the three exchanged glances. A bold and reckless idea emerging simultaneously. "Hey, let's cook for ourselves," Obito exclaimed, leaping to his feet with confidence. "Watch me show you how it's done." Shursui, more cautious, asked, "Are we really going to do this?" Shinju stroked his chin, the experience of a solitary adult in his past life giving him false courage. "It shouldn't be too hard, right? Just boil some rice, fry an egg or something." 10 minutes later, the Uchiha kitchen faced its darkest hour. "Where's the rice?" "Obito, you put in too much water. This is practically porridge." "So what if it's porridge?" "Hey, is this button on the rice cooker supposed to be pressed?" "Wait, Obito, don't press." Boom. The rice cooker lid was blown open by a surge of rice soup, white foam bubbling out and spilling across the counter. Meanwhile, the oil. The oil is hot enough to add the eggs. "Shinju, stand back. Oil splatter." "Ah, shells fell in. It's burning. It's burning. Quick, pour water." "You can't pour water on an oil fire, you fool." Thick smoke billowed, the acrid smell of charred food filling the air. As a blackened, shell-ridden mass stuck to the bottom of the pot, flames leaping half a foot high, accompanied by the boys' frantic shouts and the clattering of pots and pans. A cold, authoritative voice erupted from the entrance. "What on earth are you three doing?" Elder Shauna stood at the door, leaning on his cane, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had been out for his morning stroll, intending to discuss matters with Fugaku, only to see the thick smoke rising from the kitchen window from afar. Elder Shauna's appearance was like hitting the pause button. The three boys, covered in soot, hair tousled, holding a pot lid as a shield, Obito, and holding chopsticks in confusion, Shursui, stood frozen, like frogs caught in a snake's gaze. Shinju's weapon clattered to the ground. Elder Shauna's temples throbbed, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene, reminiscent of a kitchen ransacked by bandits. finally landing on the three culprits. His eyes seeming to promise 1,000 tortures. The future of the Uchiha? He sneered, slamming his cane down heavily. Is it you three who nearly blew up your own kitchen? How long have Fugaku and Mikoto been gone? A relentless tirade of scolding ensued, merciless and unyielding. The three boys drooped like wilted eggplants. Even the most boisterous Obito dared not make a sound, only able to whisper defensively, We just wanted to make breakfast. Elder Shana let out a disdainful grunt, questioning why they would starve or blow themselves up before the enemy even arrived. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he sent the three youths away as if they were mere bothersome debris. Then, this formidable elder, who struck terror into the hearts of foes on the battlefield and commanded authority within his clan, did something that left the three youths utterly astonished. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sinewy yet robust arms, and proceeded to expertly shut off the valves, extinguish the flames, clean the stove, and scrub the pots with a fluidity that bore an uncanny rhythm and precision reminiscent of the battlefield. What are you standing there for? The rice jar is right there. Measure out 3 cups of rice and fill the water to this line. You go wash the vegetables. And you, crack the eggs without any shells. Under Elder Shauna's cold but efficient commands, the three youths became like marionettes, clumsily yet diligently bustling about without daring to slack off. Gradually, the acrid smell of smoke in the kitchen was replaced by the fragrant aroma of rinsed rice and fresh vegetables. In less than half an hour, a pot of steaming white rice, a plate of golden, tender fried eggs, shell-free, a bowl of refreshing pickled vegetables, and even a pot of steaming miso soup were neatly arranged on the dining table. Eat, Elder Shauna commanded, taking his seat across from them, his expression impassive as he watched them. The three youths exchanged cautious glances, gingerly sitting down and lifting their bowls and chopsticks, having gone hungry all morning and just endured a fierce battle. The complexity of their emotions while consuming this hard-earned meal, especially one prepared under the watchful eye of the fearsome Elder Shauna, was palpable. The food was delectable, 1,000,000 times better than the horrifying concoctions they could have created themselves. Yet, as they ate, an inexplicable sense of grievance and fear welled up within them. Obito pouted, his eyes slightly red, saying, "We just wanted to have breakfast." Shizuka lowered his head, his ears turning red, feeling more embarrassed than he would have if they had been attacked. Shinju silently shoveled rice, mentally grumbling about this utterly uncool daily life of being transported to another world. Observing the three youngsters, who were puffing out their cheeks in a disgruntled manner while chewing quietly, Elder Shauna's tense expression seemed to soften ever so slightly, nearly imperceptibly. He grunted again, his tone still stern, yet less frigid. A ninja must first learn to survive. To survive, you must learn to take care of yourself. Those who cannot even control the fire have no right to speak of protecting the clan and village. After eating, restore this place to its original state, leaving not a trace behind. If I let Mikoto return to see. The three youths shivered at the thought and immediately promised, yes. Elder Shauna. Sunlight streamed through the window into the kitchen, which had just endured chaos but was now tidy again, illuminating the 4 Uchiha silently eating, one of whom was observing. The scene was somewhat bizarre, yet curiously imbued with warmth. At least, the kitchen was saved for now, and they wouldn't be blown to bits by their own making. Having eaten their fill, and, under Elder Shauna's icy gaze, restored the kitchen to a spotless state, even polishing the bottom of the pot until it gleamed. The three youths sighed in relief, thinking the ordeal was over. Yet, they soon heard that unmistakable voice again. The foolishness in the kitchen is over. Do I need to remind you of the shuriken marks in the yard, the trampled grass, and that pine tree that nearly suffered? Elder Shauna leaned on his cane, pointing toward the courtyard. The sunlight shone brightly, revealing the chaos they had created during their morning shuriken practice. Shallow pits, flower branches broken by shurikens, and a fresh scratch on the pine tree's trunk from Obito's wayward throw, though it hadn't lodged in. The mark was evident, made the three youths' scalps tingle. Chapter 7. A sense of ominous foreboding. Go clean it up immediately, Elder Shauna commanded, showing no intention of leaving, clearly set on supervising them personally. Thus, the tool shed was opened, and brooms, rakes, buckets, and cloths were distributed among the three. Initially, the scene remained chaotic. Obito grabbed the most conspicuous broom but treated it like a weapon, swinging it wildly and managing to kick up more dust onto Shizuka than actually cleaning. Obito, you're going the wrong way. You're blowing dust into the hallway. Shizuka coughed as he helplessly reminded him. Shinju attempted to douse the dust with water from a bucket, but he misjudged the amount and nearly created a miniature lake, drowning an ant hill. Elder Shauna's forehead seemed to pulse with veins, but this time he did not immediately reprimand them. He merely watched coldly. Amidst the chaos, perhaps due to their combat instincts or an unconscious desire to avoid further scolding, an unusual synergy began to blossom. Obito, sweep from left to right, but be gentle. Shizuka, gather the fallen leaves. Shinju, just sprinkle a little water. And I'll grab the dustpan. Shinju instinctively assigned tasks, and Obito and Shizuka subconsciously complied, as if coordinating an attack in battle. Obito began to focus, advancing in a more organized manner. Shizuka no longer passively dodged the dust, but swiftly cleared the debris Obito had swept aside. Shinju meticulously controlled the water, dampening only the areas that required dust suppression, neither too much nor too little. Even when a particularly stubborn leaf got stuck in the stone crevice, Obito used the handle of his kunai to pry it loose, while Shizuka quickly assisted with a slender twig, and Shinju timely poured a drop of water to soften the soil, each movement fluid and silent, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Unbeknownst to them, their honed insight, reflexes, and teamwork developed through training and combat were now being inexplicably applied to cleaning the courtyard. Elder Shauna watched impassively, but a flicker of astonishment passed through his gaze. He observed the three boys transition from chaotic disarray to a surprisingly efficient and coordinated cleanup, particularly their unspoken cooperation, as if they were executing a mission. Once they finished cleaning, watered the plants, and wiped down the railing of the corridor and the pine tree that had suffered from their earlier antics, Obito took 3 seconds to repent for the scratch. The entire courtyard was transformed anew, even exuding a sense of almost military-like tidiness beyond what Mikoto had maintained. The pile of leaves formed a perfect cone. The broom marks were uniformly aligned, and the water stains were evenly spread as if measured with a ruler. Breathing heavily, the three looked at their laborious results. Faces smeared with mud and dust, yet each felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, albeit a somewhat odd one. Elder Shauna, leaning on his cane, strolled through to inspect their work. He poked the perfectly formed leaf cone with the tip of his cane and touched the spotless pine leaves. After a moment, he grunted and remarked, "Passable. At least you still resemble Uchiha. You're not completely foolish." This was probably the highest praise he could offer. After saying this, he turned away from the three boys who had caused him so much concern, strolling leisurely out of the courtyard, concealing his achievements and reputation. The three youths exchanged glances, looking at each other's disheveled yet amusing expressions, then at the excessively clean courtyard, and suddenly burst into laughter. Were we just using ninja techniques to clean the floor? Obito scratched his head, realizing it only afterward. Shizuka shook his head with a smile. It felt even more exhausting than our usual training. Shinju looked at his hands, then at the courtyard, internally grumbling. This damn combat instinct is truly ingrained in our DNA. The sun was warm, the courtyard pristine. Although the process had been convoluted and bizarre, this forced morning of rest didn't seem so bad after all. A certain indescribable bond seemed to deepen yet again. Meanwhile, the bustling commercial street of Konoha remained lively and noisy. Mikoto and Kushina had finished their shopping, carrying several bulging bags filled with newly purchased fabrics, ingredients, and little trinkets for the children. Kushina was animatedly gesturing while showcasing a novel style of apron, her fiery red hair resembling a dancing flame. "Mikoto-ne, do you think this would look amusing on Minato?" she said, picking up an apron adorned with a cartoon fox design, her expression mischievous. Mikoto covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Minato-kun would likely wear it with a wry smile. Her gentle gaze swept across the shops lining the street, contemplating whether to prepare the fresh fish she had bought for dinner as braised or steamed, knowing both Sho and Itachi adored them. At that moment, her eyes were drawn to a familiar tall figure weaving through the crowd, making his way toward them. Clad in dark Uchiha clan attire, with a meticulously styled hairdo and a serious, slightly weary expression, it was her husband, Fugaku Uchiha. Evidently, Fugaku had spotted her too. He paused momentarily before adjusting his direction to approach. "Ah, it's clan leader Fugaku," Kushina exclaimed, noticing him and cheerfully waving. However, sensing that the couple seemed to have something to discuss, she tactfully raised her hand. "Mikoto-ne, clan leader Fugaku, I shall take my leave now. I still need to prepare dinner for Minato." With that, she hurriedly departed, clutching her belongings. "Back from shopping?" Fugaku inquired as he joined Mikoto. naturally taking most of the shopping bags from her. His voice remained deep, but when addressing his wife, the usual sternness softened just a touch. Makoto nodded, walking alongside him toward the clan compound. Did everything go well at home? Sho and the others didn't cause any trouble, did they? A hint of concern flickered in her heart regarding the 3 unreliable boys left alone. Fugaku paused in thought, recalling that he had allowed Shin to invite friends over before leaving, and that Itachi had mentioned he would seek him out. A subtle, ominous premonition brushed through his mind, but he opted to suppress it for the moment. It should be fine, he replied evenly. Most clan matters have been settled. They walked in silence for a while, their shadows elongated by the setting sun, intertwined with one another. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade behind an invisible barrier, creating a serene space that belonged solely to them. Makoto sensed the residual tension surrounding her husband, a product of days spent managing clan pressures and high-ranking expectations. She sighed gently. Are the clan members still quite agitated? Fugaku gazed ahead and replied, yes, it requires time. But it is not necessarily a bad thing. Cohesion and a sense of crisis can sometimes be 2 sides of the same coin. He glanced at his wife, noticing a trace of weariness in her features, and softened his tone. You've worked hard today. Itachi didn't misbehave, did he? He has been very well behaved. Makoto's smile brightened at the mention of their younger son, but Sho has been training too hard lately. He has grown thin. A mother's worries often linger in the minutiae. He is the eldest. It is his responsibility. There was a hint of pride in Fugaku's voice, though it quickly turned serious. The current circumstances demanded swift growth from him. The conversation took a weighty turn, but Makoto wisely refrained from probing further. Shifting to discuss the fabric she had purchased, I bought new material for Sho and Itachi. It's getting cooler, time to make new clothes. It seems Shursui and Kakashi have also grown taller. Next time she rambled on about mundane matters, and Fugaku listened quietly, responding occasionally. These trivial, homely topics soothed his frayed nerves, worn from the intrigues and struggles of leadership. He was the leader of the Uchiha clan, but first and foremost, he was this woman's husband and the father of 2 children. As they approached the entrance of their home, Fugaku suddenly spoke. Are we having fish for dinner? Makoto paused, smiling. Yes, I bought some very fresh ones. Braised or steamed. Either is fine. You cook well regardless. Fugaku's response epitomized the straightforwardness of Uchiha men, but Makoto had long since grown accustomed to it. Upon reaching the estate, Fugaku stopped to scrutinize the gate and surrounding fence, seemingly ensuring there were no irregularities before pushing the gate open. Inside the yard, everything was excessively clean. There were no fallen leaves. The lawn was meticulously trimmed. The stone steps were damp but free of puddles, and even the pine trees appeared exceptionally verdant, droplets of water glistening on their leaves in the setting sun. This doesn't seem like the work of 3 boys, Fugaku remarked. Makoto was equally taken aback. Oh, they clean the yard? It's so spotless? The couple exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of uncertainty in each other's eyes. Fugaku's ominous premonition deepened. Just then, the entrance door swung open, and 3 heads popped out, Shin, Shursui, and Kakashi, standing in a row, wearing expressions that were a curious mix of anxiety, guilt, and a hint of anticipation for praise. Father, Mother, you're back, Shin exclaimed loudly. We cleaned the yard. Kakashi quickly added, eager to take credit. Shursui, more cautious, simply bowed politely. Uncle Fugaku, Aunt Makoto, thank you for having us. Makoto observed the remnants of soot on the children's faces, along with the suspiciously pristine yard, finally resting her gaze on her husband's slightly furrowed brow. Suddenly, she laughed, gently diffusing the tension. Is that so? You've all done wonderfully. Come in, I bought some snacks. Fugaku's eyes flicked between the boys and the excessively tidy yard, ultimately choosing to remain silent, merely stating, come in. Chapter 8. When you grow up. Your brother 1TB, so tired as the entrance door softly closed, isolating them from the last vestiges of noise outside. Fugaku set the shopping bags down in the hallway, surveying the unusually tidy, almost glistening courtyard, before his gaze fell upon the 3 boys standing in line, trying hard to appear well-behaved. Makoto cradled the drowsy Itachi, who was rubbing his sleepy eyes, and couldn't help but feel both amused and pained at the sight of the soot still lingering on the boys' faces and the potential dirt nestled beneath their fingernails. We're back. Makoto gently broke the silence, lifting Itachi slightly. Look who's back. The little one's attention was immediately captured, his curious, dark eyes looking toward his brothers, making soft cooing sounds, his tiny hands reaching out toward Shin. This silent beckoning proved more effective than words. Shin stepped forward, carefully taking his brother from their mother's arms. Once in his brother's embrace, Itachi instinctively settled into a comfortable position, nuzzling his head against Shin's chin. Kakashi and Shursui visibly relaxed at the sight. Aunt Makoto, Uncle Fugaku, can we head back now? Kakashi scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Shursui bowed respectfully. We're sorry for the intrusion, Uncle Fugaku, Aunt Makoto. Thank you for your hospitality. Fugaku acknowledged with a simple grunt, while Makoto smiled. Thank you for keeping show company today. Be careful on your way back. Shin, holding Itachi, escorted his friends to the gate. The sun had fully set, leaving only the brilliant hues of twilight in the sky. See you at the training field tomorrow. Kakashi called, his energy restored. Next time, I'll definitely succeed in cooking an egg. Shursui helplessly tugged at him, chuckling, and nodded to Shin. Let us go. Shin stood at the entrance, watching as his friends' figures disappeared around the corner, while Itachi babbled in his arms, seemingly also bidding them farewell. Back in the living room, Fugaku had retreated to the study, appearing to have more matters to attend to, while Makoto busied herself in the kitchen, preparing dinner, as the aroma of food gradually filled the air. Shin placed Itachi on a soft mat laid out in the center of the living room, a small haven for his younger brother, surrounded by soft pillows. All right, little Itachi. Now it's time for your brother to play with you. Sitting cross-legged at the edge of the mat, Shin watched his brother with anticipation. Freed from the embrace of their mother and caretaker and nestled in a familiar environment, Itachi's curiosity ignited. He first curiously touched the embroidered pattern of a small fan on the mat, then, using all force, embarked on his grand crawling adventure. His crawling path was utterly erratic, sometimes veering left as he charged toward the leg of a low table, tentatively gnawing with his tiny milk teeth, only to disdainfully turn away upon discovering the unsatisfactory taste. At other times, he would veer right, purposefully making his way towards the tool pouch left by his brother, displaying immense interest in its cold, hard texture and the scent of leather. Shinshu had to remain vigilant, gently guiding him back to safety whenever he neared hazardous objects or ventured beyond the mat's boundaries. Eek! The series of thwarted explorations left the little one somewhat dissatisfied as he sat in the center of the mat, puffing his cheeks and casting a reproachful gaze at his brother, his dark eyes brimming with accusation. Unable to stifle a laugh, Shinshu extended a finger to tease him. What's this? Not happy. The little one seized his brother's finger, promptly stuffing it into his mouth, gnawing with his still developing gums, leaving it damp with saliva. After a moment, seemingly unimpressed by the taste, he released the finger and crawled determinedly towards Shinshu, burying his furry little head into his brother's embrace, rubbing against Shinshu's chest while emitting a contented purring sound, akin to recharging. In that instant, Shinshu's heart melted. He adjusted his position to cradle his brother more comfortably, gently patting his back. The little creature emanated a delightful scent of milk and sunshine, warm and soft. After a brief respite in his brother's arms, the little one grew restless once more. He lifted his head, extending his tiny pudgy hands to explore Shinshu's face, curiously poking his nose and eyes, particularly fascinated by his brother's slightly fluttering eyelashes, attempting to grasp them. Shinshu allowed his face to be explored, only occasionally tilting his head to evade the probing fingers that sought to enter his mouth. Gazing into his brother's eyes, filled with innocent curiosity and dependence, all weariness seemed to dissipate in the warmth of that moment. Ding! High-quality parent-child interaction detected. Brother's happiness increased. Reward: mental energy recovery speed enhanced by 10. The system's notification momentarily startled Shinshu, followed by a soft chuckle. The system was indeed all-pervasive. Yet, he felt less fatigued. Little rascal. He gently pinched the soft roundness of his brother's cheek. Grow up quickly, so your brother won't be so tired. Though the little one couldn't comprehend, he seemed to sense the tenderness and affection in his brother's tone, bursting into a delighted giggle, revealing his pink gums, before diving back into his brother's embrace, initiating another round of playful antics. In the living room, the warm glow of the lights enveloped the two brothers like a gentle veil. Shinshu sat cross-legged on the soft mat, an unconscious smile gracing his lips as his gaze followed the small figure exploring his territory. The little one, resembling an energetic and clingy little beast, crawled with wild abandon, curiosity igniting his interest in everything within reach, the hem of his brother's clothing, the tassels of the mat. Even the shadow of his own tiny hands swaying in the light, which captivated his attention for an eternity. When fatigue set in or a sudden noise startled him, he would quickly reverse direction, scrambling back to his brother's side, diving into that familiar embrace, resting his little head against Shinshu's chest, seeking reassurance with muffled sounds, as if merely needing to confirm his brother's presence. After a brief recharge, he was ready to embark on a new adventure, filled with vitality. Shinshu's heart overflowed with the pure trust and reliance emanating from his brother. He safeguarded him with utmost care, steering clear of all potential dangers, occasionally brushing his fingertips through the soft strands of his brother's hair, eliciting sweet giggles in response. Ding! Continuous provision of security detected, brother's emotions stabilized. Reward: slight increase in chakra control precision. The system's chime resonated once more, sending a gentle warmth surging through his limbs. In the kitchen, Makoto, wearing an apron, placed marinated fish into a hot pan. The sizzling sound of the fish meeting the oil filled the air, releasing a rich aroma that mingled with the steam of rice, weaving together the comforting essence of home-cooked meals. Occasionally, she would peek into the living room, witnessing Shinshu patiently playing with his brother, and a tender smile would blossom in her eyes. She effortlessly arranged some freshly washed fruits on a small plate and brought them to the low table in the living room. Xiao, keep an eye on your brother. Dinner will be ready shortly. Her voice was gentle, imbued with the satisfaction of a busy day. Understood, mother, Shinshu replied, lifting his gaze. In an instant, his brother's attention was captured by the vibrant fruits, eagerly crawling towards the low table, saliva almost dripping. Shinshu chuckled as he scooped him back. Not yet. You can't eat this. The study door was not entirely closed, casting a warm yellow glow. Fugaka sat at his desk, surrounded by family duty scrolls and various documents. Outside, the night deepened, while inside, the subtle sounds of his wife preparing dinner and the innocent babbling of their youngest son, accompanied by their eldest's gentle responses, created a soothing symphony that eased the tension in his nerves. Occasionally, he would pause, listening intently to the sounds from the living room, and when unseen, the corners of his serious lips would soften ever so slightly. The fatigue and weight of family obligations seemed to gently melt away in the warmth of these ordinary moments. It appeared that the little one had finally exhausted his last bit of energy as he crawled back into his brother's embrace once more, his little head tilting as he nestled against Shinshu's chest, eyelids growing heavy, his tiny fists unconsciously gripping a strand of his brother's hair. Shinshu adjusted his position, ensuring his brother was comfortable, and hummed a soft, tuneless lullaby, the melody unknown to him. The little one's breathing gradually became even and deep, sinking into a blissful slumber. The lights remained warm, and the sounds from the kitchen began to diminish, indicating that dinner was nearing completion. In the study, Fugaku closed a scroll, rubbed his forehead, and stood up, ready to conclude his work for the day. Shinshu, cradling his sleeping brother, felt the warm, heavy weight in his arms, gazing at the scene so ordinary yet worthy of every effort to protect. He gently lowered his head, whispering a promise that only he could hear to his slumbering brother. It will be all right, Itachi. Your brother promises. Chapter 9. The battle morning light filtered through the paper door, tenderly illuminating the tatami mat in the living room. Shinshu played with the awakening Itachi for a while. As they slipped out of the house, rounding a familiar corner, Shizuka's figure awaited them, leaning against the wall with a gentle smile. I thought you were ensnared by Itachi. Shizuka jested. Nearly. Shinshu chuckled, shaking his head. Let us go find that fool. The two walked side by side, discussing their recent training insights and the nuances of utilizing the Sharingan, their shadows elongated in the sunlight. Upon arriving at Obito's home, they were met with the usual chaos. Obito, in a flurry, was fastening his forehead protector while half a piece of bread hung from his mouth, muffled shouts escaping him. Almost ready. Grandma, where's my water bottle? After a long wait for the clumsy boy to get ready, the trio made their noisy way to the third training ground. However, from a distance, they could hear a considerable commotion, distinctly lively. As they approached, it was evident they were not alone. Kakashi, Rin, Asuma, Kurenai, and even the sunglasses-clad Ebisu were present. A group of peers, some slightly older, all gathered together. Kakashi effortlessly dispatched a challenger with a swift display of taijutsu, his movements sharp and precise. eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Asuma, chewing on an unlit cigarette, observed from the sidelines. Kurenai glanced on with concern, while Rin smiled, offering a towel to Kakashi. Upon spotting Kakashi's aloof, genius demeanor, Obito ignited like a firecracker, rushing forward with exuberance. Kakashi, let us settle this once and for all. Kakashi lazily shot him a glance, exhibiting little interest. Rin cheerfully greeted them. Obito, Shinshu, Shizuka, you all made it. Asuma nodded in acknowledgement, while Kurenai offered a polite smile. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses, casting a lingering gaze upon Shinxue and Shirzue. Obito's challenge went unheeded, inciting his frustration as he exclaimed, Shinxue, Shirzue, let him witness the prowess of our Uchiha clan. A bystander, seemingly eager for entertainment, shouted, indeed. Let us see how the Uchiha genius fares against Kakashi. This remark piqued the interest of the onlookers, drawing their attention toward the impending duel. Kakashi finally engaged, his focus shifting to Shinxue and Shirzue. With a smile, Shirzue gestured to Shinxue, shall you go first? Taking a deep breath, Shinxue recognized this as an excellent chance to gauge his abilities. He stepped forward and earnestly addressed Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, I look forward to your guidance. Kakashi's demeanor shifted, his expression growing serious as he nodded in acknowledgement. The battle erupted instantaneously. Kakashi's speed was akin to lightning. His kunai aimed mercilessly at vital points. Shinxue, with unwavering concentration, maximized the enhancements from the system, showcasing exceptional reflexes and chakra control, adeptly dodging and blocking, managing to hold his ground. How swift! He is keeping pace with Kakashi? The spectators gasped in astonishment. Obito shouted with fervor, urging Shinxue on. Kakashi's eyes flickered with surprise as he accelerated his assault, drawing upon his vast experience. Shinxue felt the pressure intensify. With a thought, his eyes gleamed crimson. The double tomo spinning in a mesmerizing dance. The Sharingan awakened. Kakashi's movements became clearer to him. No longer on the defensive, Shinxue launched precise counterattacks, his kunai carving intricate, lethal arcs that forced Kakashi to retreat on several occasions. The Sharingan, the double tomo, truly formidable. The crowd erupted in admiration. Kakashi, now fully committed, displayed the essence of his white fang techniques, elevating both speed and power. The two figures transformed into blurs, their kunai and short blades clashing fiercely. The clang of metal resonating amidst swirling dust. The fierce engagement continued, both warriors unleashing their full potential, resulting in a stalemate. After a climactic exchange of strength, they both leaped back, breathing heavily as they exchanged glances filled with mutual respect for one another's capabilities. A draw. The outcome left the onlookers in shock. To battle Kakashi to such a standstill earned Shinxue the admiration of all. Obito was nearly bouncing with excitement. Just then, a voice brimming with youthful exuberance burst into the training ground like a whirlwind. Oh, is this the passionate clash of youth? Kakashi, and this formidable Uchiha friend. Let us engage in a thrilling taijutsu confrontation. Might Guy, with eyes ablaze with fervor, gave Shinxue a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming brightly. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Shinxue looked at the boundless energy of Guy, reigniting the fire of competition within him. Taijutsu had always been the core of his training. All right, Shinxue replied without hesitation. Haha, this is the choice of youth. Let it burn, Guy shouted, launching a fierce leaf hurricane towards Shinxue. Shinxue immediately lowered his stance, bracing himself with all his might. The two clashed in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. In this pure taijutsu contest, every punch connected, every kick howled. Guy's techniques were grand and powerful, bursting forth with explosive vigor. Shinxue's movements were fluid and precise, integrating the insights from his Sharingan into his evasion and counterattacks with remarkable efficiency. The spectacle of this taijutsu duel surpassed the previous battle, igniting the passions of all who watched. The two fought from dawn until noon, pausing briefly for hydration before continuing their bout from the afternoon until the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon in vibrant hues of orange and red. Ultimately, Guy, bolstered by his superhuman stamina and indomitable spirit, along with his formidable physique seemingly crafted for taijutsu, slightly bested Shinxue in a head-on collision, pushing him back several steps as they neared their limits. Shinxue, leaning on his knee, drenched in sweat, breathed heavily, yet wore a smile of exhilaration and admiration despite his defeat. Guy, equally exhausted, approached Shinxue, clapping him on the shoulder with vigor. "You are incredible, Shinxiu. I acknowledge you. You are a true opponent and friend in my eyes. You have monstrous stamina." Shinxiu chuckled between breaths. "Next time, I will definitely win." "Oh, I look forward to it." "This is the promise of youth," Guy exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the night began to descend. The two weary yet spirited youths, covered in dust, clasped hands firmly, sealing a bond of fervent friendship forged through their relentless efforts and mutual respect. Though ultimately defeated, Shinxiu earned the respect of all through his stalemate with Kakashi and the breathtaking taijutsu clash with Guy. He also gained his first pure and fervent friendship outside his clan in this new world. "Wow, that was incredible," Obito remarked in awe, his mouth agape. He had initially thought Shinxiu's draw with Kakashi was impressive, but the subsequent taijutsu battle surpassed all expectations. Shurizue's eyes sparkled with admiration as he replayed the details of their exchange, particularly noting Shinxiu's ingenious integration of the Sharingan's insights into his taijutsu. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly, clearly taken aback by both Guy's victory and Shinxiu's resilience and strength. He softly remarked to Rin beside him, "That Uchiha is quite intriguing." Asuma, having lit a cigarette unbeknownst to anyone, exhaled a puff of smoke. "TSK, two monsters." Kurenai nodded gently, her gaze filled with wonder as she observed the two combatants. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting light, lost in contemplation. Though Guy emerged victorious, he too was nearly at his limit. He hoisted the almost exhausted Shinxiu, and they leaned on each other for support. "Shinxiu, your taijutsu is brimming with youthful vigor." Guy's booming voice, even in fatigue, remained resonant. "However, my youthful flame burns even brighter. This is the victory of perseverance." Shinxiu, too fatigued to articulate much, could only nod and smile. His chest aflame with pain, yet his spirit utterly elated. The fulfillment derived from such a pure, all-out contest was beyond description. "Here." Rin gently offered 2 clean towels and a water bottle. "Thank you," Shinxiu and Guy said in unison, gulping down the water and wiping the sweat and grime from their faces. Obito and Shirzue joined them. "Shinxiu, you were amazing. To hold your own against that bushy-browed guy," Obito exclaimed, excitedly patting Shinxiu's shoulder, almost knocking him over in the process. Shirzue handed over a bottle of water. "Drink some water to recover." "Oh, this is the testament of youth and friendship." Guy wept again, fiercely embracing Shinxiu, squeezing him almost breathless. As the final glimmers of sunlight vanished, the night descended fully. They all exchanged goodbyes and dispersed. Chapter 10. Surviving the challenge. After parting ways with Guy, fatigue and hunger surged within Shinxiu like a tidal wave. He felt every cell in his body crying out for sustenance. The gray-brown, seemingly unappetizing soldier pill that Shirzue handed him appeared to be a lifeline at that moment. "Thank you, Shirzue." With a sense of resignation, Shinxiu took the soldier pill and bit into it. The next moment, his face turned a ghastly shade of green. It was an indescribably complex and horrendous flavor, like spoiled grains mixed with bitter herbs, laced with a pungent sourness and a choking sensation reminiscent of lime dust. The texture was utterly dreadful, hard and coarse, scraping at his throat. Ugh! Shinxiu could not suppress his physiological reaction, doubling over as he expelled the small morsel of soldier pill, retching several times, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Cough, cough. What on earth is this?" He clutched his throat in agony, feeling the bizarre taste lingering in his mouth. Obito, standing nearby, laughed heartily. "Ha! Shinsui, it seems you can't handle it either. I told you those special soldier food pills brought by Shirzue are inedible. They taste like chewing wood shavings mixed with bitter melon." Shirzue scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "My apologies, Shinsui. They are specially formulated, potent enough to quickly restore chakra and stamina, but indeed, the taste is quite unique. You'll get used to it, you will." He swallowed one with a composed face, leaving Shinsui and Obito dumbfounded. "There's no way to get used to that." Shinsui waved his hands repeatedly, feeling that if he took another bite, he might not survive. His stomach was completely empty, the aftermath of the intense exertion hitting him hard. He was so hungry he could devour a whole cow, but certainly not in such a terrifying manner. He glanced at Obito, whose stomach was also growling, and then at Shirzue, who, though silent, evidently needed to replenish his energy as well. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us go." Shinsui waved his hand with a newfound vigor, as if he had survived a calamity. Anyone who wants to eat those inhumane pills can do so. My treat. Let us go for barbecue. Really? That's fantastic. Long live Shinsui. Obito cheered instantly, nearly drooling as if he could already smell the savory aroma of grilled meat. Shirzue's eyes brightened as well, nodding with a smile. Thank you, Shinsui. The three youths, exhausted yet revitalized by the thought of barbecue, altered their course towards the bustling Konoha commercial district, heading for the most popular barbecue spot. Upon entering the restaurant, the rich aroma of grilled meat enveloped them, instantly dispelling the psychological shadow cast by the soldier food pills. They found a seat, and with a grand gesture, Shinsui ordered almost every type of meat on the menu, especially 5 portions of the most expensive tender beef and pork belly. The charcoal fires soon blazed, the grill heated up, and as the beautifully marbled slices of meat were placed on it, they sizzled delightfully. Quick, flip them over. They're getting burnt. Obito exclaimed impatiently, his eyes glued to the grill. Shirzue expertly helped lay out the meat slices and brush on the sauce. Shinsui poured himself a large cup of ice water, gulping it down to finally wash away the horrid taste of the soldier food pill. As soon as the meat was ready, the three pounced on it like hungry wolves, not caring about the heat, dipping it in sauce and stuffing it into their mouths. Delicious. So good. Obito exclaimed with his mouth full, his eyes squinting in bliss. Though Shirzue maintained a more refined manner, he was equally swift, nodding frequently. Shinsui savored the juicy morsels melting in his mouth, the rich flavor of the meat perfectly blending with the sauce, greatly satisfying his empty stomach and weary spirit. This was truly food for humans. They grilled and ate while excitedly discussing the day's battles. Shinsui, that move you did to dodge Kakashi's South Kunai was so close. And Kai's low kick had such power. My arm is still numb from blocking it. Obito remarked. Don't just focus on eating. The fatigue from training gradually dissipated amidst delicious food and jovial conversation. The smoke from the barbecue turned their faces rosy, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Yet they felt utterly refreshed. They were merely 3 ordinary youths who had just experienced an exhilarating battle, now relishing in the pleasures of food and friendship. Eventually, they filled their bellies to the brim, contentedly slumping in their seats, staring at the mountain of empty plates on the table. Obito burped, I'm alive. Shirzue sighed in satisfaction. Indeed, barbecue is the best choice for recovering stamina. Shinsui looked at the bill, feeling a slight pinch. His allowance had significantly diminished. But he thought it was worth it. After all, there's nothing a barbecue can't fix. If there is, then it just requires 2 barbecues. The 3 linked arms, patting their round bellies, sauntering through the dimly lit streets of Konoha, the aroma of barbecue still lingering in the air, while Obito continued to burp, still savoring the meal. The evening breeze wafted a coolness that dispersed the smell of smoke, slightly calming Shinsui's heated thoughts. Suddenly, he halted, his pleasant smile freezing on his face. Wait. Shinsui's voice sounded hoarse. Obito, still lost in thoughts of the barbecue, mumbled, wait for what? Just stroll a bit longer to digest? Shirzue also sensed something amiss with Shinsui, casting him a questioning glance. Shinsui slowly turned to his companions, his complexion paling visibly, a flicker of fear dancing in his eyes. It seems we only set out to find Obito at the training ground, then encountered Kakashi, and ended up fighting Kai until dark. And now we come straight for barbecue. With each word, his pace slowed, his voice grew weaker. It seems Shinsui struggled to swallow, completely forgetting to inform his family that he wouldn't be home for dinner. This is a disaster. The air fell silent as if time had stopped. Obito's silly grin froze, his mouth half open in shock, his expression shifting from confusion to terror as he grasped the dreadful reality. Shirzue, usually composed, showed a crack in his demeanor, raising a hand to his forehead, muttering an expletive that was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Oh no. It's over. The 2 words exploded in the minds of the 3 youths simultaneously. Fugaku Uchiha's imposing visage loomed vividly in Shinsui's mind. Obito seemed to hear his grandmother's nagging and the potential for a long night of reprimands. Though Shirzue's parents were not present, the clan rules were strict. Returning late without notice was severe, especially with Shinsui, a key subject of observation, and the troublemaker Obito. The warmth and satisfaction from the barbecue evaporated, replaced by a chilling dread surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. Quick, we must return. Shinsui was the first to react, his voice trembling, disregarding his full stomach as he sprinted towards the Uchiha compound. Wait for me. Obito cried, rolling and scrambling after him, nearly gasping for breath from overeating. Shirzue instantly activated his body flicker technique, surpassing them, yet his expression mirrored their gravity. The three no longer cared about appearances or the fact that vigorous movement post-meal was ill-advised. They raced back at a speed tenfold their earlier pace, desperate to get home. Along the way, Obito lamented, "We're doomed. Grandma is definitely waiting at the door with a broom." Will Uncle Fugaka be so furious, he activates his Sharingan. "Shinsui, it's all your fault. Why did you treat us for so long?" Shinsui had no time to respond, his heart racing. He could already envision his father sitting sternly in the living room, his mother hovering nearby, hesitant to speak, and the potential harsh consequences looming. A month of house arrest? A tripling of training hours? Or perhaps a solitary confinement at the South Haikawa Shrine? The more he thought, the more dreadful it became, and he quickened his pace. Finally, the familiar streets of the Uchiha compound came into view. The closer they got to home, the heavier their feet felt, their hearts pounding like drums. They exchanged glances, seeing the solemnity reflected in each other's eyes. "Let us split up." Obito trembled, each to his own fate. Shirzue nodded gravely. Shinsui took a deep breath, resolutely walking towards his home, which at that moment felt like a gateway to hell. Barbecue was delightful, and friendship was eternal. Yet the cost of forgetting to notify their families would surely be painfully steep. Tonight in the Uchiha compound, several youths were destined to face an unforgettable, sleepless night. Shinsui stealthily slipped into his yard, his heart racing. The living room lights were still on, and through the paper door, he could vaguely see the silhouettes within. He took a deep breath and steeled himself to open the entrance door. Indeed, Fayake and Mikoto were seated in the living room. Fayake held a scroll in his hands. Though his mind was evidently elsewhere, his brows slightly furrowed. Mikoto was somewhat distracted, mending clothes while occasionally casting worried glances towards the entrance. Upon hearing the door open, both of their gazes shot toward him simultaneously. Fayake set down the scroll, his tone betraying no discernible emotion, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "You're back, I see." Shinju felt a rush of anxiety, obediently removing his shoes as he entered the living room, his head bowed, hands nervously twisting in front of him. His voice scarcely louder than a whisper. "Father, Mother, I'm sorry for returning late without informing you." The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became. His head drooping lower, shoulders slightly hunched, resembling a pitiful, rain-soaked puppy, fully aware of his wrongdoings. At the sight of her son in such a state, Mikoto's heart softened halfway, and just as she was about to intervene, Fayake's stern voice cut through the air. "Where have you been? With whom? What were you doing? Why didn't you report back?" A barrage of questions fell upon him, the tone unyielding. Shinju grew increasingly flustered, his eyes instantly reddening. Not in feigned sorrow but genuine fear and guilt, his voice cracking. I was with Shirsui and Itachi at the training ground. Then we ran into Kakashi and had a match, and later, we got so caught up in sparring with Mike Guy that I lost track of time. We were starving, so we went out for barbecue. I know I was wrong. I truly forgot. I'm sorry." As he spoke in fragmented sentences, he raised his tear-filled eyes, mirroring Mikoto's dark orbs, glistening with tears, long lashes adorned with droplets, caught in a state of distress. At that moment, as if sensing his brother's voice, Itachi, who had been playing with building blocks in the inner room, leaned against the doorframe, peering out. Seeing his brother looking so forlorn and noticing their parents' serious expressions, he tilted his head and without hesitation, trotted over to Shinju, wrapping his small arms around his brother's leg, lifting his face to mimic, "Brother, wrong." After hugging his brother, Itachi released him and wobbled towards Fayake, grabbing his father's pant leg with both pudgy hands, shaking it earnestly. His little face scrunched up in determination to convey, "Father, don't be mad." He then turned to Mikoto, arms outstretched, seeking a hug, making soft cooing sounds as if pleading for his brother. Shinju, witnessing this scene, felt a spark of inspiration and, disregarding any sense of embarrassment, crouched down to embrace Itachi. Both brothers gazing up at their parents with eyes inherited from their mother, large and glistening with innocence, pleading for forgiveness. The dual impact. The cuteness was overwhelming. Mikoto was the first to succumb to the charm, bursting into laughter, causing her sewing to drop. She looked at her two boys, her heart melting completely. No longer able to chastise them, she quickly approached. "All right, it's fine, as long as you understand your mistakes. Just remember to inform us next time. We were so worried." She reached out to ruffle Shinju's hair, but couldn't resist pinching Itachi's soft little cheeks first. Meanwhile, Fayek, seated with an air of authority, suddenly stiffened, his previously stern demeanor shattering before the naked eye. He observed his youngest son, clinging to his pant leg, looking up with a muddled expression, then turned to see his eldest son, eyes reddened like a rabbit, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Those two strikingly similar pairs of black eyes, filled with reliance and pleading, struck him right in the softest part of his heart. Fayek felt warmth flood his nostrils, an all-too-familiar sensation that only surfaced during moments of intense emotion. He quickly raised his hand to cover his nose, yet a trickle of crimson escaped uncontrollably between his fingers, utterly unbecoming of his stature. "Father!" Shinju jumped in surprise, thinking his father had become so furious he was bleeding. Makoto gasped, and upon seeing her husband's flustered attempt to conceal his nose, she instantly understood, bursting into laughter, her shoulders shaking. Fayek was mortified, desperately trying to maintain composure as he stood, muttering gruffly, "This is a one-time occurrence. Go wash up and rest." He then hurriedly turned and exited the living room, clutching his nose, his retreat almost comically hasty, fearing that lingering any longer would result in a complete loss of dignity as the Uchiha clan leader. In the living room remained Makoto, stifling laughter, alongside a bewildered Itachi, still unaware of the significant role he had played, and a stunned Shinju, who was left in awe at the turn of events. Shinju thought, "Is this how easily I am forgiven? My brother's charm is truly formidable." Makoto finally composed herself, wiping the corners of her eyes, and approached to embrace her two sons. "All right, it's over. But you mustn't do this again, do you understand? Go wash up. You both reek." Crisis averted. Shinju, cradling the still babbling Itachi in his arms, breathed a long, deep sigh of relief. They had successfully navigated this charming ordeal. Chapter 11. The young clan leader in the 45th year of Konoha, at the Nankagawa Shrine, the atmosphere was more solemn than any previous clan meeting. Almost all core members of the Uchiha clan gathered, a sea of dark figures filling the open space in front of the shrine. The air was thick with an intertwining sense of anticipation and scrutiny. Uchiha Fayek stood at the forefront, clad in formal clan leader attire, exuding an air of authority. His gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on his side, where his eldest son, Shinju, stood. At just 6 years of age, Shinju donned a tailored dark clan robe, standing straight as an arrow, his face reflecting a calmness beyond his years. Deep within his black eyes, a faint crimson glimmer hinted at his extraordinary potential. "Today, we have convened," Fayek's voice amplified through chakra, resonating clearly in every ear, to announce a significant decision. He paused, emphasizing his next words, after deliberation with the Elder Council. "I have determined that from this day forth, Uchiha Shinju shall be appointed as the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan." As his words echoed, a momentary silence engulfed the gathering, swiftly followed by a subdued murmur of discussion. To be appointed as a young leader at such an early age was unprecedented in Uchiha history. Fayek raised his hand to quell the chatter, gesturing for Shinju to step forward. Taking a deep breath, Shinju advanced to the forefront, though his stature did not allow him to look down upon the assembly. His composed demeanor immediately captivated all attention. He first bowed respectfully to his father and the elders before turning to face the clansmen. His voice, though still bearing the clarity of youth, was remarkably steady. "Esteemed clansmen and elders, I am honored to be entrusted with the role of young clan leader at such a tender age, and I approach this responsibility with trepidation." His gaze swept over the diverse expressions of the clansmen, directly addressing the core of their doubts. "I understand that many of you harbor concerns. A 6-year-old child, what direction can he lead the Uchiha? My strength, my Sharingan, may attest to my potential. However, the future of Uchiha requires more than mere might." Shinju shifted his tone. "We need direction, methods, and above all, the wisdom to discern the truth and the courage to enact change." "The truth?" Murmurs rippled through the assembly. "Yes, the truth." Shinju's voice took on a weighty tone, laced with a maturity that belied his years, concerning the source of our pride, which has ensnared us in our current predicament. The truth about the Konoha police force. Upon uttering these words, even Fayek and the elders, including Shitina, shifted in their seats, uncertain of what he might reveal next. "We all remember that part of our history, do we not?" The voice of Shinshio seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing the audience's thoughts back to the past, the early days of Konoha, when the esteemed second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, acknowledged the prowess of the Uchiha and entrusted them with the honorable responsibility of overseeing the village's police force. Undoubtedly, the Uchiha at that time must have felt elated, believing this recognition from their age-old adversary was a symbol of their elevated status within Konoha. Many elder clan members instinctively nodded, their faces reflecting nostalgia and a hint of pride. However, Shinshio's voice suddenly rose, piercing through the veil of pleasant memories like an icicle shattering an illusion. Had we ever pondered why it was the police force? He surveyed the crowd, observing the expressions of confusion and suspicion that were beginning to surface. For the police force was the singular position that could simultaneously deplete the Uchiha's strength and compel them to stand in opposition to the very villagers they were meant to protect. Shinshio's words struck like a cold shuriken, tearing apart the tender fabric of history. Maintaining order inevitably breeds resentment. There exists an inherent contradiction between enforcers and the enforced. As the Uchiha diligently fulfilled their duties, bringing any disruptor of peace to justice, what did we reap? Bitterness, alienation, the cold, merciless label of the Uchiha. A deathly silence enveloped the room, broken only by Shinshio's clear and brutal voice echoing through the air. And Senju Tobarama, renowned for his wisdom and vigilance, had masterfully exploited the Uchiha's pride and yearning for acknowledgement. He had fastened a chain, disguised as a sweetened poison, around the Uchiha's neck, a semblance of glory that was, in truth, a solitary shackle. As Shinshio's voice carried a note of sorrow and sarcasm, he lamented how we had naively accepted this burden, generation after generation, treating it as an untouchable cornerstone of honor, until it transformed into a cage that imprisoned us, erecting walls between us and the village. How could this be possible? Some clan members gasped in disbelief. Yet, many more found themselves engulfed in profound shock and introspection. Shinshio's words acted as a key, unlocking blind spots they had never before contemplated, illuminating many previously uncomfortable truths now laid bare. Indeed, why had the Uchiha's situation deteriorated to such depths? Why was diligence met with further isolation? Fugaku clenched his fists, having sensed this reality long before. Yet never had it been laid bare with such visceral clarity as it was today. In that instant, the elder's murky eyes sparkled with newfound understanding as he fixed his gaze upon Shinshio, as if truly seeing this child for the first time. Shinshio did not grant them much time to absorb their astonishment, his voice once again rising with fervor. Do you see it clearly now? This is what we once took pride in, what we steadfastly adhered to. From the very beginning, it was a grand conspiracy directed against the Uchiha, a cunning trap that led us to sever ourselves from Konoha. And now, he abruptly gestured toward the assembly. Should we cling to this poisonous honor until it utterly erodes and annihilates us? Or shall we muster the courage to shatter this decades-long prison? Change does not equate to betraying tradition. Change is an act of self-preservation born from the clarity of truth. Shinshio's voice brimmed with incitement. We must reform the police force, not to relinquish power, but to reclaim our agency. We must transform it from a tool of isolation into a bridge connecting us with the village. We must turn the shackles that Tobarama placed upon us into a true armor that integrates us with Konoha, allowing us to safeguard the village and earn genuine respect and status. Shinshio observed the mixed expressions of shock, anger, and confusion among the clan members. Knowing the moment had arrived, he softened his tone yet remained resolute. I do not seek to diminish the second Hokage's achievements, nor do I wish to incite hatred. I simply wish to convey that if we cannot even comprehend how we fell into this predicament, how can we hope to extricate ourselves? Acknowledging this history is not about reckoning with the past, but about ensuring we do not repeat it. He redirected the discussion toward reform, questioning why, under Danzo's leadership, the roots of our clan could so recklessly oppress us. It was precisely because the system left behind by the second Hokage provided him with countless excuses and avenues. The villagers' fear and dissatisfaction with the police force became his most effective weapon against us. Thus, reforming the police force is not merely about improving relations. It is essential for dismantling this long-standing prison. Shinshio's voice soared once more. We must redefine its functions, reshape its image, transitioning it from a wall that isolates us to a bridge that connects us with the village, from a symbol of disdain to one of respect. We must demonstrate through our actions, to everyone, and to ourselves, that the Uchiha clan is no longer prisoners of the past, but rather shinobi of Konoha who can seize control of their future. Silence. A profound silence. Then, a wave of fervent discourse erupted, more intense and complex than before. There was anger, awakening, fear, but more than anything, a flame ignited, a burning desire to break free from the shackles. He painted a vision of reformation once again. But this time, with the brutal revelation of historical truths as a foundation, this vision transformed from a mere fantasy into a desperate path of redemption that must be realized. Many clan members felt their eyes redden, ignited by the fervor of anger and the resolve of awakening. The young clan leader speaks the truth. We can no longer allow ourselves to be deceived. Reform. It is imperative. The clamor rose once more. Yet this time it surged with a determination akin to burning bridges behind them. Fugaku gazed upon the fervently ignited clan members, inhaled deeply, stepped forward, and proclaimed with unprecedented certainty, silence. The young clan leader has unveiled the forgotten truth. Reforming the police force is no longer an option. It is the essential path for the survival of the Uchiha. The Elder Council and I will immediately advance this matter. The clan assembly concluded amidst an almost boiling fervor. Shinchio's speech not only solidified his position as the young clan leader, but also detonated a bomb in the serene waters of the Uchiha's glorious dreams, awakening them from slumber. Though the clan assembly at the Nange River Shrine had ended, the ripples it created swiftly spread throughout Konoha. Within the clan grounds, the atmosphere became nuanced yet fervent. It was no longer one of oppression or anger, but rather filled with debate and contemplation. The younger generation of shinobi, such as Shursui, Obito, and many others who shared discontent with the current state but could not find an outlet, instantly became the staunchest advocates of Shinchio's reform ideals. They gathered in training grounds and tavern corners, excitedly discussing the possibilities of a community-focused police force, their eyes ablaze with rekindled hope and determination. Helping lost children. I thought of that before. Mediation is far more challenging than apprehending thieves, yet it feels infinitely more meaningful. If we could truly achieve that, who would dare say the Uchiha only wear scowls? Conversely, the older and more conservative clan members expressed their concerns. They clustered around the elders, voicing their doubts. Reform? It sounds easy. Will the higher-ups allow it? Lowering ourselves to assist those commoners? Where is the Uchiha's dignity? Could this be a new conspiracy from the higher-ups to render us powerless? Elder Shauna, you must advise the clan leader and the young clan leader. Within Uchiha Shauna's residence, several conservative elders furrowed their brows. Shauna, what do you think? That child's words, one elder spoke gravely. Uchiha Shauna stroked his cane, his expression complex, before finally speaking, breathtakingly unconventional, yet not entirely devoid of merit. Our clan's eyes can pierce through illusions, yet we nearly allowed our own arrogance to blind us. He has pointed out the issues we have long evaded. Perhaps it is worth a try, but we must proceed with caution, step by step. He did not wholly endorse the idea, yet his stance had softened, which only heightened the unease among the conservatives. Fugaku's study was brightly lit, the regulations and personnel list of the police force spread before him, his brow furrowed. His son's proposal was bold and perilous, yet it resembled a key unlocking a door he had never before considered. He felt both invigorated and pressured. How does one balance the diverse voices within a clan? How can practical reform proposals be devised? How should one respond to the reactions of the higher-ups? Each question bears immense weight. Yet, as he gazed at the resolute expression of Shinho by his side, the intertwining sense of responsibility as clan leader and the pride of a father surged within him. In the Hokage's office, shrouded in smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the detailed report delivered by the Umbu, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface of the desk. The report even included several excerpts from Shinho's speech. To truly make the police force an indispensable and respected power in Konoha, so that villagers think of the Uchiha clan's fan in times of trouble, he murmured repeatedly, his expression shifting with fluctuating emotions. Pondering the audacity and depth of such calculations, could these notions genuinely spring from a mere 6-year-old child? Oh, Fugaku, this move of yours has truly outmaneuvered me. He desired to witness the Uchiha clan's integration into the village, easing tensions. Yet he was deeply concerned that this integration might conceal a more profound ambition to win over the hearts of the people. The Uchiha's genuine popularity would evoke greater trepidation among the higher-ups than their formidable strength. Orders were dispatched to heighten surveillance over Uchiha territory. particularly around Fugaku's residence and the places Shinho frequented. Any developments regarding police reform were to be reported immediately. He ultimately instructed the umbu behind him, his voice weary. At the root base, the atmosphere was cold and damp. Bang! Another piece of porcelain shattered beneath Danzo's foot. His chest heaved violently. His single eye betraying an unmasked intent to kill along with a hint of fear. Seductive words. Deceitful rhetoric. He growled. Reforming the police force? Popularity? This threatens the very foundation of Konoha. It seeks to usurp the authority of the Hokage. In his view, any attempt by the Uchiha to alter the status quo was a significant threat, and their endeavor to win the people's favor struck at his most vulnerable spot. Ryuma. He uttered coldly, the plan must change. Prioritize dealing with Uchiha Shinho. Seek opportunities to create accidents. Be swift and discreet. Yes, came the emotionless reply from the shadows. In the air of Konoha, it felt as though an invisible string had been tightened. Outside the Uchiha territory, the watchful eyes grew denser and more discreet. Members of the Uchiha police force, while patrolling, could distinctly sense the increasingly complex gazes from the shadows and other ninjas, some filled with curiosity, others with scrutiny, and many openly hostile. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan members, particularly the younger generation, found that such pressure ignited a rebellious spirit and an experimental fervor within them. They began to attempt softening their rigid tones while executing their duties, offering gentle reminders for minor infractions rather than harsh reprimands. Though clumsy, it marked a beginning. Shinho's life appeared largely unchanged. He continued his rigorous training and played with Itachi. Yet, he sensed an increase in the attention directed at him, some from eager clan members and others from the cold scrutiny of outsiders. The system occasionally prompted him with notifications of malicious spying, but he feigned ignorance. An invisible contest surrounding the future of the Uchiha and the power dynamics of Konoha had quietly commenced, spurred by the words of the 6-year-old clan leader. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the next moves of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shinho. Konoha's 45 years were destined to be anything but tranquil. In the study, Fugaku was handing over some non-confidential clan scrolls to Shinho, allowing him to engage with family affairs for the first time. Shinho listened attentively, occasionally posing incisive questions that elicited complex expressions of appreciation and astonishment from Fugaku. However, this serious endeavor of the young clan leader was soon interrupted by an unexpected little visitor. Brother. The sweet call accompanied by pattering footsteps echoed from the corridor. Moments later, the study door swung open, revealing a 2-year-old Itachi, clutching a plush toy nearly as tall as himself, wobbling his way in. He completely disregarded his father's presence. His large, dark eyes fixated on Shinho, darting over to him like a small cannonball. He wrapped his arms around Shinho's leg and, tilting his face up, began his usual display of affection. Brother, play. Fugaku sighed. His authoritative demeanor seemed ineffective against his youngest son. Shinho glanced down at the little appendage clinging to his leg, then at his father, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Fugaku rubbed his temples, waving his hand dismissively. Go on. We will look at these later. There was a subtle hint of indulgence in his tone. Even he couldn't bear to be stern with Itachi. Shinho, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, bent down to scoop up his clingy younger brother. Itachi instantly wrapped his arms around Shinho's neck, pressing his small face against Shinho's cheek, emitting contented hums, and even casting a triumphant glance at their father, as if to declare, brother is mine. With his warm, soft little koala, Shinho stepped outside to bask in the sun, picking up a small ball nearby to engage in a simple game of toss. Itachi laughed joyously, crawling after the ball, but the moment Shinho's attention wavered even slightly, he would scurry back, clutching Shinho's arm or nestling into his embrace, ensuring he remained the focal point of his brother's attention. The sun shone warmly, the courtyard was tranquil, and the scene of the two brothers playing together was heartwarming. Just then, a bright voice called from outside the gate. Shinho, are you home? It was Shursui. Shinho looked up and replied, yes, come in, Shursui. As Shursui pushed open the gate and walked in with a smile, he paused, noticing the little bundle in Shinho's arms. Immediately entering a state of alertness, Itachi, who had just been giggling like a little flower, visibly drooped upon seeing Shursui, his face falling at an almost tangible speed, lips pouting high, his large, bright eyes filled with unmasked wariness and displeasure. He tightened his grip around Shinho's neck, twisting his little body away from Shursui. Emitting a clear sound of rejection, as if to ward off an intruder encroaching on his territory. Shursue's smile froze on his face, his hand, which was meant to ruffle Itachi's hair, awkwardly hovering in midair. Itachi, this is Shinho," both amused and exasperated. Gently patted his brother's back in an attempt to soothe him. "Itachi, this is brother Shursue." However, Itachi was having none of it. He grew even angrier, nuzzling into Shinho's neck, emitting discontented whimpers, even extending his small hand in an effort to cover Shinho's mouth, preventing him from speaking to Shursue. Shursue rubbed his nose, feeling slightly hurt yet amused. "Itachi seems to like me less and less. He used to smile at me." Shinho helplessly explained. "He has been like this lately, particularly clingy. He is not happy whenever someone comes to see me, especially you, since you visit the most to discuss training, plan matters, or even just to chat." Itachi seemed to grasp that his brother was defending that annoying Shursue, growing even more aggrieved. His little mouth quivered, his eyes instantly turning red, brimming with tears. As he looked up at Shinho with a pitiful expression, his voice tinged with a cry, "Brother mine." The meaning was unmistakable. Brother is mine. No stealing. Shursue observed Itachi's near-tearful expression, finding it both amusing and frustrating, his patience waning. All right. He is yours. Shinho, should I come back later?" He certainly didn't wish to truly upset the little fellow. Shinho, glancing at his possessive, woeful little brother and then at his innocent, slightly rejected friend, couldn't help but chuckle, offering Shursue an apologetic glance. "All right then, it seems today isn't going to work. I'll come find you later." Shursue nodded, casting one last amused glance at the little one who had turned his back to him, shaking his head as he departed. As soon as the gate closed, the previously teary-eyed Itachi instantly brightened up, as if the storm had passed. He turned his small face, and there were no traces of tears left. With a proud crinkle of his little nose, he leaned in to plant a kiss on Shinsuke's cheek and announced in a sweet, childlike voice, "Brother is playing ball." Shinsuke, embracing this mischievous and possessive little brother, felt both amused and tender-hearted as he resignedly picked up the ball. He gently tapped Itachi's nose, "Little jealous one." Itachi merely laughed joyously, holding onto his brother tightly, as if he possessed the entire world. Observing the sudden transformation of his brother's mood from gloomy to bright, his beaming smile revealing all his teeth while he affectionately rubbed against Shinsuke's cheek, Shinsuke's heart melted completely. All thoughts of clan duties, training, and even discussions with Shursue seemed to dissipate in the presence of this adorable little one. "All right." Shinsuke affectionately pinched Itachi's soft little face. "Today, brother won't do anything else. I will just play with you, okay?" "Okay." Itachi responded brightly, his voice still tinged with childishness, yet his joy was evident as he planted another kiss on his brother, basking in the delight of monopolizing Shinsuke's attention, radiating pure happiness. Shinsuke carried Itachi into the house and spoke to their mother, Mikoto. Watching the two brothers cling to each other, she smiled gently. "Go on, take Itachi out for a stroll. Just be sure to keep an eye on him. Avoid crowded places." "Understood, mother," Shinsuke replied. He chose not to visit the training grounds or the nearby Southie River, but instead placed a small sun hat on Itachi, packed a backpack with water and snacks, and stepped outside the Uchiha compound, heading towards the heart of Konoha. He promised to play with Itachi, while also wishing to hear firsthand how ordinary villagers perceived the Uchiha after the clan meeting yesterday. Such direct feedback often proved more genuine than any report. The streets of Konoha in the afternoon were bustling with life. Shops were open, children chased each other, and ninjas hurried by, returning from their missions. Shinsuke, carrying the exquisite Itachi, who was curiously gazing around with wide eyes, attracted considerable attention. Particularly notable was the Uchiha clan symbol emblazoned on his clothing, drawing many glances from passers-by. Initially, those gazes were mostly filled with curiosity, especially when landing on the adorable Itachi. "Oh, what a cute little child. He must be from the Uchiha family, right? The brothers look so much alike. How thoughtful of the brother to take his sibling out to play." Shinsuke maintained a gentle expression, listening quietly. He could sense that most people harbored no overt hostility towards them, particularly towards the young Itachi, but rather a natural fondness for an adorable child. He stopped in front of a stall selling dango and purchased a skewer. The vendor, a middle-aged man, noticed how Itachi was drooling over the dango and kindly offered an extra piece. "Here you go, little one, have one on the house." "Thank you, uncle," Shinsuke politely replied. taking the dango and carefully blowing on it before feeding it to Itachi. Itachi's eyes squinted with delight as he waved his little hands joyfully. "You're from the Uchiha family, right?" the vendor casually remarked while working. "I heard things were quite lively in your clan yesterday." Shinsuke felt a stir within, but kept his demeanor neutral, smiling as he replied, "Yes, just some internal matters." "Ah, it's just neighborhood gossip." The vendor waved his hand dismissively, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "They say things need to change a bit. To be honest, your clan is quite powerful and strict, but sometimes a bit too strict, lacking in empathy." It seemed the vendor, noticing Shinsuke's youth and his care for his brother, felt comfortable enough to share his thoughts. If things could be a bit more flexible, it would certainly make life easier for everyone, wouldn't it? Shinsuke nodded, saying little else, simply responding, "Thank you, uncle. We will strive for improvement." His words carried a subtle implication that momentarily surprised the vendor, who hadn't anticipated such a response from a child, and he chuckled lightly. Following this, Shinsuke took Itachi to the park, placing him on the swing and gently pushing him. Itachi, experiencing the swing for the first time, felt a mix of fear and excitement, gripping the ropes tightly while erupting in peals of laughter. Nearby, several villagers were also playing with their children. Initially, upon noticing Shinsuke's attire, they exhibited a sense of caution and distance, but as they observed his patient care for his brother and Itachi's innocent joy, that barrier gradually began to dissolve. A mother with a little girl hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Your brother is truly adorable. You take such good care of him." Shinsuke smiled. "Thank you, Andy. He can be quite clingy." "It's good to have such a brother," the mother replied, relaxing a bit. She sighed honestly. "People don't really have anything against the Uchiha. They're just a bit fearful. The members of your police force always have such stern faces, punishing even the smallest mistakes harshly. Who wouldn't be afraid?" She glanced at Shinsuke and added, "But seeing you like this, it seems not all young Uchiha are the same." Pushing the swing, Shinsuke responded gently, "Indeed, our father and the elders are aware of these issues and are discussing how to address them. Things should improve in the future." His words once again astonished the mother and the other villagers eavesdropping nearby. The Uchiha genuinely intended to reform, and it was a child who expressed it so naturally. After wandering the streets with Itachi, feeding pigeons, visiting a stall selling goldfish, and listening to numerous direct and indirect discussions, Shinsuke's understanding began to crystallize. The ordinary villagers held complex feelings towards the Uchiha. There was awe for their powerful bloodline, dissatisfaction and fear of their strict enforcement, but no deep-rooted hatred. More than anything, they hoped the Uchiha could be more approachable and less intimidating. The whispers of reform from the clan meeting seemed to have sparked a cautious hope among some. As the sun set, Shinsuke walked home with the now tired Itachi, who had fallen asleep on his shoulder, clutching a small windmill that his brother had bought him. Gazing at Itachi's peaceful sleeping face, Shinsuke's resolve grew stronger. Reform was essential, not only for the future of the clan, but also for the next generation, like Itachi, to grow up in a more harmonious environment, with fewer barriers. Today's outing allowed him to hear the genuine voices of the villagers, further solidifying his belief that the path he envisioned was correct. The road ahead would be arduous, yet he could see the possibility. Adjusting his posture slightly to ensure Itachi's comfort, he walked steadily towards home, the weight on his shoulder heavy, yet serving as his driving force. Chapter 13. A warning example. News of the Uchiha clan's desire to reform the police force spread like a stone cast into a calm lake, creating ripples that had yet to settle. Following the fervor of the clan meeting came the more pragmatic and challenging phase of implementation. Resistance arose first from within. In the meeting hall beside the South-He River Shrine, the atmosphere was even more somber than during the clan meeting. Fugaku sat at the head of the table, with Shinsuke, as the young clan leader, seated beside him. Opposite them sat the reform supporters led by Uchiha Shiranui, along with several other elders who wore grim expressions, clearly opposed to the changes. Reform? How easy it is to say. Elder Uchiha Honka initiated the dissent, an elder with considerable seniority and conservative views, wielding influence within the clan. The power of the police force is the very foundation of our Uchiha standing in Konoha. To appease those commoners? To lower our enforcement standards? That is nothing short of self-destruction. Do we think they will be grateful? They will only perceive us as weak and easily bullied. Another elder chimed in, exactly. The higher-ups in Konoha already regard us with suspicion. Showing weakness now would only give them more reason to take advantage. He glanced at the others and added, what would that old coot Danzo think? We must maintain a strong front to deter any rash actions. The supporting elders immediately countered, and the hall was filled with a palpable tension as the debate raged on. Fugaku furrowed his brow, refraining from immediately expressing his stance, instead directing his gaze toward his son beside him. Shinzo had been quietly listening, and only when the opposing voices temporarily gained the upper hand did he slowly rise to his feet. His diminutive figure appeared less imposing among the elders, yet his composed demeanor instantly captivated everyone's attention. Elder Hano, Shinshu's voice was clear and steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. You assert that the authority of the police force is fundamental. May I inquire, can a power that inspires fear among the villagers, is met with vigilance from the upper echelons, and is isolated and ostracized, still be deemed fundamental? Is it power, or merely a death knell? Elder Uchiha Hano stuttered, his face reddening. You twist my words. It is because they do not understand. Understand? Shinzo interjected, his tone remaining calm, yet sharp. Have we ever afforded them the opportunity to comprehend? Or do we arrogantly presume that the might of the Uchiha is sufficient to silence all dissent? If strength truly resolves all, why is our clan's plight increasingly dire? Do the elders believe our Sharingan lacks potency? He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across the disapproving faces, to show weakness? No, what we exhibit is not frailty, but wisdom and vision. The strength that is squandered on internal strife and maintaining a facade of authority must instead be harnessed to win hearts and fortify our truly unassailable position. Is this weakness? Is this not a manifestation of greater strength and confidence? As for Danzo, Shinzo sneered. When has he ceased his clandestine maneuvers due to our clan's might? His fears stem from our strength, while his pretexts for action derive precisely from our unpopularity. The more we isolate ourselves with rigidity, the more we provide him with ammunition to attack us. Shall we persist in this folly? His series of rhetorical questions were logically coherent, striking at the core of the issue, and in light of the attack he had endured the previous day, they bore formidable persuasive power. The opposing elders were left speechless, their faces flushed, mouths agape, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Shinshu's words mirrored a mirror, reflecting their unwillingness to acknowledge their own ostrich mentality and strategic myopia. Elder Hano trembled with rage, pointing at Shinzo. You insolent child. You speak with such eloquence. How old are you? What do you understand of clan affairs? You merely regurgitate what you've read. If the reform fails, who will bear the consequences? Can you shoulder that burden? This remark bordered on the absurd, laden with implications of age and authority. Shinshu's gaze turned icy. He understood that mere words would not sway the obstinate. At that moment, a trusted clan member hurried into the council chamber, whispering urgently in Fugaku's ear and presenting a scroll. Upon opening it, Fugaku's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. He slammed the scroll onto the table, his voice chillingly cold. Elder Hano, do you still have the audacity to question the decisions of the young clan leader? The assembly gasped, turning their attention to Fugaku. He grasped the scroll, his gaze piercing as he addressed Hano. The clan assets under your management have shown unaccounted deficits for 3 consecutive years. You have embezzled clan funds to subsidize your faction's extravagant expenditures, and even funneled some through the black market. Furthermore, it appears you have connections with Danzo. Is this what you call serving the family? The room erupted in uproar. All the elders, including Shauna, stared in shock at Hano, whose face had drained of color. Embezzlement was a grave offense, and any association with Danzo constituted a flagrant violation of Uchiha's absolute taboos. No, it's impossible. Clan leader, this is slander. Hano cried out in a panic. The evidence is irrefutable. Fugaku declared sternly. Witnesses and material proof abound. What further words do you have? Shinzo observed the unfolding scene, understanding. This was perhaps a trump card his father had long held, waiting for the opportune moment to unveil, or possibly the result of system-assisted intelligence. He stepped forward, his voice now devoid of warmth, imbued with an undeniable authority and coldness. Elder Hano, do you oppose the reform for the sake of the clan, or to conceal your own sordid motives, fearing that the scrutiny brought by reform will expose your transgressions? Have you been compromised, deliberately obstructing the clan's quest for survival? This piercing question, akin to the last straw, utterly broke Hano. He crumpled to the ground, trembling, rendered speechless. Fugaku scoffed. Seize Elder Hano. Place him under strict guard. Await judgment from the Council of Elders. 2 elite Uchiha shinobi stepped forward, expressionless, dragging the pallid Hano away. The council chamber fell into a profound silence. The previously boisterous opposing elders now broke into cold sweats, rendered mute with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Their gazes toward Shinzo were filled with trepidation and disbelief. This young clan leader was not only sharp-tongued, but also ruthless and decisive in action. Shinzo gradually approached the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping over each elder present. His voice low yet resonant, akin to the chilling sound of jade striking stone. Reform is imperative. This is not a request, nor a negotiation. It is a choice that the Uchiha clan must make for its survival and development. Anyone who impedes the clan's progress, regardless of their status or rank, shall be deemed an enemy of the clan. He raised his hand, pointing in the direction from which Hano had been taken, his eyes shimmering with a fierce crimson light. This person is merely the first. Finally, he turned to face everyone, each word pronounced with unyielding conviction. I, Uchiha Shinzo, in the name of the young clan leader, hereby vow, I will lead the Uchiha to eradicate the ills of the past and boldly embrace reform. I shall ensure that the Uchiha's fan emblem becomes a symbol of trust and respect among the villagers of Konoha, rather than a source of fear. Anyone who dares betray the clan, obstruct the path of revival. His voice rose sharply, imbued with a chilling malice and unwavering resolve. I shall personally eradicate them without mercy. The chilling oath reverberated through the silent council chamber, shaking the very souls of all present. At that moment, no one dared question the resolve or methods of this young clan leader. An example had been made to establish authority. The Uchiha reform, having removed its first conspicuous stumbling block, commenced its unstoppable journey, fueled by the cold oath of the young leader, with no turning back. Chapter 14, United We Stand. No more dissonance. The arrest and accusations against Uchiha Hano detonated like a deep-water bomb within the Uchiha clan, causing unprecedented upheaval. Panic, suspicion, anger, and disbelief spread throughout the clan territory. Fugaku and Shinzo understood that merely capturing Hano would not suffice. They must seize this opportunity to thoroughly eradicate the entrenched issues and unify their thoughts. Otherwise, the reform would be doomed to stagnation. Days of meticulous investigation and interrogation were conducted in secret. With Hano as a breakthrough, combined with the precise direction gleaned from Shinshu's system abilities and Sharingan insights, deeper and more insidious parasites were unearthed. Among them, the majority of the funds embezzled by Hano ultimately pointed to another elder, Uchiha Aoki, who managed certain clan enterprises and maintained a facade of respectability. There were also indications that Aoki had engaged in improper dealings with a high-ranking official in the village and may have leaked sensitive, albeit non-core, clan information. The evidence chain gradually solidified, revealing a network of corruption, dereliction of duty, and even potential collusion involving several mid-level managers and a core elder. The time was ripe. On this day, in the plaza before the Minami Hekawa shrine, all adult Uchiha clan members were summoned once more. The atmosphere was even more oppressive and grave than before, as if the air were thick with invisible gunpowder. People whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with unease and scrutiny. Fugaku and Shinzo stood on the elevated platform, their expressions stern. Several individuals implicated in the matter have been restrained in a corner of the stage, their faces ashen, particularly Uchiha Aoki, who has long lost his former grandeur, utterly limp and supported by two clan members. Without an elaborate preamble, Fujitaka directly seizes a scroll, his voice as frigid as ice, and begins to recite the findings of the investigation and the evidence against them. With each accusation pronounced, gasps of shock and stifled exclamations resonate from the audience below. Charges of embezzlement, abuse of power, and dereliction of duty are profoundly alarming. When it is revealed that Uchiha Aoki may have had inappropriate dealings with external forces, potentially leaking sensitive information, the crowd erupts in uproar. This is slander. This is slander. Uchiha Aoki cries out, struggling in his final desperate act. Fujitaka, you aim to clear your path for your son, to eliminate rivals. Fellow clansmen, do not believe him. His protests seem feeble in the face of the irrefutable evidence presented. Fujitaka coldly gestures with his hand. Witnesses and physical evidence are brought forth, solid as a mountain. The emotions of the clansmen, initially shock, gradually morph into intense fury. They may tolerate internal power struggles, perhaps accept a degree of self-interest, but they cannot abide the parasites eroding the family's foundation, nor betrayal, especially when these parasites under the guise of familial loyalty, oppose reform, nearly plunging the clan into a more perilous situation. Eliminate them. Traitors. Show no mercy. The tide of anger surges forth. A chorus of outrage. At that moment, Shinju steps forward. He raises his hand, and the clamor of fury below gradually subsides, all eyes turning to the young clan leader. Shinju's gaze sweeps across the faces of the enraged, then coldly glances at the pallid faces of the accused, finally addressing the entire assembly with a voice clear and frigid. Imbued with an undeniable resolve, esteemed clansmen, you have witnessed these parasites, these traitors of the clan, greedily siphoning the lifeblood of our family while hypocritically hindering our transformation and rebirth. They are the true malignancy of our clan, the greatest internal saboteurs of Uchiha's revival. He abruptly points at Uchiha Aoki and the others, his voice rising like a sword drawn from its sheath. What shall we do with such traitors and parasites? Execute them. The audience erupts in a deafening roar, unprecedented unity. Shinju takes a deep breath, a flicker of determination glinting in his eyes. He understands that this moment must be marked with the most decisive and shocking action to firmly establish the tone for reform and unite the will of the entire clan. He slowly raises his right hand, poised to bring it down. All eyes fixate on that hand, breaths held in suspense. Shinju's gaze scans the crowd, witnessing the flames of righteous anger and support for the cleansing burning in their eyes. No longer hesitating, he forcefully swings his raised hand down. Simultaneously, he utters two cold and resolute words, akin to a final execution order: release. Already prepared, several elite Uchiha ninjas stationed in the back swiftly form hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Massive. Searing fireballs do not target the accused, but instead soar towards a pile of wood prepared to symbolize decay and the old era on one side of the plaza. They narrowly graze past the accused, the scorching waves of heat instantly searing their skin, instilling a terror of death. Boom. The roaring flames surge upward, illuminating the night sky as it descends, casting a crimson hue upon the faces of every Uchiha clansman, which are writ with shock and determination. This is not a mere execution. It carries an impact far greater. It is a declaration of the obliteration of the old era, a cleansing ritual executed by blazing fire. Against the backdrop of the roaring flames, Shinju's voice resounds once more, akin to an oath, reaching the ears of every clansman. Today's fire shall incinerate the filth, purifying the family. From this moment forth, the Uchiha shall be united in purpose. Those who obstruct the path of reform shall face the wrath of this fire, reducing them to ashes. The aspirations for revival shall not be tolerated by traitors, for they are condemned by heaven and earth. His words, accompanied by the blazing inferno, indelibly etch into the hearts of every Uchiha clansman. Fear, anger, and shock ultimately transform into a resolute and fervent determination to rebuild. United, reform, revival. United, reform, revival. It is unclear who first uttered the rallying cry, but soon it coalesces into a harmonious, thunderous wave, resonating throughout the entire Nagikawa. Even Uchiha Fujitaka, witnessing the unprecedented unity of his clansmen below, gazing at his son's determined, icy profile illuminated by the flames, feels an indescribable surge of emotion welling within him. The accused, terrified, have already collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, dragged away like dogs by the clansmen, awaiting the most severe judgment dictated by clan law. The trial assembly has concluded. The flames gradually extinguish, leaving only ashes and the lingering heat in the air. Yet the spirit of the Uchiha clan has been thoroughly ignited by this fire, consuming internal doubts, hesitations, and decay, truly and completely uniting as one. A single heart, devoid of discord. All clansmen recognize that from this day forward, the great vessel of the Uchiha has been firmly tied to the course of reform. Fraught with risks yet brimming with hope, directed by the clan leader and the young leader, there is only forward motion, no retreat. Chapter 15. The storm has arrived. The towering flames before the Nagikawa shrine gradually extinguish, leaving behind charred remnants and an oppressive heat that tightens the skin. Along with countless pairs of eyes, brightly illuminated by the firelight, the thunderous echoes of united, reform, revival, seem to linger in the air, striking against every person's eardrum and heart. The fervent atmosphere does not cool with the extinguishing of the flames. Rather, it transforms into a deeper, more resolute force. The clansmen's chests heave violently, breaths heavy, their gazes fixed intently on Fujitaka and Shinju upon the high platform, their expressions no longer marked by past detachment, suspicion, or individual agendas, but by unprecedented recognition, reverence, and an almost blind resolve. Fujitaka steps forward, feeling the vibrations of the land beneath his feet, a manifestation of the collective will of the clansmen. He understands that at this moment, the fire ignited by Shinju has fused the Uchiha into a cohesive whole. He must seize this opportunity. Silence. Fujitaka's voice booms like thunder, quelling the remaining clamor. The plaza falls eerily silent. A pin drop could be heard. The filth has been purged. The vow has been made. Fujitaka's gaze, sharp as a hawk, sweeps over every excited or solemn face. From this moment forth, there is no retreat for the Uchiha, only advancement. He turns, fully presenting Shinju at the forefront. All clansmen, heed the orders of the young clan leader. This is the clearest signal of power transfer and acknowledgement. Shinju takes a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. He knows that the next step is crucial in transforming fervor into tangible combat power. He no longer needs to incite. What is required now are precise directives and clear structures. His voice resonates throughout the assembly, clear, calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Uchiha Hokage. Step forward. Uchiha Hokage excitedly steps forth, kneeling on one knee. You are appointed as the chief of the discipline inspection team. You are granted the power to act first and report later. Oversee the entire clan. Anyone who is two-faced, undermines morale, or sabotages reform, regardless of status, shall be punished according to the highest standards of clan law. Can you fulfill this duty? I shall not fail this mission. I will safeguard the clan's laws with blood. Hokage's voice is resolute. This power carries immense weight, but so does the responsibility. He feels a tremendous sense of trust and pressure. Uchiha Nabikari, step forward. You are responsible for internal audits and asset restructuring. Investigate all accounts, industries, and illegal gains connected to Haken, Aoki, and related personnel. All illicit assets shall be confiscated, and all damaged sectors must be compensated without fail. I expect to see a preliminary report within 3 days. Understood. Uchiha Tiho, step forward. The law enforcement operations must accelerate comprehensively. You assist in water-stopping efforts, expand the demonstration team, and cover all key areas. Attitude, process, and efficiency must become the benchmark. In the face of any external provocation or internal resistance, there is no need for consultation. Act decisively and report afterward. Understood. Commands are issued like a tempest. Clear and organized, delineating responsibilities and swiftly decomposing the grand objectives of reform into executable tasks. Each individual named feels an immense sense of responsibility and excitement from the trust bestowed upon them, responding with fervor. There are no lengthy discussions or voices of dissent. At this moment, the Uchiha clan is akin to a finely tuned machine, freshly fueled and ready to operate at high speed, with every cog turning in perfect harmony. Shinju looks at everyone, his voice grave. Esteemed clansmen, after this night, there shall be no traitors among the Uchiha. Yet the external enemies will not sit idly by as we rise anew. The battle has only just begun. We shall demonstrate to all the formidable power of a united Uchiha, cleansed of corruption. Departments, act according to orders. Disperse. The crowd ebbs away like a tide, each face devoid of confusion, filled instead with urgency and spirited determination to fulfill their tasks. Quiet conversations now revolve around specific duties and action plans, free from suspicion. On the high platform, Fugaka gazes at the now empty square, save for the scorched remnants, and then looks at his son, who remains composed as if he had merely issued routine training orders, stirring a tempest within him. He places a firm hand on Shinju's shoulder, conveying 1,000 unspoken words with 2 simple ones. Well done. Shinju meets his father's gaze, the cold glint in his eyes softening momentarily to reveal a fleeting weariness, quickly replaced by resolve. Father, this is merely the beginning. Danzo's retribution will come swiftly. I know, Fugaku replies, his eyes sharp as they fixate on the heart of Konoha. Let him come. His blood shall serve as our banner. The father and son's gazes intersect, filled with an unspoken understanding and determination. That night, the flames of the South He River astonished Konoha. Following this, the Uchiha emerged transformed, united and efficiently operating as one. It is their enemies who should feel the panic. News spread like wildfire, accompanied by the soaring flames and a chilling atmosphere, striking the nerves of Konoha's higher-ups more fiercely than ever before. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stands by the window, his posture seeming to hunch in an instant. The pipe in his hand has long been extinguished. He murmurs, "The cleansing and consolidation orders must not be disregarded." His voice is dry. The Uchiha is truly awakening as a ferocious beast. He feels an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The internal issues of the Uchiha have been resolved in such a brutal yet effective manner. At the root base, silence reigns. Danzo no longer smashes things. He sits quietly in the shadows, his single eye swirling with overwhelming fury and a hint of fear he himself is reluctant to acknowledge. What a remarkable Uchiha Shinju. What a display of fire and authority. His voice rasps like sandpaper. The cleansing is thorough and complete. This means that the factions he has nurtured within the Uchiha for years, both overtly and covertly, have been almost entirely uprooted. There can be no more delay. He must act at any cost before Shinju truly matures. Danzo's killing intent is more resolute than ever. Meanwhile, Mito and Kurenai, upon learning the details and outcomes of the judgment meeting, fall into a prolonged, suffocating silence. The Uchiha is no longer what it once was. The sky over Konoha is about to change. The night sky above Konoha grows particularly dark and oppressive due to the flames of the Uchiha clan. Everyone understands that a brand new, united, and dangerous Uchiha has taken the stage, led by a mere 6-year-old with a terrifying will and means. The storm has indeed arrived. Chapter 16. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The night is as dark as ink, and most of the lights in the Uchiha clan's territory have been extinguished, with only the rhythmic footsteps of the patrols occasionally breaking the silence. Shinju remains awake, patrolling the edge of the clan's territory alone, his double tomo Sharingan slowly rotating in the darkness, perceiving even the slightest flow of chakra. The advancement of reform is not without its obstacles. The hidden resistance lurks like a venomous serpent, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the system's danger perception goes into overdrive. A chilling, bone-deep killing intent surges from all directions. Enemy attack. Shinju shouts sharply, his voice instantly rousing the nearby patrol team. Yet the assailants are faster. Dozens of shadowy figures leap forth from the darkness, all clad in root elite masks, their movements synchronized, silent, and deadly. Their target is unmistakably clear: Uchiha Shinju. Kunai and shuriken rain down like a torrential storm, blocking all avenues of escape. Even more bizarrely, with the assault comes a swarm of tiny, ominous insects buzzing ominously, creating a cloud that sends shivers down one's spine, obscuring vision and even attempting to invade ears and nostrils. The Oil Woman clan's insect manipulation technique. Shinju's heart races. Danzo has even incorporated members of the Oil Woman clan into Root. He swiftly draws a kunai, his Sharingan activated to its fullest, skillfully parrying lethal attacks, his figure darting like a phantom amidst the chaos. However, the enemy's coordination is exceptionally seamless. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, toxic mist, and swarms of insects come relentlessly, attacking from treacherous angles. Protect the young clan leader. The Uchiha patrol team shouts in response, rushing to engage in combat with the Root ninjas. Yet, this batch of Root elites surpasses the ordinary in strength and has clearly undergone specialized training against the Uchiha. They avoid direct eye contact with the Sharingan, primarily relying on area of effect ninjutsu and long-range harassment, combined with the omnipresent toxic insects and the occasional poisoned Senbon shot from the shadows, plunging the Uchiha team into a desperate struggle, with injuries mounting. Shinju is particularly targeted. 3 well-coordinated Root jonin latch onto him, their sword techniques vicious and lethal. Meanwhile, the insect-controlling Root ninja manipulates the swarm from a distance, constantly disrupting Shinju's vision and movements, and a few venomous insects manage to breach his defenses, leaving rapidly swelling, blackened wounds on his arm. A paralyzing sensation spreads from the injury. Ugh! Shinju falters, nearly struck by a blade to the shoulder. The interference from the toxins and insects exhausts him. Even the inside of his double tomo Sharingan falters in such a complex and hostile environment. The battle becomes exceedingly arduous. Just then, a green figure rushes into the fray like a whirlwind. Shinju, I'm here to assist you. It is Shursui, clearly drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing Shinju surrounded and injured, he is filled with rage. Utilizing the body flicker technique to its utmost, he brandishes his short blade in a swift arc, instantly pushing back one of the root jonin attacking Shinju. Shursui, be careful of the insects and toxins, Shinju warns urgently. Shursui nods, activating his Sharingan, searching for weaknesses in the insect-controlling ninja. However, while his presence temporarily alleviates Shinju's pressure, it also draws more fire. One root ninja feigns an attack on Shinju, while another suddenly throws several explosive tags directly at Shursui. Simultaneously, the insect-controlling ninja directs the swarm towards Shursui like a black whirlwind. Shursui, get away, Shinju cries out. In an instant, Shursui assesses that if he dodges, the explosive tags and insect swarm will ensnare several injured clan members behind him. Gritting his teeth, he chooses to withstand the attack. Boom. The explosion engulfs him in flames, immediately followed by the black swarm enveloping him. Shursui, Shinju's heart nearly stops. The flickering flames and swarms of insects dispersed, and Shizuka knelt on the ground, his body charred black. Countless venomous creatures gnawed at him, blood seeping from myriad tiny wounds. And one of his Sharingan eyes was even damaged by the insects, weeping blood tears. He struggled to raise his head, gazing in the direction of Shinju, his lips moving as if to utter something, only to suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood before collapsing forward. In that moment, Shinshu's vision seemed to transform into pure scarlet. An endless fury, a tidal wave of hatred, and an overwhelming fear of losing someone dear surged within him, erupting like a volcano in his chest. It felt as if something shattered, reconfigured, and ignited within his eyes. Detection of the host's extreme emotional fluctuations meets the criteria for Sharingan evolution. Kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. An unimaginable agony coursed through his eyes, as if his eyeballs were being brutally gouged out and reshaped in searing flames. Yet, what followed was an immense, terrifying power, as if he could wield calamity and fate itself. The double tomo in Shinshu's eyes spun wildly, ultimately merging and transforming into an extraordinarily complex and eerie pattern. Twisted like a malevolent tomo intertwined with purifying wedge-shaped runes, one side symbolizing utter filth and disaster, while the other represented reversal and redemption. You all shall perish. Shinshu let out a roar that resembled no human sound, as a terrifying chakra erupted from him like a physical force, sweeping away the surrounding dust and debris. All the root ninjas, including the insect controller, felt a soul-deep tremor, their movements involuntarily stalling. The newly awakened Kaleidoscope Sharingan, imbued with boundless fury and sorrow, locked onto the root elite who controlled the insects. Kaleidoscope Ability 1, 80 Calamities Day, Master of Disaster. Decay and Rot. Without any warning, the insect-controlling ninja let out a piercing scream, his body visibly shriveled and decayed, skin turning ashen like that of a corpse. And the repugnant insects surrounding him were crushed by an invisible force, turning to black dust that fell away. In an instant, he seemed to bear the accumulated filth and afflictions of decades, transforming into a withered skeleton amidst excruciating pain. The plague he had unleashed was ruthlessly purified in the most brutal manner. This horrifying scene sent shivers through the remaining root ninjas. Shinshu's gaze was like that of death itself, sweeping towards the other foes. Kaleidoscope Ability 2, Aizu Nangai, transforming calamity into blessing. The suffering you inflicted shall be repaid 100-fold. Those Uchiha members who had previously been injured by the insects, pierced by Senbon, and poisoned to the ground suddenly felt their wounds heal at an astonishing pace, toxins being expelled as black smoke dissipated. And even the chakra they had lost was rapidly restored. Conversely, those root ninjas who had unleashed poisonous Senbon and used toxic mist felt a dreadful poison manifest within them, their skin sprouting dark spots as if they had been struck by their own most prized venom, magnified countless times. They looked in terror at their rapidly decaying bodies. Collapsing in despair, Shinshu stood as a deity of calamity, wielding filth and purification. Wherever he looked, enemies suffered the most dreadful misfortunes, either decaying to ash or experiencing 100-fold backlash of their own malevolence. Meanwhile, his allies' injuries were swiftly reversed. This was not a battle, but an unilaterally divine slaughter. The remaining root ninjas were utterly demoralized, attempting to flee, but their speed seemed laughable before Shinshu's kaleidoscope. Each turn of his gaze meant a root elite met a most tragic end. In mere moments, dozens of attacking root elites were annihilated, their deaths horrific. as if they had endured all the calamities of the world. The battlefield fell into an immediate silence. The surviving Uchiha members gazed in awe and reverence at the young clan leader, standing like a god or demon, tears of blood streaming down his face. Yet, Shinshu paid no heed to anything else, rushing to Shizuka's side. Seeing his dear friend on the brink of death, ravaged by the insects, tore at his heart. Without hesitation, he activated the kaleidoscope once more, unleashing the full power of Izuning reversal, returning all harm. A torrent of restorative power surged into Shizuka's body. The insects gnawing at him turned to ashes, his charred skin shed, revealing new flesh. His damaged eye regained its light, and the toxins within him were completely purged. Almost in the blink of an eye, Shizuka's severe injuries miraculously healed at a visible pace. Shizuka suddenly coughed, opening his eyes, still filled with confusion and disbelief. He looked at his restored body and then at Shinshu, whose blood tears flowed, his aura terrifying yet filled with concern. "Shinshu, your eyes." Shinshu did not respond, merely holding Shizuka tightly, his body trembling slightly from fear and intense emotional upheaval. The overwhelming fury gradually subsided, replaced by a chilling, bone-deep killing intent. He raised his head, his eerie and powerful kaleidoscope Sharingan directed toward the root's direction, blood tears flowing like a crimson curse. "Danzo," Shinshu's voice was as cold as the winds of the abyss. "This enmity cannot go unpunished. I shall make you pay an unimaginable price." The awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, accompanied by the annihilation of dozens of root elites and his friend's near-death experience, irrevocably transformed Shinshu. Chapter 17. That fool Danzo. The mingling sense of blood and charred flesh permeated the night air, inducing nausea. The battlefield at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory lay in ruins, disfigured corpses sprawled in various tragic postures, bearing witness to the brief yet divine slaughter that had just transpired. The surviving Uchiha members supported one another, gazing at the proud figure standing in the center of the battlefield, tears of blood streaming down the young clan leader's face, their eyes filled with the relief of survival, indescribable shock, and a primal sense of reverence. Those eyes, those eerie yet powerful eyes, exuded an oppressive aura that even surpassed that of clan leader Fugaku. Shinshu slowly closed his eyes, the intense pain and tremendous chakra drain causing him to feel dizzy. Yet more so, there was the discomfort from the new, reality-bending power surging through his veins. The cost of awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan was indeed steep. It was not just chakra, but seemed to involve something else slowly fading away. "Shinshu." Fugaku's deep and urgent voice reached him, clearly alarmed by the recent terrifying surge of energy, arriving at the scene in haste. Upon witnessing the devastation and the blood tears on his son's face, as well as the eyes that, though closed, still radiated an ominous aura, even he gasped in shock. The voice of the kaleidoscope Fugaku trembled with disbelief. He understood better than anyone what those eyes signified and the brutal cost of awakening them. He glanced at Shizuka, tightly protected behind Shinshu, seemingly restored, yet wearing a look of bewilderment, and in an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, feeling as if a massive stone had been placed upon his heart. "Father," Shinshu reopened his eyes, the kaleidoscope pattern slowly rotating, his icy gaze sweeping across the corpses of the root ninjas on the ground. "Danzo, this is a declaration of war." Fugaku's face turned ashen as he looked at the masks and equipment on the corpses, fury igniting within him. How dare he send so many elites to infiltrate the clan and attempt assassination? This had gone beyond mere covert probing and suppression. It was an outright act of war. "Clean up the scene." Shinshu's voice was devoid of emotion, yet conveyed an undeniable command. "All corpses, equipment, especially the remains of those insects, must be collected and properly sealed. This is evidence." "Yes, young clan leader." The surrounding clansmen immediately sprang into action, their gazes toward Shinshu filled with fervor and absolute faith. It was the young clan leader who had performed miraculous feats to save them and annihilate the invading enemy. Jishui struggled to rise, gazing at Shinshu's bloodied eyes, filled with profound concern. "Shinshu, is your sight compromised?" Shinshu interrupted him, his tone softened slightly. "You should return to rest and thoroughly examine your body for any hidden dangers." He was aware that Izu's ability could reverse harm. Yet the powers of the kaleidoscope were unpredictable, and he dared not be careless. Jishui wished to say more, but under Shinshu's unwavering gaze, despite the blood, he ultimately nodded. He understood that, at this moment, Shunshio needed to address matters of greater significance. Shunshio turned to Fuyu. His kaleidoscope gaze instilling a sense of dread within Fuyu. Father, convene an emergency meeting of the elders immediately. Additionally, he gestured towards the corpses being collected. Select a relatively intact body along with all evidence that can prove their identities and deliver it to the Hokage building by dawn. Fuyu's pupils dilated in shock. You must, since he dares to act, he must also face the consequences. Shunshio scoffed, a glint of icy intelligence flickering in his eyes. We shall make Hisashi witness the outcome of his so-called constraints. We must position ourselves as the victims, forcing him to take a stance and deliver Danzo. At the very least, we must ensure he can no longer openly favor him. The tides of offense and defense have shifted. No longer shall the Uchiha respond passively to suspicion and suppression. We shall take the initiative, leveraging this bloody assault to implicate Danzo and even the Hokage himself. In an instant, Fuyu grasped his son's intentions, deeply shaken by Shunshio's ability to devise such a ruthless and precise counter-strategy in such a short period. He nodded resolutely. Understood. In the Hokage office, on the eve of dawn, Sarutobi Hiruzen had spent a sleepless night. The brief yet terrifying surge of chakra from the Uchiha could not be concealed. It was a force filled with calamity and foreboding that struck fear into the heart. At that moment, an Umbu ninja burst in, panicked. Hokage-sama, it's terrible. The Uchiha have brought the body of a rude elite and numerous weapons to the front of the Hokage building. They have also left behind a blood letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen leapt to his feet and rushed to the window. Below, in the courtyard of the Hokage building, lay a body, grotesquely disfigured and wearing a shattered root mask, surrounded by the distinctive equipment and poison needles of the root. Nearby, an Uchiha fan clan flag stood planted in the ground, its fabric emblazoned with fresh blood, inscribed with alarming words. Shimura Danzo sent elites to ambush our clan, assassinating the young clan leader with irrefutable evidence. Hand over the culprit, or blood will be repaid with blood. Uchiha clan. The bloodied lettering shone vividly in the dim light before dawn, exuding a heavy scent of blood and an overwhelming aura of vengeance. A few early rising villagers and ninjas were stirred, gathering at a distance, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt darkness closing in around him, nearly losing consciousness. It was over. That fool Danzo. He had acted in such a foolish and extreme manner, leaving behind such conclusive evidence. The Uchiha's response was brutally decisive. They had openly exposed the situation, laying it bare before all the villagers of Konoha. This was a coup. This was an attempt to crucify Danzo upon the pillar of shame, even forcing the Hokage into a corner. If he continued to cover for Danzo, how could he maintain authority? How could he face the Uchiha's wrath? How could he explain why rude elites appeared in Uchiha territory to commit assassination? Yet, the consequences of handing Danzo over were equally dire. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unprecedented level of anxiety, utterly exhausted. He gazed at the blood-stained clan flag, as if seeing the cold, piercing eyes of Uchiha Shunshio, rumored to have just awakened, filled with the power of impending doom, fixed upon him. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo received the news of his complete failure. With his forces annihilated and their bodies displayed by the Uchiha at the Hokage's front, he did not erupt in rage. He simply sat quietly in the darkness, a chilling and frenzied glimmer flickering in his lone eye. The kaleidoscope has appeared at such a time, he whispered, like a serpent hissing. Yes, yes, such eyes hold great value for acquisition. His madness did not cease with failure. Rather, it intensified with the emergence of the kaleidoscope. The dawn of Konoha was thoroughly stained with blood and conspiracy. The final veil between the Uchiha and Danzo, and even the Hokage, was completely torn asunder. Chapter 18. Aligning forces. The astonishing act of displaying the root elite's corpse and bloodletter before the Hokage building sent shockwaves throughout Konoha, more intense than the previous night's battle. The news spread with explosive speed to every corner of the village, inciting unprecedented turmoil. The reactions of the prominent clans were complex and nuanced. Within the Hyuga clan, in the main family's study, Hyuga Hayashi frowned deeply. The Uchiha had indeed taken this step. The rumors of the kaleidoscope Sharingan appear to be true. He turned to the elders, instructing them to ensure all clan members remain cautious and refrain from participating in any discussions or conflicts with either the Uchiha or root. They would observe the situation. The Hyuga chose to seal their doors, maintaining a rigid neutrality, but their wariness toward the Uchiha deepened. Leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans convened. Nara Shikaku, unusually devoid of his usual languor, wore a grave expression. Danzo has lost his mind, and the Uchiha have gone mad as well. He rubbed his temples. But the Uchiha's madness is methodical. This maneuver had nearly trapped the Hokage in a corner. Yamenka Inoichi furrowed his brow. What should we do? Nara Shikaku pondered. They appear to be the victims. Akimichi Choza paused from munching on chips. Perhaps we should maintain our distance. But there's no need to avoid normal interactions with the Uchiha. Shikaku continued, especially in areas such as hospitals and schools, we can provide some accommodations as needed. This is not about taking sides. It's a consideration for the stability of the village. This was an exceedingly cautious signal, a subtle gesture of goodwill toward the Uchiha, leaving a path of retreat amid the chaos. As the family of the Hokage, the Sarutobi clan felt immense pressure and embarrassment. Anger toward Danzo's foolish actions and dissatisfaction with the Uchiha's harsh measures permeated the clan, but more prevalent was a sense of helplessness. They could only strive to maintain stability, avoiding conflicts between their clan and others. However, not all clans chose to remain passive. The first to take a clear stand was the unexpectedly bold Moonlight clan. Though not a prestigious family, they boasted unique skills in swordsmanship and assassination. Their clan leader, Moonlight Kaze's father, Moonlight Ranshan, owed a significant favor to Uchiha Fugaku, nearly equating to a life debt. As the news spread, while other clans remained in shock, Moonlight Ranshan personally led several clan members to visit the Uchiha territory, bringing precious medicinal herbs for eye treatment and chakra recovery. Before Fugaku and Shinshio, Moonlight Ranshan's stance was clear and resolute. Clan leader Fugaku, young clan leader Shinshio, though our clan is small, we value gratitude. Danzo's actions have enraged both man and spirit. Should you require assistance, the Moonlight clan is willing to stand with the Uchiha to lend our modest support. Their alignment was based more on morality and past favors, yet at such a sensitive moment, it held significant weight. Following that, the Nara clan also made a similar declaration. Skilled in fire techniques and tracking, they already had some ties to the Uchiha. The clan leader, Nara Jinasuk, admired the Uchiha's reformative ideals and the strength and wisdom exhibited by Shinshio, believing the Uchiha might indeed be capable of transforming Konoha's stagnant paradigm. Their support was tinged with an element of opportunism and optimism for future developments. The declarations made by the Moonlight and the Inuzuka clans were akin to the gentle ripples created by two pebbles cast into a tranquil lake. While they did not incite a tempest, they unmistakably revealed that the Uchiha clan was not devoid of supporters, shattering the illusion of their complete isolation. The family dynamics within Konoha began to exhibit subtle, yet distinct divisions due to this bloody incident and the Uchiha's resolute counterattack. Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen faced the chaos before him and the faint murmurings from outside with a pallid visage. He had summoned Danzo urgently, yet the latter merely wore a grim countenance, refusing to acknowledge that his subordinates had been dispatched for an assassination mission, instead insisting it was merely an unfortunate clash during surveillance. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, Shinsui wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, listening to the reports from his clansmen with an icy gaze. The Moonlight and Inuzuka clans were doing well. He murmured softly to himself, marking the first step taken. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Danzo's madness would not cease, and the struggle among the higher-ups would intensify. However, with initial supporters on his side, a united front within the clan, and the power of the Sharingan at his disposal, he found himself with greater leverage. Gazing out the window, Shinsui perceived a swirling calamity within the mesmerizing patterns of his Sharingan, whispering to himself that doom was not far away. Konoha had irrevocably entered a tumultuous autumn, with clan alignments and both overt and covert conflicts becoming increasingly fierce and public in the wake of the Uchiha's fierce retaliation. The initial declarations by the Moonlight and Inuzuka clans had plucked the taut strings of tension, disrupting the facade of tranquility that the higher-ups in Konoha sought to maintain. This also sent a clear signal to the other clans still hesitating. It was time to choose sides. The Uchiha clan, undeterred by their newfound support, functioned like a well-oiled machine. Under Shinsui's guidance, a series of coordinated actions were quietly executed. The Uchiha had controlled the Konoha police force for many years. Despite their poor reputation in the past, Their established information network and control over various regions of the village were undeniable facts. At this moment, that network was mobilized efficiently, not to spread rumors, but rather to selectively and subtly reveal truths. In a tavern, a seemingly inebriated Uchiha Chunin lamented to his tablemates, expressing his frustrations about the ruthlessness of the Root's methods. If it weren't for the young clan leader, Shui would truly be lost. The details were authentic, the emotions palpable, and the listeners were moved. At the marketplace, a Uchiha housewife confided to a familiar vendor, "That night was truly terrifying. So many shadows crept in, heading straight for the young clan leader's residence, supposedly to thwart our reforms, fearing that the Uchiha would win the people's hearts." This cleverly linked the assassination motive with the obstruction of reform. Even at the school gate, a Uchiha parent picking up their child's side in resignation. "We only wish to live peacefully and contribute to the village. Why must it be so difficult? Can the Hokage truly not manage that advisor?" Such meticulously crafted expressions of discontent, fear, and doubt flowed through diverse channels and from various Uchiha individuals, akin to a gentle stream merging into the ocean of information in Konoha. They resonated with truth, emotional depth, logical coherence, and were highly persuasive. Soon, public opinion in Konoha began to shift significantly. "Have you heard? Danzo, out of jealousy for the Uchiha's reforms, sent someone to assassinate that 6-year-old clan leader. How vicious. Not even sparing a child. It seems the Hokage is powerless against him." The Uchiha were now seen as victims, their reforms viewed as efforts to benefit all. Sympathy for the Uchiha, condemnation of Danzo, and skepticism towards the Hokage's capabilities gradually became the mainstream narrative. The high ground of public opinion was being quietly occupied by the Uchiha. Amidst this atmosphere and the formidable strength and ruthless tactics demonstrated by the Uchiha, several clans, previously indecisive or possessing historical ties to the Uchiha, Moonlight, or Inuzuka clans, began to make their choices. The Yamashiro clan, renowned for their tracking and trapping techniques, had a close relationship with the Moonlight clan and, after a brief deliberation, announced their moral support for the Uchiha while condemning the assassination and offering limited cooperation in intelligence sharing. The Aizawa clan, known for their swordsmanship, admired the Uchiha's proficiency in combat and expressed their desire to align with them, offering to exchange training in taijutsu and kenjutsu. The Kage clan, a smaller family skilled in communication, saw the potential for a new order and opportunities arising from the Uchiha's reforms and sent friendly overtures. These clans may not wield immense power, but their collective joining formed a significant third force, beginning to disrupt the simplistic structure of Konoha dominated by the Hokage faction, the Uchiha, and other neutral entities. Even the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans began to exhibit further shifts in their stances. Nara Shikaku once again engaged in clandestine discussions with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi. Public opinion has wholly shifted in favor of the Uchiha, Shikaku analyzed. Danzo has lost support, and the Hokage is caught in a dilemma. The strength, resolve, and wisdom displayed by the Uchiha far exceed expectations. That young clan leader, Shinsui, is exceedingly dangerous. Yet he may also represent a new possibility. We can no longer remain purely neutral as before. Yamanaka and Noichi nodded in agreement, noting that at least on issues targeting the root, their interests aligned with the Uchiha for the time being. Akimichi Choza, munching on snacks, remarked, "The barbecue coupons from the Uchiha are quite delectable." Ultimately, while the trio of clans did not publicly declare their support for the Uchiha, they conveyed a message through secretive channels, indicating their willingness to cooperate and exchange intelligence to curb the malignant expansion of the root and maintain village stability. This was tantamount to an informal, strategic alliance. The pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen reached its zenith. The overt and covert movements of various clans, coupled with the swelling public discourse, left him in a state of turmoil. He chastised Danzo sternly, yet could not genuinely hand him over, fearing it would provoke turmoil within the root and the entire Anbu system. He endeavored to placate the Uchiha, but both Fugaku and Shinsui exhibited an unwavering resolve, insisting on punishing the instigator. Meanwhile, Danzo lurked deeper in the shadows, his madness unquenched. The Uchiha's counteroffensive and clan alliances posed an acute threat to him, and he coveted Shinsui's Sharingan even more, akin to a wounded serpent awaiting a more lethal strike. Konoha had irrevocably entered an era reminiscent of the Warring States, with clear factions emerging. Centered around the Uchiha, a coalition comprising the Moonlight, Inazuka, Yamashiro, Aizawa, and Kage clans formed, advocating for the overthrow of Danzo, reforming the police, and striving for equal standing. The Hokage, though at the helm, found his control significantly weakened, relying mainly on the Umbu and direct clans like the Sarutobi to maintain order. Struggling to balance, yet failing to do so, thus embodying the stabilizing faction, Danzo's root remained entrenched, wielding formidable dark power and retaining a cadre of diehard loyalists, representing the hardliners. In contrast, established clans like the Hyuga chose to remain isolated and neutral, observing the unfolding events. The storm ignited by Danzo's assassination plot was, under the precise manipulation of Uchiha Shinsui, rapidly evolving towards a complete transformation of Konoha's political landscape. Everyone recognized that the next conflict would not merely be one of assassination and counter-assassination, but might escalate into a more public and intense confrontation. Chapter 19. Orochimaru. The undercurrents within Konoha surged ever more violently. Yet the surface situation had fallen into a peculiar stalemate due to the Uchiha's strong counteractions and the alignments of various clans. Danzo lurked deeper. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to mediate, while the Uchiha silently amassed strength, absorbing their newly acquired allies and resources. At this delicate juncture, an unexpected visitor quietly appeared outside the Uchiha compound, not through conventional channels, but rather via a subtle, coldly probing chakra signal, akin to the flickering tongue of a serpent, cautiously probing the boundary of the Uchiha clan, akin to an academic exchange. The Uchiha tasked with sensing the barrier immediately reported this anomaly. Shinsho was perusing the newly compiled analysis report regarding the patterns of root activities when he sensed that unique and powerful, chilling chakra approaching. His kaleidoscopic eyes shifted slightly. Orochimaru, with a whisper to himself, curled the corners of his mouth into a hint of intrigue. He recognized that this scientific madman, one of the future Sannin, had already begun to experience a rift in his collaboration with Danzo, driven by his insatiable thirst for the Sharingan and the study of forbidden techniques, rendering him both dangerous and potentially a crucial key. There was no need to obstruct. Instead, guide him to a secluded area downstream of the Nange River. Shinsho issued the command. I shall meet him personally. Under the moonlight, the downstream of the Nange River flowed gently, far from human habitation. Orochimaru's figure emerged like a specter from the woods, his golden, elongated pupils shimmering with curiosity and greed under the moonlight. He licked his lips, gazing at the small yet composed figure of Shinsho, who was already waiting there. Ah, the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan is indeed a mesmerizing chakra. Orochimaru's voice, hoarse yet magnetic, did not conceal his intentions and interests. Shinsho turned, his eyes, swirling with calamity and reversal runes, calmly regarded Orochimaru without a hint of disturbance. Your late-night visit, Orochimaru-senpai, is not merely to admire my eyes, is it? A clever little fellow, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Danzo has grown increasingly dull and foolish. However, I have developed a profound interest in the Uchiha, especially in you. Perhaps we could discuss matters of greater value? Such as? Shinsho replied with a neutral tone. Such as the mysteries of life, the essence of chakra, and the evolution of bloodline limits. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with fervor. How can the Sharingan evolve safely and steadily? What is the cost of the kaleidoscope's power? How can one compensate? Even further possibilities? These inquiries struck at the core, even brushing against the highest secrets of the Uchiha. Any ordinary Uchiha would likely react with hostility. Yet, Shinsho remained unfazed, even displaying an expression of near approval. Excellent questions, he replied slowly. The mystery of life lies in the transmission and mutation of energy and information. Chakra is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. Yet its essence is more akin to a universal medium that carries consciousness. The bloodline limit is merely the explicit expression of specific information sequences within this chakra medium. His words transcended conventional understanding within the ninja realm, incorporating perspectives from biology, genetics, and even philosophy, rendering them highly abstract and comprehensive. Orochimaru's golden pupils suddenly contracted, the playful expression on his face replaced by sheer focus and astonishment. Shinsho's few senses had opened an unprecedented, entirely new door for him. This was not something a mere child could articulate. As for the evolution of the Sharingan, Shinsho continued, seemingly oblivious to Orochimaru's astonishment. Emotion is the key, but also a poison. It unlocks the genetic locks, but also consumes the essence of life. The so-called price is, in fact, the consequence of incomplete evolution and energy imbalance leading to self-rebound. Compensate. Why compensate for a flawed product? The true direction should guide us toward a more stable and perfect evolutionary endpoint, such as integrating the powers of yin and yang, reaching the very essence of all phenomena. He even subtly hinted at certain mysteries surrounding the Rinnegan, though expressed in an exceedingly obscure and profound manner. Orochimaru was utterly stunned. He felt that years of research appeared somewhat naive and one-sided in the presence of this child. Shinsho's intellectual height and understanding of life and chakra had exceeded all his expectations. This was not a child of power. This was a being with wisdom transcending time itself. Their dialogue transcended mere pleasantries and probing, plunging directly into profoundly intricate academic discussions. From cellular vitality to the transmigration of souls. From the essence of cursed seals to the utilization of natural energy. From the fusion of bloodline limits to the possibility of immortality, Shinsho, armed with fragmented scientific knowledge and philosophical reflections from a past era, intertwined with Uchiha secret arts and insights into the world of Naruto, consistently proposed viewpoints that left Orochimaru both astonished and enlightened. Meanwhile, Orochimaru corroborated and deepened these ideas with his vast repository of forbidden techniques and experimental results. Rather than a conversation, it was a collision of premier thoughts and an exchange of knowledge. Orochimaru grew increasingly exhilarated. The greed in his eyes gradually transformed into an almost fervent thirst for knowledge, as if he were ready to embrace enlightenment even at the cost of death. He realized he was not enticing a child, but engaging in an equal exchange with a profoundly insightful peer, often finding himself in the position of being inspired. Haha, marvelous. Truly marvelous. Shinsho-kun, your wisdom sends shivers of delight through me. He completely retracted all disdain and schemes, infusing his tone with genuine equality and even a hint of respect. Danzo, that fool, knows only how to vie for power, fixated solely on the strength of those eyes, yet utterly blind to the priceless knowledge capable of changing the world that lies behind that power. Collaborating with him is nothing short of an insult to wisdom. Shinsho recognized the moment had arrived. He spoke calmly. Knowledge should not be employed for grotesque human experiments in dark corners, but rather to propel the evolution of clans, and even the entire ninja world. The Uchiha possess ancient heritage and the key to unlock evolution, yet they require a broader platform and like-minded researchers. He extended an olive branch to Orochimaru, painting a vision far grander and more enticing than that offered by Danzo. Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes fixated on Shinsho, a fierce struggle flickering within. Yet ultimately, the insatiable thirst for knowledge overwhelmed all ties to Konoha and Danzo. What Danzo could provide him was merely limited resources and unsightly experimental subjects. Yet Shinsho of the Uchiha could offer him an entirely new path toward the palace of truth and infinite possibilities. Like-minded, you say? Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing a genuinely amicable smile, albeit one still tinged with coldness. It seems my collaboration with Danzo is indeed coming to an end. He slightly bowed, offering Shinsho an equal gesture of respect. Then, from this day forth, I, Orochimaru, along with all my research, am willing to engage in profound cooperation with you, Shinsho-kun, and the Uchiha. I believe we can jointly explore truly fascinating matters. A figure renowned throughout the ninja world, one of the Sannin, was thus completely swayed by the astonishing wisdom and grand vision of a mere 6-year-old child, defecting entirely to the Uchiha camp. Deep within the root base, Danzo received reports of Orochimaru's disappearance with incredulous fury erupting in his single eye. Where has he gone? What of the laboratory data? Vanished. All crucial data and the latest research results were nowhere to be found, leaving only a trembling subordinate presenting a scroll. Danzo snatched the scroll open, revealing a solitary line penned by Orochimaru. To consort with foolish and decayed beings is a desecration of wisdom. Seek a better partner, do not linger. Orochimaru. Danzo nearly spat blood in his rage. Chapter 20. The gift. Orochimaru's defection did not come empty-handed. As a token of allegiance, he provided an exceedingly critical gift, several encrypted scrolls documenting the clandestine transactions between Shimura Danzo and himself, detailing illegal human experiments, including but not limited to the transplantation of first Hokage cells and Sharingan transplant experiments, along with sources of certain experimental subjects and precise locations of several secret laboratories. Once this evidence is disclosed, it will be enough to firmly affix Danzo to the pillar of shame for violating humanity and betraying the village, potentially shaking the very foundations of his existence. In the Uchiha secret chamber, Shinsui, Fugaku, and several core elders gazed at the open scrolls laid out on the table, the horrific content within causing even the battle-hardened Uchiha Shinsui to pale. The atrocities documented were beyond description. An elder trembled with rage, exclaiming how dare he so brazenly desecrate life and the Sharingan. A cold glint flashed in Fugaku's eyes. This evidence could condemn him to eternal damnation. However, Shinsui's expression remained unusually calm, revealing it directly may not yield the best outcome. Danzo might once again forcibly suppress it, or even accuse us of fabricating evidence. We require a more dramatic approach, one that leaves no room for evasion or concealment. His gaze swept over the scroll, landing on the address of a secret laboratory located on the remote outskirts of Konoha, near the Forest of Death. There, as revealed by Orochimaru, some failed and unprocessed test subjects were still being held, living proof of the crimes. Shinsui, Obito, Shinsui called. Present. The two responded immediately. Shinsui's eyes sharpened, while Obito was thrilled at the prospect of participating in such a significant operation. The mission: infiltrate the laboratory at this coordinate. Shinsui pointed to the map, outlining the objectives. First, confirm the presence of the test subjects and protect them as much as possible. Second, obtain the original experimental records from within the laboratory. Third, he paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If we encounter any root guards, they must be eliminated without hesitation. However, we must stage the scene to appear as though they were in the process of transferring or destroying evidence. Finally, he turned to Shinsui. Using your Jinjutsu, or any means necessary, ensure that at least one significant test subject escapes, precisely at noon tomorrow when the streets of Konoha are most crowded. Shinsui instantly grasped Shinsui's intent, inhaling sharply before nodding resolutely. Understood. I will ensure the mission's success. This was a plan to publicly expose undeniable and bloody evidence. Though Obito was less meticulous, he too sensed the gravity of the task, thumping his chest confidently. Don't worry, Shinsui. I'll make sure those bastards are all taken down. Remember, Shinsui instructed, speed is essential, actions must remain discreet, and leave no traces. You represent the fury and justice of the Uchiha. Yes, the night once again provided the perfect cover. Shinsui and Obito moved like phantoms, silently slipping out of the Uchiha compound, racing toward the edge of the Forest of Death. Utilizing the precise intelligence and map provided by Orochimaru, they easily avoided the outer traps and sentries, locating the entrance to the laboratory disguised as an abandoned mine. I'll handle this. Shinsui activated his Sharingan, effortlessly seeing through the illusionary barriers and triggering traps at the entrance. Obito stood guard, though typically reckless. He proved unexpectedly reliable during the mission. Upon entering, a noxious combination of formaldehyde and blood assaulted their senses. The cold experimental apparatus, massive cultivation tanks, and the grotesque, barely living test subjects within, bearing the twisted characteristics of various organisms, created a hellish scene that even the prepared Shinsui and Obito found nauseating and infuriating. These beasts. Obito gritted his teeth, his fists cracking with tension. Several individuals in white lab coats, actually root personnel, were busily engaged, seemingly receiving orders to hastily destroy documents and relocate smaller cultivation tanks. Take action, Shinsui commanded sharply. In a flash, he appeared like a specter behind one of the researchers, silently slicing through the throat with a kunai. Obito, more direct, unleashed a fireball technique, the flames roaring forth, although he controlled the range. The searing fire instantly engulfed another researcher attempting to activate the self-destruct mechanism along with nearby equipment. The battle was brief, yet intense. The combat capabilities of these root researchers paled in comparison to those of battle-ready ninjas, falling swiftly before the wrath of Shinsui and Obito. Soon, the laboratory was cleared of guards and researchers. Shinsui hurriedly collected the scattered and incompletely destroyed original experimental records, the signatures, seals, and specific details far more damning than the copies provided by Orochimaru. Obito smashed open the cultivation tanks, his eyes reddening as he looked at the grotesque, suffering test subjects, exclaiming, "Bastard! That old dog Danzo! May he rot in hell. Following Shinsui's instructions, Shursui suppressed his discomfort and located a test subject that still retained some semblance of consciousness. Its mutations not being the most severe, to evoke sympathy rather than pure terror. He utilized the hypnotic abilities of his Sharingan to implant simple instructions and a mental map leading to Konoha's bustling streets. Go. Tell everyone about the evils here, Shursui whispered, releasing the test subject from its last bindings. The subject's eyes flickered with confusion before being driven by overwhelming survival instinct and the implanted command, stumbling toward the cave's exit. Shursui and Obito quickly cleared the scene, arranging it to appear as though the researchers were interrupted mid-evacuation by intruders, leading to a fierce battle. Before unhesitatingly detonating the explosive tags, burying the entire laboratory beneath flames and rubble, leaving only faint traces to indicate its former existence. Mission accomplished. The two returned silently to the Uchiha compound to report. The following day, at noon, the bustling commercial street of Konoha basked in sunlight. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the commotion. People turned to see a ragged figure, parts of its body exhibiting unnatural wood-like growths or distorted mutations, staggering painfully down the center of the street, emitting incoherent gasps filled with terror and confusion. What is that monster? Oh my God, what happened to him? The crowd recoiled in fear, pointing and whispering. Soon, sharp-eyed ninjas recognized the aberrant characteristics. Is that a rejection reaction from the first-generation cell transplant? And is that Sharingan tissue? One pointed to a grotesque tumor on the individual's arm, seemingly trying to open an eye. This revelation struck like thunder. First-generation cells? Sharingan. Human experimentation. Amid the chaos, several Uchiha patrol members rushed forward. Rather than attacking the creature, they attempted to calm it and shield the frightened crowd with their bodies. Their expressions pained and furious. One of them inadvertently discovered a charred piece of experimental documentation tightly clutched in the subject's hand, revealing Danzo's seal and Root's markings, along with shocking descriptions of the experiments, clearly visible in the sunlight. It's Lord Danzo. Root's human experiments. He actually used living beings for such experiments. Not even his own village's people are spared. The evidence was irrefutable, and the perpetrator was caught red-handed, right in broad daylight. Before all, public opinion erupted. While previous assassination incidents may have left room for conspiracy theories, the bloody evidence crawling forth from the depths of hell solidified Danzo's heinous crimes against humanity and betrayal of the village. The tide of anger swiftly engulfed all of Konoha. All clans, regardless of their past stances, fell silent. Even the Hyuga clan expressed condemnation. This matter had transcended the realm of power struggles, touching the very bottom line of every ninja. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the events unfold in the crystal ball, his face as pale as a sheet, oblivious to the pipe that had fallen from his grasp. Danzo, he seethed, trembling with rage, knowing this time he could no longer protect his old friend. Public sentiment was boiling, evidence stacked high, and all clans were watching. At the root base, Danzo received the news, initially in disbelief, then unleashing a desperate, frenzied roar. Orochimaru. Uchiha Shinsui. Chapter 21. Yamato explosive news swept through Konoha like wildfire, as the heinous acts of Danzo and his rude organization, conducting illegal human experiments to create monsters, were thoroughly exposed to the light of day, inciting national outrage. Amidst this tumultuous wave, however, within the Uchiha clan's territory, a more clandestine meeting was taking place. In a secret chamber, Shursui and Obito, having completed their primary report, were caught in a moment of reflection. Obito scratched his head, hesitatingly adding, "Oh, right, Shinju, deep within that hellish laboratory, in a sturdy isolation chamber, we discovered a rather unique child." Shinju's gaze sharpened. "Unique?" Shursui continued, his tone laced with complexity and compassion. "Indeed. The child appears to be around 4 or 5 years old, his physical condition relatively stable, showing no apparent signs of organ deformity or rejection." However, he paused. "It seems he has successfully integrated the cells of the first Hokage and exhibits signs of a bloodline limit akin to the legendary wood release. When we found him, he was unconsciously catalyzing a small piece of wood with chakra." "Wood release," exclaimed Fugaku and several elders, their expressions transforming in an instant. The first Hokage's wood release, the divine power that quelled chaos and established Konoha. Could it be that Danzo truly succeeded? and created a successful experimental subject? Shinju's heart raced. Yamato. He nearly forgot this crucial figure. What of the child? Shinju inquired urgently. Obito patted his chest, a mix of pride and embarrassment in his voice. I found him huddled there, looking pitiful and seemingly unaware of the chaos outside. So, I knocked him out and brought him back wrapped in cloth. He gestured towards a corner of the chamber, where a small figure, still asleep and swaddled in a blanket, lay. Fugaku and the elder's gazes converged, their eyes ablaze with intensity and complexity. A would-release experimental subject. This signified unimaginable power and research value. Yet, it also implied tremendous trouble and risk. One elder exclaimed, "Clan leader, young clan leader, this child is of utmost importance. We must keep him under strict control. His bloodline and physical data are crucial for our research on the first S cells and even the reproduction of would-release." Indeed, another added, "and we cannot allow him to fall into the hands of others." Fugaku's expression grew solemn, clearly recognizing the child's value and potential danger. However, Shinju raised his hand to halt the discussion. He approached the sleeping child, crouching down to gently lift a corner of the blanket. Inside lay a pale, green-haired boy, frail and seemingly burdened. Even in slumber, his brows knit tightly as if enduring immense pain. Shinju's Sharingan could clearly discern the vibrant life force within this child, intertwined with a powerful yet unstable energy. "What is his name?" Shinju inquired softly. Shursui shook his head. In the laboratory records, he is designated as Subject Alpha. Alpha. Shinju repeated the cold designation. He lifted his gaze to his father and the elders, his eyes clear and resolute. "Father, esteemed elders, we, the Uchiha, have just unveiled the darkness, defending justice, forcing Danzo into a corner, to then turn around and secretly imprison a living being with a precious bloodline as an experimental subject? How does that differ from Danzo's actions? How does that differ from the darkness we denounce?" His words rained down like a cold splash, awakening those who had been blinded by power. "What we need is not another imprisoned subject for research," Shinju declared firmly. "What we require is a living testament to Danzo's crimes, a victim who can showcase Uchiha's compassion and foresight, a potential ally who may grow to be a powerful supporter, grateful for our kindness." He looked at the child, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. The power of would-release, while precious, will only breed hatred and another tragedy through forced research and control. Only through guidance and nurturing can we attain true loyalty and strength. Fugaku pondered. "You mean to give him a new identity, a new home?" Shinju stood, making a decisive choice. He declared to the outside world that the Uchiha had rescued the sole survivor from Danzo's illegal laboratory. An innocent child tormented by Danzo's cruelty. He would be adopted by the Uchiha clan, receiving the best care and treatment until he fully recovered and could choose his own future. He turned to Obito, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Obito, you brought him back. It seems you share a bond. From now on, you shall take responsibility for him, help him acclimate to the clan, teach him, well, how to be a happy fool." Obito was taken aback, then leapt up. "Me? Take care of a child? Shinju, you must be mistaken." Under Shinju's calm gaze, his protests dwindled, and finally, scratching his head, he looked at the frail child, his heart inexplicably softening. All right. Considering how pitiful he looked, Shursui also smiled gently. "This is a good idea. The Uchiha need friends, not slaves." The elders exchanged glances, though they felt a tinge of regret at foregoing immediate research on would-release. They could not deny that Shinju's considerations were more prudent and aligned with the image the Uchiha sought to cultivate. Ultimately, they nodded in agreement. Then, Shinju glanced at the sleeping Alpha one last time. From this day forth, he shall be known as Uchiha, symbolizing peace and integration. May the power of would-release, in his hands, become a guardian rather than an agent of destruction. A new name heralded a new beginning. This unexpectedly acquired child of would-release, akin to a unique seed, was planted into the soil of the Uchiha in a different manner by Shinju. What branches he would grow in the future remained uncertain, yet he had escaped the fate of being a mere tool, embracing a future that, while filled with unknowns, might also be imbued with warmth. Obito, for his part, found himself inexplicably burdened with a new responsibility, embarking on his journey as a reluctant caregiver, though he vehemently denied it, which would, in time, bring many unforeseen changes to the Uchiha. In the following days, the Uchiha territory bustled with unusual activity. while the eye of the storm maintained an odd sense of order. Obito, clutching a hot potato, or rather, a small being named Uchiha, walked home with a frown. The little one had awakened, not crying or fussing, but with a pair of dark green, timidly confused eyes, tightly grasping Obito's clothing as if it were his only lifeline. He appeared pitifully thin, his complexion pale, filled with fear of the world around him. "Oh dear, my little Obito, where did you find this poor child?" Upon entering the courtyard, a kind yet robust voice rang out. Obito's grandmother, a sprightly elderly woman with a straight posture, was drying beans in the yard. She immediately spotted the timid child behind her grandson. Obito felt a chill run down his spine as he stammered, "Grandma, this is a mission." "I brought him back." The elderly lady set down the tray, wiped her hands on her apron, and hurried over, entirely disregarding her grandson's embarrassment. Crouching down, she scrutinized him closely. Her weathered yet bright eyes held no curiosity or scrutiny, only pure compassion. "Oh dear, look at that pale little face. You must have suffered greatly. Are you hungry? Cold?" He flinched at her sudden approach, shrinking back to hide behind Obito's leg, revealing only half of his small face. Peering timidly at the elderly woman, in an instant, her heart melted. She had spent her life unable to bear the sight of children in pain, especially those who appeared to have endured great suffering. "Do not be afraid, dear. Grandma is not a bad person." Her voice softened, akin to warm sunlight. "Little Obito, what are you waiting for? Hurry to the kitchen and bring me a bowl of the meat porridge that was simmered this morning. Warm, please. Also fetch some soft snacks." Oh, Obito, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily slipped away to the kitchen. He could handle a fight, but taking care of a child? He would rather engage in another bout with Kakashi. Before long, Obito returned with the food. The grandmother accepted the bowl, not rushing to feed, but first scooping a small spoonful, blowing on it gently, and then offering it to Wei, her tone as tender as if she were coaxing her most cherished grandson. "Come, dear child, eat something to warm your belly." The aroma of the food seemed to awaken Wei's instincts. After a moment's hesitation and a glance at Obito, who was desperately making exaggerated expressions of how delicious it was, he finally opened his mouth cautiously and took a bite. The warm porridge slid into his stomach, bringing a long-lost warmth. The old lady fed him slowly, with great patience, chattering away regardless of whether he understood. "Eat slowly. Don't choke. If you stay with Grandma, no one will bully you anymore. Look at your little hands, so cold. I'll make you a new pair of gloves later." Obito watched in astonishment. His grandmother, who usually scolded him for slacking off during training and devouring meals as if in a race, revealed such a gentle side. After finishing the bowl of porridge, Wei's complexion appeared slightly rosier, and the fear in his eyes began to fade. Although he still clung closely to Obito, he at least dared to look Grandma in the eye. "All right, once you're full, it's time for a bath and to change into clean clothes," Grandma commanded assertively, rising to her feet and instructing Obito, "Go heat some water. Find those old clothes from the cabinet that you hardly wore when you were little." "Me again," Obito lamented, but under his grandmother's stern gaze, he resignedly ran off to comply. Thus, Uchiha Obito, the future sage, embarked on his first, and perhaps last, experience as a caregiver. He nearly set the kitchen ablaze while heating water, rummaging through drawers for clothes, creating a chaotic mess. And ultimately, amidst Grandma's playful reprimands, he clumsily assisted in pulling Wei, who was freshly bathed and donned in clean clothes, from the tub. After his bath, Wei finally resembled a child, with soft, dark green hair sticking to his forehead. Though still reticent, his eyes sparkled with a hint of liveliness. He seemed to have chosen Obito as his anchor, shadowing him like a little tail. Even when Grandma reached out to embrace him, he instinctively hid behind Obito. Initially, Obito found it bothersome, but being wholly depended upon by such a fragile, helpless being felt surprisingly rewarding. He awkwardly took Wei's small hand, mumbling, all right, you can follow me, but no crying. A man must be brave." Grandma observed this scene, her smile wide and warm. Good. Our little Obito has grown up and knows how to take care of his brother." "He is not my brother," Obito retorted, flustered, his face flushed. Grandma merely chuckled, no longer teasing him, turning to tidy up the aftermath while humming an unknown tune. As the sun set, casting a warm golden hue over the small courtyard, Obito sat cross-legged on the porch, watching Wei attempt to mimic his hand signs, clumsily moving in sync. Though he still complained about Wei's lack of skill, A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Grandma emerged with a plate of freshly washed fruit, her eyes filled with kindness as she gazed at the pair in the sunlight. This unexpected child was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of warmth through the Uchiha household. He dispelled the oppressive atmosphere brought about by the Danzo incident, ushering in a sense of the ordinary yet precious vitality. Perhaps for Obito, who lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother, caring for another weaker, more vulnerable being would allow him to better comprehend the essence of responsibility and guardianship. For Wei, who had been rescued from a hellish laboratory, this noisy yet vibrant home, the kind grandmother, and the older brother who pretended to complain but secretly offered him the biggest fruit, might just be the first genuine warmth in his dark life. The future of the Uchiha clan quietly nurtured new possibilities within this lively, bustling daily life. Chapter 22. The proud and stubborn days passed, and the turmoil within the higher echelons of Konoha continued to simmer, with Danzo feeling overwhelmed. Yet within the Uchiha clan territory, especially in the small courtyard of the Obito household, it seemed as though an invisible barrier had been erected, isolating them from the outside disturbances, leaving only a slow and warm growth. Uchiha Wei, once merely identified as Subject A, began to unfurl like a seedling finally transplanted into sunlight, cautiously extending its branches. Meanwhile, Obito found himself inexplicably transformed into this young sprout's primary support and shade. It didn't take long for Obito to realize that what he had brought home was not a mere pitiable child, but a fiercely clingy little one. Wherever Obito went, there was always a small tail following closely behind. When he practiced at the training ground, Wei would quietly sit in a corner, clutching the little cloth tiger that Grandma had sewn for him, his eyes fixed intently on Obito, making him feel uneasy enough that he nearly missed his target while throwing shurikens. "Hey, stop staring at me. Go play by yourself." Obito couldn't help but shout. Wei, startled, pouted, his eyes instantly brimming with tears, looking at him with a pitiful expression as if the whole world had abandoned him. Obito, feeling defeated, scratched his head in frustration. Okay, look all you want. Honestly, as a result, during his training, Obito found himself under the watchful gaze of an attentive supervisor, compelling him to be more serious to avoid embarrassing himself in front of the little one. Mealtimes were no different. Wei insisted on sitting next to Obito. If Obito returned late from training, even with his stomach growling, Wei would stubbornly wait at the dining table, refusing to eat no matter how Grandma urged him to start. Only when Obito rushed in and sat down would Wei pick up his small spoon and begin to eat, occasionally pushing the meatballs that Grandma had deliberately placed in his bowl over to Obito's. Obito stared at the extra meatballs in his bowl, momentarily taken aback. A peculiar sensation coursed through him, tingly and warm. He feigned disdain, saying, "Why are you giving me your food? Eat it yourself. You're as skinny as a bean sprout." Yet his hand unconsciously picked up the meatball and popped it into his mouth, savoring its flavor. Bedtime also posed a significant challenge. Wei seemed to lack a sense of security and was terrified of being alone in the dark. On the first night, Grandma had arranged for him to sleep in the small room next to Obito's, but in the middle of the night, Obito was awakened by soft sobs and gentle knocking at the door. When he opened it, he found the little one in pajamas, clutching a pillow, standing barefoot at the threshold, tears welling up in his eyes, whispering, "I'm scared of the dark." Obito felt overwhelmed, torn between wanting to be stern and his inability to do so. Ultimately, he resigned himself to his fate and gruffly said, "Come in, just for tonight. A man shouldn't be afraid of the dark." What began as just for tonight quickly became every night. Wei successfully claimed the inner side of Obito's bed. Initially, he would lie obediently on one side, but as he drifted off to sleep, he would unconsciously roll over, seeking warmth like a little creature, snuggling close to Obito and clutching a corner of his shirt to feel secure. Obito transitioned from being stiff and unable to sleep due to the added warmth of a soft little bundle beside him to surprisingly becoming accustomed to the presence of this warm, cuddly companion. Occasionally, when Wei would awaken from nightmares, Obito would awkwardly pat his back, murmuring that everything was all right, and this often had a surprisingly soothing effect. Grandma observed all of this with delight. She noticed that ever since Wei had arrived, her boisterous and clumsy grandson seemed to have become just a little more reliable. Although he still made mistakes, he unexpectedly exhibited patience and responsibility when it came to caring for Wei. She would deliberately prepare an extra portion of snacks, encouraging Itachi to accompany Dato on a trip to the streets to indulge in sweets. On sunlit afternoons, they would sit in the corridor, watching as Dato clumsily instructed Itachi in the most fundamental throwing stances of ninja tools, even though Itachi spent most of the time playing with mud. Itachi gazed up at his elder brother with admiration, as if Dato were the most formidable person in the world. The warm sunlight bathed the courtyard, filling the air with the inviting aroma of freshly baked cookies from Grandma's kitchen. Dato was animatedly boasting, exaggerating, about his training achievements, while Itachi, clutching the cookie jar, listened with wide eyes, occasionally expressing his amazement with exclamations of delight. Grandma, serving tea, watched with a warm smile. In that moment, there were no disputes over bloodline limits. No burdens of family restoration, only the most ordinary warmth and tenderness. For Itachi, who had survived the cold confines of a laboratory and the agony of experiments, this warmth was salvation, a long-desired light. For Dato, who constantly sought recognition and appeared cheerful, yet harbored loneliness within, this unwavering dependence and trust from Itachi was, in its own right, a form of healing and fulfillment. The clingy little brother and the seemingly tough yet soft-hearted elder brother painted a somewhat noisy yet profoundly warm picture in that small courtyard. This scene, too, was quietly altering the trajectories of certain futures. The setting sun bathed the streets of Konoha in a warm orange hue, stretching the shadows of passers-by. After concluding another day filled with family duties and training, Shinsuke did not head home immediately. Instead, he first went to retrieve a worn-out Itachi from Mikoto. The little one was evidently drained, resting on his brother's back, his small head bobbing slightly, murmuring indistinct dreams. His warm breath tickling Shinsuke's neck as he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Shinsuke carefully adjusted his posture to make his brother more comfortable before leisurely carrying this sweet burden home. As he turned into the alley leading to his home, Shinsuke stumbled upon an amusing scene. Dato appeared impatient, scratching his head as he attempted to reason with a small, much shorter Itachi. I told you not to always be carried. A man should walk on his own. Do you hear me? Hey, Uchiha Itachi. Don't look at me like that. The object of his reprimand, Uchiha Itachi, completely ignored Dato's fussing. With wide, emerald green eyes, he stared enviously at Shinsuke, who was approaching with Itachi on his back, particularly captivated by the sight of his brother carrying Itachi so comfortably as he slept. Itachi's little mouth instinctively pouted, his gaze revealing a nearly pitiful longing. He unconsciously reached out his tiny hand and gently tugged at Dato's pant leg, then lifted his face, casting a hopeful, glistening gaze that could melt even the hardest of hearts, silently pleading with Dato. That look clearly conveyed, I want to be carried by big brother Dato too. Dato felt a rush of discomfort under the weight of that gaze, his scalp prickling. Following the direction of Itachi's gaze, he saw Shinsuke approaching with Itachi on his back and instantly understood what the little one was sulking about. He felt a sudden embarrassment, especially in front of his longtime rival Shinsuke. What are you looking at? Dato blushed, straightening his neck in an attempt to maintain his image as a stern brother, though he had never truly achieved it. It's just that Itachi is too little. How old are you? Walk on your own. Itachi shrank back at Dato's harshness, yet the longing in his eyes remained undiminished. Instead, Dato's rejection cast a veil of disappointment over him, his little head drooping sadly, looking utterly pitiful. As Shinsuke approached with the sleeping Itachi, he took in this scene, unable to suppress a laugh at Dato's obvious soft-heartedness masked by stubbornness and the pitiable state of Itachi. Deliberately slowing his pace, he shot Dato a teasing glance, as if to say, oh, so Dato has moments when he can't help it too? Dato, catching Shinsuke's gaze, instantly bristled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, looking back at the little one who seemed abandoned by the world, playing with the hem of his clothes. A strange mixture of embarrassment and an unyielding competitive spirit surged within him. Ugh, what a hassle! Dato abruptly complained in a gruff voice, then turned sharply, facing away from Itachi. He crouched down, his motion so exaggerated that it nearly toppled Itachi. Just for a moment. And don't fall asleep. Do you hear me? Dato's face was burning with embarrassment, his tone fierce, yet it unmistakably conveyed his acquiescence. Itachi paused for a moment, then his big eyes instantly lit up, as if filled with stars. All his grievances vanished in an instant. With joy, he scrambled onto Dato's back, wrapping his small arms tightly around Dato's neck. His little face gleefully pressed against Dato's back, emitting a satisfied, animal-like purr. Dato's body stiffened momentarily, feeling the light weight and warmth of reliance on his back. Yet he grumbled, "You're heavy. You should lose some weight." Nevertheless, his hands instinctively moved to support the little figure behind him, ensuring he wouldn't fall off. Then, with Itachi on his back, Dato strode forward, chest held high, deliberately taking exaggerated steps past Shinsuke, throwing a defiant look as if to say, "What are you staring at? What is so impressive about this? I can do it too." Shinsuke watched Dato's awkward demeanor, brimming with the pride of a self-proclaimed most handsome brother, and then glanced at the beaming Itachi on Dato's back, unable to hold back a chuckle. He chose not to puncture Dato's pride, but instead walked alongside him, carrying the sleeping Itachi and the jubilant Itachi on Dato's back, both of them traversing the sunlit alley. 2 elder brothers, 2 younger brothers. One quietly asleep, the other radiating joy. One gentle and composed, the other awkwardly proud. The scene was inexplicably harmonious and heartwarming. Just then, Uchiha Jun stepped out to pour water and caught sight of this heartwarming tableau, his face breaking into a smile that smoothed the wrinkles. "Oh, look at these 2 brothers. They're wonderful." Dato, hearing this, felt his face redden further, quickening his pace while muttering about not being brothers with him. Yet the small hand clutching his neck tightened even more. Shinsuke merely smiled, savoring Itachi's steady breathing against him. Perhaps this was the future he wished to protect for the Uchiha clan. Not only immense strength, but also these trivial, yet warm moments of daily life. And that unexpected child seemed to be slowly transmitting this warmth to his ever-enthusiastic companion. Chapter 23. Domestic husband. As the last rays of the setting sun sank below the horizon, the night gently enveloped the Uchiha clan. Shinsuke, carrying the sleeping Itachi, and Dato, who was finally satisfied and beginning to doze off, parted ways at the intersection, each heading home, gently placing Itachi back in his little bed and tucking him in. Shinsuke returned to his own room. The fatigue of the day washed over him, yet more than that, he felt a profound inner peace. The mental strain of managing clan affairs, the intricate dealings with various parties, and the rigors of training all found relief in the sight of his brother's tranquil face and the tender, albeit awkward, moment shared with Dato. As he prepared to wash up and rest, the long-dormant system notification chimed crisply in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully fostered and deeply experienced a high-quality brotherly bond with Uchiha Itachi. Guided and witnessed significant emotional growth in important companions, with Uchiha Dato and Uchiha Itachi, effectively enhancing internal cohesion and positive emotional connections within the faction. Determined, significantly positive impact on the core objective of protecting important individuals. Reward granted. Permanent tenfold increase in the power of basic ninjutsu. Shinsuke froze in shock, almost thinking he had misheard. Tenfold. Not by 10%, but tenfold. He instinctively raised his hand, allowing a mere wisp of the most fundamental chakra to coalesce at his fingertips, without even forming seals, merely projecting the chakra outward in its simplest form. A resonant hum erupted as an unimaginable, solid, and turbulent energy instantaneously gathered at his fingertips. What was seemingly a trivial amount of chakra now emanated a terrifying wave comparable to a C-rank ninjutsu. The air itself seemed to warp under this force, producing a deep, resonating buzz. Shinshio's pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily dissipated the chakra, his heart racing. It was real. The system was not jesting. A tenfold amplification. What could this possibly signify? It meant that even a mundane fire release, great fireball technique would reach powers, range, and temperature that could rival or even surpass that of a fully realized Uchiha Madara. It implied that a simple shadow clone technique could possess nearly tangible interference and resistance capabilities. It indicated that even throwing a shuriken would attain terrifying speed and destructive power. It suggested that any future S-rank forbidden technique he employed would unleash unfathomable might. This was no mere quantitative change, it was a qualitative transformation, a terrifying enhancement that shattered the conventional rules of ninjutsu. Shinshio took several deep breaths to quell the tumult within him. He had anticipated the system would reward him with attribute points or special skills, but he never expected such a raw, yet overwhelmingly powerful gift. Moreover, the trigger for this reward was to cultivate and deeply experience high-quality bonds of brotherhood, guiding and witnessing emotional growth. Shinshio's gaze instinctively turned towards Itachi's room. recalling the awkward sight of Obito carrying him moments ago. Thus, the system encouraged not merely strength, not solely combat and strategy, but also the warmth of emotional connections and everyday life. These seemingly unrelated elements were, in fact, the core driving force behind protecting this ultimate goal. In this moment, Shinshio gained a deeper insight into the essence of the system. Perhaps it was not merely a combat assistance system, but rather a bond and protection system. The immense power was meant to better safeguard the cherished connections. Conversely, profound bonds could foster even greater strength. The two complemented each other. Shinshio clenched his fist, feeling the chakra within him that surged as if it were a torrent, even without deliberate invocation. A tenfold increase in power could serve as a game-changing trump card. Danzo, the higher-ups, even the future Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara, the Otsutsuki clan. In Shinshio's eyes, the mesmerizing kaleidoscope slowly emerged, a cold yet confident smile gracing his lips. With this newfound strength, his resolve to protect everything had multiplied tenfold. As night deepened, Shinshio lay in bed, but sleep eluded him. He repeatedly envisioned how to seamlessly integrate this sudden and formidable amplification into his existing combat system and future plans, strategizing to maximize its efficacy and catch his adversaries off guard. Outside the window, the moonlight shone brightly. Inside, the youthful mind stirred with thoughts. The tenfold increase in ninjutsu power resonated like a thunderous clap, echoing in Shinshio's heart and destined to reverberate throughout the ninja world in the future. As the night deepened in Konoha and the disturbances outside the clan grounds seemed to temporarily subside, the Uchiha residence remained aglow with warm lights. Just as Shinshio had begun to acclimate to the surging tenfold ninjutsu power within him and was preparing to rest, he heard a commotion at the entrance. It was Fugaku and Mikoto returning. Fugaku bore a hint of undeniable fatigue on his face, yet a flicker of relaxation shone in his eyes. Although today's discussions with several elders and new allies had been draining, they had progressed smoothly, and the Uchiha situation was gradually improving. Mikoto trailed behind him, her expression warm with a gentle smile, though a trace of weariness lingered in her brow. "Father, mother, you're back," Shinshio greeted as he approached. Fugaku nodded, removing his outer coat and instinctively heading towards the study to handle more affairs. Mikoto rubbed her shoulders, softly sighing. "I've been so busy that I haven't even had time for dinner. The kitchen is probably bare. I'll just whip up something simple." Just then, a notification from the system echoed silently in Shinshio's mind. Ding. Detecting the return of fatigued parents. The host generates a strong desire to share the burden and provide familial care. Judgment meets the criteria for the daily warmth branch target of protecting important individuals. Reward issued. Comprehensive recipe book of Blue Star home dishes with detailed steps, heat control, nutritional pairing, and special culinary techniques. A torrent of information flooded into Shinshio's mind. No longer about ninjutsu or taijutsu, but an array of dishes and cooking methods he had never seen or even heard of. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, steamed bass, tomato scrambled eggs, lotus root, and pork rib soup. The exquisite ingredients, unique methods, and meticulous pairings completely surpassed the traditional rice balls, miso soup, and grilled fish of the ninja world. Shinshio paused for a moment, observing the fatigue etched on his parents' faces while feeling the sudden influx of culinary knowledge in his mind. An idea sparked within him. "Mother, you and father should rest," Shinshio said, his tone natural. "Tonight, I'll handle dinner." Mikoto looked at her son in surprise. "Little Shio, you can cook?" In her memory, although her son was precocious, he had only a notorious history of nearly blowing up the kitchen alongside Shursui and Obito. Even Fugaku, who was preparing to head to the study, paused and turned back to glance at his son in astonishment. Shinshio wore a confident smile. "I've been reading various books lately and learned a bit. You and father have worked hard all day. Why not try my cooking?" He certainly couldn't disclose that this knowledge was just granted by the system. Mikoto softened at her son's earnest expression, though a part of her worried he might set the kitchen ablaze again. Ultimately, she gently nodded. "All right, then I'll wait to taste little Shio's cooking. Do you need any help?" "No need. You and father should rest well." Shinshio shook his head, turning to dive into the kitchen. Inside, Shinshio took a deep breath. Recalling the recipes swirling in his mind, he decided to prepare a few simple yet undoubtedly delightful dishes. Tomato scrambled eggs, vibrant and appetizing. Braised pork, rich and savory. A refreshing stir-fried vegetable dish. And finally, a light and delicious seaweed egg drop soup, armed with the perfect recipes and techniques instilled by the system. Shinchio's movements transformed from tentative experimentation to an almost instinctual proficiency and precision. Hot pan, cold oil, he added minced garlic, the fragrant aroma swiftly filling the air. And he controlled the heat impeccably, beating the eggs, chopping the tomatoes, blanching the vegetables. Though his knife skills may not rival a professional chef, they were undoubtedly far superior to the average home cooks, especially under the remarkable control of his chakra, which brought astonishing stability. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. It was no longer the simple scent of grilled fish or miso soup, but rather a complex, tantalizing fragrance that stirred the appetite. The rich, caramelized notes of oil, soy sauce, and sugar mingled with the delicate aroma of eggs and the sweet tart scent of tomatoes, creating a warm and delightful flavor the Uchiha family had never experienced before. Initially resting in the living room, Fugaku and Mikoto found themselves irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma, exchanging astonished glances. "Little Shio can really cook?" Mikoto murmured in disbelief. This scent was far more alluring than her own cooking. Though Fugaku remained silent, he could not help but swallow involuntarily, his gaze drifting toward the kitchen. When Shinchio presented the glistening, tender yet rich braised pork, the golden, silky, sweet and sour tomato scrambled eggs, the vibrant stir-fried vegetables, and the light, flavorful seaweed egg drop soup on the table, both Fugaku and Mikoto were rendered speechless. These dishes were unfamiliar to them, yet their presentation and aroma were incredibly inviting. "Father, Mother, please enjoy," Shinchio said, removing his apron with a hint of anticipation on his face. Mikoto was the first to pick up a piece of braised pork and place it in her mouth. The moment she did, her eyes widened in astonishment. The meat was tender and melted in her mouth, perfectly balancing sweet and savory flavors, while the rich aroma of the sauce burst forth, bringing a satisfaction that was beyond words. "This is delicious," Mikoto couldn't help but exclaim. "Shu, where did you learn to cook like this?" Fugaku also sampled a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs. The silky texture of the eggs harmoniously blended with the tangy sweetness of the tomatoes, awakening his appetite instantly, which had previously been dull. He tried the other dishes, each one exceeding his expectations, even surpassing the finest offerings from the best restaurant in their village. He looked up at his son, who wore a calm expression yet had a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, awaiting his assessment. A peculiar warmth surged within him, dispelling the exhaustion accumulated from a day of scheming. "It's very good," Fugaku succinctly remarked, but the affirmation in his tone, along with a subtle hint of satisfaction, elicited a smile from Shu. "Ding. The host has successfully prepared and shared high-quality home-cooked meals, effectively alleviating parental fatigue and enhancing family happiness." Reward: cooking skills permanently solidified and elevated to master level, with a slight increase in mental strength, derived from the flow experience and satisfaction of creating culinary delights. A stirring sensation coursed through Shu, deepening his understanding of culinary arts and clearing his mind slightly. The family gathered around the dining table, relishing the previously unseen delicacies. Enveloped in a warm and tranquil atmosphere, there was no discussion of clan matters or conspiracies, merely the enjoyment of exquisite food and the presence of family. Mikoto continuously served dishes to Shu and Fugaku, her face radiating joy. Though Fugaku remained quiet, his pace of eating noticeably quickened. Observing his parents' relaxed demeanor filled Shu with a sense of accomplishment. As the cozy dinner progressed, the soft sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Itachi appeared, rubbing his sleepy eyes, clad in a little pajama set, barefoot, and drowsily standing at the entrance of the dining room. The little one had clearly been roused from his dreams by the enticing aroma of the meal. "Wow, it smells so good." Itachi sniffed eagerly, his big, dark eyes still hazy with sleep, yet instinctively drawn to the colorful and fragrant dishes on the table. He stumbled over, heading directly towards Shu, who was seated. Mikoto, noticing, immediately stood up with concern. "Oh dear," Itachi woke up. "Are you hungry? Come here, my sweet." She reached out to embrace her son. However, Itachi evaded his mother's hand, with a clear purpose, wobbling straight towards Shu. He clung to his brother's leg and looked up with a bright face, asking in a sweet voice, "What's that delicious smell, brother?" Shu smiled at the little attachment on his leg, his heart melting. He bent down and lifted Itachi, placing him on the chair beside him. "It's dinner made by your brother. Would you like to try some?" "Yes." Itachi nodded vigorously. his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the array of unfamiliar dishes, particularly the shining braised pork and the golden tomato scrambled eggs. Makoto, smiling, served Itachi a small bowl of rice, adding a few pieces of incredibly tender braised pork and some tomato scrambled eggs onto a small plate before him. Carefully blowing on it to cool it down, Itachi picked up his tiny spoon, curiously poking at the quivering, glossy braised pork before cautiously scooping a small piece into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered an incredible treasure. The melt-in-the-mouth texture combined with the rich, sweet flavor completely captivated his palate. Delicious, Itachi mumbled loudly, his cheeks stuffed, too eager to swallow before hastily scooping a spoonful of tomato scrambled eggs, his face lighting up with joy. He savored every bite, his little head bobbing in delight, fully immersed in the joy brought by the food. Before long, his small face was smeared with sauce and rice grains. After eating for a little while, Itachi suddenly seemed to recall something. He lifted his head, gazing earnestly at Shu, and declared loudly, with utmost sincerity and admiration, "Brother, you're the best. Your cooking is the most delicious in the world." His innocent words, devoid of embellishment, radiated pure and genuine admiration. In his bright, clear eyes, the reflection of his brother shone, as if Shu had accomplished the most remarkable feat in the world. Shu was momentarily taken aback by his brother's spontaneous and unreserved praise, and a warmth surged within him, softer and more fulfilling than the power of any jutsu. He reached out to gently wipe the rice from Itachi's face, smiling, "Eat slowly. I'm glad you like it." Ding. Detecting the profound satisfaction and sincere praise from a close relative, Uchiha Itachi, the emotional feedback is pure and intense. Assessment significantly enhances the happiness and bond depth of the protected target. Reward issued. Minor awakening of the yang release attribute, based on the vitality and satisfaction feedback from the culinary experience, with a permanent slight enhancement of physical strength. A gentle, vibrant warmth quietly infused Shu's body, distinct from chakra energy. It felt more like a nurturing essence of life, sweeping away his fatigue and invigorating every cell within him. Although the enhancement was slight, its potential value at the level of life itself was immeasurable. Shu marveled again at how unexpectedly thoughtful the system's rewards were. The powerful strength was meant for protection, and the warmth that came from that protection could, in turn, promote the evolution of his own life. Who would believe that a single meal could yield the yang release attribute? Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged smiles as they watched their younger son relish his food and their elder son display a gentle demeanor. A silent warmth and satisfaction hung in the air. For parents, seeing their children healthy and happy, and brothers in harmony, perhaps represented the greatest happiness. Itachi's enthusiastic praise and voracious appetite were the best affirmations of Shu's cooking. Thus, this unprecedented home-cooked dinner concluded in such a warm atmosphere. With his little stomach round and content, Itachi was carried back to his room by Shu, presumably dreaming of braised pork and his brother's unmatched culinary delights. As Shu gazed at his brother's peaceful sleeping face, feeling the nascent, vibrant yang release energy within him and further enhanced physique, his gaze softened. The essence of protection lay in these small, everyday moments of warmth. The system seemed to guide him uniquely to discover and cherish all of this. On this night, the Uchiha residence was filled with warmth and the sweet aroma of culinary delights. Chapter 24. A cornered dog jumps over the wall. The situation in Konoha, propelled by Uchiha Shu's tumultuous upheaval, was spiraling uncontrollably towards the brink of chaos. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attempts to maintain balance had long been shattered. Orochimaru's defection had stripped Danzo of his most crucial research capabilities and countless secrets. The incident involving the escape of experimental subjects in broad daylight had left Danzo utterly disgraced and devoid of public trust. The subtle alignments of various prominent clans had significantly weakened the authority of the Hokage, making it increasingly common for orders to falter outside the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Uchiha's internal cohesion and combat effectiveness had reached unprecedented heights due to purges and Shu's various strategies. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, staring at the mountain of documents piled on his desk, most of which were largely unmanageable, feeling as if he had aged 10 years overnight. He attempted to summon the heads of various clans, yet responses were scarce. Even those who attended were merely paying lip service. He sought to mobilize the Umbu to suppress the Uchiha, only to find that executing his orders faced immense resistance, with dissenting voices emerging even within the Umbu. He, the third Hokage, once a legendary ninja, was now truly experiencing what it meant to be isolated and to have lost the momentum of power. He had been rendered powerless, overshadowed by Uchiha Shu's precise and ruthless maneuvers, coupled with Danzo's own self-destructive folly. He held the title of Hokage but had lost the practical ability to control the situation entirely. In this moment of despair, Danzo, the venomous snake ensnared in a dire predicament, finally revealed his most frenzied fangs. Aware of his tarnished reputation and the imminent end of his political career, he faced the prospect of judgment and imprisonment. He could not accept such a humiliating defeat, especially upon learning that Uchiha Shinsui had acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan. Greed and madness overwhelmed him entirely. With the rules rendered ineffective, he resolved to speak through the most primal force. If he could seize those eyes and annihilate the Uchiha, then all sins could be obscured by power. The Root, a dark behemoth lurking in the depths of Konoha, was fully awakened by its master, revealing its most fearsome fangs. All hidden elites emerged from their shadows. The mobilization alarm before the decisive battle pierced the fleeting warmth within the Uchiha residence like a cold steel needle. The lingering aroma of the meal on the table had not yet dissipated, but that warmth was abruptly replaced by an atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Mikoto's gentle smile froze instantly, replaced by a flicker of undeniable worry and pallor. Instinctively, she reached out, clutching her husband Fugaku's sleeve with one hand while wrapping the other around her youngest son Itachi, who was startled by his mother's sudden grip and the tense air. Although he did not fully comprehend the meaning of the piercing alarm, he could sense the swift change in his parents' and brother's emotions. He looked up, searching his father's grave expression, then at his mother's furrowed brow, and finally at his brother Shinsui. His big eyes filled with unease and confusion as he softly called out, "Brother, father, mother?" Fugaku felt his wife's anxiety and their son's trepidation. He placed his broad palm over Mikoto's hand that clutched his sleeve, squeezing it gently in an attempt to convey a sense of calm. Yet his own countenance was equally grave, his sharp gaze fixed on the direction from which the alarm sounded. He knew that what was to come had finally arrived. Danzo, that mad dog, had been driven to a dead end, resorting to the most extreme measures. Mikoto took a deep breath, striving to steady her racing heart. Though her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Must it be this way? Is there no other way?" As a mother and wife, she most dreaded the thought of her family stepping onto a bloody battlefield. Fugaku paused momentarily before responding in a deep, resolute tone, "There is no other option. This is the final reckoning. It is either his demise or ours." He glanced at Shinsui, his expression complex. "Shinsui, you." Shinsui met his father's gaze, then looked at his younger brother Itachi, who was clinging tightly to their mother, his eyes filled with fear, and at Mikoto, who wore a mask of forced composure yet could not hide her worry. He stepped forward, not immediately responding to his father, but crouching down to meet Itachi's gaze. He gently ruffled Itachi's hair, his tone unusually gentle and earnest. "Itachi, are you afraid?" Itachi nodded, then shook his head. His small mouth pressed tightly as he endeavored to appear brave. "A little, but you and father will chase away the bad guys, right?" Shinsui's heart felt as though it were gently struck by something. He gazed into his brother's innocent eyes and solemnly nodded, "Yes. Brother and father will surely drive away the bad people, protect you, mother, and our home." He stood tall, looking at his parents. His eyes, yet to awaken the Mangekyo, sparkling with a maturity and resolve beyond his years. "Father, mother, please do not worry." He paused, enunciating each word clearly as he made a vow. "I assure you, the Uchiha will not be defeated. Father and I will return safely. This family will not have anyone absent." His voice, though soft, carried a peculiar strength, imbued with undeniable conviction and a profound sense of assurance. These simple words served as a balm, alleviating a fraction of the gloom weighing on Mikoto's heart. She observed her eldest son's unnaturally calm demeanor and suddenly realized that he was no longer the child who required her complete protection under her wings. He had acquired strength and a consciousness of responsibility. Fugaku gazed deeply at his son, perceiving absolute confidence and control within Shinsui's eyes. He uttered no more words, simply placing a firm hand on Shinsui's shoulder. Good. Between father and son, no further words were necessary. A mutual understanding to stand shoulder to shoulder in defense of their family had already been forged. Mikoto held Itachi even tighter, suppressing the sting in her eyes. and nodded resolutely. All right, Itachi and I will await your return. She understood that as the wife and mother of the Uchiha clan leader, she must exhibit strength at this moment. Shinsui cast one last glance at his mother and brother, his gaze lingering on Itachi's trusting and dependent little face for a fleeting moment before he turned decisively, striding out with Fugaku toward the door, toward the night sky soon to be ignited by the fires of war. The door closed behind them, severing the warmth of the indoor lights and the concerned gazes of their loved ones. Shinsui clenched his fists. Everything, the power of the Mangekyo, the tenfold amplification of ninjutsu, was all to fulfill the promise he had just made to his family. On this night, the blood of the Uchiha would not be shed in vain. On this night, someone would undoubtedly pay a heavy price, and he and his father would emerge victorious. Danzo personally led the charge, rallying his last and most loyal forces, like a black flood breaking through a dam, fiercely surging toward the Uchiha territory. He no longer concealed his intentions, no longer schemed. He was prepared to make a final gamble with absolute power to crush the Uchiha and seize the Mangekyo. Alarms blared throughout the Uchiha territory. The barrier team immediately issued the highest-level invasion alert. All Uchiha clansmen, whether training, resting, or attending to affairs, instantly transformed their expressions. Sharp and resolute. There was no panic, only a combat spirit that had long been anticipated, suppressed to the extreme, now erupting with a thunderous roar. Has it finally come? That old dog Danzo has finally lost his wits. For the Uchiha, no extensive mobilization was needed. All combatants moved like the gears of a finely tuned machine, taking their positions in an instant. The elderly, women, and children were swiftly and orderly relocated to shelters. All ninja who activated their Sharingan, whether in the form of 1, 2, or 3 tomo, gathered voluntarily at the plaza in front of the Nanga shrine. Fugaku and Shinsui stood side by side on a high platform. Fugaku's expression was cold and stern, chakra surging around him. Shinsui remained remarkably calm, his otherworldly Mangekyo slowly spinning, coldly observing the approaching tide of darkness. Uchiha clansmen. Shinsui's voice resonated throughout the crowd, clear and frigid, devoid of any fervor, yet imbued with a chilling resolve. The moment of reckoning had arrived. What approached was the sworn enemy, intent on annihilating our clan, seizing our bloodline, and harming our kin. They were no longer fellow villagers to be considered, but relentless foes. Tell me, how shall we defend the honor of the Uchiha? Kill. The thunderous roar echoed in unison. The overwhelming intent to kill infused with the crimson glow of the Sharingan, soaring into the heavens, nearly staining the night sky with red. The palpable battle spirit and murderous aura thickened the air, making it feel dense and heavy. Who shall determine the future of the Uchiha? We ourselves. The roar grew more violent. Every Uchiha clansman's eyes turned red, not from fear, but from the fury and determination to protect that had been suppressed for far too long. With that, Shinsui abruptly raised his hand, pointing toward the now clearly visible figure of Danzo leading the charge. Follow me. Crush them. The final mobilization was brief, bloody, yet explosive in effect. In the next moment, the gates of the Uchiha territory swung open with a thunderous crash. What greeted the elite from the route was not the anticipated chaos, but countless fireballs trailing blazing tails, their power magnified beyond measure, raining down upon their path like a meteor shower. The tenfold amplification aura of Shinshu invisibly influences the power of the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. Countless figures, swift as phantoms and with crimson glimmers in their eyes, emerge. Their coordination reaches an unparalleled zenith. The insight of the Sharingan allows them to anticipate their enemy's movements, and the tactical synergy between teams flows like water. A brutal battle erupts in an instant. Yet, upon first contact, the route feels an unprecedented pressure. These Uchiha ninjas are starkly different from their previous impressions of powerful individuals who often fought alone and were hindered by internal conflicts. They move as a cohesive whole, driven by a singular will, ignited by a shared fury, and united by a common belief. Their combat prowess is terrifying. Their ninjutsu is inexplicably potent. Their taijutsu precise and ferocious, and their jinjutsu nearly impossible to evade. Especially their frenzied tactics of mutual protection, even at the cost of their own lives. Leave the rude elites, accustomed to dark ambushes and precise coordination, trembling with fear. Often, a root ninja would begin to weave hand seals, only to be interrupted by multiple shurikens, accurately aimed from various angles. A Jinjutsu would be cast, only to be instantly reflected back by a nearby Uchiha ally using their Sharingan. One might think they have struck their target, only to discover it was merely a feigned opening by the Uchiha. The true lethal strike comes from the flanks. This is not merely a battle, it resembles a cold, efficient slaughter machine in motion. The Uchiha's unity transforms into a terrifying combat force. Each Uchiha member unleashes 120% of their strength, fighting not for themselves, but for their families, for the honor of their clan, and for the young leader who guides them out of the mire. Fugaku charges into the enemy ranks like a war god. Though the skeletal form of Susanoo is not fully manifested, each strike carries devastating power. Shursui moves like a specter, using his body flicker technique in conjunction with Jinjutsu, leaving fallen root ninjas in his wake as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Obito, though brash, fights with remarkable ferocity, unleashing fire techniques with reckless abandon while fiercely protecting his younger teammates. As for Shinshu, he does not immediately join the fray but stands aloft, his cold, kaleidoscopic gaze surveying the battlefield. Occasionally, he raises his hand. 80 calamities. A root jonin, poised to unleash a massive earth technique, suddenly stiffens, his skin turning gray and decaying as the cursed seal backfires, screaming as he crumbles to dust. Aizu you are you. An Uchiha teammate, wounded by a wind blade, instantly heals, while the root ninja who cast the wind blade is inexplicably torn apart by numerous invisible wind blades. Each seemingly casual action from him results in the bizarre demise of a root elite or an instantaneous reversal in favor of the Uchiha. He is akin to a deity of calamity, calmly reaping lives while maintaining the morale of his side. Danzo watches as his carefully nurtured root elites are cut down like straw, witnessing the Uchiha's terrifying unity and combat strength, particularly that figure atop the platform, resembling a god or demon. In his solitary eye, disbelief and a hint of fear flicker. Is this the true power of the united Uchiha? Is this the strength of those kaleidoscopic eyes? He realizes he has gravely miscalculated. He believed he had brought absolute power. Yet he is but a lamb intruding upon a lion's den. The fangs of the Uchiha are far sharper than anyone could have imagined. Their wrath is sufficient to incinerate any foe that dares approach. This battle, initiated by Danzo with the intent to obliterate the Uchiha, was doomed from the outset to be a self-destructive act akin to a moth flying into the flame. And the Uchiha shall solidify their unshakable new position in Konoha with the blood of the root. Chapter 25. The curtain falls on Danzo at the front lines where the Uchiha territory collides with the root. The battle rages intensely. Yet the core focus swiftly converges upon the position of Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, two elite jonin, are the first to confront the leader of the Shimura clan, the master of the root. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Shursui and Itachi coordinate seamlessly. The fire dragon, empowered by the wind, surges forward with even greater ferocity towards Danzo. However, Danzo, having controlled the root for years, is no ordinary adversary. Though astonished by the Uchiha's surge in collective combat strength, he remains unfazed in the face of their combined assault. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo swiftly weaves hand seals, unleashing a high-pressure wind sphere that accurately disperses their combined ninjutsu, the explosive force pushing both sides back several paces. Is this the extent of the Uchiha remnants? A cold glint flickers in Danzo's solitary eye as he attempts to provoke them with words. Shursui and Itachi remain undeterred, their Sharingan spinning rapidly as they seek to catch Danzo's vulnerabilities. They press forward once more, kunai clashing violently against Danzo's ninja blade, sparks flying. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu are exchanged in a matter of seconds, the speed dizzying. Danzo's combat experience is exceptionally shrewd, often resolving their attacks at minimal cost. And his occasional counterattacks are sharp and ruthless, forcing Shursui and Itachi to fall back defensively. Though the two manage to barely hold Danzo at bay, they are clearly at a disadvantage. Defeating or even killing him seems nearly impossible. Withdraw. A deep, authoritative voice resonates. Fugaku's figure appears in the center of the battlefield like a mountain, signaling Shursui and Itachi to clear the other root elites. Without hesitation, they comply, leaving the battlefield to their clan leader. Danzo gazes at Fugaku, a flicker of seriousness crossing his solitary eye. Yet more prevalent are the madness and greed. Has Uchiha Fugaku finally decided to show himself? Good. It saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. I'll kill you, and then extract your son's eyes. Fugaku's expression is frigid. He pays no heed to Danzo's taunts, slowly unsheathing his blade, its surface reflecting the flickering firelight, illuminating his already activated 3-tomo Sharingan. He has yet to use the kaleidoscopic form in public. Shimura Danzo, your sins end here. As his voice fades, Fugaku's figure vanishes in an instant, not through a body flicker technique, but through a pure, explosive burst of speed. Danzo's pupils contract as he hastily swings his blade to block. Clang! A deafening clash of metal reverberates. Danzo feels an unimaginable force surge from the blade, numbing his grip and sending him sliding backward for several meters before he barely stabilizes himself. How is this possible? He is aghast at the strength. However, Fugaku's onslaught is relentless, akin to a torrential storm. The blade gleams like a streak of silk, each strike imbued with the terrifying power to cleave mountains and the utmost precision bestowed by the 3-tomo Sharingan. Danzo's wind techniques often do not have the time to fully manifest before being forcefully interrupted by Fugaku's fierce blade, leaving him no choice but to awkwardly evade and block. Completely trapped in a passive defense. Overwhelmed. Thoroughly overwhelmed. The surrounding battle seems to pause. Uchiha clan members witness their leader's might, their morale surging. Meanwhile, the root ninjas are gripped by dread. Fugaku's swordsmanship is grand and imposing, carrying the weight and authority of a clan leader. Combined with the utmost precision granted by the Sharingan, Danzo soon bears numerous wounds, blood staining his garments. He attempts to use his Anaji to turn the tide, but Fugaku's relentless assault offers him no opportunity to weave hand seals or catch his breath. Why? Why is this happening? Danzo, retreating in defeat, screams internally, for Konoha. I have done so much. All those dirty, shameful deeds were to eliminate threats, all for the stability of Konoha. I am the one who inherits the will of my teacher. That indecisive fool Sarutobi and these damned Uchiha. Why? Why do they deny me? The fear of death, the collapse of years of ambition, and an overwhelming sense of resentment began to blur his consciousness, as scenes from the past flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He recalled his youth spent learning under the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, and Midoi Manon. During that time, despite their rivalries, they shared a common goal, to protect Konoha. He remembered the gaze of Tobarama-sensei directed at each of them, filled with expectation, scrutiny, and perhaps a hint of concern. Danzo, you have always been too extreme, but at times, the roots in the darkness are an indispensable part of supporting the great tree. Tobarama's words echoed in his mind. The roots that sustain the great tree. Wasn't he everything I did to become the most solid root that supports Konoha? To eliminate all threats. Even if the means were ruthless, was my pursuit misguided? No, I am not wrong. It is this world that is wrong. It is the Uchiha that is wrong. It is Sarutobi that is wrong. The ultimate obsession and the reflection of past beliefs gave rise to a miraculous resurgence of strength within Danzo, who was on the brink of collapse. A terrifying light erupted from his single eye, a manifestation of pure and unadulterated combat fervor, devoid of all calculation. For the sake of Konoha, Danzo let out a hoarse, inhuman roar, abandoning all defense, lunging at Fugaku like a rabid dog. His ninja blade aimed for a mutual destruction strike. At that moment, his consciousness was nearly extinguished, and what sustained his body was the combat instinct ingrained in his very bones and the twisted yet unwavering remnants of a faith named Konoha's protection. Fugaku frowned. He sensed the change in Danzo. At this moment, Danzo was even more dangerous and unpredictable than before, yet he remained composed. His Sharingan capturing the subtle flaw in Danzo's desperate attack, sidestepping to evade and countering with a swift strike. The blade pierced Danzo's shoulder with precision. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, seizing Fugaku's blade with one hand, blood gushing forth, while the other hand thrust a kunai directly towards Fugaku's heart. Fugaku decisively dropped his blade, retreating a step to evade the fatal strike, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to Danzo's chest. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, staggering backward, yet his eyes remained frenzied, still attempting to form hand seals. Fugaku refused to grant him any further opportunity, closing the distance in an instant, chakra coalescing at his fingertips. It is over. Shimura Danzo. A precise punch, infused with immense chakra, struck Danzo's heart. His body stiffened suddenly, the madness in his eyes extinguishing like a candle flickering in the wind, ultimately fading into darkness. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. However, astonishingly, his body did not collapse immediately. Those vacant, lifeless eyes remained fixed on Fugaku, still poised for battle, as if the instinct and obsession to fight compelled this broken shell to stand firm even after the brain had ceased to function. Thus he stood, dead. Fugaku gazed at the gradually cooling corpse before him, slowly withdrawing his hand, his expression complex. He felt the twisted yet powerful conviction that had erupted within Danzo in his final moment. Sad yet contemptible. In the end, Fugaku merely whispered, a lifetime immersed in darkness. Foolhardily believing in his own guardianship, ultimately perishing under the weight of his own obstinate faith, unable to find peace even in death. Danzo's demise marked the definitive end of an era, heralding a new order in Konoha led by the Uchiha. Fugaku withdrew the blade still embedded in Danzo's shoulder. Shaking off the blood, his gaze turning to the distant battlefield where the conflict raged on, his voice cold, clear the battlefield. Any resistors must be eliminated without exception. Chapter 26. Konoha belongs to the Uchiha. The sight of Shimura Danzo fighting to the death, yet remaining upright, greatly stirred the hearts of all Uchiha present. It was a blend of vengeful delight, shock, and an even more fervent zeal. Shinsuke timely leaped onto a high platform, his bizarre kaleidoscope Sharingan glowing like a burning blood moon in the night, instantly captivating the attention of all clan members. Shinsuke's voice amplified through chakra, no longer calm but filled with a fervent, almost fanatical fervor. Behold, this is the fate of those who oppose us. Even someone as formidable as Shimura Danzo has fallen beneath the will and power of the Uchiha. He abruptly gestured towards Danzo's corpse and then pointed at the remaining root ninjas, who were still stubbornly resisting yet already showing signs of defeat. But this is not enough. Far from it. Decades of oppression, decades of suspicion, the blood debts of last night, the assassinations of the past. The root of all this does not lie solely with one Danzo. Shinsuke's voice soared, filled with boundless rage and determination. It is the decaying upper echelons. It is the cowardly Hokage. It is those advisors who have continually indulged Danzo and viewed the Uchiha as a thorn in their side. They constitute the oppressive system that has caused the Uchiha to shed too much blood and suffer too much humiliation. Today, we have settled accounts with one Danzo, but the fury of the Uchiha needs complete release. The dignity of the Uchiha must be cleansed with the blood of our enemies. We must cut the grass and eradicate the roots. This night, at this very moment, we will personally end all this decay. We will reclaim the glory and power that rightfully belong to the Uchiha. Let the Uchiha fan become the soul will of Konoha. Let Konoha truly return to the hands of one of its founders. His fervent speech poured like the most potent fuel onto the already burning hearts of the Uchiha. Oh. Follow the young clan head. Cleanse the upper echelons. Uchiha as Konoha. A thunderous roar swept across the battlefield, the morale of all Uchiha reaching an unprecedented peak. The Sharingan spun wildly, chakra surging like a boiling tide. Their combat prowess, speed, and even the potency of their jutsu soared to new heights under the dual influence of extreme emotion and Shinsuke's amplifying presence. The remaining root ninjas were overwhelmed like leaves caught in a tempest, instantly engulfed in the fury of the Uchiha. Ding! Detection of host successfully conducting extreme morale boosting, greatly stimulating the combat will and potential of the clan, perfectly achieving pre-battle mobilization effect. Reward, group morale aura effect enhanced, slightly increases the willpower, pain tolerance, and chakra recovery speed of allies within range. Host leadership permanently significantly enhanced. Shinsuke felt the surging power within him and the nearly combustible fighting spirit of his clansmen. Knowing the time had come, his gaze sharpened as he swiftly issued the final command. Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Tiho. Go. The two, bloodied yet with fervent eyes, stepped forward. You two will lead a team of elite warriors, targeting the Shimura clan's territory and the Mitoiman clan's territory. Leave no one alive. Yes, they responded without hesitation, immediately gathering their forces, like two arrows released from their bows, charging towards their respective targets with murderous intent. Uchiha Inaho. Go. You will lead a team. targeting the Zangetsu clan's territory. Likewise, leave no survivors. Understood. The remaining members, under the gaze of my father and myself, Shinsuke, turned towards the Hokage building. Cold and resolute, aiming for the Hokage building. Eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and completely seize control of Konoha's core. Oh! The army roared in response, shaking the earth. For teams representing death and cleansing surged forward like 4 bloody blades drawn from their sheaths, charging towards the core region of Konoha's elite under the cover of night. Their objectives were clear: extermination of clans. Their methods were ruthless and deadly. This night, Konoha would run red with blood. Tonight, a complete change of regime shall unfold. Shinju and Fugaku stride forth side by side, trailed by the most formidable and vital forces of the Uchiha clan, making their way towards the Hokage building. The very symbol of Konoha's supreme authority. Along the route, the few Umbu and Sarutobi clan ninjas attempting to obstruct them fall like fragile reeds before a tempest. Swiftly crushed by the Uchiha tide, the Hokage building looms just ahead. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen appears to age decades in an instant, acutely aware of the palpable, unmasked murderous intent and the relentless chakra surge closing in upon him. He glances at the peace treaty on his desk, forever left unsigned, and offers a bitter smile. Grasping the Kanei Rui staff, he adjusts his Hokage robes. As Hokage, he may have failed, yet as a ninja, he chooses to perish valiantly at his post. Fugaku and Shinju's figures materialize at the threshold of the Hokage's office. There are no words exchanged, no negotiations. In an instant, Fugaku activates his Sharingan. The terrifying power of his eyes erupts. Simultaneously, Shinju's Sharingan spins, channeling a tenfold amplification of ninjutsu, ready to unleash its might. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellows, wielding the Kanei Rui staff for a final stand. The battle ignites explosively, only to be extinguished almost as swiftly, under the combined might of the Uchiha father and son. Particularly the overwhelming tenfold amplified jutsu wielded by Shinju. Even the third Hokage, renowned as the professor of ninjutsu, finds himself powerless. The Kanei Rui staff is violently sent flying. Composite ninjutsu is ruthlessly torn apart by sheer force. Ultimately, Fugaku's ocular technique seizes upon a fleeting opening, and Shinju's simplified yet devastating lightning jutsu pierces through Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Hiruzen's movements freeze. He gazes down at the gaping void in his chest, then meets the cold stares of the Uchiha father and son before slowly collapsing. His eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions, ultimately succumbing to an eerie silence. The Hokage has fallen. Shinju slowly withdraws his bloodied hand, his gaze coldly sweeping across the office that epitomizes ultimate power. Outside, sporadic explosions and cries of battle resonate throughout Konoha, the purging still ongoing, but soon, these sounds begin to wane. Fugaku steps forward to the Hokage's seat, silently surveying it, then turns to his son. Their eyes lock, no words necessary. The coup d'etat has succeeded. From this moment forth, Konoha shall be ruled by the Uchiha clan. The stench of blood still lingers within the Hokage building, while resistance and purging across Konoha gradually subside. Beneath the night sky, the Uchiha fan banner is hoisted atop various vantage points within the village, heralding the end of one era and the dawn of another. Fugaku must immediately take command within the Hokage building, attending to the intricate affairs following the coup, stabilizing the situation and seizing power. He looks at his son, weariness evident in his eyes, yet there is also a glimmer of relief and unprecedented gravity. I'll handle things here. You should return home first, he rasps. Tell your mother all is well. Shinju nods, comprehending the immense pressure his father must face alone in the early stages of this power transition. He refrains from further words and departs the Hokage office, still permeated with a faint scent of blood. As he walks through the now purged yet tense and oppressive streets, Shinju senses various gazes fixed upon him: fear, reverence, hatred, and a hint of bewilderment. With a stoic expression, he strides purposefully towards the Uchiha compound. The atmosphere within the compound, however, is starkly different. Though remnants of battle and a chilling aura linger, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and fervor prevails. Upon seeing Shinju return, clan members along the way bow in respect, their eyes alight with almost worshipful admiration. Long live the young clan leader. Shinju offers a slight nod, his pace unbroken as he heads directly to his family home. Pushing open the courtyard gate, He steps into a world seemingly detached from the chaos and bloodshed outside. The courtyard is immaculately cleaned, warm lights illuminating the corridor. Mikoto rushes to the entrance almost immediately, having spent a sleepless night, her face pale and her eyes bloodshot with worry. Upon seeing Shinju standing unharmed, tears well up in her eyes as she tightly embraces him. "You're back! You're back! Thank goodness," she chokes out, her body trembling slightly. Only she knows how harrowing that night has been. Shinju's heart softens as he gently returns his mother's embrace, whispering, "Yes, I'm back. Father is safe. He is handling matters at the Hokage building." Mikoto, relieved to hear of her husband's safety, exhales a sigh of relief, though her anxiety lingers. Just then, a small figure darts out from the inner room, Itachi. Clearly startled by the commotion outside and their mother's emotions, he runs barefoot to Shinju. Wrapping his small arms around his brother's leg, his wide eyes brimming with fear and dependence. "Brother." Shinju bends down to lift his younger brother, feeling the slight tremor in the little one's body, and softens his tone considerably. "It's all right, Itachi. The bad guys have all been driven away." Ding. Detected that the host has successfully soothed a family member's emotions, providing a sense of security and maintaining familial stability. Reward: slight increase in mental strength, enhanced emotional perception and soothing abilities. A refreshing energy flows into Shinju's consciousness, alleviating the tension from a night filled with slaughter and schemes, sharpening his sensitivity to his mother's and brother's emotions. Observing Mikoto's fatigued and pale face alongside Itachi's frightened expression, Shinju understands that words hold little weight at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he entrusts Itachi to their mother and resolves to take action. "Mother, please rest with Itachi for a while," he says, rolling up his sleeves. "Today, I shall prepare a splendid breakfast to celebrate." "Shinju?" Mikoto looks at her son in surprise, but seeing the unwavering kindness in his eyes, she eventually nods and sits down with Itachi on the corridor. Shinju returns to the kitchen. This time, the dishes that spring to mind are no longer simple scrambled eggs and braised pork. The system's reward, the complete cookbook of Blue Star home cooking, unfolds in his mind like an encyclopedia. He decides to prepare a truly lavish feast. Sticky rice chicken. The soaked glutinous rice is perfectly ready. Crystal clear shrimp dumplings. Soft and sweet lava buns. Thin-skinned, generously filled pan-fried dumplings. Fragrant beef porridge. And refreshing cold dishes. Each exquisite and complex breakfast item materializes under his deft hands as if by magic. His tenfold amplified chakra control is utilized to achieve exquisite precision in heat management and kneading, his masterful culinary skills allowing him to handle the various ingredients with ease. Steam rises in the kitchen, and the enticing aromas soon become extraordinarily complex and alluring, far surpassing Mikoto's and Itachi's understanding. Itachi's little nose twitches, his fear gradually replaced by curiosity and desire, his wide eyes fixed on the direction of the kitchen. As Shinju arranges an array of colorful, fragrant, and delectable breakfast dishes upon the table, both Mikoto and Itachi stand awestruck. "This is absolutely beyond anything we could have imagined. Brother, you're amazing," Itachi exclaims, his eyes wide with wonder. Shinju smiles, picking up a crystal-clear shrimp dumpling, blowing on it to cool, and offering it to Itachi. "Here, Itachi, try it and see how it tastes." Itachi cautiously opens his mouth and bites down. The sweetness and bounciness of the shrimp, the tenderness of the dough, and the perfectly balanced seasoning explode in his mouth. The little one's eyes light up like stars, and without a thought for the heat, he chews eagerly, sincerely praising, "So good, super good. Brother is the best." Seeing his brother's satisfied face, radiant with happiness, it seems as if the shadows of the previous night's violence and bloodshed have been dispelled by this simple meal, filling Shinju with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and tranquility. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully prepared an ultra-high-quality feast, greatly enhancing family happiness, successfully celebrating an important moment in a warm manner. Reward: culinary mastery elevated to an emotional connection with food. The dishes prepared can subtly enhance the consumer's mood and sense of belonging. And the title of host of family banquets acquired, when hosting family gatherings, slightly increases family member satisfaction and cohesion. Shinshio smiled faintly, pleased with this reward. "Mother, please eat." He served a bowl of fragrant beef congee to Mei-chin, as she gazed at the exquisite spread on the table and then at her two sons. Particularly the carefree enjoyment on the face of her younger son, Her eyes brimmed with tears once more, but this time, they were tears of comfort and happiness. She accepted the bowl, nodding gently. All right, let's eat together. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the bountiful table and the three of them. Outside, the world was in turmoil, with power shifts. Yet within this small home, warmth and delicious food became the finest forms of celebration and solace. Observing his mother and younger brother savoring their meal, Shunshio made a silent vow. Chapter 27. The banquet. The warmth of the sun enveloped the dining table, where the atmosphere was tranquil and satisfying. The delectable food soothed the stomach and dispelled the remnants of last night's anxiety. Meichin looked at her two sons, especially at the renewed smile on Itachi's face. The heavy stone in her heart finally fell, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Mother, you haven't slept all night. You should rest, Shunshio gently advised. I'll take care of the cleanup. Meichin indeed felt utterly drained. She nodded, tenderly stroking Itachi's hair. Casting a worried glance at Shunshio. Little Shio, you too. I'm fine, mother. Shunshio offered a reassuring smile. I need to go to the Hokage building to assist father shortly. Meichin said no more, rising to return to her bedroom. She needed rest to better support this family that had just undergone tremendous upheaval. Shunshio swiftly tidied up the dishes, glancing at Itachi, who remained seated, blissfully licking the filling of a custard bun, a look of sheer happiness on his face. A gentle warmth flickered in Shunshio's eyes. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully maintained family warmth, providing emotional value. Reward: slightly improved chakra control precision. The system notification chimed once more, though the reward was modest. It instilled in Shunshio a sense of positive continuity. Protecting his family inherently made him stronger. He lifted Itachi from the chair. Itachi, I'm heading to the Hokage building. Stay at home and don't wander around, all right? Upon hearing this, Itachi immediately set down the half-eaten custard bun, grasping Shunshio's clothing with his small hands, his face reflecting reluctance and a hint of unease. Will you be gone long, brother? Shunshio pondered for a moment, bending down to meet his brother's gaze. Not for too long. Moreover, I have an important task for you, all right? A task? Itachi's eyes brightened. Yes, Shunshio's expression turned serious. I need you to take my place and protect our home and mother. Until we return, you shall be the little guardian of the house. Can you do that? These simple words instantly endowed Itachi with a profound sense of responsibility and mission. He puffed up his small chest, despite his diminutive stature, and nodded earnestly, yes. Itachi can do it. Itachi will protect mother. Protect our home. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully inspired a sense of responsibility and protective belief in the important bond, Uchiha Itachi, guiding his positive growth. Ding. Uchiha Itachi's latent potential has been slightly stimulated, enhancing the bond between the host and Uchiha Itachi. Shunshio felt a swell of emotion and affectionately ruffled his brother's hair. All right, then I'll leave it to you. After reassuring his younger brother, Shunshio stepped out of the house. The warmth on his face quickly receded, replaced by a demeanor befitting his current role, steadfast and authoritative. The streets retained a tense atmosphere, yet had returned to a semblance of order. A five-man team of Uchiha ninjas patrolled, their sharp eyes vigilant for any potential counterattacks. Upon seeing Shunshio approach, they all bowed respectfully, their gazes filled with reverence. Shunshio nodded slightly, his pace steady but imbued with an intangible pressure as he made his way to the Hokage building. The bloodstains in front of the building had been cleared, but a faint metallic scent still lingered in the air. The Uchiha guard stepped aside upon his arrival, allowing him passage. Entering the Hokage office, Fujitake sat behind a large desk piled high with scrolls and documents. Several Uchiha elders and core jonin, including the 8th generation, Tetsuru, and Inaharu, were gathered nearby, engaged in hushed discussions. Each face bore signs of fatigue, yet more prominently displayed was an undeniable excitement and busyness. Father, Shunshio greeted. Fujitake looked up, a fleeting sense of relief washing over his features upon seeing his son. You're here. He gestured to a document on the desk. This is the preliminary tally. The main members and loyalists of the Shimura, Nara, and Mito clans have been eliminated, and we are currently in pursuit of the remaining forces. The Sarutobi clan's resistance has also been quelled. Though some members are under control, their disposition still requires deliberation. Shunshio quickly skimmed through the document, maintaining high efficiency. The results were as anticipated. Casualties. We suffered 6 fatalities, over 20 grievously injured, and a number of minor injuries, replied Uchiha Inaharu, the one responsible for the statistics. His tone was grave yet tinged with relief. Given their achievements against formidable foes, this figure was indeed miraculous. Shunshio nodded, recognizing that their formidable strength, coupled with heightened morale, likely contributed to this fortunate outcome, not to mention the effects of his own communal morale aura and its tenfold amplification. The work for consolation and compensation must commence immediately and be doubled, Shunshio declared solemnly. We must ensure that all clan members understand that their sacrifices and contributions will never be forgotten by the family. Understood. The elders responded immediately. Additionally, Shunshio turned to Fujitake. Father, I believe the time has come. Fujitake's gaze sharpened. You mean? To host a banquet, Shunshio declared. To invite all clans that remain neutral or favorable towards us during this incident, such as the Inazuka, Hyuga, Yamanaka, and others. The venue will be the Hokage building banquet hall tonight. The elders' eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was not merely a feast, but a political showcase. The perfect occasion to declare the establishment of a new order, to rally allies and intimidate onlookers. Excellent. Fujitake immediately concurred. You will be in full charge of this matter. Whatever you need, mobilize resources as necessary. Understood, Shunshio nodded, having already formulated a plan. The system's culinary skills, combined with the emotional connection to food and the title of host of family banquets, would yield unexpected results this evening. Shunshio accepted the directive but did not immediately proceed to gather personnel for the arrangements. Instead, he turned back home. Upon entering, he found little Itachi sitting upright in the entryway, like a diligent little cat. As soon as he spotted his brother, he rushed over, his eyes sparkling. Brother, you're back. The task is complete. Shunshio's heart softened, and he knelt to pat his head. Yes, Itachi did very well. Did mother rest well? Yes. It was very quiet. Itachi nodded vigorously, then curiously gazed at Shunshio. Brother, is everything done? Not yet. Tonight, the clan will host a very important banquet. Shunshio regarded his brother. A sudden thought crossing his mind. Itachi, would you like to help your brother with something? Help? Itachi's eyes widened with excitement. Being needed by his strong brother filled him with joy. Can Itachi help? Of course. Shunshio took his hand. Come, help brother taste the dishes. In the kitchen, Shunshio changed into simple casual attire and donned one of Meichin's aprons. He summoned no servants, opting instead to personally handle the ingredients. Fresh vegetables, meats, and seafood were all the finest quality, swiftly gathered from within the clan. Itachi fetched a small stool, obediently sitting by the kitchen door, his eyes glued to his brother's every move. Shunshio's actions flowed like water, his knife skills precise as an art form, the control of heat masterful and impeccable. The system bestows upon him the culinary mastery that encapsulates the essence of various cuisines from the Blue Planet, which he now displays with unparalleled finesse. The first dish is the crystalline shrimp dumplings. As the steam basket is unveiled, a plume of warmth rises, revealing gossamer thin wrappers enveloping tender shrimp, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. With a delicate touch, he lifts one, gently blowing to cool it before offering it to the eagerly awaiting Itachi. Here, have a taste. Itachi takes a bite. The springiness of the shrimp, the juiciness, and the softness of the wrapper meld perfectly, causing his eyes to squint with sheer delight. His little feet swinging joyfully at the edge of his stool. Delicious. So good. You're amazing, brother. A notification chimes, detected that the host has prepared a meal and fed an important bond object, Uchiha Itachi, successfully conveying love and flavor. Reward, slight increase in mental strength. Minor restoration of chakra. With a gentle smile, he proceeds to the next dish. The second is a vibrant and tantalizing braised pork, its succulent chunks trembling in a rich, glossy sauce, exuding an overwhelming aroma. Again, he cools a small piece and offers it to the eager Itachi. It melts in the mouth, the balanced sweet and salty flavors leaving Itachi with a glistening smile, almost swooning with happiness as he mumbles, Brother, this is just too good. Another notification rings. Detected continuous feeding by the host. Bond object's sense of happiness is consistently elevated. Reward, slight enhancement of constitution. The third dish is a light jade soup, its verdant vegetable essence soothing the throat and stomach. The fourth is an exquisitely crafted lotus pastry. With each dish completed, he carefully selects the best morsel, cools it, and feeds it to the little taste tester beside him. Itachi, never refusing, savors each bite, deepening his admiration and dependence on his brother. His face radiating pure joy and satisfaction, as if the previous night's bloodshed and gloom had never existed. Observing his brother, Shinsuke's gaze is filled with affection and tenderness. This warm act of feeding not only soothes any lingering unease Itachi may harbor, but also becomes Shinsuke's finest moment of relaxation amidst his busyness. Another notification sounds, detected that the host has successfully cultivated a strong brotherly bond atmosphere, maintaining familial warmth amidst tense circumstances. Reward: slight enhancement in culinary realm, emotional connection through food effect amplified, gaining temporary status of vigor, lasting until the banquet concludes. The system's chime seems to carry a note of joy. As the final dessert, the molten lava bun, emerges from the oven, Shinsuke again lifts one, gently breaking it open to reveal golden filling oozing out like flowing sand, its fragrance intoxicating. True to form, he cools it and presents it to Itachi. Although he has already eaten plenty, upon seeing his favorite dessert, Itachi makes an effort to take a big bite, the sweet flavor causing him to nod his head joyfully before he can't help but let out a small, satisfied burp. Shinsuke chuckles, rubbing his belly. Little glutton. Are you full now? Itachi shyly nods, then shakes his head, his eyes still fixed on the molten bun. I want more, but my tummy says no more space. Shinsuke laughs, lifting him down from the stool. All right, the tasting task is complete. You've been a great help. Now go find mother or play for a while. I need to prepare for tonight's banquet. Okay. Itachi beams, rubbing against his brother's leg before scampering off. Shinsuke watches his brother's cheerful figure, his warmth gradually transforming into composure and sharpness. He removes his apron and instructs the waiting clan members to keep the meticulously prepared dishes warm and beautifully plated. As evening descends, the venue is brightly lit, yet the atmosphere remains subtly tense. Important figures from various clans in Konoha arrive one after another, each bearing distinct expressions. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans arrive together, with Nara Shikaka's gaze deep and contemplative. Hyuga Hizashi arrives with his younger brother, calm and composed. And the clan leaders of the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans are also present. Representatives from smaller clans appear more cautious, carefully observing their surroundings. In the banquet hall, the servers are no longer the usual personnel directly under the Hokage, but rather Uchiha ninjas, respectful yet sharp-eyed. This silent detail proclaims a shift in power. When Fugaku and Shinsuke appear side by side, all eyes converge upon them. As the clan leader, Fugaku delivers a brief yet powerful speech, thanking everyone for their presence and emphasizing the Uchiha's aim to restore order in Konoha and seek mutual development. Following this, Shinsuke steps forward, his gaze sweeping across the room. Despite being the youngest, he emanates an undeniable authority. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Shinsuke's voice rings clear. The Uchiha do not seek dictatorship. Konoha belongs to everyone. Today's banquet serves two purposes. First, to express gratitude for your stances during the previous turmoil, and second, to use this opportunity to eliminate barriers and discuss our future together. He gently claps his hands. The Uchiha attendants, having been prepared, enter in succession, carrying trays covered with silver lids. The moment the lids are lifted, an unprecedented aroma envelopes the banquet hall. The scent is rich and layered, tantalizing the appetite, even carrying a subtle power that brings comfort and joy. Title: Master of the Banquet Effect activated. Title: Emotional connection through food effect activated. All eyes are drawn to the dishes. Their exquisite artistry, coupled with the alluring colors and fragrances, prompts instinctive swallowing among the guests. Even the most seasoned clan leaders have never encountered such breathtaking cuisine. Please, there's no need for formality. Shinsuke smiles gently, taking a seat first. This is merely a home-cooked meal, and I hope it pleases everyone. Doubts and tension seem to dissolve in the face of such exceptional food. The guests begin to eat. In the next moment, the hall is filled with muffled yet unmistakable gasps of astonishment. What exquisite flavors! Inuzuka Kiba exclaims, unable to contain his excitement. Nara Shikaku savors the dish, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes as he feels his previously taut nerves begin to relax. Even the typically polite Hyuga Hizashi unconsciously accelerates his eating pace. The feast becomes the finest lubricant for conversation. The atmosphere at the table visibly softens as cups are exchanged. Previously rigid dialogues begin to flow smoothly. Shinsuke moves gracefully among the tables, conversing with each clan leader and representative, his tone calm. Yet the substance of the discussions delves into core issues of interest distribution, power restructuring, and future cooperation. Amidst the joy fostered by the exquisite cuisine, many topics that could have sparked heated disputes progress surprisingly smoothly. This is indeed a grand banquet, but the Uchiha lays not weapons, but rather the ultimate delicacies and precise political acumen before their guests. It gently dismantles their defenses and clearly delineates a new order. As the banquet approaches its conclusion, most attendees understand that the dynamics of Konoha have indeed changed. The Uchiha, led by the young Shinsuke, who can create such striking culinary wonders and navigate the intricacies of power with ease, leaves a profound impression on everyone present. The banquet concludes successfully. After bidding farewell to the guests, Fugaku looks at his son, his eyes filled with complexity and pride. Shinsuke, you did exceptionally well. Fugaku sighs, even better than I imagined. Shinsuke gazes out at the night view of Konoha, the lights twinkling. Father, this is just the beginning. He replies softly, the real challenges lie ahead. Restructuring internally, soothing villagers, and defending against external threats. Under the Uchiha's guidance, Konoha's new journey is only just commencing. Chapter 28. Enhancing ninja treatment. The warmth of the feast has yet to dissipate. Yet Uchiha Shinsuke does not revel in the initial joy of wielding power. Instead, he immediately turns his attention to the foundational cornerstone of the entire Konoha ninja system, the vast number of lower-tier ninjas and their families. A few days later, a public meeting directed at all village ninjas and citizens is convened in the expansive square before the Hokage building. On the high platform, Uchiha Fugaku sat at the center. Yet all were aware that the true leader was the tall, composed young man beside him, Uchiha Shinju. Below the platform, a throng of people gathered. Not only ninjas from various clans, but also a multitude of civilian ninjas, retired and disabled ninjas, and their families. They arrived with curiosity, skepticism, and even a hint of trepidation, eager to hear what the new ruler would proclaim. Might Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, enthusiastically gave a thumbs up to Shinju on the platform. Obito held the shy hand of Hana, standing at the forefront of the crowd. Kakashi leaned lazily against a pillar, his visible eye scrutinizing the scene. Minato and Kushina stood nearby, their expressions gentle yet attentive. Mikoto stood slightly behind with a quiet Itachi, her gaze filled with pride and support. Stepping forward, Shinju eschewed grandiloquent rhetoric, yet his voice, amplified by chakra, resonated clearly across the square, calm yet powerful. Fellow citizens of Konoha, I have called you here today not to extol the achievements of the Uchiha clan, but to address more pressing and tangible matters concerning the lives of all present and your families. His straightforward and earnest opening remarks gradually hushed the previously boisterous crowd. Konoha is a great tree, and every ninja, regardless of clan heritage or status, is an indispensable branch and leaf of this tree. You have safeguarded the peace and prosperity of this village with your sweat, blood, and even your lives. Shinju's gaze swept over the weathered faces of seasoned Chunin, the youthful eyes of genin, and the disabled ninjas in wheelchairs pushed by their families. However, for far too long, your sacrifices have not been duly rewarded. His tone grew somber, addressing the unjust distribution of mission rewards, the inadequate standards for compensation, the insufficient support for retired and disabled ninjas, and the lack of educational and medical resources for the children of ninjas, issues that, like termites, gnawed at the roots of the great tree. Restlessness began to stir in the crowd, many civilian ninjas resonating with his words, their faces illuminated with excitement and agreement. These issues were deeply felt, yet had never been so candidly acknowledged by the higher-ups. All of this must change, starting today. Shinju's voice surged, resolute and unwavering. I, Uchiha Shinju, hereby represent the Uchiha clan and the new decision-making body of Konoha to announce the implementation of a brand new Konoha ninja welfare and protection regulation. He took the scroll handed to him by a clan member and read aloud its core contents. First, we will comprehensively raise mission rewards, with a tilt towards high-risk and high-difficulty tasks, ensuring that the ninja teams executing these missions receive a higher proportion of direct shares. Second, we will significantly increase the standards for compensation for those who fall in battle or are disabled, doubled, and we will establish a regular adjustment mechanism. Third, we will set up a Konoha Ninja Protection Fund, funded by clan contributions and a portion of mission commissions. specifically aimed at subsidizing the living and medical expenses of retired and disabled ninjas, as well as supporting the education and living costs of the children of fallen ninjas until they reach adulthood. Fourth, we will optimize medical resources, prioritizing treatment for ninjas injured on missions, with the fund covering the majority of expenses. Fifth, we will establish a merit point system, where ninjas who complete missions can earn merit points to exchange for advanced ninjutsu scrolls, training resources, and even custom ninja tools. With each declaration, the crowd fell into deeper silence, only to erupt into greater astonishment and discussion. These provisions struck at the very heart of their grievances, especially for civilian ninjas who relied solely on mission rewards for survival. This represented a seismic shift. It meant greater security for their families and a brighter future for their children. Is this true? A middle-aged ninja with a scar on his face murmured, his voice trembling. Compensation doubled? A ninja who had lost a comrade felt tears welling in his eyes. The disabled ninjas in wheelchairs were overwhelmed with emotion, believing they had been forgotten by the village. Observing the crowd's reaction, Shinju's tone softened, filled with sincere understanding. I know that these years have been arduous for all of you. The anxiety of every mission, the farewells to loved ones, the endurance of injuries, the grief of losing comrades. These burdens should not rest solely upon your shoulders. Konoha is a home for all. Family members should support one another. He paused, his gaze sharpening as it swept across the assembly. These reforms are not acts of charity. They are the rewards you rightfully deserve. It is Konoha's overdue compensation for every contributor. It is also the Uchiha's commitment to safeguarding all its clansmen upon assuming leadership of Konoha. The Sharingan of the Uchiha must not only see the enemy, but also understand the suffering and needs of our own. This proclamation struck like a hammer upon each heart. Uchiha! Suddenly, a fervent civilian ninja cried out from the crowd, tears brimming in his eyes. Lord Shinju. More voices joined in, calling his name in unison, the cacophony transforming into a thunderous wave of heartfelt emotion and gratitude. Many resilient ninjas shed tears at this moment, tears that released years of pent-up grievances and ignited hope for a better future. In this instant, the barriers of clan divisions and past conflicts faded into insignificance in the face of tangible benefits and sincere understanding. They felt respected and valued. Beep. Detected major welfare policies implemented by the host, significantly enhancing the well-being of lower-tier ninjas and civilians, triggering a large-scale resonant positive emotional response. Reward. The host's prestige among lower and mid-tier ninjas in Konoha has reached reverence, gaining a passive status of popular support. Within Konoha, chakra recovery speed slightly improved. Perception range expanded. The overall prestige of the Uchiha clan has greatly increased, with unprecedented cohesion and centripetal force, gaining a collective state of ambition. Training efficiency slightly improved. Obito watched in astonishment, then vigorously raised his fist in pride. Hana tightly grasped his hand, her eyes brimming with admiration as she gazed at Shinju on the platform. Guy wept uncontrollably, tears flowing freely. This is youth. Shinju, you've done it. So passionate. Kakashi straightened, his visible eye filled with complex shock. Minato and Kushina exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with contentment. Mikoto embraced Itachi, tears glistening in her eyes, knowing her son was ushering in a new era. Shinju raised his hand, calming the thunderous cheers. The implementation of these new policies requires time and may encounter resistance. But I vow in the name of the Uchiha to see this through. You are all welcome to supervise. His voice was steady and powerful. The future of Konoha necessitates the strength of every individual. Let us join hands and make it better, warmer and stronger. As the speech concluded, the crowd lingered, reluctant to disperse. Shouts of joy, expressions of gratitude, and lively discussions persisted. Public sentiment had been ignited. Whether ninjas or civilians, the topic of conversation revolved around Uchiha Shinju and his newly announced welfare policies. Praise surged like a tide, elevating the Uchiha's reputation to unprecedented heights, especially among the lower populace, whose loyalty soared at an astonishing pace. Uchiha Shinju, through a speech and tangible policies, not only secured power, but also began to win the hearts of the people. The great tree of Konoha was revitalizing with newfound vigor. Chapter 29. Controlling Public Opinion. Father. Esteemed elders, Shinju proposed a new concept during a core family meeting. This incident made me realize that public opinion is like water. It can carry a boat or capsize it. In the past, The Uchiha clan suffered greatly due to our ineptitude in this regard, passively enduring vilification. Though we currently hold the upper hand, if we fail to maintain our voice and guide the villagers' perceptions, the old prejudices will inevitably resurface. Fayek and several elders wholeheartedly agree. They have endured enough suffering from isolation and misunderstanding. What are your thoughts? Fayek inquired. We need a platform that belongs to us, or at the very least, one that leans in our favor, Shinsui asserted, his gaze sharp. An institution capable of regularly and proactively disseminating information to the entire village, interpreting policies, and shaping our image. I propose the establishment of the Konoha News Agency. The news agency? Elder Uchiha Hakadai appeared somewhat perplexed. Is it akin to a bulletin board for task announcements? No. It is far more intricate and effective than that, Shinsui elucidated. It will periodically publish a periodical known as a newspaper, which will not only feature interpretations of official decrees and task information, but will also include updates from the ninja world, character interviews, and even intriguing stories and life knowledge. We must acclimate the villagers to obtaining information from us, fostering trust in the content we provide, and subtly guiding them to accept our ideology. This was an avant-garde concept. Yet the individuals present were no ordinary folk. With a moment's contemplation, they grasped the immense power it entailed. Mastering the channels of information equates to controlling the direction of public opinion. What about the personnel? Fayek directly addressed the crux of the matter. This news agency must be led by individuals of absolute reliability and capability. Shinsui had already made up his mind. I recommend Elder Uchiha Munin. The gaze of the assembly shifted to the previously silent and more refined Elder Uchiha Munin. He was not known for his martial prowess, yet within the clan, he was esteemed for his vast knowledge, meticulous reasoning, and fluid writing style. In his youth, he had traveled extensively, gaining a broad perspective. Elder Uchiha Munin stroked his beard thoughtfully, a glimmer of wisdom flickering in his eyes. Are you suggesting that this old man take up the pen as a sword, waging a war without smoke? Precisely. Shinsui nodded, recognizing that Elder Munin's insight and literary talent made him the most fitting candidate for this endeavor. What we need is to persuade with reason and move with emotion rather than mere advocacy. In the initial stages, we will enlist clan members skilled in genjutsu and hypnosis, not for control, but to more accurately gauge the reader's sentiments and craft articles that resonate deeply. Elder Uchiha Munin slowly rose. Inclining slightly, I am honored by your trust, young clan leader. I shall undertake this responsibility, ensuring that I steer public opinion wisely for our Uchiha clan and the new order of Konoha. Preparations for the Konoha News Agency swiftly commenced. The location was chosen to be a spacious courtyard adjacent to the Hokage building. Shinsui mobilized resources to quickly furnish it with the necessary desks, chairs, paper, and printing equipment, initially outsourced to the Hokage's printing department, though the staff had been infiltrated and controlled by the Uchiha. However, launching a news agency was no simple task, especially given the need for content to fill the newspaper. Solely relying on official documents and elder contributions would render it monotonous. At that moment, some unexpected individuals expressed their interest. Uzumaki Kushina was the first to hear the news. Her vivacious personality filled her with curiosity for this novel endeavor. A newspaper? That sounds fascinating. Can I write about how to make delicious bento? She eagerly dragged Namikaze Minato along to visit. Soon after, Mikoto joined, as the clan leader's wife. She understood the importance of public opinion and was a woman of thoughtful disposition and refinement. Upon reviewing the plans for the news agency, she offered numerous practical suggestions, such as incorporating parenting insights and small household medical advice, which would resonate more with female readers and ordinary families. Perhaps I could write a little piece about balancing ninja missions with family life? Mikoto gently proposed, earning enthusiastic support from Elder Munin. Their arrival and participation opened a door. Before long, parents of future prominent ninjas, either out of personal interest or as a gesture of goodwill towards the new ruling family, began to come forth. Nara Shikaku's wife, Nara Yoshino, expressed interest in a potential chess column. Yamanaka Inoichi's spouse, Yamanaka Rina, suggested a small section for flower arrangement. Even Akimichi Chuse's father, a retired ninja, wished to share his views on the policies of past Hokages, which Elder Munin tactfully declined due to their sensitive nature. Before the Konoha News Agency had officially published its first newspaper, it had already garnered significant attention within specific circles, attracting a group of talented, leisure-seeking contributors eager to express themselves. Elder Uchiha Munin, true to his prudent nature, meticulously sifted through the contributions, discarding overly personal and ill-timed content, while integrating official policy interpretations, framed by Shinsui or Fayek and polished by him. Essential news from the ninja world. Life service information, such as how to apply for new welfare policies, and gentle, engaging lifestyle columns provided by Mikoto, Kushina, and others. The inaugural issue of the Konoha Daily quietly appeared in the Hokage building, the task release hall, entrances to various training grounds, and several partnered restaurants and tea houses. Initially, people picked up the large, ink-scented paper out of mere curiosity. Yet soon, they were captivated by the clear and comprehensible policy interpretations and the intriguing columns. So this is how to apply for the new compensation. It's explained so clearly. Oh, this nutritional recipe for children written by Mikoto looks quite good. Look, there's an update on the Border Patrol Team's encounter with the Kumogakure squad just yesterday. Haha. Kushina's piece on how to make a bento that even the Hokage praises is so entertaining. Novelty, practicality, authority, and a touch of approachability from high-ranking individuals marked the Konoha Daily's trial issue, which quickly achieved remarkable success and was eagerly circulated. Elder Uchiha Munin observed the response, stroking his beard with a smile, promptly organizing personnel to gather feedback and prepare for the next issue. He understood that they were on the right path. Shinsui stood by the window of the Hokage's office, gazing at the villagers below animatedly, discussing the newspaper, his expression profound. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully established a normalized channel for public opinion dissemination, Konoha News Agency, initially guiding the villagers' information acquisition methods. Reward. Host's ability to manipulate public opinion has slightly increased, and sensitivity to information has enhanced. The Uchiha clan's influence over Konoha's public discourse has begun to rise steadily. This silent war of public opinion had begun, and the opening moves were auspicious. The voice of Konoha was gradually being aligned with the Uchiha's direction. Chapter 30. Redressing Injustices. Hitachi Tsukumo. The smooth operation of the Konoha News Agency granted Uchiha Shinsui an invisible, yet potent key to steer public opinion. He understood that to truly reshape Konoha, mere material welfare and future promises were insufficient. It was imperative to reckon with the past and heal the scars of history to genuinely win the hearts of the people, especially those talented individuals deeply harmed by the old system. After stabilizing the situation initially, Shinsui, in his capacity as the young clan leader and de facto authority, accessed numerous confidential documents sealed away in the depths of the Hokage building's archives. His gaze ultimately fell upon a scroll labeled Investigation into the Failure of Hitachi Tsukumo's Mission. He meticulously perused the task reports from that year, records of public opinion, and the high-ranking officials, primarily Danzo and his two advisors, evaluations of the matter. The more he read, the more his brow furrowed. The report clearly indicated that Hitachi Tsukumo's choices were strategically sound, saving multiple comrades' lives and averting greater losses. The so-called failure was merely a deliberate manipulation of public opinion by Danzo and others to suppress a genius that might threaten their own positions. Absurd. Shameful. Even Shinsui's calm demeanor could not suppress his quiet rebuke. A hero had been driven to suicide by such despicable means, marking a significant loss for Konoha and an indelible stain. He closed the scroll, having made a decision in his heart. This was not only a just act, but would also greatly demonstrate the new ruling group's fairness, drawing a clear line from the darkness of the past. Days later, the latest edition of the Konoha Daily prominently featured a weighty article titled In the Name of Justice, The Truth and Reflection on the Flagpole Tsukumo Incident. Pinned by Uchiha Shinsui and meticulously outlined, the piece provided a detailed account of the actual circumstances surrounding the mission, objectively analyzing the strategic soundness of abandoning the mission to prioritize comrades. It candidly highlighted the despicable actions of the higher-ups at the time, while omitting the third Hokage. The primary focus was on the now overthrown Danzo and two advisors, who maliciously manipulated public opinion for political ends and exerted undue pressure. The article also vehemently criticized the villagers' blind adherence to prevailing narratives, which led to the moral coercion of the hero. The prose was poignant and powerful, brimming with reflection and a clarion call for justice, ultimately declaring, following deliberation by the new decision-making body of Konoha, a formal exoneration of Lord Tsukumo was enacted, restoring all his honors. His sacrifice must be remembered, and his plight should serve as a wake-up call for Konoha. Never again shall Konoha allow its heroes to bleed and weep. This article detonated like a deep water bomb, creating a sensation far greater than previous welfare policies. The elder generation of ninjas reminisced about those years with a mix of nostalgia and regret, their long-burdened hearts eased. Meanwhile, the younger ninjas gained a clear understanding of this obscured history for the first time, stunned by the darkness of the old system. While their admiration for the new ruling body, willing to confront the past and acknowledge errors, grew. Those villagers who had once participated in the criticism felt a profound sense of shame and guilt. Public opinion overwhelmingly supported the exoneration, and Uchiha's reputation and credibility surged once more. At this moment, Kakashi found himself alone in the training grounds, fervently practicing chidori against a wooden post. The crackling thunder seemed to tear through the air, mirroring the tumult within his heart. He had just read that newspaper. The words exoneration truth pierced his heart like needles. He had always known his father was great and wronged. Yet, as this injustice was so formally and publicly rectified, and his father's glory restored, it did not bring pure joy but rather a more complex, tumultuous pain. Those long-repressed feelings of sadness, loneliness, anger, and longing for his father surged forth like a flood, instantly shattering the mask of indifference he habitually wore. The thunder of Chidori abruptly extinguished. Kakashi suddenly collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with one hand, his shoulders trembling violently. His usually half-lidded eye was tightly closed, and scalding tears cascaded uncontrollably from beneath his mask, splattering onto the earth. He let out a low, hoarse, and anguished whimper, reminiscent of a wounded beast. If only my father could have known sooner. At that moment, a calm voice resonated behind him. Crying is not shameful, Kakashi. Shedding tears for a revered father is a son's instinct. Kakashi stiffened, abruptly turning around. Through his tear-blurred vision, he saw Uchiha Shinsui standing there, quietly observing him. His gaze devoid of pity or scrutiny, only imbued with a profound understanding and empathy. Shinsui slowly approached him, not looking at him, but gazing at the distant Hokage rock. My Sharingan allows me to perceive many subtle emotions. I have witnessed the pain you hide beneath your indolence, as well as the kindness and struggles behind Obito's boisterous demeanor and Rin's gentleness and strength. Our generation seems to bear some heavy burdens. Kakashi remained silent, his body gradually calming. Senior Tsukumo was a true hero. He chose his comrades. He chose the path of his heart, and there was nothing wrong with that. The fault lies with the distorted environment that prioritizes mission results while disregarding the lives of comrades. Shinsui's voice was soft yet powerful. The reason I advocate for reform: to elevate the treatment and protections of ninjas, and to vindicate Senior Tsukumo, is to hope that in the future, Konoha will witness fewer such tragedies. Let the choice of comrades no longer come at such a painful cost, allowing heroes to accept their glory with dignity, rather than fading away in misunderstanding. He turned to Kakashi. Konoha needs change, and it needs geniuses like you, not merely as indifferent tools of mission, but as ninjas with flesh and blood, with things they cherish. This is what Senior Tsukumo would have wished to see. Each word resonated deeply within Kakashi's soul. He had never imagined that this Uchiha youth, who had upended Konoha's dynamics with a firm hand, could so profoundly understand his pain and was striving to change the very soil that fostered such suffering. He gazed at Shinsui, whose sincerity and a sense of responsibility far beyond his years gradually pried opened the tightly shut doors of Kakashi's heart. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi slowly stood up, wiping away his tears. Though his voice remained somewhat hoarse, he had regained his composure. Thank you. This simple expression of gratitude held profound significance. It conveyed appreciation for his father's vindication, his understanding, and perhaps a glimmer of hope for the future. Shinsui smiled gently, extending his hand. There is no need for thanks. This is what Konoha owes to Senior Tsukumo and to you. Together, Kakashi, let us see if we can forge a better Konoha that will not disappoint Senior Tsukumo. Kakashi regarded Shinsui's outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before finally, slowly yet resolutely clasping it. Notification: the host has successfully resolved a significant emotional conflict with an important bond, Kakashi Hitaki, greatly enhancing his affinity and sense of recognition. Reward: the bond with Kakashi Hitaki has significantly deepened, granting the exclusive trait cold precision, slight increase in tactical execution efficiency when collaborating in battle with Kakashi. Sunlight filtered through the trees of the training ground, illuminating the clasped hands of the two, seemingly dispelling the shadows that had loomed over the silver-haired youth's heart for years. A new, solid bond quietly formed at this moment. Chapter 31. The Eternal Genin? Special Jonin Might Guy. As the aftermath of the exoneration of Tsukumo continued to resonate, and Konoha remained abuzz with discussions about Uchiha's rectification efforts, Uchiha Shinsui had already outlined his next significant, yet easily overlooked objective in his schedule. On this day, he came alone, without any entourage, to a rather modest residential area on the outskirts of Konoha. According to intelligence, this was the residence of Might Guy, the man celebrated as the Eternal Genin, who, with his fervent spirit and extraordinary effort, had forged his own path in taijutsu, along with his son, Might Guy, with whom Shinsui had already formed a friendship and admiration. Standing before the somewhat weathered wooden door, Shinsui could clearly hear the sounds of passionate shouts, heavy strikes, and a young, spirited voice exclaiming, "Oh, father, today's 5,000 punches must be completed with all the vigor of youth." Shinsui's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently rapped on the door. The noise within abruptly ceased. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal Might Guy, sporting his signature watermelon head and thick eyebrows, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing the visitor, he momentarily froze, then erupted with exuberance. "Shinsui. Wow, it's Shinsui. Are you here to engage me in a spirited youth duel?" His booming voice instantly drew the attention of Might Guy inside. The man appeared more weathered than his actual age, clad in a green jumpsuit. His gaze steadier and more composed than his son's. Only when he looked at his child did an overwhelming sense of pride and warmth surface. He clearly recognized Uchiha Shinsui, the young clan leader who was currently making waves in Konoha, and a flicker of surprise and awkwardness crossed his face. "Guy, mind your manners." Might Guy quickly pulled his son behind him, bowing respectfully to Shinsui. "Lord Shinsui, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Our home is humble, please." "Mr. Guy, there's no need for such formality," Shinsui gently interjected, his tone devoid of condescension. "My sudden visit is quite presumptuous, as I have come specifically to see you." "To visit me?" Might Guy was taken aback. As a veteran lower ninja, what merit did he possess that warranted a personal visit from the current de facto leader of Konoha, the Uchiha clan's young patriarch? Instinctively, he wondered if Guy had caused some trouble outside. Indeed, Shinshio nodded, his gaze sincere as it fell upon Might Guy and then shifted to the curious Kai beside him. "Mr. Dai, Kai is my friend and a worthy rival. From him, I have witnessed an extraordinary tenacity and an unparalleled pursuit of physical arts. I understand that all of this stems from you, his father, a true master who has refined his physical techniques to an exceptional level." Might Guy's body quivered slightly, disbelief flashing in his eyes. The 8 gates technique, which he had concealed for years and had faced mockery for, was suddenly acknowledged by this youth. Furthermore, the tone was imbued with certainty and admiration. You know?" Might Guy's voice was somewhat hoarse. "I know a bit," Shinshio replied with a smile. "It is a forbidden technique that demands immense sacrifice and great willpower to master. For you, Mr. Dai, to wield it as a lower ninja, the hardships and perseverance you have endured are truly moving. You are a severely underestimated powerhouse, and Konoha owes you the respect you rightly deserve." These words, like a warm current, shattered the long-standing barriers within Might Guy's heart. Never had he received such direct affirmation from high-ranking officials or powerful ninjas regarding his path. He had only encountered indifference, pity, or ridicule. Tears welled in his eyes as he clenched his fists, his body trembling with emotion. Lord Shinshio, beside him, Kai was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. "Father, did you hear that? Shinshio said you are a true powerhouse. Our youth and efforts have not been in vain." Shinshio allowed this emotional outpour from the father and son to continue before resuming. "Mr. Dai, I have come today with 2 matters. First, on behalf of Konoha's new decision-making body, I formally recognize you. Given your formidable strength and exceptional contributions to physical arts, effective immediately, you are promoted to Special Jonin and designated as an expert in physical techniques." Special Jonin? Expert in physical techniques? Such accolades were beyond Might Guy's wildest dreams. This was not merely a title, but a profound acknowledgement of his lifelong dedication. He was so overwhelmed he could scarcely articulate his gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Secondly, Shinshio continued, "Looking at both Might Kai and Might Guy, I am acutely aware that physical arts form the foundation of a ninja's training. However, the current education system places excessive emphasis on ninjutsu and jinjutsu, neglecting physical training, which has led to many inadequately prepared children suffering emissions and sometimes paying the ultimate price. Might Dai nodded, deeply resonating with these words, having witnessed too many such instances. Therefore, in the name of the Uchiha clan and Konoha's new decision-making body, I officially appoint you, Mr. Dai, as a dedicated physical arts instructor at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Shinshio's voice rang clear and resolute. I hope you can impart your invaluable training experiences and that indomitable spirit of fire to the next generation, laying the strongest foundation for physical arts in Konoha. I also invite Kai to join you as an assistant. This appointment left both Might Dai and his son in a state of shock. To teach at the academy? To impart physical arts? To promote their unconventional training methods among all children? This was not merely recognition. It was an immense trust and responsibility. Can I really do this? Might Dai's voice trembled with excitement and uncertainty. I am just a... You absolutely can. Shinshio interjected firmly. Your perseverance, your experience, your understanding of physical arts are precisely what the academy currently lacks. We need teachers who can genuinely enhance children's survival skills and physical prowess, not mere theorists. I believe that under your tutelage, the foundational physical abilities and willpower of your class will undoubtedly surpass those of others. This will save countless future lives. Unable to contain himself any longer, Might Dai knelt on one knee, overwhelmed by gratitude and the recognition he had long sought, tears streaming down his face. Lord Shinshio, your kindness. I, Might Dai, shall devote myself entirely to this endeavor. I will impart everything I have, unreservedly, to the children, with my youth and fervor. I will repay your trust. Beep. The system has detected the host successfully recognizing and revitalizing a neglected talent, Might Dai, significantly enhancing his social status and sense of self-worth, triggering profound gratitude and loyalty. Reward. Might Dai's loyalty to the host reaches absolute fidelity, max, while Might Kai's affection and bond with the host significantly increase. The host gains the passive state of keen insight, easier to discover hidden talents and potential. Kai, beside him, followed suit, kneeling and weeping as he exclaimed, Shinshio, you are my father's eternal youthful rival and dear friend. I, Might Kai, vow to assist my father in nurturing all the budding talents of Konoha with all my passion. Shinshio helped them rise. I believe in you both. The official appointment letter and details regarding your remuneration will be delivered shortly. I will gradually advance the reforms at the academy, increasing the emphasis on physical training courses. And your teaching results will serve as the most compelling proof. As Shinshio departed from Might Dai's residence, he felt a profound sense of joy. This strategic move bore far-reaching implications. 1. Fully securing top-tier combat power. Might Dai's 8 gates technique constituted a strategic weapon, and his loyalty was invaluable. 2. Strengthening educational foundations. Cultivating from a young age to comprehensively elevate the physical and mental fortitude of future ninjas was a long-term strategy to enhance Konoha's overall strength. 3. Winning the hearts of the grassroots. If even a long-standing lower ninja like Might Dai could receive proper utilization and respect, it would inspire countless ordinary ninjas with modest talent yet relentless determination, further solidifying the Uchiha's foundational rule. 4. Fortifying bonds with Kai, encouraging this future master of physical arts to feel a deeper connection. Indeed, when the news of Might Dai's exceptional promotion to Special Jonin and his appointment as a physical arts teacher at the academy spread, it caused seismic excitement among the lower and middle-ranking ninjas of Konoha. Might Dai, an expert in physical arts? A Special Jonin? Was this real? The Uchiha were serious. They were genuinely enacting change. Did you see? If we work hard, there is truly hope. Countless ordinary ninjas and lower ranks eagerly spread the news, overwhelmed with excitement. The reputation of Uchiha Shinshio and the Uchiha clan, especially among the grassroots, reached near mythical status. Their loyalty surged at an unprecedented pace, reaching alarming heights. This loyalty stemmed not from fear, but from genuine respect, recognition, and the hope they inspired. Beep. The system has detected the host's series of policies, improving welfare, rectifying injustices, revitalizing the grassroots, gaining widespread and profound support and loyalty from the lower ranks of Konoha and its civilians. Reward. The host's prestige among Konoha's grassroots has reached the level of adoration, highest tier. The host gains the collective passive state of unity, When the host's will aligns with that of the majority, it can slightly mobilize the collective subconscious, enhancing execution efficiency and success rate. The overall cohesion of Konoha has slightly and permanently increased. The loyalty mentioned in the system prompt was not a precise figure, but a symbol, representing that Shinchio's foundation of rule in Konoha had garnered the most extensive and solid support from the grassroots. This force was far more potent and enduring than military conquest. Uchiha Shinchio's strategic layout, from livelihood to public opinion, from high-ranking officials to the grassroots, and from tangible interests to spiritual recognition, was steadily consolidating Konoha in his grasp while infusing it with new vitality. Chapter 32. Kakuzu. The internal restructuring was progressing smoothly, a welfare system was taking shape, and the narrative landscape was firmly controlled, resulting in an unprecedented cohesion among the grassroots. However, Uchiha Shinchio's gaze had already turned toward a more profound issue, the economic foundation of Konoha. Having endured the ravages of war and prolonged political strife, the financial situation in Konoha is far from optimistic. While the prominent clans possess their own industries, the overall economic vitality of the village is insufficient. With an antiquated tax system that lacks sustainable and efficient inflows of capital to support its ambitious reform plans and the potential wars that loom ahead, relying solely on mission commissions and clan allocations is not a viable long-term strategy. He is in dire need of funds, substantial funds, and more critically, someone adept at transforming resources into wealth, skilled in financial management and resource expansion. After sifting through a multitude of documents and fragmented memories, one name surfaced in his mind, Kakuzu. Having clashed with the first Hokage, he possesses forbidden techniques that grant him an extended lifespan, coupled with an obsessive fixation on wealth. A bounty hunter who has navigated the underbelly of the shinobi world, he has amassed nearly a century's worth of wealth, experience, and connections. He is a perilous and difficult individual to control, yet if tamed, his value would be immeasurable. When Shinju proposed the idea of seeking out Kakuzu at a high-level family meeting, even Fugaku furrowed his brow. Shinju, I understand your desperation for talent, but this individual is exceedingly dangerous, and his obsession with money borders on pathological. Loyalty is a foreign concept to him. Father, I am aware of the risks. Shinju replied calmly, but Konoha needs to develop, it requires funds. Kakuzu's abilities are precisely what we lack. As for loyalty, I have my methods to ensure he remains. Though he refrained from elaborating on the existence of his system, he believed that, when combined with strength, ideology, and the system's potential constraints, there would be ample opportunity to persuade, or perhaps subdue, that ancient anomaly. Leaving Shursui and Abido to assist his father with daily affairs, Shinju departed from Konoha alone. Through the newly acquired channels of the Uchiha clan, he swiftly obtained permission to enter the underground black market. This market lies at the border of the land of fire and the land of rivers, in a seemingly abandoned underground town. It is a chaotic mix of rogue ninjas, bounty hunters, spies, and various illicit transactions, the air thick with the scent of blood, money, and conspiracy. Draped in an inconspicuous cloak, Shinju's crimson Sharingan flickered subtly in the shadows, effortlessly piercing the facades and malice of many. With unwavering determination, he approached an intermediary in the black market, presenting a heavy pouch of gold coins. I seek a man named Kakuzu. Inform him that I have a lucrative proposition regarding a method to legally, substantially, and sustainably acquire over 30% of the world's wealth. Ask him if he is interested in discussing this matter. The intermediary, awed by the coins and the immense pressure emanating from Shinju's calm, yet formidable gaze, dared not inquire further and promptly relayed the message. Shortly thereafter, in a dusty corner of a remote tavern, Shinju encountered his target. Kakuzu's appearance matched the intelligence reports. His green eyes, devoid of emotion like a cold-blooded creature, were masked, emanating an aura of frigid experience and greed for wealth. He scrutinized Shinju, his voice low and raspy. So, you're the one seeking to discuss business with me? Do you comprehend the cost of deceiving me? A rogue ninja from Takigakure, having faced the first Hokage and living close to a century due to his forbidden techniques, Kakuzu had accumulated immeasurable wealth and experience. Shinju slowly spoke, revealing Kakuzu's true nature. But are you truly satisfied? Like a rat in a sewer, you scavenge for filthy bounty tasks while guarding your cold treasures amidst the constant threat of betrayal. Is this the joy of wealth you pursue? Kakuzu's gaze instantly transformed into one of lethal danger, his pupils constricting as a terrifying killing intent enveloped the tavern, chilling the atmosphere. You seek death. Without warning, Kakuzu struck. His arm violently detached from his body, connected by black tendrils of his forbidden techniques, entwined with powerful lightning chakra, hurtling towards Shinju like a cannonball. Anticipating the attack, Shinju activated his Sharingan, spinning the three tomo. He perceived the impending danger. With a ghostly swiftness, he evaded the onslaught, barely escaping the strike that obliterated the table and chairs where he had just stood. Impressive speed, but insufficient, Kakuzu shouted, as his other arm transformed into a hardened earth spear, coated in earth chakra, sweeping toward him. Simultaneously, the two eerie masks on his shoulders began to gather fire and wind chakra. In the face of this ferocious assault from a seasoned warrior of the Warring States period, Shinju remained vigilant. He maximized the insight of his Sharingan and his own agility, weaving through the narrow space as kunai and chakra-infused limbs clashed, producing a cacophony of sound. Kakuzu unleashed a barrage of potent composite ninjutsu, lightning, fire, and wind, seeking to swiftly eliminate this youth who knew too much. The tavern descended into chaos. With other patrons fleeing in terror, Shinju felt immense pressure, sustaining several lacerations from the razor-sharp winds. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, as he observed and adapted to Kakuzu's combat rhythm. Your attacks are driven by greed for money and efficiency in slaughter, yet they lack heart, devoid of anything truly worth protecting. Shinju interjected during an evasion. Thus, your wealth remains mere numbers, cold accumulations. It cannot create true value. Silence. Kakuzu seemed provoked, his attacks intensifying. At that moment, Shinju seized an opportunity, braving the water gun blast from a mask and propelling himself closer to Kakuzu's true form. Your method of survival is archaic. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Shinju's eyes. True wealth stems from creation, circulation, and control. It arises from establishing a robust, sustainable economic system, not from your fragmented pursuits. Universal pull, Shinju whispered, as a powerful gravitational force suddenly acted upon Kakuzu, momentarily stalling his movements. Though it lasted but an instant, it was enough for Shinju's kunai to press against Kakuzu's heart, though he knew it would not be lethal. The battle abruptly ceased. Kakuzu's green eyes fixed upon Shinju, filled with shock and disbelief. The strange gravity and Shinju's mastery of the situation, along with his words. Who exactly are you? Kakuzu rasped. Shinju sheathed his kunai and took a step back, lowering his hood to reveal a youthful yet authoritative visage, his three spinning tomo Sharingan glimmering. Uchiha Shinju, the current de facto ruler of Konoha Hidden Village. Kakuzu's pupils constricted once more. Uchiha, from the village founded by Senju Hashirama? Indeed, Shinju replied calmly, meeting his gaze. I extend an invitation, not to engage in bounty tasks, but to take command of Konoha's financial affairs, to become the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance? Kakuzu was taken aback. The title felt both foreign and alluring to him. Precisely. Shinju began to outline his vision. You will have access to the vast resources of a powerful shinobi village as your capital. You can legally establish tax policies, plan national-scale commercial projects, invest in mining, transportation, healthcare, education, and even potentially issue currency, controlling international trade. The wealth and experience you have amassed over a century will no longer serve mere assassination and the theft of paltry bounties, but will instead be utilized to operate the economic lifeblood of a nation. What you earn will no longer be mere gold and silver in your pocket, but vast wealth and power capable of reshaping the entire economic landscape of the shinobi world. This is the true essence of making money. Shinju's words resonated like a siren's call, each syllable striking at the very core of Kakuzu's desires. To earn legally, on a grand scale, and with control, this was a venture he had only dared to dream about. Observing the fervent glimmer in Kakuzu's eyes, Shinju added, moreover, Konoha possesses the finest human resources and the strongest military backing, including myself, to safeguard all your commercial endeavors. You need no longer worry about betrayal and pursuit. You can stand in the sunlight, relishing power and status while fully exhibiting your talents. As for your grievances and prolonged life under the protection of the Uchiha, perhaps you may discover further possibilities, such as a more formidable heart. He glanced meaningfully at the masks on Kakuzu's shoulder. Kakuzu remained silent. Having lived nearly a century, no one had ever made such a proposal to him. The allure of power, status, a secure environment. and an infinite platform for financial maneuvering was 1,000 times more appealing than his current life of evasion and dirty work. After a long pause, he lifted his head. His green eyes still gleamed with greed, but now held a hint of a different sparkle. "Can you take charge?" "Certainly," Shinsui replied with a confident smile. "I am the master. What must I do?" Kakuzu's voice remained hoarse, yet his demeanor had softened. "Pledge loyalty to Konoha and to me. Utilize your abilities to make Konoha prosperous. Your compensation will be directly correlated with your performance. I promise it will be a ratio that satisfies you completely." Shinsui extended his hand. "This is not employment, it is collaboration. Together, let us establish an unprecedented, prosperous Konoha. What do you say?" Kakuzu looked at Shinsui's outstretched hand, then surveyed the disheveled tavern around them. Ultimately, his heart, which had remained dormant for nearly a century, beating solely for money, began to feel a long-lost passion for enterprise. Slowly yet resolutely, he grasped Shinsui's hand. "It's a deal, Lord Shinsui. I hope Konoha's finances will not disappoint me." Beep. Detected that the host has successfully subdued and recruited S-rank rogue ninja finance expert Kakuzu, bringing top-tier economic talent to Konoha. Reward. Kakuzu's loyalty to the host is locked as absolutely tied to interests. The host can provide him with the maximum benefit platform, making the cost of betrayal infinitely high. The host gains the allegiance of an economic prodigy. Efficiency of all economic-related activities in Konoha significantly enhanced. Permanent increase in fiscal revenue growth rate. The host acquires partial financial knowledge from Kakuzu. Shinsui smiled. The economic engine of Konoha had finally found the most suitable driver. Accompanied by Kakuzu, the newly appointed Minister of Finance, Shinsui left the black market and returned to Konoha. Chapter 33. A realm of vitality and competition. When Uchiha Shinsui returned to Konoha with Kakuzu and officially announced the appointment of this cold-breathing rogue ninja from the black market as Minister of Finance, it undoubtedly triggered yet another earthquake among the upper echelons. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow and privately approached Shinsui. "Lord Shinsui, this individual has a complex background and is obsessed with wealth. Is it not too risky to entrust him with such a vital position?" Even Fugaku revealed a worried expression. Shinsui calmly replied, "Mr. Shikaku, governing a village is akin to playing chess. Sometimes one must think outside the box. Kakuzu's abilities are precisely what we need at this moment. As for control, I shall manage it. Please grant him, and Konoha, a bit of time." It proved that Shinsui's audacious gamble became the detonator for Konoha's economic explosion. On his first day in office, Kakuzu made no inaugural speech but instead plunged directly into the mountain of financial documents. His eyes, accustomed to gold, silver, and blood, scanned Konoha's accounts with a nearly ruthless efficiency. In less than half a day, he unearthed numerous significant funding gaps, inefficient allocations, and apparent instances of embezzlement, most of which were remnants of Danzo and his cronies. Trash. Useless. It's as if they are throwing gold into the water. Kakuzu cursed as he swiftly annotated with his pen, genuine fury igniting in his green eyes at the sight of waste. He immediately ordered the arrest of several mid-level officials suspected of corruption, acting with decisiveness and no mercy. Subsequently, a series of entirely new and astonishingly detailed economic policies were swiftly rolled out from the Ministry of Finance. 1. Tax reform. Simplifying the tax system. Reducing the burden on commoners and small businesses, while establishing a tiered commercial tax for high-profit tasks, large family industries, and bulk trades, with strict penalties for tax evasion. Kakuzu even personally led a team to visit several families attempting to conceal their income. After friendly negotiations, these families expressed their willingness to pay taxes in accordance with the law. 2. Task system optimization, reevaluating task levels and rewards. Encouraging ninja teams to undertake higher return long-term security and exploration tasks. Meanwhile, Kakuzu utilized his black market connections to legalize some high-reward gray tasks, such as collecting rare medicinal herbs and acquiring specific intelligence that had previously flowed underground, incorporating them into Konoha's task system with a remarkably high commission rate. 3. State-owned industry development. Kakuzu quickly recognized the abundant forestry, mineral, and herbal resources surrounding Konoha. He promptly established the Konoha Resource Development Company, employing retired ninjas or villagers for large-scale, sustainable extraction and cultivation, with products not only for internal use, but also massively exported to the Fire Nation's capital and other countries, yielding astonishing profits. 4. Infrastructure development. Kakuzu understood that to achieve prosperity, one must first pave the way. He invested heavily in repairing and improving the trade routes connecting major cities of the Fire Nation, establishing Konoha-managed relay stations and warehouses along the way, both collecting fees and ensuring the safety of merchant caravans, significantly promoting trade circulation. 5. Financial innovation. With Shinsui's tacit approval, Kakuzu attempted to establish the Konoha Credit Bank, using part of the state-owned assets as collateral to offer low-interest loans to promising villagers and small ninja families, encouraging them to start workshops, shops, or engage in technological research, thus invigorating the local economy. Kakuzu's approach was straightforward and brutally efficient. He cared little for social niceties, focusing solely on data and results. Any impediment to the flow of funds and profit maximization would face his relentless criticism and elimination. Initially, many were uncomfortable, referring to him as the vampire minister or the money monster. However, it did not take long for people to witness tangible changes. Konoha's treasury began to fill at a visibly rapid pace, shedding its previously strained state. The once dilapidated streets began to be renovated, and new shops sprouted like mushrooms after rain, creating a vibrant commercial atmosphere. Villagers found increased job opportunities, whether participating in resource extraction, construction projects, or running small businesses, with significant income improvements. The rewards for ninja tasks indeed rose as previously promised, with more options available. And pensions and welfare subsidies were disbursed timely and fully, even including year-end bonuses. Complaints gradually transformed into accolades. People began to realize that although this vampire minister was cold and money-driven, he truly brought in wealth that benefited the entire village. Nara Shikaku observed reports indicating the rapid turnaround from fiscal deficits to substantial profits, and he could not help but admire Shinsui's bold and precise approach to personnel selection. Although the methods were eye-catching, the results were unimpeachable. Uchiha Fugaku also fully set aside his concerns, witnessing the village's growing prosperity, and became even more convinced of his son's decisions. Beep detected that Kakuzu is efficiently fulfilling his duties, significantly improving Konoha's economic situation, with fiscal revenues increasing daily and living standards continuously rising. Reward. Konoha's economic prosperity has greatly improved. Achieving the status of a wealthy and strong nation, the overall construction speed of the village accelerates, and resources for ninja training become more abundant. The host gains insights into Kakuzu's economic management experience. Konoha seemed to have received a potent boost, radiating unprecedented vitality. The streets bustled with activity, shops flourished, and the faces of the people were no longer marked by past worries and tension, but rather filled with hope and vigor for the future. The vigorous economic development provided a robust material foundation for all of Shinsui's reforms. More funds could be invested in medical research, ninja tool development, educational expansion, and military upgrades. Kakuzu continued to immerse himself daily in financial matters, meticulously calculating the returns of every copper coin. Yet, occasionally, a glimmer of satisfaction would flash in his green eyes. The exhilaration of controlling a nation's economic lifeblood, watching wealth grow like a snowball, was incomparable to the fragmented bounty tasks of the past. His interest-bound loyalty to Shinju Uchiha became increasingly steadfast. Standing atop Hokage Rock, Shinju Uchiha gazed down at the flourishing village of Konoha. The intricate mechanisms of politics, military affairs, public opinion, and economy began to operate with remarkable efficiency, interlocking seamlessly to propel this war chariot swiftly toward an unknown yet hopeful future. He understood that internal restructuring was nearly complete. It was now time to cast his gaze beyond the borders of Konoha, toward the broader yet perilous realm of the ninja world. With a solid foundation beneath Konoha, it would possess greater confidence and strength to weather future storms. Chapter 34. The Uzumaki clan under Kakuzu's management. Konoha's economy surged forward, its treasury overflowing and the populace thriving. Yet, Shinju Uchiha's attention did not linger solely on material wealth. He recognized that the strength of a ninja village requires not only financial resources and military might, but also unique techniques and heritage. Konoha happened to possess a bearer of precious, yet nearly extinguished clan legacies, Kushina Uzumaki. Observing Kushina's vibrant and cheerful life alongside Minato Namikaze, few would recall the tragic fate of the Uzumaki clan she represented. However, Shinju remembered. That clan, renowned for its formidable vitality and unparalleled sealing techniques, had become a target of envy and fear, ultimately besieged by various forces, leading to the ruin of their nation and the scattering of their kin, nearly resulting in their extinction. Kushina was brought to Konoha as a candidate for the Jinchuriki, and in a sense, she was both a survivor and a witness to this tragedy. One day, Shinju made a special visit to the home of Minato and Kushina. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he gravely broached the subject. "Sister Kushina," his tone imbued with rare gentleness and respect, "I know this may evoke painful memories of the past, but I must inquire, aside from yourself, are there any surviving members of the Uzumaki clan scattered throughout the world?" Kushina's radiant smile instantly froze, her crimson hair dimming slightly, and a flicker of profound sorrow flashed in her eyes. She instinctively clasped Minato's hand, and he gently returned the gesture, his gaze filled with compassion. "Why do you ask this?" Kushina's voice dropped, tinged with melancholy. "Because I believe Konoha has a responsibility to rectify the regrets of the past," Shinju replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. "The Uzumaki clan has been Konoha's closest ally. The wife of the first Hokage was also of Uzumaki descent. Yet, when the Uzumaki clan faced calamity, Konoha's assistance fell woefully short. This is a historical debt we owe. Now that Konoha has acquired new strength and the capacity to protect, I believe it is time to seek out those who may still survive, to offer them refuge, to allow them to return to their homeland and continue the legacy of the Uzumaki clan, especially those invaluable sealing techniques." Kushina's body trembled slightly, her eyes quickly reddening. The destruction of her family was the deepest scar within her heart, a wound she typically masked with her boisterous demeanor. Yet it remained a source of unbearable pain when touched upon. She recalled the battles, the screams, the lost relatives. Could it truly be possible? Her voice quivered. But after so many years, would they even wish to return? Moreover, other villages, once found, Konoha will be their most steadfast support, Shinju asserted resolutely. "With me, Shinju Uchiha, present in Konoha, we need not concern ourselves with anyone else's approval. As for whether they would wish to return, that requires your assistance, Sister Kushina. You are the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Your call holds more power than any invitation." Minato gently encouraged, "Kushina, this is an opportunity for the Uzumaki clan." Kushina's tears finally fell, but this time, they were not merely tears of sorrow. They were intermingled with hope and excitement. She vigorously wiped her tears away, a fierce flame igniting in her crimson eyes. "All right, I know of some possible directions. During our flight, some clan members may have sought refuge on small islands at sea, or they might be living incognito in small nations. I will share all the information I possess. Alert! Detection of the host's active proposal to seek out and shelter the Uzumaki survivors has triggered profound emotional responses in a significant bond object, Kushina Uzumaki. Reward. The affinity and trust of Kushina Uzumaki towards the host have significantly increased, and the depth of their bond has notably enhanced. The host has entered a state of full cooperation with Kushina Uzumaki. Actions commenced immediately. Shinju mobilized the Uchiha clan's resources, combining the clues provided by Kushina, and utilized Kakazu's black market connections along with the newly established economic networks, caravans, shipping, to cast a wide net in secret, searching for any information regarding individuals with red hair who might bear the Uzumaki surname or possess expertise in sealing techniques. The process was fraught with challenges. Many leads proved false. Some survivors had long changed their names and were unwilling to revisit the past, harboring resentment toward Konoha. However, the teams dispatched by Shinju, including elite members such as Shursui and Obito, exhibited remarkable patience and sincerity, repeatedly communicating and presenting Kushina as handwritten letters and tokens. Efforts bore fruit. Months later, promising news began to trickle in. A small team located an elderly couple in a remote fishing village in the Land of Waves, both exhibiting the distinctive hair color traits of the Uzumaki clan, despite having adopted the surname Yamano. Another team found a middle-aged man operating a small clinic in the Land of Tea, proficient in using simple talismans for pain relief and healing, a rudimentary application of sealing techniques. The largest group of survivors was discovered on a nearly isolated island abroad, comprising around a dozen individuals who struggled to maintain a small village, still preserving some customs and legacies of the Uzumaki clan. When these displaced and weathered Uzumaki people, filled with trepidation, skepticism, and even fear, were cautiously escorted back to Konoha. They were met with a grand welcoming ceremony at the village entrance. At the forefront stood Kushina Uzumaki, now the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Her own radiant red hair shining brightly. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to contain her excitement. "Welcome home. I am Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina," she cried out. Her voice choked with emotion. "You have worked so hard. Welcome home." The familiar hair color, the innate sense of kinship derived from their shared bloodline, and the immense, familiar chakra emanating from Kushina, mingled with that of the Nine Tails, convinced these survivors that this was not a trap. Decades of suppressed grievances, sorrow, and solitude erupted at that moment as they embraced Kushina, weeping unabashedly. "Princess, we thought we had no home left. Does Konoha truly accept us?" At that moment, Shinju stepped forward, his voice calm yet infused with strength. "On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I welcome all Uzumaki clan members back to Konoha. Our failure to extend timely assistance in the past is our shortcoming. From this day forth, Konoha shall be the new homeland of the Uzumaki clan. You shall enjoy all the rights and responsibilities of Konoha's citizens, along with designated living areas and resources allocated for the reconstruction of your lives and the continuation of your sealing techniques." He promptly signed documents designating a beautifully situated and well-equipped area on the village outskirts as the Uzumaki territory and allocated substantial funds for their resettlement and development. Such solemn promises and tangible actions dispelled the last remnants of doubt among the Uzumaki survivors. They fell to their knees, overwhelmed with emotion, not merely in gratitude for refuge, but in ecstatic joy at finally finding a home where their bloodline could endure. Alert! Detection of the host's successful retrieval and proper resettlement of a significant number of Uzumaki clan survivors, completing a momentous redemptive event, greatly addressing historical grievances. Reward: all rescued Uzumaki survivors have pledged unwavering loyalty to the host, Max, and Kushina Uzumaki's loyalty and gratitude towards the host have reached an eternal remembrance, Max. The host has acquired the title of Uzumaki Savior. All skills, items related to the Uzumaki clan will see a significant increase in learning and usage efficiency. Konoha has acquired the unique resource of the vortex sealing technique inheritance, gradually beginning to revive. In the eyes of these survivors, Uchiha Shinshu is not merely the leader of Konoha. He is a savior who has pulled them back from the brink of despair, bestowing upon them new life and dignity. Their loyalty shall be unbreakable. Kushina observed her clansmen settling into their new home, their faces regaining vitality. She approached Shinshu and bowed deeply, tears streaming down her face. But they were tears of joy. "Shinshu, thank you, truly thank you. This kindness, I, Uzumaki Kushina, shall never forget." The anguish of the past has transformed into immense happiness and loyalty regained. Konoha has not only welcomed precious new inhabitants and a formidable sealing technique legacy, but has also gained a bloodline clan with immense potential, fiercely loyal to its core leader. The foundation of Uchiha's rule has become more diverse and robust. The news of the survivors of the Uzumaki clan being returned and officially settled in Konoha spread like wildfire throughout the village. The first to convey this joy and official tone to everyone was, of course, the now authoritative Konoha Daily. The latest edition featured an eye-catching headline and warm prose. Breaking news: the wandering bloodline returns home. Konoha welcomes the Uzumaki clan with the highest honors. The subheading read, Lord Uchiha Shinshu advocates. Lady Kushina welcomes her clansmen with tears. Konoha's big family gains a precious legacy. The article, penned by Uchiha Fumiaki, was imbued with emotion and strength. This is a warm day that will be etched in the annals of Konoha's history. Under the personal care and relentless efforts of Uchiha Shinshu, the search teams have spent months scouring overseas nations, successfully bringing back dozens of Uzumaki clan members who had been scattered due to historical reasons and were on the brink of extinction. Yesterday, a grand and heartfelt welcome ceremony was held at the entrance of Konoha, where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Lady Kushina, reunited with her clansmen, a scene profoundly moving and tear-inducing. It is reported that the Uzumaki clan once forged a deep alliance with Konoha, their powerful vitality and unparalleled sealing techniques contributing significantly to peace in the ninja world. Yet, fate is fickle. The hidden Whirlpool village faced calamity, a long-standing pain and unfulfilled responsibility in Konoha's heart. Lord Shinshu once stated, Konoha's prosperity should not be built upon the ruins of allies. Konoha's strength should be reflected in protection and responsibility. This action serves as a remedy for historical regrets, a manifestation of the spirit of the alliance, and exemplifies Konoha's current capacity to embrace all and its determination to protect its partners. During the ceremony, Lord Shinshu solemnly promised on behalf of Konoha to allocate exclusive clan lands and provide all necessary resources to fully support the Uzumaki clan in rebuilding their home and continuing their bloodline and legacy. The Uzumaki members were overwhelmed with joy, expressing that they felt the warmth of home and a long-awaited peace. The return of the Uzumaki clan is not only a moral victory for Konoha, but also a substantial enhancement of its strength. The ancient sealing techniques will undoubtedly inject new vigor into Konoha's defenses, research, and future development. Let us warmly welcome the Uzumaki clan into the embrace of Konoha's family and collaboratively create a brighter future. The report was accompanied by images capturing poignant moments. Kushina embracing her clansmen in tears, Shinshu smiling as he shook hands with the elder Uzumaki members, and the newly designated Uzumaki territory's tidy and beautiful surroundings. This report immediately sparked widespread discussion and positive reactions throughout Konoha. The Uzumaki clan. I've heard of them. They are an impressive sealing family. Fantastic. Lord Shinshu is truly loyal and righteous. Seeing Lady Kushina cry makes me want to cry too. Welcome home. Sealing techniques? I've heard they are incredibly powerful. Will our mission safety improve? Lord Shinshu has managed to find allies lost for so many years. How impressive. The Inuzuka and other clans recognized Uchiha Shinshu's political acumen and long-term strategy, gaining reputation and strength in one fell swoop, raising their esteem for him even higher. The Hyuga clan felt both pressure and motivation. Nara Kakashi looked at the newspaper and sighed. A hand in economics, a hand in human relations, a hand wielding the big stick, and a hand offering candy. Lord Shinshu's methods are becoming increasingly astute. Namake's Minato sincerely felt happy for his wife, deepening his gratitude towards Shinshu. Within Konoha, many villagers and ninjas voluntarily approached the newly designated Uzumaki territory, bringing food, daily necessities, or simple welcome gifts to express their goodwill. On the streets, a few new faces with vibrant red hair occasionally appeared, drawing friendly and curious glances. The anxieties of the Uzumaki survivors, once palpable, were completely alleviated in this overwhelming wave of welcome. They felt the sincerity of Konoha's villagers and deeply understood the weight of Shinshu's statement that Konoha is indeed the new home for the Uzumaki clan. They began to actively participate in the construction of their new home, with some clan members skilled in sealing techniques initiating preliminary contacts and exchanges with Konoha's barrier teams and research departments. Alert! The Konoha News Agency has detected a massive positive report on the Uzumaki return event, triggering a wave of warm welcomes throughout the village, significantly enhancing the sense of belonging among the Uzumaki people and the internal cohesion of Konoha. Reward: enhanced internal harmony in Konoha, increased cultural inclusivity. The overall sense of identity of the Uzumaki clan towards Konoha has significantly improved. The host's proficiency in public opinion control has increased. Uchiha Shinshu stood by the window of the Hokage building, observing the crowd below animatedly discussing the new newspaper and the distant smoke rising from the direction of the Uzumaki territory, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The guidance of public opinion, the cohesion of hearts, and the enhancement of strength were all advancing steadily according to his plan. The great tree of Konoha was absorbing more nutrients, becoming ever more lush and deeply rooted. He had successfully embedded another crucial piece into the blueprint of Konoha's future. Chapter 35. The angry Itachi. After handling the subsequent arrangements for the Uzumaki clan's settlement and finalizing several new investment plans with Kakazu, Uchiha Shinshu returned to the clan grounds near the South River as night fell. The moonlight poured like water upon the quiet streets, with only patrolling Uchiha ninjas silently greeting him. Upon opening the door, the living room was illuminated by a dim yellow light. His mother, Mikoto, seemed to have already gone to rest. Shinshu tiptoed, intending to head straight to his room, but he keenly heard a faint, suppressed sob coming from the corner of the living room. Following the sound, he saw a small figure curled up on the largest sofa. Tightly clutching a soft cushion, it was Uchiha Itachi. Itachi had clearly been waiting for a long time, his eyelids heavy with sleep, his little head bobbing slightly. Yet he stubbornly fought to stay awake. Upon hearing the door open, he abruptly lifted his head, and upon seeing his brother, tears instantly filled his big eyes that bore a striking resemblance to Shinshu's, his little mouth pouting with an expression of deep grievance and accusation. "Brother, you big liar." Shinshu's heart softened in that moment. He had indeed been preoccupied with political affairs lately, neglecting to spend time with his family, especially with this particularly dependent younger brother. He quickly walked over, crouching beside the sofa, and gently spoke. "I'm sorry, Itachi. I had too much to handle today and came back late. But you said you would be back soon yesterday, and the day before too." Itachi's voice trembled with tears, cascading down like pearls from a broken string. "Mother said you were busy with something very important, but I want you, brother." Seeing his brother cry so heart-wrenchingly filled Shinshu with guilt. He reached out to gently wipe away the tears on Itachi's face. "It's my fault for overlooking you, Itachi. I apologize." However, Itachi turned his head, burying his little face into the cushion, leaving Shinshu with an indignant little backside, his actions declaring that he was quite upset and not easily consoled. Shinshu felt a touch of helplessness, yet found his capricious younger brother particularly endearing. He contemplated the culinary skills rewarded by the system, which could indeed be employed at this moment, although preparing food late at night seemed somewhat inappropriate. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon an assortment of delightful snacks prepared by Mei-chin. He picked up a rabbit-shaped cookie and gently held it to Itachi's ear, lightly shaking it. "Itachi, look, a little bunny cookie. Would you like to have a bite?" Itachi's small ears twitched, yet he stubbornly refrained from turning around. Shinshu decided to change his approach, using a gentle chakra to softly stimulate the cushion in Itachi's lap, causing it to slightly rise. "Oh, it seems the cushion moved. Could there be something fun hidden inside?" Naturally, as a child, Itachi's curiosity was piqued. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at the cushion to see what was amiss. In that fleeting moment, Shinshu, quick as lightning, gently slipped the rabbit cookie into Itachi's slightly parted mouth. Itachi instinctively chewed, the sweet flavor melting in his mouth. He froze for a moment, gazing into his brother's smiling eyes, feeling as though the cookie was more delectable than usual. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully fed an important bond object, Uchiha Itachi, who was feeling upset, using a small trick to alleviate his emotions. Reward: slight enhancement in chakra control precision. Although the system's notification chimed, Shinshu's focus remained solely on his brother. Seizing the opportunity, he gathered the little fellow, cushion and all, into his embrace, settling onto the sofa while gently patting his back. "All right, no more anger. It's my fault, Itachi." His voice was as soothing as a gentle stream. "Were you feeling very bored?" With the cookie in his mouth and being cradled by his brother, Itachi's irritation quickly diminished, replaced by a sense of grievance as he murmured, "Yes, it was very boring, and I missed you, brother." "Then how about I spend the entire day with you tomorrow?" Shinshu promised. "Tomorrow, I won't do anything else, just play with you. You can choose whatever you want to do. How does that sound?" "Really?" Itachi's head shot up, his eyes sparkling as if filled with stars, all previous tears and grievances evaporating. "A whole day? You're not lying?" "I would never lie." Shinshu chuckled, playfully ruffling his little brother's nose, affirming his word. "Tomorrow will be a day just for you." "Yay, that's wonderful," Itachi exclaimed, nearly bouncing out of Shinshu's arms, all his frustration and unhappiness swept away by this grand surprise. He extended his tiny hand and hooked his pinky around Shinshu's. "Pinky promise. A liar has to swallow 1,000 needles." "All right, pinky promise." Shinshu solemnly completed this childish yet earnest vow with him. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully comforted an important bond object, Uchiha Itachi, and made a high-quality companionship promise, greatly satisfying his emotional needs. Reward: Itachi's sense of happiness significantly increased, further deepening his reliance and bond with the host. The host gains a temporary state of childlike innocence. When interacting with Itachi tomorrow, it will be easier to understand his thoughts and derive joy. Having calmed his brother, Shinshu embraced the now yawning Itachi, who was a mixture of excitement and fatigue, and escorted him back to his bedroom for rest. The little fellow lay snugly in his blankets, still tightly grasping one of Shinshu's fingers, sleepily confirming, "Brother, you'll be with me all day tomorrow?" "Yes, all day." "Now sleep," Shinshu assured gently, watching as Itachi drifted into a peaceful slumber, his lips curving into a sweet smile. Observing his brother's tranquil sleeping face, Shinshio felt a softness enveloping his heart. Outside, he was the decisive and strategic Uchiha clan leader, the de facto ruler of Konoha. Yet at home, he was merely a brother wishing for his siblings' joyful growth. He decided to temporarily delegate the affairs of state to their father and Shursui. He mused that occasionally relaxing, spending time with family, and experiencing this pure bond might also be another layer of the system's affectionate enhancement. The moonlight silently shifted, filtering through the window, casting a gentle halo over Itachi's serene visage. Once he confirmed that his brother was sound asleep, Shinshio delicately withdrew his somewhat numb finger, tucked the blankets around Itachi, and quietly exited the room. Instead of returning to his own bedroom immediately, he instinctively headed to the study, his mind already crafting plans for the following day's activities with Itachi. Perhaps they could practice the most basic throwing techniques at the training ground? Itachi seemed quite interested in that. Or they could venture to the hillside blooming with wildflowers. Or perhaps simply stay at home, enjoying the colorful picture books their mother had bought. As he considered the system-bestowed state of childlike innocence, a smile unconsciously crept across Shinshio's lips. Perhaps tomorrow he could truly set aside all burdens and relish in the long-lost, pure childhood moments. However, just as he settled at his desk, preparing to briefly sign a few urgent documents, the door to the study was gently pushed open. It was their mother, Mei-chin. She entered, carrying a warm cup of milk, her expression a blend of tenderness and mild reproach. "Little Shio," she placed the milk on the table, her voice soft yet firm. "I heard some noise. Itachi waited for you until very late, and it took quite some effort to lull him to sleep." Shinshio felt a pang of guilt. "Mother, I apologize for worrying you. I have already promised Itachi that I would spend the entire day with him tomorrow." Mei-chin sighed, stepping behind him, her hands gently resting on his shoulders, feeling the tension beneath his muscles. "I know you bear the heavy responsibilities of the entire village, and many matters require your attention. But, little Shio, you are still a child too." Her fingers pressed gently, kneading Shinshio's stiff shoulders, her tone filled with compassion. "Look at you, so tense. Tasks are endless, yet time with family, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. Itachi is still young. What he needs most is your companionship. You promised him today, which is good. But I hope you will not only agree to appease him, but truly dedicate tomorrow to him and to relaxing yourself." Shinshio was momentarily taken aback. His mother's words always struck a chord deep within him. Accustomed to planning, calculating, and shouldering burdens, he had nearly forgotten that his own body still craved care at this age. "I understand, mother." He relaxed, leaning back in his chair, savoring her rare massage. "I want to think about any official duties tomorrow." "That's right." Mei-chin smiled with relief. "Finish the milk while it's warm, then get to bed early. Enjoy your time with Itachi tomorrow. I'll handle things at home." Ding. Detected that the host has accepted and understood the care and advice from his mother, Uchiha Mei-chin, successfully balancing career and family. Reward: slight recovery of mental strength. Reduction of fatigue. Gained a hidden state of maternal blessing. Short-term luck slightly increased. After finishing the milk, Shinshio obediently returned to his bedroom. That night, he unusually did not rehearse jutsu or strategize in his dreams, instead sleeping deeply and peacefully. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a small hand knocked rhythmically on his door, accompanied by Itachi's muffled yet excited voice, striving to remain quiet but still audible. Brother, it's morning. The sun is shining." Shinshio opened his eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. This little fellow had likely not slept soundly all night. He opened the door to find Itachi, dressed neatly in his little ninja outfit, hair meticulously arranged, looking up at him with bright, expectant eyes. "Good morning, brother. Today is Itachi's day." "Good morning, Itachi." Shinshio knelt down, ruffling his hair. "Indeed, today is your day. So, Commander Itachi, what is our first order of business today?" Itachi immediately puffed out his tiny chest, earnestly contemplating, his brow furrowed, as if deciding a significant military matter. First, I want to eat the breakfast brother makes. I want sand buns." He finally issued his first command, clearly still yearning for Shinshio's culinary delights. "As you command." Shinshio laughed as he stood, taking Itachi's hand and leading him toward the kitchen. Thus, the actual ruler of Konoha, feared by the outside world, Uchiha Shinshio, donned an apron and began bustling about in the kitchen for his brother. The steaming sand dumplings, the sweet rice porridge, and a few exquisite side dishes were quickly served at the table. Itachi's cheeks were puffed out as he ate, his eyes squinting with happiness. Ding. Detected that the host has prepared a heartfelt breakfast for an important bond, Itachi Uchiha, successfully enhancing his sense of happiness. Reward: slight increase in culinary skill proficiency. After breakfast, Itachi took Shinju's hand and began their true adventure. They first visited the family's small training ground. Shinju did not teach any advanced techniques, but simply accompanied Itachi in the most basic shuriken throwing, occasionally allowing Itachi to win a few times, which elicited excited cheers from the little one. Next, they ventured to the back mountain. Shinju let Itachi run on the grass, chase butterflies, and identify wildflowers. Shinju himself rarely relaxed, lying on the soft grass, gazing at the azure sky and the fluffy white clouds, listening to his brother's joyful laughter. Feeling the tension in his nerves gradually ease. At noon, they enjoyed the bento that Mikoto had prepared in advance on the hillside. In the afternoon, Itachi grew a bit tired but still mustered his energy, pulling Shinju back home, pressing him onto the mat in the living room, and then bringing over a heap of colorful picture books. "Brother, read me a story." Shinju took those childish yet whimsical books and patiently read them to Itachi in a gentle tone. As he listened, Itachi's little head began to droop until it finally rested on Shinju's lap, clutching the hem of his clothing, falling into a deep slumber with a satisfied smile on his lips. The warm glow of the setting sun poured through the window, enveloping the two brothers in a tranquil embrace. Shinju looked down at his brother's defenseless sleeping face on his lap, feeling a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a high-quality day-long companionship, successfully meeting the core emotional needs of an important bond, Itachi Uchiha, deepening their brotherly bond. Reward: slight activation of Itachi Uchiha's innate potential. Emotional fulfillment promotes growth. The host gains the permanent status of a protective elder brother when Itachi Uchiha is within a certain range of the host. His training speed and comprehension will be slightly enhanced. In this moment, there were no power struggles, no conflicts, only the purest familial love. For Shinju, this was a treasure more precious than any system reward. He understood what he truly protected. Chapter 36. Perhaps it will be your turn to protect your brother. The warm light of the setting sun gradually transformed into a soft twilight, dimming the room's light. Shinju remained still, fearful of disturbing his brother's sweet dreams. He could feel Itachi's steady breathing and completely relaxed little body, an embodiment of trust and reliance. Time passed unnoticed until Mikoto's figure quietly appeared at the door. She beheld the heartwarming scene before her, her eyes filled with gentle affection. Without a sound, she stepped forward and draped a light blanket over Itachi, then made a gesture to Shinju, signaling her arrival. Shinju subtly shook his head and, with the utmost care, gently lifted Itachi into his arms. The little fellow unconsciously smacked his lips in his sleep, nuzzling against his brother's neck, yet remained undisturbed. Shinju carried him steadily toward the bedroom, gently placing him back in his little bed and tucking him in. After completing this task, Shinju straightened up, lightly stretching his somewhat stiff arms and shoulders. Mikoto had silently followed, and now she softly spoke. "Tired from playing? This little one has been excited all day." "He is quite happy," Shinju replied quietly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, but more so with satisfaction. "And you are too," Mikoto said tenderly, gazing at her eldest son. "Go rest for a while. I'll call you when dinner is ready." Shinju nodded and returned to his room. He did not lie down, but instead walked to the window, observing the gradually illuminating lights of countless homes outside. The pure joy of the day settled within him, yet the warmth and tranquility lingered in his heart. The protection of the elder brother brought a subtle awareness, making it seem as though he could faintly sense the rhythm of his brother's peaceful breathing even from across the room, an invisible bond connecting them closely. Ding! Detected that the host has deeply experienced and practiced the essence of protection, enhancing the effect of the latent state of the mother's blessing, converting it into a temporary state of abundant energy. Shinju nodded, graciously accepting his mother's goodwill. A day fully devoted to companionship was indeed more mentally taxing than managing heavy political affairs. It demanded an emotional investment and output. Returning to his room, he did not lie down but walked to the window, watching as the lights of the Uchiha clan gradually flickered to life. The rising smoke from chimneys filled with the essence of a peaceful life. The laughter of the day seemed to echo in his ears, and Itachi's sparkling eyes, filled with reliance and joy, appeared vividly in his mind. Shinju let out a soft breath, a smile lingering on his lips. This pure sense of fulfillment was something that no power or strength could ever provide. Ding. Detected that the host is physically and mentally relaxed. Immersed in the warmth of family, the latent state of the mother's blessing continues to take effect, slowly restoring energy. The gentle system prompt sounded softer than usual. Shinju felt a warmth gradually blossoming within him, dispelling the fatigue in his limbs and the slight weariness in his spirit. He did not linger too long in this state. After a brief rest, he turned towards his desk. Indeed, several new documents had quietly appeared. He sat down, his gaze sweeping over the markings on the scrolls, all requiring his attention or judgment, yet not urgent military matters needing immediate action. He picked up a pen and began to swiftly review and annotate. Perhaps due to a different mindset, the mundane tasks he usually found tedious now flowed with remarkable clarity and efficiency. His brother's joyful face frequently flashed through his mind, as if injecting warmth into the cold text. After a while, Mikoto's gentle footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by a soft knock. "Sho, Itachi has woken up, and dinner is ready." "Coming, mother," Shinju replied, putting down his pen, organizing the reviewed documents aside, and rising to open the door. Outside, Mikoto was holding a freshly awakened Itachi, who was still rubbing his eyes. The little one saw his brother and immediately became more alert, displaying a somewhat dazed yet affectionate smile. "Brother, did you sleep well?" Shinju naturally bent down to lift his brother into his arms. "Yes." Itachi wrapped his arms around his brother's neck, pressing his small face against him, nuzzling affectionately. A day of intimate play had evidently deepened their brotherly bond. In the dining room, dinner was already laid out, and their father, Fugaku, was seated at the table. Today's meal was more sumptuous than usual, featuring several dishes that Shinju and Itachi both adored. During the meal, the atmosphere was calm and warm. Itachi excitedly recounted to their father all the fun they had during the day, how he won a few times in shuriken throwing against his brother, the size of the butterflies on the hillside, and the interesting tales from the picture books, his little mouth chattering nonstop, his eyes sparkling. Fugaku listened quietly, showing little expression but not interrupting, occasionally responding with a soft to indicate he was engaged. For someone who was usually stern and taciturn, this was a rare display of gentleness. Mikoto frequently served the two children, watching them with eyes full of happiness and contentment. Shinju gazed at this heartwarming scene, feeling a profound sense of peace. This was what he wished to protect, this ordinary yet precious daily life. "Brother," Itachi suddenly turned his head, looking at Shinju with a serious expression. "Will you be very busy tomorrow?" The little one's tone carried a hint of unnoticeable anxiety and anticipation, as if fearing that today's happiness was merely a fleeting occurrence. Shinju's heart softened. He reached out to tousle his brother's hair, replying gently, "Tomorrow I may need to handle some matters in the morning, but I can accompany Itachi in the afternoon. From now on, I will try to set aside time every day to be with you. How does that sound?" He could not promise to be with him all day as he had today, but he recognized the importance of continuous attention. Itachi's eyes instantly sparkled again. Although it wouldn't be an entire day, his brother had promised every day. He nodded vigorously, "Yes. It's a promise. It's a promise." Shinju smiled and nodded. Ding. The host has actively devised a long-term companionship plan, significantly enhancing the sense of security and happiness of an important bond, Uchiha Itachi. The strength of this bond is notably reinforced. Dinner concluded in a warm atmosphere. As night deepened, a gust of wind unexpectedly began to howl outside, sweeping past the eaves, soon followed by the patter of raindrops against the window, gradually merging into a dense curtain of rain. An autumn rain, imbued with a chill, swept through Konoha. Shinju was in his study, engrossed in a proposal concerning adjustments to the border patrol team, when suddenly, the door creaked open a fraction. A timid voice, laced with uncertainty, emerged from the crack. It was his brother, Uchiha Itachi, standing at the threshold, clutching his small pillow and barefoot, clad only in a thin nightgown. Another flash of lightning illuminated Itachi's pale face for a brief moment, followed closely by the rumble of thunder. Startled, Itachi instinctively recoiled, his large eyes seeking solace from his brother. "What is wrong, Itachi?" Shinju immediately set aside his scroll and extended his hand towards his brother. "The thunder is so loud," Itachi murmured, hurriedly approaching Shinju and clutching at his clothing. I'm a bit scared." Shinju's heart melted instantaneously. He recalled that Itachi had been sensitive to loud noises since childhood, particularly on tempestuous nights like this. He realized he had been neglectful amidst his recent busyness. He gathered his brother, along with his small pillow, onto his lap, enveloping Itachi's cool little frame with his ample robe. "It's all right, just thunder and rain. Brother is here." Itachi nestled closely against Shinju's warm embrace, listening to the howling wind and rain outside. Along with the occasional crack of thunder, his fear began to dissipate. His brother's arms were always the safest haven. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Shinju gently inquired. "Is that okay?" Itachi's eyes sparkled with delight, the remnants of fear replaced by excitement. "Of course," Shinju smiled, lifting his brother. "Let us return to the room." Shinju's bedroom was more spacious and inviting than the study. As he placed Itachi into the soft cocoon of blankets, another particularly loud clap of thunder echoed. "Ah!" Itachi gasped, diving into the covers, revealing only a tuft of dark hair. Shinju lay beside him and gently patted him through the blanket. "Don't be afraid, Itachi, brother is here." After a while, Itachi cautiously poked his head out from under the covers and quietly asked, "Can you tell me a story, brother? If I listen to a story, I won't be scared of the thunder." "Sure. What story would you like to hear?" "I want to hear about your training from before." Itachi inched closer to his brother. Shinju pondered for a moment and began recounting amusing yet not overly dangerous anecdotes from his childhood training, such as the amusing mishap during his first successful attempt at creating a shadow clone or the incident where he accidentally singed a lock of hair while practicing fire techniques. His voice was gentle and steady, weaving in chakra control techniques and insights seamlessly. The storm outside seemed to fade into a distant background. Itachi listened intently, his eyes fixated on his brother, the fear gradually melting away, replaced by admiration and yearning for Shinju. Ding! The host has provided significant reassurance to the important bond, Uchiha Itachi, during inclement weather, subtly guiding through shared experiences. Reward: Uchiha Itachi's trust in the host has increased substantially. Fear eliminated. The host gains a state of tranquility, slightly enhancing focus in distracting environments. As the tale concluded, Itachi's eyelids began to droop. But he still mustered the strength to softly ask, "Brother, when I become strong, can I be unafraid of thunder like you and protect others?" "Absolutely." Shinju tucked the blanket around him reassuringly. "You will become incredibly powerful, even stronger than me. Perhaps one day, it will be you protecting me." Itachi nodded vigorously, as if making a solemn vow. "I will protect you." With that beautiful promise and the profound sense of security beside his brother, Itachi succumbed to sleep. Clutching onto Shinju's finger, the storm outside seemed to quiet, no longer as tumultuous. Shinju gazed at his brother's serene sleeping face, listening to his steady breaths, and felt a profound tranquility within. He gently withdrew his finger, opting to embrace his brother protectively. In the stillness of the night, most lights in the Hokage building had dimmed, save for the soft glow emanating from the office on the top floor. Shinju finished the last scroll regarding the new development area plans and exhaled softly, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples. The intensity of his work and the balancing of various factions had left him feeling mentally fatigued. He sought a moment of pure solace, devoid of ulterior motives. Setting down his pen, he formed a unique, intricate summoning seal with his hands. With a puff of smoke, a magnificent cat spirit, adorned in deep blue fur reminiscent of the night sky and shimmering with soft blue chakra flames, materialized gracefully on the carpet in the center of the office. The spirit, known as Yobi, elegantly flicked its tail, its emerald eyes sparkling with wisdom under the light. It surveyed the surroundings before fixing its gaze upon Shinju. Speaking in a warm and melodious voice, "Good evening, Shinju. Have you summoned me to address a challenging conundrum?" "Challenges arise daily, yet there's no urgency," Shinju replied, a relaxed yet weary smile gracing his face. He approached and instinctively scratched Yobi under the chin and behind the ears. "I'm simply a bit tired and in need of a trustworthy friend to converse with and recharge." Yobi, accustomed to this unconventional intimacy, did not resist, but rather purred contentedly, reminiscent of a domesticated feline. The seemingly perilous blue flames surrounding it were gentle and comforting, providing warmth without any hint of harm. Is the mastermind behind Konoha truly seeking solace from a mere cat? Yobi teased, yet contentedly squinted its eyes, even nudging Shinju's hand affectionately. Even the most formidable strategist requires moments of relaxation, Shinju replied, sitting comfortably on the floor, pulling Yobi's warm, soft body into his embrace. Burying his face into its impossibly fluffy blue fur, inhaling deeply as if to momentarily shield himself from all stress and calculations. Oh, nothing suits fatigue quite like Yobi's fur. Yobi allowed the embrace, its tail swaying gently. If I can bring a moment of tranquility to this contemplative young man. It does not tarnish my reputation as a two-tailed beast. It held a unique fondness and tolerance for this human boy who could communicate with tailed beasts on equal footing, even demonstrating care. As Shinju held Yobi, he absent-mindedly stroked its smooth fur, as if truly cradling an extraordinary large cat. The office resonated with Yobi's soothing purrs and Shinju's gradually steadying breaths. After a while, Shinju seemed to recall something and softly inquired, "Yobi, how has urine been lately?" Yobi's purring momentarily paused, a flicker of subdued shadow passing through its emerald eyes, its tone growing somber, alas, the same as ever. We both understand the atmosphere in the Cloud Village. Her identity as a Jinchuriki is an inescapable burden. Beneath the villager's outward reverence lies a deep-seated fear, rejection, and alienation. The child is profoundly lonely, with scarcely a true friend to confide in. Most of her time is spent training alone or isolating herself in her room. Her heart feels as if encased in a thick layer of ice, rejecting all warmth from the outside world. Shinju fell silent for a moment, the hint of lightheartedness fading from his expression, replaced by a complex blend of sorrow and helplessness reflected in his dark eyes. He recalled the cloud-hidden girl who, burdened by the powerful forces sealed within her, was similarly condemned to a heavy fate. Her stubbornness and solitude resonated with him on some level. In her last letter, she merely touched upon her progress in training, omitting any mention of events in the village. The voice of Shinxiu was soft. That child had a gentle exterior but a resilient core, fiercely unwilling to show weakness. With a sigh, he mused that perhaps it was only in these unnoticed correspondences, before a distant friend like you, that she would reveal a sliver of her true emotions. After all, you might be the only unbiased light from the outside world in her somber existence. Shinxiu nodded. The exchanges he had with the wooden figure, facilitated by Yulu, had evolved into a unique understanding between them. Two young individuals, each occupying a position of power and bearing an unimaginable weight, shared insights on ninjutsu and governance through letters, occasionally alluding to unspoken burdens that they could not share with others, becoming distant yet crucial pillars of support for one another. He gently released Yulu, rising to his desk, where he unfurled a fresh sheet of letter paper and dipped his pen in ink. To be opened by the wooden figure, "Greetings. Your letter has been received, and I am heartened to hear of your advancements in training. Regarding the balance between lightning chakra modes and cellular activation, I have recently made some discoveries, which I shall attach at the end of this letter for your contemplation. Though you have not elaborated much on the matters of Cloud Hidden, one can glean a glimpse of the situation. The world is fraught with difficulties, and your position is particularly precarious, with numerous challenges tied to your very being. However, I implore you not to bear the entirety of this pressure in your heart. The fears and ignorance of others are not your fault, nor do they define your worth. Your resilience, your strength, and the brilliance hidden within you far surpass the narrow perceptions of others. Do not allow the storms of the outside world to extinguish the fire within you. Should you feel lonely, remember that a friend is 1,000 miles away, constantly thinking of you and willing to listen to your troubles. Though the letter may be thin, it can carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. P.S. Enclosed are some freshly made chestnut yokon and dango from the Konoha Chestnut House, hoping to sweeten your heart. Take care of your health and await good news. Yours, Shinxiu. He set down the pen, carefully folded the letter, and placed it in an envelope. From a nearby cabinet, he retrieved an exquisite lacquered food box, neatly filled with fresh pastries and dango he had hastily acquired. Yulu, I must trouble you again. Shinxiu gently placed the letter and food box before Yulu. With elegance, Yulu wrapped its agile tail around the letter and the beautifully ribboned food box, nodding, "Rest assured, it will be delivered." Just as Shinxiu prepared to form the seal to dismiss the summoning, Yulu's figure began to shimmer with a white glow, becoming somewhat ethereal in the moment. "Brother? Are you still working?" The office door was gently pushed ajar, revealing a small head, Uchiha Itachi. He seemed to have missed his brother and had wandered over, still half asleep. Then, Itachi's drowsy eyes widened in astonishment as they fell upon the enormous cat enveloped in dreamlike blue flames, its tail entwined with the letter and food box. Itachi, sleepiness instantly vanishing, Yulu, who was about to dissipate, motion paused, Shinxiu, who had just relaxed. Internally, oh no. The atmosphere fell into an odd silence. Itachi's small mouth slightly parted, his eyes round with surprise as he glanced between his brother and the stunning, luminous cat, his face a canvas of astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of fear. Shinxiu internally chastised himself for not anticipating Itachi's visit. Maintaining such a friendly rapport with a tailed beast was still a private affair for him. Yolu seemed to find the situation amusing, its form solidifying as it curiously regarded the unexpected human child, its aura becoming gentler. Shinxiu quickly cleared his throat, striving to maintain an air of calm, though a trace of awkwardness lingered, and beckoned to Itachi. "Little Itachi, come here, it's all right." Itachi hesitated momentarily, but then scampered over, hiding behind Shinxiu, tightly clutching his brother's pants, cautiously peeking out at Yulu, asking in a hushed tone, "What is this glowing cat?" "This is Yulu, a dear friend of mine," Shinxiu introduced as calmly as possible, then turned to Yulu. "Yulu, this is my brother, Itachi." Yulu tilted its large, fluffy head, its voice becoming even softer and more soothing, lest it frighten the child. "Hello there, little one." Sensing Shinxiu's deep affection for his brother, Itachi's fear diminished as he heard the beautiful cat speak, its voice kind and devoid of malice. "Good friend?" He looked up at his brother and then at Yulu. "Is your good friend this big?" Shinxiu, thinking quickly. Yulu appeared amused by the term big cat, emitting a low, pleasant purr, its blue flames swaying more gently. In a moment of inspiration, Shinxiu crouched down, taking Itachi's small hand and gently coaxing. "Yes, a very important friend of mine. Yolu is quite impressive, but also very gentle. Doesn't its fur look soft and warm? Would you like to touch it?" He decided to employ the art of cat petting, drawing his brother into the experience as an accomplice. Itachi gazed at Yolu's luxuriously fluffy blue fur and the warm, ethereal flames, his eyes filled with longing, though still a touch hesitant. "Really, can I?" Yolu, ever accommodating, lowered its massive, fluffy head closer, its voice light and soothing. "Of course, little one, come and try." With permission granted, Itachi summoned his courage, extending his small hand to gently brush against the fur near Yolu's nose. The moment he made contact, his eyes sparkled like stars, filled with warmth, softness, and comfort. The blue chakra flames tenderly enveloped his small hand, bringing only a sense of reassurance, devoid of any fear. Seeing his brother's delight, Shinxiu exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his lips as he ruffled Itachi's hair. "See? When I feel tired, holding Yolu makes me feel relaxed and healed." Thus, the scene transformed into a heartwarming and enchanting tableau. The two brothers knelt on the floor, petting the tailed beast. Initially a bit reserved, Itachi soon became fully immersed in the exquisite sensation of Yolu's top-tier fur, his face lighting up with joy and satisfaction, even forgetting the reason for his visit. Erupting into giggles, Yolu, in turn, comfortably settled down, enjoying the brother's affectionate attention, its enormous tail gently swaying, and its purring growing louder, exuding an air of contentment. After a while, sensing the time was right, Shinxiu discreetly signaled to Yolu. Understanding, Yolu gently nudged Itachi's small hand with its head, bidding farewell softly. "It was a pleasure to meet you, little one. However, I have important letters to deliver and must take my leave." Though reluctant, Itachi nodded obediently. "Goodbye. Yolu, thank you for your fur." Shinxiu once more formed the seal. With a puff of gentle smoke, Yolu vanished, taking the letter and food box meant for the wooden figure. The office returned to its tranquil state, with only a faint, pleasant fragrance lingering, a testament that the fantastical scene had not been a dream. Itachi gazed up, his bright eyes sparkling as he looked at Shinxiu, filled with pure admiration and excitement. "Brother, you're amazing. You have such a powerful and gentle big cat friend. Its fur is super comfortable." Shinxiu smiled as he lifted his younger brother into his arms, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Itachi was still young enough to be easily distracted by the big cat friends. This was a little secret shared between Itachi and him, one that must not be divulged to anyone, including their father and mother, understood? He gently reminded. "Yes." Itachi nodded vigorously, feeling a special joy and pride at having a secret to share with his brother, a secret he would never tell anyone. "This is our secret." Chapter 38. Those who offend Konoha shall be punished, no matter the distance, under the iron-fisted management of Kakuzu and the unwavering support of Shinshio. The Konoha Resource Development Company expanded its operations at an astonishing pace. beyond the forestry and mineral resources within the Land of Fire. The company began to extend its reach into neighboring small countries, leveraging Konoha's prestige and financial advantages to develop local resources through joint ventures or wholly owned enterprises. Among these projects, a mountain range rich in rare metals and high-quality timber, bordering the Land of Water, emerged as a significant focal point for the company. Kakuzu personally assessed its resource value as exceedingly high. The company stationed a 20-member team there, including 4 Uchiha Chunin responsible for security, alongside 16 recruited craftsmen, miners, and lumberjacks. The project progressed smoothly, yielding considerable profits for Konoha. However, Konoha's rapid ascent and the formidable presence of the Resource Development Company inevitably incited envy among certain neighboring powers, particularly the Land of Water, which primarily relied on its hot springs and tourism but possessed relatively scarce resources. The daimyo and nobles of the Land of Water watched as resources that rightfully belonged within their borders, resources they had previously lacked the means to exploit, were being aggressively seized by Konoha. With profits flowing into Konoha's coffers, jealousy and greed began to fester within them. While they dared not confront the flourishing Konoha openly, they began to entertain sinister thoughts. One afternoon, the Konoha employees at the project site had just concluded their morning labor and were resting for a meal. Most of the ninjas were also on rotation, leaving only the 4 Uchiha Chunin vigilant and patrolling the perimeter. Suddenly, a barrage of shuriken and explosive tags rained down from the forest. An enemy attack. One Uchiha Chunin immediately sounded the alarm, his crimson Sharingan flaring to life. The attackers were numerous, exceeding 50 individuals, clad in a haphazard array of attire, yet displaying a level of coordination indicative of rigorous training. Among them were even several elite jonin. They were evidently rogue ninjas or defectors secretly hired by the Land of Water, intent on seizing control of this resource point and plundering the already extracted materials. Protect the workers and the supplies. Retreat. The Uchiha captain swiftly commanded, forming hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball temporarily repelled the enemies at the forefront. The other 3 Uchiha Chunin immediately joined the fray, their Sharingan whirling as they adeptly blocked, dodged, and counterattacked. Their teamwork was remarkable, momentarily holding off an enemy force several times their number. The workers were in a state of panic as they retreated. The attackers had a clear objective, with a substantial portion of them fixating on entangling the 4 Uchiha ninjas, while others rushed directly towards the storerooms and extraction equipment. Block them. One Uchiha ninja, seeing the situation, disregarded his own safety, breaking away from the melee to charge toward the storerooms. He suffered several wounds in the process but successfully used Jinjutsu to incapacitate the foremost enemies. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Although the 4 Uchiha Chunin were individually formidable, the overwhelming number of opponents, who were also competent and well-prepared, proved to be a daunting challenge. They fought valiantly while retreating, fiercely guarding the escape route for the workers and the critical supplies. You are the Uchiha of Konoha, aren't you? Step aside, and we may spare your lives. The leader of the attackers sneered. The response was a volley of even fiercer fire jutsu and precise shuriken. The honor of the Uchiha cannot be sullied by you wretches. The captain spat blood, his Sharingan filled with unwavering determination. Their orders were clear, to defend this ground, and unless given a retreat command, they would fight to the death. One Uchiha ninja sacrificed himself to shield a comrade from a barrage of poisoned senbon aimed at the workers, taking the blows upon his back and collapsing to the ground, his face turning pale. Another ninja charged into the throng of enemies to thwart their attempt to detonate explosive tags and destroy the mine, ultimately perishing in a mutual demise with several foes. The captain and the last remaining team members stood back to back, their chakra nearly depleted, drenched in blood, their Sharingan bloodshot from overuse. Yet they staunchly held their final line. Stubborn fools. Kill them. The leader of the attackers lost his patience, ultimately, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The 4 Uchiha Chunin fell one after another in battle. They did not retreat an inch from their positions. Behind them were the majority of the workers who had successfully evacuated and the core materials that had not been plundered. Until their last breath, their Sharingan continued to glare defiantly at the enemy. The news was relayed back to Konoha at breakneck speed by a worker who managed to escape, utilizing a rudimentary messenger hawk. When this blood-stained intelligence reached Shinshio and Kakuzu, an icy, bone-chilling killing intent erupted from Kakuzu. his green eyes filled with fury over the loss of property and the provocation. Shinchio's expression momentarily froze before transforming into an unsettling calmness. He slowly set down the report, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tabletop. For men killed and resources plundered, he softly repeated the words from the report, each syllable like shards of ice. System alert. Host faction has suffered a malicious attack, resulting in casualties and property loss, inciting extreme anger and murderous intent within the host. Warning. Incident has triggered the emotional threshold within Konoha. Soon, an emergency edition of the Konoha Daily was published. Its front page no longer adorned with the usual optimistic headlines, but framed in heavy black. In profound mourning, Konoha heroes shed blood at the frontier. 4 Uchiha warriors of the Resource Development Company slain by villains of the Land of Water, dying in valor for their country. The article detailed the events, emphasizing how the 4 Uchiha Chunin had fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, shedding their last drop of blood to protect their comrades and the village's assets, refusing to retreat to the bitter end. The tone was filled with sorrow and anger, directly pointing fingers at the hidden hand of the Land of Water. The moment the newspaper was released, Konoha ignited with fervor. The Land of Water. How dare they? The 4 Uchiha gentlemen died, fighting to protect us. Damn it. They dared to bully Konoha. Revenge. We must retaliate. The villagers and ninjas of Konoha, who had just begun to enjoy a few peaceful days, felt their accumulated cohesion and pride transform into a raging inferno. Especially the Uchiha clan, whose outrage was palpable, with the South He River Shrine echoing the calls for immediate military action. In the streets, people spontaneously held memorials for the 4 fallen ninjas, their emotions boiling over. Nara Shikaku observed the surging public sentiment and said to Shinchio, "My lord, given the will of the people, this matter must be handled with caution. But a strong response is also necessary." Kakuzu coldly replied, "The resources they stole must be returned tenfold. Otherwise, my return on investment will be severely impacted." His murderous intent was pure and direct. Fugaku looked to his son, awaiting his decision. Shinchio slowly raised his head, his calm gaze concealing the depths of ancient ice and an impending volcano. Mourning must be solemn. As for revenge, his voice was cold, resolute, and must be thorough. Convey this. A memorial service of the highest order shall be held for the 4 heroes. Simultaneously, the Konoha ninja forces must be placed on high alert. The once vibrant streets of Konoha were now shrouded in a heavy, solemn atmosphere. Even the sky seemed to sense the grief, with leaden clouds hanging low, as if ready to weep. In the square before the Hokage building, a grand and solemn altar had been constructed. Surrounding the altar were verdant pines and white chrysanthemums, with the emblem of Konoha suspended at its center and the Uchiha clan's fan crest on either side. Gigantic portraits were hung on all sides, depicting the fallen Uchiha Jonin, Uchiha En, Uchiha Mamoru, Uchiha Tetsu, and Uchiha Gon. In the photographs, they appeared youthful, their eyes sharp and full of vitality. Yet now they had transformed into cold symbols of loss. Beneath the spirit platform, for coffins draped in the Leaf Village flag and the Uchiha clan crest lay side by side, containing the incomplete remains of warriors, whose bodies bore the harrowing marks of battle, meticulously arranged yet still revealing the brutality of their final fight. As dawn broke, villagers and ninjas of Konoha began to gather spontaneously from all directions. Clad in dark attire, their expressions somber, they held white flowers and silently formed a sea of black around the square. No one spoke. Only the muffled sounds of weeping and heavy breaths intertwined in the air. The Uchiha clan members stood at the forefront, dressed in traditional black clan garments, their faces etched with sorrow and uncontrollable fury. Fugaku and Mikoto stood solemnly beside the families, their expressions grave. Itachi, tightly grasped by Mikoto's hand, seemed to sense the weight of the atmosphere, his wide eyes anxiously darting between the 4 coffins and the portraits of his brothers. Representatives from prominent clans such as the Namikaze, Uzumaki, Nara, and Hyuga, as well as members of the elite Jonin class and all ninjas present in the village, gathered in orderly rows, heads bowed in silent tribute. Kakuzu stood slightly apart from the crowd, his green eyes reflecting not mere calculating greed, but a chilling lament for the fallen guardians of their community. The somber tolling of the bell from Hokage Rock resonated, striking a chord in every heart present. The ceremony commenced in earnest. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward to deliver the eulogy. His voice was deep and hoarse, laden with suppressed emotion. Today, we stand here to bid farewell to 4 exemplary sons of the Uchiha clan, the loyal ninjas of Konoha, In, Mamoru, Tetsu, and Gon. They fought valiantly at the front lines for the prosperity and development of our village, only to fall victim to the treachery of cowardly foes. He recounted the final battle of the 4, how they stood against overwhelming odds, how they fought to the bitter end, embodying the duty of a ninja and the honor of the Uchiha. Each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the Uchiha and all Konoha ninjas. Many unable to stifle their tears, fists clenched tightly. Their blood shall not have been shed in vain. Fugaku's voice rose abruptly, infused with resolute strength. The Sharingan of the Uchiha will forever remember this hatred. The dignity of Konoha shall not be trampled upon. Next came Shinsui. He ascended the spirit platform slowly. Donned in a pure black high-collared robe that accentuated his pale complexion, his gaze as profound as a frigid abyss. He did not speak immediately, instead allowing his eyes to sweep over the dense crowd below, over the 4 coffins, over the youthful faces in the portraits. The entire square fell into a deep silence, everyone holding their breath, fixated on this young leader. With a voice that was low yet clear, imbued with icy intensity, Shinsui finally spoke. Today, I stand before you, my heart heavy with immeasurable sorrow. I mourn for the lives of these 4, so young, so loyal, so brave, who have been lost to us. I grieve that they will never return to their families, never witness the future glory of Konoha. I lament that there are those in this world who envy our progress, covet our wealth, and resort to the most despicable means to halt our advance. His voice began to swell, laced with repressed anger, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Do they think that by slaying us 4 and seizing some resources, they can instill fear in us? That they can make us retreat? Shinsui's voice sharpened. They are gravely mistaken. They are utterly wrong. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing toward the 4 coffins. These 4 heroes, with their lives, have provided us with the answer. They have shown us what it means to be a ninja of Konoha. It is loyalty. It is courage. It is the unwavering spirit to fight to the death. It is the steadfast conviction to protect one's comrades and the village. Their blood shall not have been shed in vain. Their sacrifice will ignite the flame of vengeance in our hearts and forge an even more indomitable will for Konoha. Shinsui's gaze turned frigid as he surveyed the crowd. I, Uchiha Shinsui, hereby swear in the name of Konoha's true guardians. Konoha shall repay in kind. Eye for an eye, blood for blood. All those involved, regardless of who stands behind them, will pay 10-fold, 100-fold. We will use the most stringent measures to declare to the entire ninja world that the people of Konoha shall not be insulted. Our wealth shall not be seized. Those who offend Konoha shall face retribution, no matter how distant they may be. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Revenge! 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 The populace and ninjas were thoroughly ignited, their sorrow transforming into a fierce fire of wrath and battle spirit. The shouts resounded, echoing into the skies. Even the clouds above seemed to part under this overwhelming will. Shinsui slowly raised his hand, quieting the tumultuous clamor. His voice regained its calm, yet carried a heavier weight. Now, let us escort our heroes on their final journey. The 4 elite Uchiha Jonin stepped forward, solemnly lifting the coffins. The procession began to move slowly toward the Konoha cemetery. Along the way, all the villagers bowed their heads, scattering white petals, many weeping openly. After the funeral, the intense emotions of grief and rage did not dissipate, but rather coalesced into a formidable war spirit. The war machine of Konoha, fueled by the sacrifice of the 4 heroes and Shinsui's vow, began to operate at full throttle. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully conducted a mourning ceremony, significantly consolidating the morale of the populace, transforming sorrow into the impetus for revenge. Reward: permanent slight increase in the morale of all Konoha citizens, achieving unprecedented cohesion. The host gains temporary status of united as one. Subsequent military actions against the land of water will see a slight increase in execution and combat effectiveness for all personnel. Shinsui stood atop the cemetery, gazing at the newly erected gravestones, his expression cold yet resolute. The land of water must pay the most painful price for their greed and folly. Chapter 39. Is my son brave? Bravery above all following the solemn public memorial service. Uchiha Shinsui did not linger at the Hokage building to address the subsequent plans for retaliation, but instead undertook a task of greater significance to the hearts of the people. He, along with Fugaku and Mikoto, as well as several Uchiha elders bearing condolence gifts and pensions, personally visited the families of the four fallen ninjas. The first stop was the home of Uchiha. His parents were ordinary ninjas within the clan. His mother had already dissolved into tears, while his father, suppressing his grief, received Shinsui and his entourage. Shinsui solemnly placed the doubled pension and the certificate of honor, symbolizing valor, into the trembling hands of On's father. Bowing deeply, and sacrificed himself to protect the wealth and companions of Konoha. He is the pride of the Uchiha and a hero of Konoha. We shall never forget his sacrifice. Henceforth, our clan will take responsibility for all the needs of the elderly. Should there be any difficulties, you may come directly to me or my father. Un's mother sobbed uncontrollably, nodding repeatedly. Un's father, a middle-aged ninja with a resolute visage yet unable to conceal his sorrow, trembled for a while before suddenly raising his head, his eyes reflecting a desperate glimmer of hope as he looked at Shinsui and asked, in a quavering voice, "Lord Shinsui, was my son brave?" This question seemed to exhaust his every ounce of strength. He wished to know if his son had lived up to the name of Uchiha in his final moments, if he had fought like a true ninja. Meeting his gaze, Shinsui showed no hesitation, his voice clear and assured, imbued with a heavy power. Brave. Uchiha was indeed brave above all. He fought 10 against 1, refusing to retreat. His body riddled with wounds, yet he continued to glare defiantly at the enemy until his last drop of blood was shed. His enemies trembled before him. He is a true hero. The father of the valiant Yenjung repeated the phrase brave among the brave in a murmuring tone, and at last, tears streamed down his face. Yet amidst his sorrow, there lingered a thread of pride for his son. He straightened his back abruptly, wiping away his tears with determination. Well, this is good. My son has not brought shame to the Uchiha clan. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously in 3 other households. The sister of Uchiha Mamoru, choking on her words, asked, "Is my brother afraid?" To which Shinsho replied, "Fearless." Mamoru, in his effort to protect the minors, bravely held back the enemy alone, smiling in the face of danger. "What is there to fear?" The young son of Uchiha Tetsu, bewildered, inquired, "Brother Shinsho, is Daddy going to fight the bad guys?" Shinsho knelt down, gently patting his head. "Yes, your father is incredibly strong, having defeated many wicked foes. He is the finest of heroes." Uchiha Kyo's wife was already in tears, unable to articulate her grief. Shinsho reassured her, "Kyo's will shall be inherited by us. We will avenge him. Your future will be protected by Konoha." Each affirmation and description of the sacrifices made by the fallen heroes acted as a potent, albeit painful, heartening tonic, infusing the bereaved with a sense of honor and solace. Though they had lost their loved ones, the death of their kin weighed heavily, yet garnered the acknowledgement and respect of the entire village. Beep. Detection of the host successfully comforting the families of the martyrs, bestowing noble significance upon the sacrifices, significantly alleviating their grief and transforming it into a sense of honor. Reward. The loyalty of the fallen's family, Uchiha, towards the host has greatly increased, and cohesion has further strengthened. The host acquires the trait of heartening others, making it easier to gain the trust and recognition of the grieving. Shinsho's acts of consolation did not escape the keen eyes of the Konoha news agency. Uchiha Wenyan personally authored an article, and the latest issue of the Konoha Daily prominently featured the headline, "The hero returns home. Young clan leader comforts the bereaved. Is my son brave? Brave among the brave." The article meticulously and poignantly chronicled Shinsho's visits to the 4 families, emphasizing the heart-wrenching inquiry of, "Is my son brave?" and Shinsho's resounding affirmation, "Brave among the brave." The article stated, "Nothing comforts the souls of the heroes more than the leader's recognition, soothing the pain of the bereaved." Lord Shinsho, with the most direct and decisive words, conveyed the profound value of the heroes' sacrifices. Their bravery shall be immortalized. Brave among the brave. This is not merely an evaluation of the 4 heroes, but a rallying cry for all Konoha ninjas. The courage of Konoha is unquestionable. The wrath of Konoha must be repaid with blood. This report ignited the already blazing fury, pouring oil onto the flames. Brave among the brave. Well said. The heart-wrenching inquiry of, "Is my son brave?" leaves the bereaved in utter despair. The accursed land of soup, must pay for their blood debts. Lord Shinsho has done well. This is how we should convey to everyone that our heroes did not die in vain. The villagers' anger erupted completely. Any lingering doubt about the war vanished, transforming into a united resolve for vengeance. The ninjas, eager and spirited, were itching to charge into the land of soup, ready to spill the enemy's blood to honor their fallen comrades. The war machine of Konoha grew sharper and more bloodthirsty. The flames of revenge spread to every corner of the village, awaiting but a command to unleash their wrath like thunder. Standing before the window of the Hokage's office, Shinsho gazed down at the tumultuous crowd in the streets, his expression as cold as iron. The moment had arrived. The emotions of mourning and wrath in Konoha reached their zenith, and the will for revenge was taut like a bowstring, ready to snap. After thorough preparations and strategic planning, Uchiha Shinsho resolved not to wait any longer. On this day, Konoha's largest training ground was cleared, all ninja troops participating in the revenge mission lined up in perfect order. Silent. The air was thick with a chilling atmosphere of impending violence and an overwhelming combat spirit. The ninjas donned matching battle attire, their expressions grim, their eyes aflame with the desire for vengeance. On the high platform stood Uchiha Fugaku, Shinsho, the heads of various clans, and the appointed commander of this operation, Minato Namikaze. All standing in solemnity. Shinsho stepped forward, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, surveying the dark mass of troops below. He spoke without excess, his voice calm yet powerful, proclaiming, "The land of soup, through despicable means, has attacked our stronghold, slain our brethren, plundered our possessions, and insulted Konoha. This enmity cannot go unpunished. Today, we Konoha warriors shall set forth, repaying blood for blood and tooth for tooth. Now, I call upon the commander of this operation, Jonin Minato Namikaze, to address everyone." Instantly, all eyes focused on Minato. His golden hair shone vividly in the sunlight, and his typically gentle blue eyes were now sharp as blades, filled with undeniable resolve. Minato stepped forward, his voice clear yet imbued with powerful chakra, resonating throughout the training ground. "Brothers and sisters of Konoha, we stand here, not out of greed, nor for conquest, but for justice, for revenge, and to protect our inviolable dignity. 4 of our Uchiha brothers fell while safeguarding Konoha's future. Their blood must not be shed in vain. Their spirits watch over us from above. Our objective is clear: punish the instigators, reclaim the stolen resources, and make the land of soup pay tenfold, 100-fold for their foolishness and greed. I, Minato Namikaze, assure you that we will complete this mission with the utmost speed and minimal cost. I will fight alongside you, and my flying thunder god will guide us to victory. The fire of Konoha shall never extinguish. The blade of vengeance is drawn today." A thunderous roar of agreement erupted in response to Minato's brief yet powerful speech, greatly uplifting morale. As Konoha's golden flash, his strength and reputation commanded respect, and with him as the commander, no one dared dissent. Following this, Shinsho stepped forward once more. With a wave of his hand, the Uchiha attendants brought forth barrels of sake and countless ceramic cups. "Farewell feast," Shinsho declared loudly. The attendants swiftly poured a cup of sake for each ninja embarking on the mission. Shinsho raised his cup first, addressing the assembled warriors. "The first cup, in honor of our fallen heroes. May their souls rest in peace and bless Konoha." He poured a portion of the sake onto the ground. Everyone followed suit, solemnly pouring their first cup onto the earth. The attendants refilled the cups. Shinsho lifted the second cup, his gaze sweeping over the faces of each warrior. "The second cup, in honor of the brave warriors setting forth. May your fortunes be prosperous and may you return victorious." He tilted his head back and drank the contents in one gulp. "May fortune favor us. May we return victorious." Thousands echoed in unison, raising their heads to finish their cups of strong liquor, a spirit of camaraderie igniting. The potent aroma of the sake mingled with the rising bloodlust, enveloping the entire training ground. Shinsho set down his cup, observing the flushed faces of the warriors, invigorated by both the alcohol and the spirit of combat, and finally commanded with a deep voice, "Set forth." Minato turned, his golden flash disappearing in an instant. The commanders of the various divisions issued orders loudly, and the ninjas surged forth like a tide of black, organized yet incredibly swift, rushing out of the training ground and through the gates of Konoha, heading towards the land of soup. The sound of hooves thundered, and dust billowed. "Shinsho, Fugaku, and all those remaining stood in place, watching the grand army depart. Until the last ninja vanished from sight, Shinsho remained standing for a long time. He slowly raised his head, gazing into the distance, and whispered in a voice only he could hear, yet filled with unwavering conviction, "I, in Konoha, await your triumphant return." Beep. Detection of the host successfully conducting an oath-taking ceremony, significantly enhancing the morale and cohesion of the departing troops, demonstrating the stature of a leader. In the 40th chapter, titled All Creatures Taller Than a Wheel Shall Be Slain Without Exception, the Konoha Revenge Force, led by Minato Namikaze, stealthily and efficiently traverses the borders of the Land of Fire, penetrating deep into the Land of Hot Water. Their movements are swift as the wind, yet imbued with an oppressive, suffocating aura of lethal intent. The force does not directly assault the main city where the feudal lord of the Land of Hot Water resides. Instead, they split into multiple units, targeting the core area of the incident, the plundered resource site, and all nearby noble territories and ninja strongholds suspected of complicity. Prior to the operation, Minato received a top-level directive from Shinsuke Uchiha through a secured communication channel. The instruction was succinct yet chilling, even to Minato. A seasoned warrior, confirming directive: annihilate all resisting forces, military facilities, noble estates, and ninja organizations involved in this matter within the target area. Slay all creatures taller than a wheel. Leave no future threat. Minato contemplated this directive in silence for a moment. He understood that Shinsuke's aim was not merely revenge, but to establish dominance, to utterly obliterate the will of resistance in the Land of Hot Water and any potential for future retaliation, ensuring the security of Konoha's resource lines and borders, while also serving as a stern warning to the entire ninja world. Taking a deep breath, he transmitted the order to the commanders of each unit via encrypted code. After a brief silence on the other end, a cold and resolute response followed. Received. Understood. Executing. The flames of vengeance were ignited by this merciless command. The first unit, led by elite Uchiha Jonin, Uchiha Hokage, surged towards the plundered resource point, where a small contingent of hired rogue ninjas and local nobles' private soldiers guarded the stolen goods. Upon witnessing the arrival of Konoha ninjas, especially those with the ominous crimson Sharingan activated, they were paralyzed with terror. "Please spare us. We are just..." Before they could finish, a blinding flash of steel silenced them. Total eradication. Resources reclaimed. All structures incinerated. Hokage's voice was devoid of emotion. A conflagration erupted, transforming former mines and shelters into ruins, as any guard attempting to resist or flee was mercilessly torn apart by ninjutsu and shuriken. The second unit, led by the Inoshikacho trio, targeted a noble estate owned by one of the planners who had funded the assault. A massive shadow imitation technique immobilized the fleeing noble and his guards, while the mind transfer technique forced the captain of the guard to turn against his own men. The multiplied fists of the technique shattered the exquisite gardens and storerooms. "All taller than a wheel shall be slain." Yamabuki Ichi's voice trembled slightly, yet the order was executed without hesitation. The once opulent estate became a scene of carnage, blood staining the luxurious carpets. The third unit, commanded by the Hyuga clan, sought to eradicate a rogue ninja organization that had provided the attacking ninjas. The Byakugan's 360-degree vision rendered any ambush or trap futile. 8 trigrams, empty palm, gentle fist. The Hyuga ninjas operated like efficient killing machines, precisely eliminating every enemy and dismantling every facility. The screams echoed through the secluded valley, soon succumbing to silence. The fourth unit, personally led by Minato, the tactical force, moved like a golden reaper through crucial nodes. The flying thunder god Kanai flashed everywhere. With each gleam of gold, an enemy commander fell, and key bridges and relay stations crumbled under the roar of Rasengan. His speed was so extraordinary that often the enemy had not even glimpsed him before they were decapitated. The slaughter continued in synchrony. Konoha ninjas flawlessly executed Shinsuke's orders: destroy, annihilate, slay, regardless of whether they were opulent castles, fortified strongholds, or hidden camps. Everything was reduced to scorched earth under the relentless bombardment of various ninjutsu. Be it well-equipped ninjas, arrogant noble soldiers, or pleading servants, as long as they exceeded that cold standard in height, they all fell into pools of blood. Fire, explosions, screams, and death became the dominant theme of this region. News spread like a plague throughout the Land of Hot Water, inducing extreme fear. Demons. The Konoha ninjas are demons. They kill everyone. They destroy everything. Run. Konoha is coming. The feudal lord and the nobles involved in the incident were thrown into utter panic. They had initially believed Konoha would merely protest, seek compensation, or engage in minor skirmishes, never anticipating such a brutal, merciless act of extermination. Before envoys for peace could be dispatched, a terrifying blade was already poised at their throats. Konoha declared in the most direct and bloody manner to the entire ninja world, "The new era of Konoha possesses formidable power and an unwavering determination to wield it without mercy. Any provocation would meet with the most thorough and terrifying annihilation." Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Shinsuke Uchiha calmly received reports from the front lines. His gaze deep and devoid of joy or sorrow. Ding. Detection of the host's cold directives being executed efficiently, delivering a devastating blow to the land of hot water, significantly intimidating surrounding forces. Reward. Konoha's infamous reputation markedly enhanced, future provocation probability decreased, absolute control over resource points obtained. The host gains the trait Iron-Blooded Commander, slight increase in troop execution efficiency when issuing extreme orders. This bloody vengeance had only just reached its climax. The thunderous methods and cold-blooded slaughter of the Konoha revenge force swept rapidly across the borders of the land of hot water, turning the land into a wasteland of desolation and wails, while panic spread like a contagion towards the heart of the feudal lord's main city. The latest frontline reports streamed back through encrypted channels to the Hokage building in Konoha. Shinsuke stood before a large map of the ninja world, his cold gaze sweeping over the territory of the land of hot water. Listening to the reports of targets cleared, strongholds destroyed, and all resistance obliterated, his expression remained unchanged. The flames of revenge burned, yet it was not enough. Simple destruction and killing could only instill fear, but might not impart the longest-lasting, most profound lesson, nor the greatest political gain. What he sought was not merely revenge, but complete conquest and deterrence, an aim to nail the land of hot water firmly to the pillar of shame, extracting maximum value from it to compensate for Konoha's losses while warning all petty powers. At that moment, intelligence regarding the feudal lord of the land of hot water and his core advisors, who were in a state of panic within their palace, desperately seeking aid from neighboring great nations, was delivered to him. Shinsuke's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he perused the intelligence. He took up a specialized communication scroll and issued a new, more precise directive to the frontline commander. Minato Namikaze, frontline directive. Cease indiscriminate destruction of the main city of the land of hot water. Target change. Capture the feudal lord of the land of hot water and his direct heirs, along with core power figures. Ensure the targets are alive and escort them back to Konoha. Other resistances may be cleared at discretion. The directive was brief, yet imbued with immense strategic significance. Capturing the ruler of a nation carries far greater symbolic weight and subsequent political maneuvering potential than killing him amidst the chaos. This would serve as living evidence to cement the land of hot water's guilt, the heaviest bargaining chip at the negotiation table, and the most terrifying sword of Damocles hanging over all other small nations. On the front line, Minato, who was briefly resting above a recently destroyed noble estate, received this directive. His golden eyebrows arched slightly as he instantly grasped Shinsuke's intent. Truly, the esteemed master Shinsho murmured to himself, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes at the tactics employed by this young leader. From bloody vengeance to precise political apprehensions, each strategic move was executed with remarkable shrewdness. He immediately conveyed new orders to the commanders of various squads through the Flying Thunder God technique, altering their objectives. The target, the manner of the daimyo of the land of soup. Priority, capture the daimyo and his core members alive. Action, upon the issuance of the command. The operational mode of the Konoha ninjas transformed instantly. What had once been a catastrophic torrent, wreaking havoc like a natural disaster, morphed into a precise and lethal scalpel. Its blade aimed directly at the heart of the daimyo's manor in the land of soup. The army disregarded the minor resistances and secondary targets along the way, advancing swiftly towards the main city. Namikaze Minato led the charge, each flash of golden light signifying a distance conquered, a barrier breached. The royal city of the land of soup was in utter chaos. Outside, smoke billowed, and ominous news poured in. The unstoppable advance of the Konoha ninjas plunged all into despair. The daimyo himself appeared pallid, like an ant on a hot stove in the lavishly adorned palace, futilely urging the guards and his already terrified retainers to devise a plan. Quick, block them. What of the envoys? Have the messengers from the land of earth and the land of lightning returned with replies? It was over. All was lost. Some officials had already collapsed, weeping uncontrollably. They were utterly defenseless before the elite forces of Konoha. The pleas for aid from messengers were mere drops in a bucket. Suddenly, a golden flash appeared atop the highest eaves of the palace as though teleporting. Namake's Minato stood proudly, his cold blue eyes surveying the chaotic palace below. Soon after, figures resembling specters emerged upon the palace walls. The Uchiha's Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, and the coordinated efforts of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, Konoha's most elite forces had breached all outer defenses, transforming the palace, a symbol of the land of Soup's highest authority, into a resplendent cage. Protect the daimyo. The remaining guards and samurai summoned their last vestiges of courage and charged forward. Boring. Uchiha Hakadai scoffed, activating his Sharingan, casting illusions that incapacitated a swath of enemies. Hyuga Hizashi led his clan, employing precise gentle fist techniques to seal the opponent's chakra points, rendering them non-lethal but combat ineffective. Nara Shikaku's shadow binding technique controlled the battlefield en masse. Minato's figure vanished once more, reappearing directly in the main hall of the daimyo's palace. The daimyo screamed in terror, collapsing onto his chair, his ornate crown askew. The few core ministers beside him trembled uncontrollably. Daimyo of the land of soup. Minato's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You have condoned and even commanded your subordinates to assault Konoha's legitimate assets and murder our ninjas. Now, by the orders of Master Uchiha Shinshio, I must ask you to come to Konoha to answer for your actions. No, I am the daimyo. You cannot. The daimyo stammered, attempting to retreat in fright. Minato did not grant him the luxury of further words. A specially crafted kunai was deftly embedded into the daimyo's luxurious robe. In the next instant, with a flash of golden light, Minato and the nearly fainting daimyo vanished from the palace. Simultaneously, other elite Konoha ninjas successfully apprehended the core power brokers and several direct descendants of the daimyo present. Targets captured. Retreat. Minato's voice echoed through the communication channel. The Konoha ninjas withdrew with the swiftness of a tide, arriving as quickly as they departed. Leaving behind a palace of the land of soup plunged into despair and paralysis, along with countless startled survivors. A remarkably precise decapitation, or rather, apprehension, operation concluded flawlessly in a remarkably brief span of time. Days later, as Namake's Minato led troops escorting the ashen-faced daimyo of the land of soup and his core captives back to Konoha, the entire village erupted in jubilation once more. Capturing a daimyo was an astounding feat. Uchiha Shinshio personally welcomed the triumphant soldiers at the village entrance. Thank you for your hard work, Minato-senpai. Shinshio nodded at Minato. Then his gaze fell upon the shivering captives, particularly the dazed daimyo of the land of soup. A cold smile crept across his lips. Excellent. It is time to settle the score with them. Ding. Detected that the host's directive has been flawlessly executed, successfully capturing the daimyo of the land of soup and core power brokers, achieving an unprecedented political victory. Reward. The host's political prestige has significantly increased, gaining the trait of great nation deterrence, possessing a natural advantage in negotiations with small or weak nations. Konoha has acquired substantial leverage for negotiating war reparations. The news of the capture of the daimyo of the land of soup returning to Konoha reverberated like another bombshell, shaking the entire shinobi world once again. Chapter 41. Capturing the dancing leaf. The daimyo of the land of soup and his core power brokers were not imprisoned in a common jail upon being escorted back to Konoha, but rather secretly detained in a subterranean facility deep within the Uchiha clan grounds, under the vigilant watch of elite ninjas. Their fates were entirely in the hands of Uchiha Shinshio. The resounding victory and capture of the enemy nation's daimyo left the entire village basking in the thrill of excitement and the satisfaction of vengeance. Yet Shinshio understood that this act of retribution still lacked the final and most gratifying stroke. On this day, the sky was overcast. In a secluded clearing downstream of the Southie River, a simple yet solemn altar had been hastily erected. Upon the altar rested the spirit tablets and portraits of the four heroes, Uchiha In, Mamoru, Tetsu, and gone. Shinshio, Fugaku, Namikaze Minato, along with a select few core leaders and the direct relatives of the four fallen ninjas, stood solemnly before the altar. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. As the relatives of the fallen gazed at their enemies being brought forth, their eyes filled with a deep-seated hatred. Stripped of their finery and clad only in white prison garb, the daimyo of the land of soup and several nobles involved in the decision-making were roughly brought forth by Uchiha ninjas. They had long lost their former grandeur, their faces pale and trembling, especially upon seeing the four portraits of the young heroes. Fear rendered them nearly paralyzed. Shinshio slowly stepped forward, his gaze icy as it swept over the prisoners, ultimately settling on the daimyo of the land of soup. Kneel. His voice was not raised, yet carried an undeniable authority. The escorting ninjas immediately forced the daimyo and his ministers to the ground, compelling them to kneel before the spirit tablets of the four heroes. The daimyo struggled, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Spare me, Master Shinshio. I was unaware of my subordinates' actions." "Silence." Shinshio coldly interrupted him, his eyes devoid of pity. "Your greed, your indulgence, your foolishness led to the sacrifice of these four heroes of Konoha, resulting in countless families being shattered. Now, you wish to absolve yourself of guilt by claiming ignorance?" He stepped closer to the daimyo, looking down at him. "Did you not enjoy watching dances? Did you not relish the performances of the actors at banquets? Today, you shall dance for them. Dance for these four valiant souls who perished because of you. Dance amusingly. Dance with fervor. Perhaps," his voice dripped with malice, "I may grant you a swifter death." The daimyo of the land of soup's eyes widened in terror. The thought of a national leader dancing mockingly before the spirit tablets of enemy ninjas was an affront more humiliating than death itself. "No, you cannot do this. I am the daimyo." He struggled futilely. Shinshio's gaze hardened. The nearby Uchiha ninjas immediately stepped forward, mercilessly smashing the hilt of a kunai against the daimyo's joint. "Ah!" The daimyo screamed, the intense pain and fear obliterating his will. "Dance!" Shinshio commanded sharply, under the threat of death and the utmost humiliation. The daimyo of the land of soup finally broke down. He wept and sobbed, moving like a marionette, beginning to awkwardly and grotesquely dance on that cold, desolate ground. His movements were clumsy and ludicrous, combined with the twisted expression of fear and shame on his face, creating an exceedingly bizarre and tragic tableau. The other nobles, forced to kneel, were utterly petrified. Some even fainted from terror. The relatives of the victims witnessed this scene, their eyes reflecting a tumult of vengeful satisfaction and the sorrow of their loss, tears cascading down their cheeks as they clenched their jaws tightly, staring intently. Shinshio coldly observed how the sovereign of a nation lost all dignity before him, how he humbled himself in the most abject manner to appease the spirits of the deceased. This grotesque performance seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Finally, when the lord of the land of soup collapsed in exhaustion, gasping like a heap of mud, his gaze utterly vacant, Shinshio slowly withdrew a kunai handed to him by a nearby ninja. The blade glimmered with a chilling light beneath the somber sky. He approached the altar, facing the four portraits, and solemnly declared, "Yen, Shou, Zhe, Gang. Your vengeance shall be avenged today by my own hand. Rest in peace. Konoha shall remember your deeds." With that, he spun around sharply. His arm swept out. A flash of cold light cut through the air. The kunai plunged with unerring precision into the heart of the Lord of Soup. The Lord's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulging in disbelief, a wheezing sound escaping his throat. Before he crumpled entirely, blood rapidly staining his white prison garb. The world seemed to fall silent at that moment. Shinshio withdrew the kunai, allowing the blood to drip from its tip. He did not even glance at the swiftly cooling corpse, his gaze sweeping over the other nobles, who were nearly driven to madness. These few would be hanged outside the gates of Konoha after the public trial, their bodies exposed for 3 days as a warning to others. His voice was icy and merciless, marking a brutal and conclusive end to this bloody vengeance. Ding! The system detects that the host has executed the primary villain through extreme measures, successfully appeasing the spirits of the sacrificed and greatly calming internal outrage. Reward. The loyalty and gratitude of the victims' families towards the host have reached their zenith, enhancing the cohesion and centripetal force within the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights. The host gains the status of blood debt repayment. In the short term, Konoha ninjas will experience a slight morale boost during combat against enemies. The relatives of the victims fell to their knees, bowing deeply towards the altar, and Shinsho, weeping uncontrollably. Justice had been served, but their lost loved ones could never return. Shinsho sheathed the kunai and turned to leave. His silhouette appeared resolute and cold beneath the dim sky. He had fulfilled his vow in the most direct and sanguinary manner, and once again announced to all the dire consequences of provoking Konoha and harming the Uchiha. The blood of the Lord of Soup cooled by the banks of the Minami River, while the other nobles involved in the decision-making were cast into a death cell, awaiting news of the public trial, as if the final tremor swiftly spread throughout Konoha. Following this extreme vengeance was a complex emotion mingled with release, solemnity, and a faint emptiness. The next day, the Konoha Daily published a special edition once more. This time, the front page was adorned not in the furious red or mournful black, but in a solemn, deep blue. The headline read, "Vengeance achieved, spirits rest in peace. Konoha honors the fallen heroes with the blood of the enemy." The subheading stated, "Lord Shinsho wields the blade of justice, ending the primary villain, manifesting Konoha's absolute will against invasion." The article, penned by Uchiha Bunyan with an exceptionally concise and weighty style, proclaimed, "This is to report, yesterday, at the resting place of our Konoha heroes, amidst the low wails of the Minami River and the witness of the four heroes' kin, the actual ruler of Konoha, Lord Uchiha Shinsho, executed the primary culprit responsible for the border massacre, whose hands were stained with the blood of our Konoha ninjas, with the blade of justice. This act was not one of cruelty, but a means of solace. With the head of the enemy, we honor the souls of the valiant. With the blood of the foe, we cleanse the humiliation endured by Konoha. Lord Shinsho has declared, the people of Konoha shall not be insulted. The wealth of Konoha shall not be taken. Those who offend Konoha, no matter how distant, will be punished." Yesterday's act was the most resounding and thorough fulfillment of this vow. This act has consoled the spirits of Uchiha Yen, Uchiha Sho, Uchiha Ja, and Uchiha Gang, the four brave warriors whose sacrifices have received the utmost response. Their blood was not shed in vain. Konoha shall never allow our heroes to bleed and weep again. This act has also greatly soothed the families of the four heroes and all the grieving citizens of Konoha, demonstrating that Konoha's leadership possesses both the determination and the capability to protect every villager, safeguarding every ounce of dignity and interest of the village. Furthermore, this act sends the strongest message to the entire shinobi world. The new era of Konoha possesses formidable strength and an undeniable iron will to safeguard its own interests and dignity. Any attempts to provoke or harm Konoha will meet with the most thorough and severe retribution. The article concluded, "The chapter of revenge has turned. Yet the deeds of the heroes shall endure eternally. Their spirit will inspire the entirety of Konoha, uniting us to forge ahead, building a stronger, more prosperous home that none dare to invade. Rest in peace, heroes. Konoha shall continue to guard your legacy." Accompanying the article was a carefully processed and symbolically significant image. The portraits of the four heroes were solemnly displayed, while the foreground vaguely depicted a silhouette, Shinsho, submerging an item representing evil, metaphor for the Lord of Soup, into the waters of the Minami River, symbolizing the cleansing of sins and the appeasement of spirits. Upon the release of this special edition, the remnants of bloodshed and turmoil within Konoha were swiftly enveloped by a deeper, more somber emotion. Villagers eagerly passed around the newspaper, many shedding tears once again. But this time, it was not merely pure sadness or anger, but a sense of relief and solace following the achievement of vengeance. Rest in peace, heroes. Lord Shinsho has truly delivered. Our Konoha will never again be bullied. The families of the victims clutched the newspaper, weeping uncontrollably. It was a cathartic release of long-suppressed emotions. A painful cry intermingled with boundless gratitude and a hint of comfort. They knew that the village had not forgotten their children and had sought justice in the most vigorous manner. On the streets, people spontaneously made their way to the cemetery once more, laying down flowers at the graves of the four heroes, mourning in silence. The atmosphere was no longer one of initial outrage, but filled with solace and remembrance. Ding! The system detects that the Konoha news agency successfully guided public opinion, elevating the bloody revenge into a justified act of consolation for the spirits, greatly calming internal emotions, and consolidating the legitimacy of governance. Reward. The atmosphere within Konoha has transitioned from vengeful fervor to remembrance and progress, significantly enhancing overall stability. The host's proficiency in controlling public opinion has greatly improved. Acquiring the latent status of popular support, the public's recognition and support solidified at a high level. The intoxicated lord of the Land of Fire, egged on and indulged by several close officials, lashed out indiscriminately against Uchiha Shinsho. Just a mere martial artist. A ninja leader dares to be so arrogant. He acts without consulting me, the Lord. Does he not see my authority? Uchiha, a band of warmongering maniacs with eyes on their foreheads. That brat Shinsho, merely relying on a modicum of strength, really believes he can transcend the worldly powers? Truly a calamity for the nation. A disgrace to Konoha. These venomous words, filled with disdain, jealousy, and fear, took flight like wings, swiftly and secretly circulating among the upper echelons of the Land of Fire, ultimately landing precisely on Uchiha Shinsho's desk. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so cold it felt as if it could freeze. Shinsho sat quietly in his chair, perusing the intelligence scroll that detailed the Lord's drunken rants. His face bore no expression, no anger, no humiliation, not even a flicker of emotion. His calmness was disquieting. Only his deep black eyes, as he read, gradually settled into a chilling depth, reminiscent of the oppressive silence before a blizzard. Inner thoughts, foolish and short-sighted. Immersed in the glory of a bygone era, it becomes difficult to discern who truly upholds this nation. An affront to my person may be dismissed as mere barking. Yet an insult to my family, casting doubt upon my loyalty and undermining the very foundations of Konoha, is tantamount to self-destruction. This world has long since transcended the age where noble lords could command everything merely by virtue of their status. Power alone is the ultimate truth. If you so yearn for the order of the past, then let it be reduced to mere dust of history. He gently set down the scroll, his fingertips rhythmically tapping upon the table as he fell into a brief reverie. Rather than erupting in anger, he first summoned Uchiha Wanin. Elder Wanin. His voice remained calm and composed. Recently, there have been some dissonant rumors regarding myself and my family circulating from the capital. Most of it is sheer nonsense. Yet I fear it may impact the unity of our village and the morale of our frontline warriors. Uchiha Wanin, ever astute, immediately grasped the situation. I understand. Rest assured, young clan leader, the Konoha Daily will promptly publish a series of articles, emphasizing that it is the ninjas who are the bedrock of our nation. Reflecting on the sacrifices and bloodshed of past Hokages and the ninja clan in their defense of the Land of Fire. Concurrently, we shall appropriately disclose certain rumors regarding some high-ranking individuals who indulge in luxury while undermining ninja operations, guiding the villagers and ninjas to draw comparisons. Excellent, he nodded, determined to ensure that all recognize who bleeds and sweats to safeguard peace, and who merely resides in comfort, even casting slurs. We shall not relinquish the heights of public opinion. Yes, after Wanin's departure, he appeared casual in several high-level meetings and inspections, subtly revealing a facade of sorrow from being misunderstood, yet remaining steadfastly focused on the greater good. The effect was immediate. As the polished statements from the lords and comparative articles circulated quietly through Konoha, the entire village, especially the ninja community, erupted in a fervent outcry. How dare he speak so of Lord Shinju? Who do we defend on the front lines? He indulges in revelry while insulting our hero. The Uchiha are Konoha's pride. What does that lord know? Without ninjas, the Land of Fire would have long been devoured by other nations. Where does he find his comfort? Utterly ungrateful. Simply ungrateful. The public was incensed. Not only the Uchiha clan, but nearly all Konoha ninjas, as well as many civilians, felt a profound sense of betrayal and humiliation. Their reverence for the lords evaporated, replaced by a surging fury and an even stronger allegiance to Shinju. Public sentiment had been deftly steered to a critical point. The time had come. On a deep night a few days later, the residence of the Lord of the Land of Fire was, as usual, a scene of revelry, heavily guarded, yet in the eyes of true elite ninjas. These defenses were but a facade. A specter-like figure, blending into the shadows of the moonlight, effortlessly evaded all patrols and barriers, appearing within the opulent chambers of the Lord. It was Uchiha Shinju. He gazed upon the corpulent figure, soundly asleep on the bed, devoid of any pity, only cold resolution in his eyes. The Lord seemed to be lost in a delightful dream, mumbling, "More wine for the beauties." Shinju slowly drew a kunai, its cold gleam vanishing in the darkness. In the next instant, blood splattered upon the ornate screen. The once exalted lord of the land of fire did not have time to utter a scream before losing his life in slumber. Shinju expressionlessly wiped the kunai clean, as if merely performing a trivial task. His gaze swept the chamber, quickly locking onto the inner room. There lay a cradle, within which rested the lord's youngest son, a newborn and the purest heir to the bloodline. Approaching cautiously, not out of affection but with the prudence reserved for a crucial tool, Shinju lifted the infant. The child slept soundly, wholly unaware of the recent occurrences. Then, amplifying his voice with chakra, he shouted in a panicked and sorrowful tone, "An assassin! The assassin has slain the lord! Someone come quickly!" His cries instantly shattered the tranquil night. The entire lord's residence erupted into chaos. Footsteps, exclamations, and cries filled the air as the guards rushed into the chamber in a state of panic. They were greeted by a horrifying sight. The lord lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinju, the young clan leader, stood nearby, cradling the wailing infant heir. His clothing stained with blood, a deliberate act to smear the lord's blood, his face bearing an expression of perfectly calibrated grief and indignation. His sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. "I arrived a moment too late." Shinju's voice was heavy with sorrow and menace. "The despicable assassin. How could one commit such treachery?" Thankfully, the heir is unharmed. He surveyed the panicked guards and the nobility who had rushed in upon hearing the news, his tone abruptly shifting to one of unyielding authority. "A nation cannot remain leaderless for a single day until the truth of the lord's assassination is uncovered. In order to prevent further treachery that could endanger the heir's life and the nation's foundation, I, Uchiha Shinju, in the name of the leader of Konoha Hidden Village and protector of the land of fire, shall personally ensure the safety of the heir and temporarily handle all urgent national affairs until the heir comes of age." His words carried an undeniable weight. They looked upon the deceased lord, then at the infant heir firmly held by Shinju, and felt the almost suffocating aura of menace. All understood. Chapter 42. Haiden's Defiance. Haiden fully subdued the death of the lord of the land of soup, and the collapse of its core ruling class plunged the entire nation into a profound power vacuum and unprecedented panic. With the leadership in disarray, the local nobility lived in constant fear, apprehensive that Konoha's next target might be themselves, utterly incapable of organizing effective resistance or governance. Amidst this chaos, a figure with a keen nose for wealth, akin to a hound, accompanied by a team proficient in accounting and resource reclamation, re-entered the territory of the land of soup. It was Kakuzu. For him, war brought not only destruction but also immense opportunities and the recovery of legacies. Shinju's military actions had removed all political and martial obstacles. Now, it was time to reap the spoils of war. According to the list, all nobles involved in the attack and their affiliated families would have their entire assets, lands, mines, shops, stockpiles, and treasures confiscated and incorporated into Konoha's treasury. Kakuzu's voice remained steady as he instructed his subordinates, his green eyes glinting with a coldness surpassing any jutsu. Eliminate any resistors, per Lord Shinju's orders. Thus, within the borders of the land of soup, another silent purge commenced. Kakuzu's team operated with remarkable efficiency, armed with detailed lists obtained from captives, precisely locating noble residences, warehouses, and mines. The entire process of confiscation, sealing, inventory, and transportation flowed seamlessly, exuding an air of professional ruthlessness. Those once arrogant nobles were either already lifeless corpses or, under the watchful eyes of Konoha ninjas, pale-faced witnesses as their ancestral wealth was mercilessly stripped away. This golden Buddha is of fine quality. Make a note of it. Find the original document for the mining rights of this vein. All the grain and fabric in the warehouse must be transported away, leaving not a single bag. Kakuzu personally oversaw the valuation of each asset, and any attempts to conceal or resist would be met with ruthless retaliation. A vast tide of wealth flowed towards Konoha through organized convoys, significantly bolstering the village's treasury and perfectly embodying Kaku's philosophy of return on investment. The costs of war must be compensated doubly by the spoils. Just as Kakuzu and his team descended upon a secluded village in the northern region of the land of soup, where the local lord had also funded the attack, he encountered an unexpected boon. The village appeared to have recently endured a horrific internal upheaval, with bloodstains and signs of struggle scattered throughout. Near the altar of the sinister cult at the heart of the village, Kakuzu discovered a white-haired youth, pinned against the wall by numerous thick wooden stakes, yet still hurling invectives. "You scoundrels! Let me go? You fools! You have no comprehension of the greatness of the Dark Lord. Pain is a gift. Death is art. Come and kill me. Hurry. Let us revel in this supreme agony together." Ha! The boy, seemingly deranged, was covered in ghastly wounds, his eyes ablaze with fervor for suffering and death. Kakuzu's subordinates attempted to approach, but the youth struggled, trying to bite them with his teeth. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Kakuzu's green eyes. Having lived for nearly a century, he had encountered various lunatics, but this obsession with pain and death was a first. More importantly, he sensed a peculiar undead energy within the boy. Though faint, its essence was remarkable. "What are you?" Kakuzu inquired coldly. "Ha! Old man, I am Haiden, the most loyal disciple of the Dark Lord. Come kill me, or let me kill you. Let us offer ourselves to the Dark Lord." Haiden shouted madly. Kakuzu stroked his chin. An immortal body? Though loquacious and insane, he seemed to possess potential as a unique asset. Furthermore, his apparent instability might make him easy to control. Perhaps he could be taken back and handed over to Lord Shinju or the research department. Who knows what intriguing applications might arise, such as being used as an immortal training target or for testing lethal traps and poisons. "Disassemble him and take him away," Kakuzu commanded his subordinates. "Be cautious. Do not let him truly die, though he appears incapable of doing so." Thus, under such outrageous circumstances, one of the future members of the Akatsuki's immortal unit, the fervent cultist Haiden, was casually packed away by Kakuzu as a peculiar, yet potentially useful trophy and brought back to Konoha. With Kakuzu's frenzied plundering and the unexpected acquisition of Haiden, the wealth and vitality of the land of soup were completely drained. The remaining nobility fully capitulated, trembling as they accepted the advisors dispatched by Konoha, who were, in truth, overseers, signing a series of humiliating, unequal treaties, pledging to permanently cede portions of territory, including resource points, and becoming Konoha's economic vassals and buffer zone. The land of soup, once renowned for its hot springs and tourism, nominally persisted, yet in essence had utterly devolved into Konoha's garden and resource extraction site. Ding! Detection of Kakuzu's efficient completion of post-war plundering tasks, garnering vast wealth for Konoha, and unexpectedly capturing a special talent, Haiden. Reward: Konoha's financial income surged, receiving a sustained state of war dividends, sufficient funding for all construction and research in the foreseeable future. Kakuzu's evaluation of the host increased, considered a high-quality investor capable of yielding maximum returns. Acquired special unit Haiden requires proper containment, research, and utilization. When Kakuzu returned to Konoha, laden with an overwhelming list of treasures and the securely bound Haiden, who continued to incessantly shout about slaughter, art, and the Dark Lord, even Shinju felt a moment of astonishment. He gazed at the astonishing figures on the list, then at the madly tousled white head, ultimately expressing high praise for Kakuzu's efficiency. "Well done, Mr. Kakuzu. As for this one," Shinju cast a glance at Haiden. "Turn him over to the sealing team and research department first. Let us see what he truly is. Perhaps he will have some unique utility in the future." Konoha's war machine not only brought victory and deterrence, but also yielded substantial benefits and an unexpected gift. The Uchiha's dominion, founded on might, public opinion, and an immensely filled treasury, grew ever more solidified. Haiden, who was brought back to Konoha as though packed like a bizarre piece of luggage by Kaku, was promptly handed over to Konoha's newly established Special Tactics and Research Department, formed from the amalgamation of Original Root and Orochimaru's research data. Given his extreme danger and noisiness, he was confined in a specially isolated chamber deep underground, filled with powerful sealing techniques. However, physical confinement evidently failed to quell Haiden's fervent heart. "Hey, you bastards of Konoha, let me go? Come kill me. Let me feel the pain. Or let me sacrifice all of you to the Dark Lord. So boring. It's too dull. This sealing technique feels like nothing. Give me something thrilling. Where's that green-eyed old man? Bring him out. I want to dance a death dance with him." Haiden's daily cacophony of madness and his assaults against the seal, while unable to break free, severely disrupted the researcher's work and put the ninja guarding him on edge. Reports concerning this immortal abomination swiftly made their way to Shinju's desk. Shinju perused the report detailing Haiden's frenzied rants about pain, slaughter, and sacrifice, his brow furrowing slightly. What he required was controllable power or a valuable research sample, not an uncommunicative source of noise. It seemed necessary to instill an understanding of the rules here. Shinju closed the report, deciding to personally inspect this so-called disciple of the Dark Lord. Outside the underground isolation chamber, Haiden was banging his head against the rune-illuminated wall, cursing profusely. Upon seeing Shinju approach, flanked by a throng of researchers and guards, he felt no fear. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. Oh, a little brat who looks like a boss has arrived? Haha, come on, let me out so I can kill you in the most painful way possible. This is your honor. Haiden licked his lips, his eyes wild with madness. Shinju regarded him with an impassive expression, as though examining an object. You are Haiden? The so-called immortal disciple of the Dark Lord? Indeed, I am Haiden, the most faithful disciple of the Dark Lord. Are you afraid? Are you trembling? Haha, Haiden boasted proudly. Immortal? A cold smirk crept across Shinju's lips. I am quite curious. What are the limits of your immortality? He turned to the nearby researchers and instructed. Lift the physical ceiling restraints, but retain the chakra suppression. I shall personally test it. Lord Shinju, this is too dangerous. The researchers gasped in shock. Do as I say. Shinju's tone left no room for dissent. The seal slowly opened partially, and Haiden momentarily froze before erupting with joy, charging out. Haha, freedom, let the slaughter commence. He shrieked, swinging his fists toward Shinju, seeking to draw blood for his ritual. However, in Shinju's eyes, enhanced by the Sharingan, Haiden's movements appeared laughably slow. Shinju did not even employ ninjutsu. With a mere sidestep, he deftly evaded Haiden's assault, while his right hand shot forth like lightning, seizing Haiden's flailing wrist and twisting it effortlessly. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. Ah, delightful! Haiden initially screamed in agony, but then, remarkably, exhibited an expression of enjoyment. Yes, just like that. More pain. The Dark Lord will be pleased. Shinju remained unfazed, releasing his grip as Haiden attempted to counterattack. In that instant, a powerful side kick landed heavily on Haiden's abdomen. Gag! Haiden curled up like a shrimp, flying backward, crashing against the ceiling wall, and spewing a mouthful of bile. Yet he quickly scrambled to his feet, a twisted grin plastered across his face. Useless. Useless. No matter how severe the injury. The Dark Lord can restore me. You cannot kill me. Come on. Keep it coming. Kill you? Shinju advanced slowly, his voice icy. That would be too merciful. I merely wish to see if your so-called immortality can spare you from a thorough beating. The ensuing time transformed into a one-sided display of Haiden receiving a relentless onslaught. Shinju refrained from using chakra, relying solely on pure physical prowess and speed, along with the precise predictions of the Sharingan, unleashing a tempest of blows upon Haiden. Each strike of fist, foot, elbow, and knee landed precisely on the most painful yet non-lethal areas of the human body. At first, Fadewan was frantically shouting, relishing the agony. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The attacks from this Uchiha youth brought not only pain, but also an overwhelming sense of humiliation and helplessness. He could not even graze the hem of his opponent's clothing. Instead, he was mercilessly battered like a human punching bag. Fractures, internal shocks, and torn muscles manifested continuously. Although his immortality was rapidly healing him, the pain was palpable, and the healing process itself was accompanied by indescribable itching and soreness. What was even more terrifying was that Shinho's expression remained unchanged throughout, his gaze as indifferent as one performing a monotonous task. This absolute, condescending coldness was more disheartening than any furious beating could ever be. Damn you! Stop! Enough! Lord Jashin'a, I concede, please, no more. Fadewan's cries gradually morphed into painful moans, ultimately culminating in pleas for mercy. For the first time, he realized that when pain is compounded endlessly and accompanied by profound humiliation, it is far from enjoyable. Finally, when Fadewan lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move a single finger, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Shinho, who ceased his assault without a hint of disarray in his breathing. Looking down upon Fadewan, whose face was bruised and body grotesquely contorted, Shinho calmly inquired, "Now, do you submit?" Fadewan struggled to move his lips, wishing to utter some defiant words. Yet upon meeting Shinho's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which seemed to pierce through everything and exuded an endless cold power, all his words caught in his throat. He had no doubt that if he persisted in his bravado, this relentless, humiliating beating would indeed continue indefinitely. Immortality, in this moment, became a curse. I submit. Faidwan finally managed to force out 2 words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse and weak, filled with an unprecedented sense of defeat. Louder. I can't hear you. Shinho replied coldly. I submit. I submit. Uchiha Shinho. I, Faidwan, submit to you. Faidwan nearly expended his last ounce of strength to shout this, and once he did, he collapsed in utter exhaustion. Only then did Shinho nod slightly and address the astonished researchers nearby, treat his basic injuries, then return him to confinement. From now on, if he makes noise again, we shall pacify him according to today's standards. Yes, Lord Shinho, the researchers responded in reverence. From that day forth, the special isolation room grew significantly quieter. Faidwan continued to worship his dark god, still craving slaughter and suffering, yet he developed a begrudging respect for Uchiha Shinho. Born from fear and powerlessness, he may not fear death, but he was deeply terrified of that endless, humiliating cycle of beatings devoid of any means to resist. Whenever he felt the urge to shout, just the thought of Shinho's icy gaze would instinctively make him shrink back, stifling his words, perhaps muttering a few tenets of his dark faith under his breath. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully compelled the special unit Faidwan to temporarily submit through absolute force and psychological pressure, eliminating his noise disturbance and rendering him compliant. Reward. Special Unit Faidwan's tameness level significantly increased. Current status, fearful obedience. Host's martial arts proficiency slightly enhanced. Gained combat experience against immortal units. Shinho conveyed to Faidwan in the most direct manner possible that in Konoha, one must either coil like a dragon or lie down like a tiger. Even a chatty immortal madman must learn to read the room and remain quiet. The Order of Konoha tolerates no form of challenge. Chapter 43. Might Guy takes a disciple. Faidwan remained subdued in the special isolation room for an extended period. Each day, apart from having his blood drawn by researchers to test his recovery capabilities, he would quietly recite the tenets of his dark god to the wall. Occasionally, if he raised his voice too high and caught the guard's glare, he would promptly retreat. This idle state, devoid of the artistry of pain and the feasting of slaughter, left him feeling exceedingly bored and anxious, yet he dared not act out again. Reports of this idle state were once more presented to Shinho. After a moment of contemplation, Shinho concluded that keeping this immortal anomaly confined was a waste of manpower and resources. While his immortality might hold research value, his inherently unstable temperament posed a significant problem. Perhaps a different approach to managing him was warranted. He decided to send him to the Ninja Academy. This decision left all who were privy to it in shock. The Ninja Academy? Lord Shinho, isn't that too dangerous? What if he suddenly attacks someone? Nara Shikaku was the first to voice his objections. His chakra will be continuously suppressed, limited to that of a mere genin. Moreover, he will be implanted with surveillance seals. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, he will be subdued immediately, Shinho replied coolly. Does he not crave experience? Let him experience the most fundamental aspects of youth and vitality. Perhaps unexpected changes will occur. Even if not, it would give him something to do, preventing him from causing a ruckus down below. Thus, one morning, the Konoha Ninja Academy welcomed an exceedingly overaged and peculiarly dressed new student, Faidwan. Clad in ill-fitting school uniform, his original attire was deemed too unconventional and forcibly replaced. His unruly white hair was forcibly subdued, and his face bore a look of displeasure and extreme awkwardness as he was escorted to the classroom by a stoic Umbu ninja. His arrival instantly sparked commotion and whispers among the class. Wow, he is so tall. His hair is white. He looks so fierce. Faidwan listened to the surrounding chatter, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet he dared not lash out, merely glaring back fiercely, which caused a few young girls to burst into tears. The Jonin teacher conducting the lesson also broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if he were facing a formidable enemy. However, all the awkwardness and chaos transformed in a wonderful manner during the day's physical training session. The instructor was none other than Might Guy, recently appointed as the dedicated physical training teacher, overflowing with boundless enthusiasm and youthful vigor. As Might Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, began to run around the training field upside down, shouting, "This is youth." All the students had grown accustomed to it, except for Faidwan, who stood agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. What is this bizarre ritual? A new branch of Lord Jashin? Fadewan murmured to himself. Yet, as Might Guy commenced teaching the most basic physical techniques and conducting physical training, his utterly pure, passionate, and nearly obsessive pursuit of physical rigor resonated inexplicably with Fadewan. Fadewan, who was enamored with pain, found that Might Guy's extreme physical training was filled with suffering. Squats, push-ups, long-distance runs. Each challenge tested the limits of the body, bringing about muscle soreness and a tearing sensation. This pure, self-inflicted physical agony was, to Fadewan, an alternative form of enjoyment and sacrifice. More importantly, Might Guy's unwavering belief in ignoring others' gazes, wholeheartedly dedicating himself, and the conviction that hard work could surpass genius, although entirely unrelated to Fadewan's dark god worship, created a unique resonance in their shared purity and dedication. While the other children were complaining, Fadewan felt as though he had discovered a new world, diving into training with a frenzied attitude. Oh, this feeling. My muscles are on fire. Is this the warm-up before the sacrifice? Amazing. Fadewan shouted excitedly while fervently doing push-ups. Sweat pouring down, his expression one of unrestrained exhilaration. Might Guy quickly noticed the unusual enthusiasm of this overaged problem student. Rather than feeling fear or rejection, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, this student. Have you finally grasped the essence of youth? Have you felt the romance woven from sweat and pain? Might Guy appeared instantaneously before Fadewan, his teeth gleaming with enthusiasm as he grasped Fadewan's shoulders. That's right. This is youth. This is burning passion. Run towards the sunset. Young man. Faden was momentarily taken aback by Might Guy's fervor, but the word pain in his statement deeply intrigued him. Do you believe that pain is beautiful too? Absolutely. Without the toil of pain, how can one savor the joy of success? Pain is the badge of youth. Come, join me. Let us sprint towards the limits of suffering. Guy exclaimed passionately. A mad cultist, a fervent martial arts enthusiast, had surprisingly reached a bizarre consensus on the philosophy of beneficial suffering. From that day forth, Faden became Might Guy's most enthusiastic student, albeit with entirely misguided motives. He obsessively pursued various forms of physical training that promised extreme pain, even requesting additional sessions. Guy was overjoyed, believing he had finally found a true disciple who understood his philosophy of youth, despite the disciple's age and questionable intentions. He imparted to Faden some extreme training methods that pushed the limits of physical potential. Remarkably, Faden's immortality exhibited astonishing adaptability under such grueling training regimens. His recovery was extraordinary. He could endure training loads far beyond the average person, and his progress, at least in terms of resilience and pain tolerance, was rapid. Might Guy soon noticed his father's peculiar older disciple. Initially wary, he gradually accepted this strange individual upon witnessing Faden's reckless dedication to training. Despite his frequent mutterings about malevolent deities and sacrifices, to Guy, Faden's twisted admiration for the pure martial arts embodied a recognition of youth. Occasionally, they engaged in absurd physical contests, such as striking each other with sticks to see who would cry out first, often with Faden eagerly requesting more force. This peculiar yet oddly harmonious master-disciple relationship quickly became a spectacle at the Ninja Academy, attracting the attention of the Konoha news agency. Uchiha Wenyuan saw this as an excellent opportunity to dilute the previous bloody atmosphere and showcase Konoha's inclusiveness and diversity. Thus, the latest issue of the Konoha Daily featured a slightly teasing yet warm report, Ninja Academy Oddities, the youthful tale of a passionate teacher and an immortal boy. Mr. Might Guy, with his fiery spirit, has successfully guided a special newcomer to find his path in life, training. The accompanying image depicted Might Guy passionately instructing Faden, who was grimacing yet exuding enthusiasm while executing an exceedingly difficult handstand push-up, with Might Guy, donned in a green jumpsuit, giving a thumbs up, tears of joy in his eyes. The report sparked a mix of amusement and disbelief among the villagers of Konoha. That white-haired monster is in school now, and has become Might Guy's disciple, training with Kai? This scene is too beautiful to behold. However, it seemed Faden had indeed calmed down significantly, leading many to marvel at Might Guy's capabilities, though the villagers still regarded Faden as dangerous and enigmatic. Witnessing him engaged in handstand push-ups rather than shouting about murder and sacrifices provided a sense of relief, even evoking an inexplicable humor. Ding. Detection of the special entity Faden successfully integrated into the Ninja Academy system, establishing a unique bond with Might Guy and Might Kai. a twisted master-disciple-brother relationship, temporarily reducing danger and generating unexpected entertainment effects. Reward: slight decrease in the risk of Faden losing control. Significant increase in Might Guy's enthusiasm and sense of achievement. Minor increase in the public's tolerance for anomalies. Shinshio gazed at the report and its accompanying photograph, falling silent for a moment before displaying a rare, somewhat peculiar smile. Might Guy indeed was a man capable of creating miracles, he mused softly. Perhaps this absurd arrangement had inadvertently struck the right chord? At the very least, Faden's troublesome nature had been momentarily subdued in a relatively harmless manner, even earning a spot in a positive news story, albeit with somewhat indescribable content. Chapter 44. Jiraiya returns as Konoha transitioned from bloody vengeance to economic exploitation, and then to the peculiarities of the Ninja Academy. A wanderer who had long been away finally concluded his lengthy journey and returned to this land, both familiar and strange. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, ambled through the grand gates of Konoha, his gait somewhat languid, yet tinged with a sense of urgency to return home. However, the moment he stepped into the village, he was taken aback. The streets were wide and tidy, lined with bustling shops, and throngs of people filled the avenues. The villagers wore expressions of satisfaction and confidence, and the air was charged with a vibrant energy and astonishing affluence. This was a stark contrast to the Konoha he remembered, which, despite its strength, always bore an undercurrent of wariness and internal tension. What in the world? Has the old man finally come to his senses and embraced economic development? Jiraiya scratched his white hedgehog-like hair, bewildered. He noticed an astonishingly high frequency of Uchiha clan insignias among the patrolling ninja squads. And while those Uchiha ninja still possessed sharp gazes, they seemed to lack the previous menace, replaced instead by a sense of steadiness and confidence. Even more astonishing was the massive electronic screen erected beneath Hokage Rock, a new contraption introduced by Kaku, displaying scrolling summaries of the Konoha Daily's news and latest mission updates. The Konoha Daily? What is this? Jiraiya leaned in for a closer look, and the headline boldly proclaimed, "Warm congratulations to Konoha Resource Development Company for achieving record profits in the first quarter." Jiraiya felt his mind was struggling to keep up. How long had he been gone? The village had transformed into something resembling a large commercial enterprise. Burdened with questions, he immediately sought out his foolish apprentice, Namake's Minato, and hoped to reunite with Kushina after a long absence. He navigated his way to Minato's home, knocking on the door. It was Uzumaki Kushina who opened it. Upon seeing Jiraiya, she froze for a moment before bursting into joyful exclamations. "Perverted sage? You've finally returned." "Haha." Little Kushina, still as vibrant as ever. Jiraiya laughed heartily as he entered, only to see Namake's Minato emerge from within, his usual gentle smile gracing his face. "Welcome back, Jiraiya-sensei." After exchanging pleasantries, Jiraiya eagerly inquired, "Minato, Kushina, what has happened to the village? It feels like I've walked into the wrong place. And what's with the Uchiha outside?" Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, their smiles growing somewhat complex. Kushina interjected, "Perverted sage, while you were away, the village underwent a tremendous transformation. It's all thanks to that kid Shinshio." "Shinshio? Which Shinshio?" Jiraiya asked, his expression puzzled. "Uchiha Shinshio, the eldest son of Fugaku and Mikoto, Itachi's older brother," Minato explained, a hint of admiration in his tone. "He is a genius beyond comprehension." Over the next while, Minato and Kushina took turns recounting everything that had transpired during Jiraiya's absence. Shinshio's emergence, struggles against Danzo and the higher-ups, welfare reforms, control of public opinion, economic leaps, vindication of Tsukumo Hitaki, the retrieval of the Uzumaki exiles, and the recently concluded vengeful campaign that decisively eliminated the threat from the Land of Water and captured its feudal lord. Each revelation left Jiraiya dumbfounded, his jaw dropping further with each detail. "Wait, are you saying that a young Uchiha toppled Danzo, sidelined the old man, and is now effectively in control of Konoha? And he's governing the village so efficiently that it's even more prosperous and powerful than before? And he captured the feudal lord of the Land of Water?" Jiraiya felt as if he were listening to a fantastical tale. "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei." Watergate nodded affirmatively, his gaze earnest. Although his methods could sometimes be excessively intense, it was undeniable that Uchiha Shinyu possessed extraordinary wisdom and strength, leading Konoha down a novel and more formidable path. The cohesion within Konoha had reached unprecedented heights. Kushina added. Moreover, he has helped us reunite with our scattered clansmen. He is truly a loyal and righteous young man. Jiraiya fell into a profound silence, processing this astonishing revelation. His intention in returning was to alert the village about the Akatsuki and other potential threats. Yet he found that home had undergone a remarkable transformation, and for the better. The emergence of such a figure from the Uchiha clan left Jiraiya murmuring in disbelief, filled with shock and a hint of curiosity. He resolved to meet this Uchiha Shinyu. However, before seeking out Shinyu, he recalled an even more pressing matter. His expression turned grave. Watergate, Kushina. I returned because I received a prophecy from the great sage of the Toads while in Miyaboku Mountain. A prophecy? Watergate and Kushina's expressions grew serious. The great sage's prophecies were never unfounded. Indeed, Jiraiya replied solemnly, the prophecy is vague. But it mentions the Eye of Revolution leading Konoha to confront the forthcoming storms sweeping through the ninja world. I was initially concerned about internal instability within the village. But it seems that the Eye of Revolution might refer to Uchiha Shinyu's Sharingan and the storm. He paused, continuing, additionally. The great sage also mentioned the Child of Prophecy once again, though this time it appears more intricate, intertwined with the theme of revolution. Watergate and Kushina's expressions remained heavy. A storm sweeping through the ninja world? This was far from good news. Oh, by the way, Jiraiya suddenly recalled, while I was traveling abroad, I heard rumors about Orochimaru. It seems he has allied himself with Konoha? He said this with an incredulous expression. His old friend, who had strayed from the path, was returning to Konoha? And under the command of this Uchiha lad? Watergate nodded. Yes, Orochimaru is currently in the village, serving as the head of the Special Tactics and Research Department, contributing his knowledge and strength to the village. Jiraiya was taken aback, feeling more shocked today than in the past year. Uchiha in power, the village thriving, and Orochimaru returning. What on earth was happening? After the initial shock, Jiraiya stroked his chin, his gaze deepening. Uchiha Shinyu, Orochimaru. How intriguing. Now Konoha is merely lacking Tsunade. A thought suddenly blossomed in his mind. Perhaps this new Konoha, led by Uchiha Shinyu, which even accommodates Orochimaru, could genuinely persuade Tsunade to return? After all, Konoha seemed to truly possess a bright future. And Tsunade, she was burdened with an overwhelming debt. Jiraiya's return brought with it news from the outside world and the great sage's prophecy, adding new variables and possibilities to Konoha's already complex situation. A greater storm seemed to be brewing in the distant future, while Konoha was preparing to confront all challenges with a renewed spirit. Carrying a heart laden with astonishment and grave news regarding the prophecy, Jiraiya decided that before meeting the enigmatic Uchiha Shinyu, he would first seek out his old friend, Orochimaru, who had strayed yet found his way back. Following Watergate's directions, he arrived at the Special Tactics and Research Department, located at the edge of Konoha, protected by numerous barriers. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with the vibrant life found in other parts of the village. It was quieter, more austere, and the air was tinged with a faint, unsettling mix of formaldehyde and exotic herbs. Still this eerie ambience, unchanged, Jiraiya mused, smirking as he announced his identity and was led inside by a stony-faced researcher. Navigating through several brightly lit corridors lined with containers of bizarre biological specimens, Jiraiya eventually found himself in a laboratory filled with scrolls, instruments, and petri dishes, where he beheld a familiar yet strange figure. Orochimaru, clad in the white uniform of a Konoha researcher, though it still gave off an eerie aura on him, was intently observing something under a microscope, his long black hair cascading loosely, and his golden elongated pupils slightly narrowed. Orochimaru, long time no see. I heard you've reformed? Jiraiya called out as he approached, attempting to nudge Orochimaru with his elbow in his usual carefree manner. Orochimaru, without lifting his gaze, replied in his signature raspy and chilling tone, laced with unabashed disdain, I thought some noisy toad had intruded, but it's merely you, fool. After all these years, you remain stagnant, incapable of mastering even the most basic manners and silence, Jiraiya. Jiraiya's elbow hit nothing but air, yet he remained unfazed, grinning as he surveyed the laboratory's contents. Still as sharp-tongued as ever. I'm just concerned for an old friend. So, how does it feel to work under the Uchiha lad? Have you faced any challenges? Finally, Orochimaru lifted his gaze from the microscope, regarding Jiraiya with the look one might give a simpleton. Such a foolish question. Lord Shinyu possesses wisdom and foresight beyond your imagination. The knowledge and resources to be gained from collaborating with him far surpass what the decayed and rigid higher-ups of the past could offer. Under his leadership, I am free to explore the mysteries of life, rather than waste time on mundane political struggles and trivial tasks. He paused, his golden serpentine eyes sweeping over Jiraiya's disheveled appearance, a sardonic smile curling at his lips. As for you, Jiraiya, after all your years of wandering, aside from penning those literary abominations and peeping in on women's baths, what meaningful contributions have you made? Gathered any respectable intelligence? Or have you misidentified another child of prophecy? Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted, Hey, my isekai'd paradise is a bestseller. Plus, I returned with an important prophecy from the great sage, concerning the future of the entire ninja world. Oh, the great sage's prophecy? Orochimaru feigned interest, yet his tone remained mocking. That old toad who always dozes off. What did he dream of this time? The destruction of the world or toads ruling the universe? Speaking of which, since your summoning beast is a toad, has your brain been assimilated by toads, leading to such peculiar thoughts? You scoundrel, do not insult the great toad sage, Jiraiya exclaimed, hopping in frustration. The prophecy mentioned the Eye of Revolution and the storm sweeping through the ninja world. It might be connected to Konoha's current situation. The Eye of Revolution? Orochimaru pondered. Then a knowing smile graced his lips. It seems the great sage has moments of clarity. Indeed, Lord Shinyu's Mangekyo Sharingan is the key to leading this great transformation. As for the storm, it is merely the remnants of a bygone era or the futile struggles of jesters. In the face of absolute power and wisdom, they are insignificant. He picked up a test tube, gently shaking the green liquid inside, no longer regarding Jiraiya. If you have returned merely to spout such drivel or showcase your unprogressive intellect, then you may leave. Not everyone is as idle as you. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Every conversation with Orochimaru left him feeling intellectually crushed, and the latter showed no intention of concealing that feeling of superiority. After a moment's silence, he finally muttered, You're still as unlikable as ever. By the way, have you heard anything about Tsunade? With Konoha's newfound wealth, perhaps we can settle her gambling debts and convince her to return. Orochimaru let out a derisive laugh. Tsunade? That weak woman addicted to alcohol and gambling? She is likely hiding in some corner, drowning her sorrows in drink while regretting her decision to leave Konoha. What? Do you intend to go find her? It is rather fitting that you two, one a fool and the other a gambler, make such a perfect pair. Your return could provide Lord Shin's entertainment, albeit harmless. Hey, that's rather excessive, don't you think? Jiraiya protested, yet inwardly contemplated Orochimaru's words, finding a semblance of truth therein. With Konoha's newfound wealth, perhaps it truly was an opportune moment to bring Tsunade back. Enough with the idle chatter, Orochimaru dismissed, waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. If you have no business, kindly take your leave, you fool Jiraiya. Or would you prefer to remain as my experimental subject? I have recently conceived some new ideas regarding Sage Body. Upon catching the malevolent glint in Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine and hastily waved his hands. No, I'm leaving right away, he exclaimed. You, even after turning over a new leaf, remain as dangerous as ever. Grumbling about mad scientists and serpentine fiends, he quickly exited Orochimaru's laboratory. Watching Jiraiya flee, a barely perceptible smirk flickered across Orochimaru's cold visage before it returned to its usual icy demeanor as he immersed himself once more in his research. To him, the return of his foolish friend Jiraiya was merely an inconsequential distraction in his monotonous scientific life. True pleasure and purpose lay in following Lord Shin and exploring the boundless realms of knowledge and truth. Meanwhile, as Jiraiya walked away, scratching his head, he mused, The Eye of Revolution, the child of prophecy, Orochimaru has indeed submitted, and Tsunade too. The situation is becoming increasingly complicated. He resolved that it was time to meet the formidable Uchiha Shin, who had managed to upheave all of Konoha, even convincing Orochimaru. Chapter 45. An unusual encounter. Having escaped the eerie confines of Orochimaru's laboratory, Jiraiya felt the need for artistic inspiration to soothe his wounded spirit. Primarily bruised by Orochimaru's verbal onslaught, habitually, he stealthily wandered near Konoha's renowned women's bathhouse. It's been a while since I've returned to observe the local customs. I wonder if there have been any new developments. Rubbing his hands together. A signature lewd grin adorned his face as he adeptly found a corner he deemed discreet, preparing to commence his material collection. However, just as he clambered atop the wall, before he could even glimpse the scenery within, a calm yet spine-chilling voice echoed behind him. "Mr. Jiraiya, I have long admired your reputation. However, to engage in such behavior that tarnishes Konoha's image upon your return seems rather inappropriate." Jiraiya nearly toppled from the wall, his heart racing as he scrambled to turn around. Who could possibly approach him so silently? Upon focusing his gaze, he beheld a youth with black hair and eyes, possessing an astonishingly youthful visage yet exuding an air of maturity and authority that belied his age. Dressed simply in Uchiha clan attire, he stood tall, his penetrating gaze seemingly able to see through Jiraiya's very thoughts. With a single glance, Jiraiya recognized him. That aura, those eyes, and the faint, unsettling chakra pressure emanating from him could not be mistaken. This was the remarkable Uchiha Shin, the prodigy that had left an indelible mark on Minato and Kushina. I was merely, examining the architectural structures of the village. Yes, researching the architecture. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly descended from the wall, attempting to mask his embarrassment with animated gestures. "Look at this corner. It possesses significant research value." Shin's expression remained unchanged, his gaze simply fixed on Jiraiya, those eyes conveying an unspoken message. "Continue fabricating your tale. I am listening." Feeling utterly exposed under Shin's scrutiny, Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, striving to change the subject. "Ahem. You are Uchiha Shin, correct? Minato and Kushina have mentioned you. Truly a pleasure to meet you, albeit in such an awkward manner." "Indeed," Shin replied with a slight nod. "Mr. Jiraiya, you have returned and already conducted such a profound examination of my governance?" A cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's brow. This young man spoke with a sharpness reminiscent of Orochimaru, yet his demeanor bore a more tranquil, superior pressure. "And no, absolutely not." Jiraiya hastily waved his hands. "I've seen the village's progress upon entering. It's flourishing, far better than when I left." Truly, his words were sincere, despite the unusual circumstances. His love for the village was genuine. Shin appeared uninterested in probing Jiraiya's voyeuristic behavior and instead inquired, "I have heard that you traveled extensively, gathering intelligence, and received the prophecy from the great toad sage?" As the conversation turned serious, Jiraiya's expression grew slightly more earnest, though he still felt somewhat uneasy. Yes. The great toad sage's prophecy indeed mentioned several matters concerning the Eye of Revolution and the impending storm. My return was primarily to alert the village. "The Eye of Revolution," Shin echoed softly, his gaze seemingly laden with deeper meaning as it swept over Jiraiya, almost as if it were a casual glance, yet laden with significance. "Storms will always come. The crucial factor lies in whether we possess the strength to harness and even exploit them." His tone was remarkably calm, as if he had already fathomed all that lay ahead, sending another wave of trepidation through Jiraiya. This composure and confidence exceeded his expectations. As for the child of prophecy, Shin paused, suddenly revealing a faint, enigmatic smile. Perhaps destiny has already made new choices. Jiraiya stood dumbfounded, sensing a profound depth within Shin's words, yet unable to fully grasp their meaning. Shin opted to shift the topic, stating, "Mr. Jiraiya, having just returned, you must be unfamiliar with many aspects. Perhaps you should familiarize yourself with the economic developments led by Kakazu and the research projects overseen by Orochimaru. Konoha's future requires diverse strengths." With that, he offered a slight bow to Jiraiya before leisurely departing the alley, as if merely passing through and casually intervening in a minor indiscretion. Left standing alone, Jiraiya stared at Shin's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. He rubbed his chin, the lewd expression on his face long vanished, replaced by a serious and contemplative demeanor. "This kid is far too intimidating," he muttered softly. "He exudes an air of authority even greater than the old man. It's an entirely different level altogether." And his earlier words, "Does he know about the child of prophecy? Is the new choice referring to me?" Or, Jiraiya felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of information he had encountered since returning, leaving even this seasoned veteran feeling somewhat unmoored. Uchiha Shin was far more inscrutable than he had anticipated. He cast one last glance at the towering walls of the bathhouse, finding it suddenly uninteresting. "Oh well, I suppose I should attend to some real business. Otherwise, should I encounter that young man again, I fear my ruse may not hold. Scratching his head, he murmured as he exited the alley, for the first time losing interest in his material-gathering activities. Uchiha Shin, with merely a brief, awkward encounter and a few simple exchanges, had delivered a staggering blow to one of the legendary Sannin, extinguishing the nonchalance and superiority Jiraiya had felt upon his return. This village was no longer the Konoha that the three Sannin had once known. The depth and methods of the youth orchestrating these changes ignited within Jiraiya an unprecedented curiosity, coupled with a tinge of unease. After the fright he received from Shin beside the bathhouse, Jiraiya momentarily shelved all frivolous thoughts. He realized that to truly comprehend this new Konoha, mere hearsay and casual observations would be woefully insufficient. He required a more systematic and official channel of information. He imitated the villagers on the street and purchased the latest edition of the Konoha Daily from a nearby newsstand, a novelty introduced by Kakyu. Holding the newspaper, which emitted the fresh scent of ink, he sought out a bustling tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and prepared to delve into its contents. The front page headline typically covered the most significant events in Konoha. Today's article stated, "The reconstruction agreement between Konoha and the Land of Hot Water is officially signed. The Land of Hot Water commits to permanently cede 3 mineral and port rights along the border." The sip of tea Jiraiya had just taken spewed from his mouth, causing him to cough violently. A war? With the Land of Hot Water? And they emerged victorious? They had even signed such a treaty? He hastily wiped his mouth and widened his eyes to scrutinize the article. The piece, written in a calm and objective tone, described how the Land of Hot Water had first provoked hostilities, leading to a massacre, and how Konoha had been compelled to launch a defensive counterattack, ultimately achieving a glorious victory. In the end, the Land of Hot Water recognized its mistakes and voluntarily offered reparations. Although the language was formal, Jiraiya, an old hand at such matters, could easily discern the underlying tensions and bloodshed. He recalled the sense of unity and subtle ominousness he had felt upon returning to the village. It originated from here. Uchiha Shinsui was indeed formidable and ruthless. Taking a deep breath, he continued reading. The second section was titled Economic Dynamics. Konoha Resource Development Company's stock price continues to rise. Minister Kakazu states that the annual dividends will far exceed expectations, and the first phase of the newly constructed commercial street is completed. Merchants from the Land of Fire are flocking to set up shop. Stock prices? Dividends? Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. These terms were too novel for him. However, one thing became clear. Konoha was indeed prosperous, extremely affluent. The third section was titled Policy Interpretation, detailed explanation of the newly enacted Ninja Children's Education Security Regulations. In the future, ninja schools will comprehensively introduce intermediate ninjutsu courses, and the medical department's expansion plan is underway, with an expected addition of 200 beds. Education security? Medical expansion? Jiraiya stroked his chin. These policies sounded genuinely beneficial to ordinary people, which explained the numerous smiles adorning the villagers' faces. The fourth section even included academics and research. The Special Tactics and Research Department, Minister Orochimaru, has made groundbreaking progress in the field of chakra nature fusion, and the first batch of students in the Sealing Technique Training Course, Advisor Uzumaki Kushina, has successfully graduated. Orochimaru was genuinely engaged in research, and yielding results? Jiraiya felt increasingly enchanted. Furthermore, Kushina's involvement indicated that the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were indeed taking root once more in Konoha. The fifth edition even featured cultural life. Renowned author Fukasaku Senin's latest work, The Indomitable Ninja Legend, has surpassed sales records. Upon reading this, Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly flipped past the article. There were further assessments of new flavors of tricolored dumplings, and more. His attention was captured by a small segment in the corner, Campus Vibrance, the passionate teacher Mike Guy and his special disciple's youth tale of taijutsu training, with photos. In the photo, Mike Guy was giving a thumbs up to a white-haired youth performing an astonishing number of handstand push-ups, his expression twisted yet exuberantly enthusiastic. This was. Jiraiya's eye twitched as he recalled the dangerous immortal, Haiden, whom Shinsui had apprehended and sent to school. Had he truly been enrolled? And was he mingling with Mike Guy? The newspaper had even reported on this. Setting the paper down, Jiraiya leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. His heart was profoundly shaken. The Konoha Daily encompassed a vast array of topics, from macro policies to micro living conditions, from bloody war reports to entertainment gossip, vividly illustrating a Konoha that was rapidly evolving. Vibrant, yet possessing a strong hand and an air of the uncanny. It was no longer the traditional ninja village reliant on mission commissions and funding from the Land of Fire, rife with internal conflicts. It had developed its own economic system, a voice of public opinion, research capabilities, social welfare, and even a distinct corporate culture, such as Kakuzu's penny pinching and Orochimaru's bizarre studies. At the center of all these changes was undoubtedly Uchiha Shinsui. Remarkable indeed, Jiraiya murmured to himself. He began to comprehend why even someone as proud and obstinate as Orochimaru would choose to pledge loyalty to that young man. The ability and audacity to transform the village so fundamentally was virtually unheard of. He had previously thought that perhaps the title of the prophesied child would grant him some influence, but now it seemed that in this new Konoha, his credentials as one of the legendary 3 ninjas might not suffice. Was this what the Eye of Transformation referred to? Jiraiya pondered as he glanced at the sporadic articles about Uchiha Shinsui's policies in the newspaper. He tucked the paper away and left the tea house, his emotions complex. He needed to delve deeper into this village to understand Uchiha Shinsui. Perhaps, as Orochimaru had suggested, this place could indeed offer him unimaginable resources to confront the so-called storm sweeping across the ninja world. At the very least, it appeared that funding was truly abundant. For someone like Jiraiya, who had always relied on manuscript fees and mission rewards and often found himself financially strapped, this aspect seemed particularly enticing. Should he consider selling the copyright of his isekai'd Paradise to the publishing house under Konoha News Agency? Chapter 46. Tsunade's return. What Jiraiya had witnessed and experienced in Konoha, especially the explosive content of the Konoha Daily and his brief encounters with Shinsui and Orochimaru, led him to a stark realization. Konoha now belonged to Uchiha Shinsui. It was a more formidable, wealthier, and increasingly unpredictable behemoth. His thoughts of reuniting with Tsunade and gathering the legendary 3 to somewhat counterbalance the ambiguous influence of the Uchiha felt somewhat ludicrous in the face of such undeniable reality. Yet, he did not abandon the thought of searching for Tsunade. His purpose had subtly shifted. Perhaps he could bring back that gambling and alcohol-addicted old woman to this new home, allowing her to enjoy a better life. And well, if a storm were to arise in the future, having an additional powerful medical sage would be advantageous. More importantly, he had heard that the current finance minister of Konoha was a miserly figure, Kakuzu, and the gambling debts Tsunade had accrued were astronomical. Perhaps he could use the prospect of helping her pay off her debts as bait? Relying on his extensive network of information from years of wandering and a touch of luck, Jiraiya ultimately located Tsunade in a smoke-filled, raucous casino on Short Book Street, where she was losing heavily, surrounded by empty bottles. She appeared largely unchanged from the years ago when she had left. Time seemed to have favored her, though traces of despair and drinking to drown her sorrows lingered on her brow. "Hey, Tsunade, I finally found you," Jiraiya exclaimed, plopping down across from her. Tsunade, her gaze bleary with intoxication, looked up and, upon recognizing Jiraiya, scoffed. "So it's you, you idiot. What, out of money and looking to mooch off my drinks? Scram. Don't disturb me while I try to win back my losses." With that, she pushed a stack of chips forward, only to lose everything once again. Lost again. Damn it. Tsunade slammed the table, causing it to crack, startling the surrounding gamblers into retreat. Seeing this, Jiraiya sighed and cut to the chase. "Stop gambling, Tsunade. Come back to Konoha with me." "Back to Konoha?" Tsunade laughed derisively, as if hearing the greatest joke. To see that old man's sour face? Or to watch Danzo plotting in the shadows? Or to go back and visit the graves of my dead brother and lover? No thanks. Konoha has changed, Jiraiya replied earnestly. Danzo is done for, and the old man is dead. Now, it's run by the Uchihas, a young lad named Uchiha Shinsui. The Uchiha? Tsunade's inebriation seemed to lift slightly, her brow furrowing. Those neurotic and arrogant people are in power? Then Konoha is doomed. No, quite the opposite. Jiraiya shook his head, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The current Konoha was astonishingly powerful and affluent. He began recounting to Tsunade his observations of Konoha, the formidable economic strength, the innovative welfare policies, the military actions that decisively overwhelmed the land of soup, Orochimaru's return, the repatriation of the Uzumaki clan, and even the curious tale of the immortal youth Haiden attending school. Initially, Tsunade scoffed at his words, but as she listened, Her expression gradually morphed into one of incredulity. What did you just say? That scoundrel Orochimaru has returned? And he has taken on an official role? The members of the Uzumaki clan have been located? They captured the daimyo of the land of soup? The Uchiha brat has organized the village so well? And it's prosperous? Each piece of news struck Tsunade like a thunderbolt, shattering her previous understanding. She had been away from Konoha for so long that she had believed it to remain a place steeped in sorrowful memories and political strife. However, Jiraiya's vivid descriptions painted a portrait of a Konoha that was both powerful and unfamiliar to her. I know this is hard to believe, but I assure you it's the truth, Jiraiya asserted. Observing Tsunade's wavering demeanor, he tossed in his trump card. Moreover, I have heard that our current Minister of Finance, Konoha, is remarkably efficient. If you are willing to return, with your medical ninjutsu prowess, perhaps the village could assist you in settling that astronomical gambling debt of yours. The mention of her debt struck a nerve within Tsunade. Her eyes briefly sparkled with hope before dimming again as she retorted defiantly, "Humph. Who needs their help to pay off debts? I can win it back myself." Yet her tone lacked the earlier conviction, the allure of a powerful, affluent Konoha that seemed capable of accommodating even a dangerous figure like Orochimaru, coupled with the prospect of escaping her financial woes, was far too enticing for her to dismiss. At that moment, Shizune rushed in, cradling a small piglet in her arms, breathlessly exclaiming, "Lady Tsunade, this is bad. The creditors have come knocking again. This time, there are many of them." Tsunade's expression shifted instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya pressed on, "So, what will it be? Stay here and face the creditors, or accompany me back to Konoha for a few days? Even if you ultimately find it unsatisfactory with your abilities, no one could stop you from leaving if you chose to." Tsunade glanced out the window at the approaching figures, their menacing presence evident, then turned to Jiraiya. Gritting her teeth, she stood abruptly. "Shizune, gather our things. We're going back to Konoha with this fool for a few days. I want to see if that Uchiha Shinju is truly as remarkable as you've claimed." Days later, as Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune and the piglet, set foot on the familiar soil of Konoha, the visual impact overwhelmed her even more than it had Jiraiya. Bustling streets, confident villagers, an abundance of novel sights, and the sight of patrolling ninjas clad in superior gear. All these elements silently narrated the village's immense transformation. When she was brought directly to the Hokage building and encountered the youthful, yet imposing Uchiha Shinju seated behind the desk, her last shred of doubt evaporated. This boy, with merely a glance, exuded a pressure so profound that even the legendary Sannin felt it. Shinju regarded Tsunade, his gaze lingering momentarily on her impressive stature and youthful visage. Seemingly unfazed, before speaking calmly, "Lady Tsunade, welcome back to Konoha. Your medical ninjutsu is a precious asset that the village desperately needs." His tone was neither warm nor cold, merely a statement of fact. "Regarding your debt," he continued, directing his attention to Kakazu, who stood like a shadow nearby. "Mr. Kakazu will handle that matter. In return, I wish for you to assume the role of the head of Konoha's medical department, overseeing the reform and expansion of the medical system, particularly concerning emergency care, cellular activation, and research related to the first Hokage's cells." His words were direct and efficient, devoid of any pleasantries, hitting directly at the core of the matter. He resolved Tsunade's pressing issue, the debt, while granting her a prestigious position aligned with her interests, her grandfather's cells. Tsunade was utterly taken aback. She had envisioned countless scenarios for their meeting, but never had she anticipated such a proposition. He seemed to know her intimately and offered terms she could scarcely refuse. She glanced at Kakazu, whose expression was inscrutable yet betrayed a flicker of cold calculation, and then back to the enigmatic Uchiha youth. Finally, taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture, regaining the dignified bearing of the legendary Sannin. "Very well. I accept your offer. However, if I find the position unsatisfactory, I will leave at my discretion." Shinju nodded slightly. "That is acceptable. I trust you will find a reason to remain." Yet, the subsequent events unfolded in ways that surprised everyone. As Shinju sought to expedite Tsunade's acclimatization by sending her to Konoha Hospital, an unforeseen incident occurred. A severely injured ninja was rushed into the operating room, blood instantly staining the sheets. The overwhelming scent of blood and the vivid crimson hue struck Tsunade, rendering her pale as a ghost. Her breath quickened, her body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat drenched her back. "Blood," she muttered, her gaze unfocused. As memories of her brother Nawaki and Dan Kato lying lifeless in a pool of blood flashed before her eyes, engulfing her in waves of terror and anguish. She staggered back, nearly losing her balance, the urge to vomit rising in her throat. Hemophobia. The trauma she had assumed time would dull resurfaced with a vengeance. Those present, medical ninjas and Jiraiya alike, stood frozen in shock, realizing that the legendary medical savant could not bear the sight of blood. News of the incident rapidly reached Shinju. After a moment of silence following the report, a rare look of speechlessness crossed his face. Hemophobia. He massaged his temples, recognizing it as a troublesome predicament. One could not expect the medical head to avoid the operating room indefinitely. Addressing psychological trauma was not his forte. After a brief contemplation, his gaze swept the list of personnel present, ultimately settling on a particular name, Uchiha Obito. Summon Obito, Shinju instructed. Before long, Obito, with his wild hair and a hint of dust from training, burst into the room, exclaiming, "Shinju, what do you need me for? Is there a mission?" Looking into his clear, vibrant, and rebellious eyes, along with his boisterous yet unexpectedly warm demeanor, Shinju began, "I have an important task for you, Obito." "Sure thing. Count on me." Obito puffed out his chest. "Tsunade, the newly returned Sannin, you've met her. She has encountered a bit of trouble. She has an aversion to blood. I need you to keep her company," Shinju articulated carefully. "Huh? Keep that seemingly fierce lady company?" Obito scratched his head, a bit puzzled. "How do I do that? What does her fear of blood have to do with me? Just be yourself, as you always are. Perhaps you can help her recall something she has buried deep within." Despite his confusion, Obito, trusting Shinju, confidently replied, "All right, I'll take care of it. I guarantee success." Thus, in the subsequent days, a curious scene unfolded near Konoha Hospital and Tsunade's temporary residence. Tsunade, visibly frazzled and despondent, attempted to avoid any situation that might expose her to blood. While trailing closely behind her was an exuberant Uchiha boy, unable to be shaken off. "Lady, look at how beautiful the sun is today. Don't stay cooped up inside." "Lady, I defeated Kakashi again today." "Lady, the new flavor of the three-colored dumplings is delicious. Let me take you to try it." "Lady, you seem quite unhappy. Has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I'll help you teach them a lesson." Obito completely ignored Tsunade's murderous glare and Shizun's exasperated expressions, persistently attempting to cheer Tsunade up with his earnestness and boundless energy. Initially, Tsunade found his incessant chatter intolerable, nearly losing her temper on multiple occasions, tempted to send this noisy brat crashing to the ground. But gradually, Obito's unguarded, almost naive concern and vitality, along with his ever-bright eyes that sparkled with indomitable spirit and optimism, unwittingly pierced through the walls of fear and sorrow she had erected around her heart. From this boisterous Uchiha boy, she seemed to perceive the shadow of another person, one who bore a similarly radiant smile, was brimming with dreams, and affectionately called her sister. That was Shosuke. The same sunshine, the same optimism, the same fervor, and even a touch of foolishness. One evening, as Obito once again attempted to cheer Tsunade with a slightly wilted flower he had just picked, Tsunade gazed at his dirt-streaked yet earnest face, and in a fleeting moment, it seemed to overlap with the visage of her brother deep within her memories. Her eyes grew warm, and in the frozen corners of her heart, something quietly began to melt, though she remained fearful of blood. The weighty solitude and anguish that had nearly crushed her seemed to lighten just a fraction in the presence of this noisy little son. She reached out her hand, somewhat stiffly, and ruffled Obito's unruly hair, her voice hoarse as she softly muttered, "Fool." Obito paused for a moment, then broke into a wide smile, exclaiming, "Granny, you finally acknowledged me." Although the complete cure for her hemophobia would not come overnight, Obito's presence undoubtedly shone like a ray of sunlight into Tsunade's sealed heart, granting her a glimmer of genuine courage to confront her past and attempt to overcome her psychological barriers. Shinju learned of the progress through reports from the Umbu and nodded slightly. Sometimes, the most potent medical ninjutsu may not stem from cellular activation, but rather from the warmth and touch brought forth by an innocent heart. Ding. Positive psychological influence detected from key figure Uchiha Obito on Tsunade, establishing a foundation for overcoming psychological barriers. Reward. Slight increase in Tsunade's sense of belonging to Konoha. Uchiha Obito's sincere heart trait effect enhanced. Slight increase in influence over those with psychological trauma. Thus, amidst multiple factors including debts, positions, research interests, and the unexpected warmth brought by Obito. The legendary Sannin ultimately reconvened in a manner unforeseen in the new Konoha, led by Uchiha Shinju. Chapter 47. Seedling Foundation Strengthening Plan. He understood well that the strength of a ninja village lies in its people, and the foundation of a person is rooted in a healthy, robust physique and abundant vitality. This must begin from a young age. During an educational reform meeting he chaired, attended by the Education Department, the Medical Department, with Tsunade present, and the Logistics Department, with Kakuzu's confidant, he proposed a seemingly simple yet profoundly impactful plan. The physical fitness of the next generation is directly related to the future overall strength of Konoha, Shinju stated plainly, his gaze sweeping over the attendees. The current lunches provided by the ninja school merely suffice to stave off hunger and fall woefully short of meeting the nutritional needs of children undergoing intense training and growth. Starting next week, we will initiate the Seedling Foundation Strengthening Plan. He gestured for his assistant to distribute the plan documents. The core of the plan was straightforward. Every day, all students at the ninja school would be provided with a free cup of fresh milk and a boiled egg. As soon as he finished speaking, a slight stir arose in the conference room. Officials from the Education Department appeared troubled. Lord Shinju, while this is indeed a good thing, supplying fresh milk and eggs daily for so many students is a substantial and long-term expense. Their gazes instinctively darted towards the Logistics Department representative, apprehensive that Kakuzu's meticulous subordinate would immediately rise in opposition. Contrary to expectations, the representative adjusted his glasses and spoke impassively. According to Minister Kakuzu's preliminary calculations, this expenditure is indeed considerable. However, if it can effectively reduce future medical costs due to weak physiques and enhance task success rates and the longevity of a ninja's career, it is worthwhile from a long-term return on investment perspective. We have preliminarily contacted several large farms and poultry houses in the Land of Fire to secure favorable long-term supply contracts. To everyone's surprise, the Logistics Department acknowledged this seemingly extravagant plan from the standpoint of profitability and cost saving. All eyes then turned to Tsunade. The newly appointed medical minister crossed her arms and nodded, succinctly stating, "Milk and eggs are excellent sources of high-quality protein and calcium, essential for bone, muscle, and nerve development. I support this initiative. The sooner we implement it, the fewer cases of malnutrition I will have to treat in the future." With both the medical and logistics departments in agreement, the education department had no further objections. Shinju finalized the decision. "Excellent. The details will be coordinated by you. Remember, the milk must be fresh, and the eggs must be well cooked. I want to see tangible results, not mere formalities." Ding. Host detected implementing the Seedling Foundation Strengthening Plan, focusing on the development of the next generation's physical fitness, investing in the future. Reward: slight increase in the foundational physical potential of Konoha's future generation. Obtain status emphasizing foundational importance. Slight increase in the efficiency of all education-related policy implementations. The order was swiftly executed. Kakuzu's department displayed remarkable efficiency and quickly secured stable supply channels at favorable prices. A few days later, the Seedling Foundation Strengthening Plan was officially launched at the Konoha Ninja School. On the first day, during the morning break, as buckets of steaming fresh milk and baskets of boiled eggs were brought into the classrooms, the children widened their eyes in curiosity. "Does everyone get some?" A child from a humble background timidly asked, as his family rarely afforded milk. "Yes, everyone receives some every day," the teacher replied with a smile. "This is Lord Shinju's directive, hoping that all of you grow strong and become powerful ninjas in the future." The children erupted in cheers, especially those from ordinary families. Their eyes sparkled with joy as they beheld the milk and eggs they had received. From that day forth, the milk and egg time during breaks became one of the most popular segments at the ninja school. The children queued to receive their share of nutritious snacks, and a faint aroma of milk wafted through the classroom. The results were evident. A few months later, teachers at the ninja school reported that students exhibited heightened energy levels, with fewer instances of dozing off during afternoon training sessions. Routine health check data from the medical department also indicated a slight but clear increase in the average height and weight growth rates of students, with a reduction in common ailments such as anemia and night blindness. The Konoha Daily naturally seized upon this uplifting news and dedicated an article to it. Strengthening the Seedlings. A promising future for Konoha. Lord Shinju's care for the next generation daily nutritional supplements benefit all students. The accompanying images depicted children joyfully drinking milk and eating eggs, radiating warmth and hope. The article elaborated on the nutritional value of milk and eggs, as well as the significance of this policy for Konoha's long-term development, garnering widespread acclaim and gratitude from villagers, particularly parents of students. That's wonderful. My son has indeed grown much stronger lately. Lord Shinju has thought of even the smallest things. I heard that many children from prominent families already had these, but for ordinary families like ours, this has been a tremendous help. Haydn even mingled among them. Although his motives were less than pure, believing that consuming eggs would enhance his protein intake for better resilience during training, he eagerly accepted the additional provisions, often mumbling while eating, replenishing energy to better endure pain. The evil god will be pleased. Mangekyo wholeheartedly endorsed this initiative, believing that powerful physical skills stem from solid foundational nutrition, often shouting during training, "Drink it, eat it, let the nutrients of youth burn within you." Through this seemingly simple, yet exceedingly pragmatic policy, Uchiha Shinju once again demonstrated to everyone that his vision extended beyond the immediate strength and prosperity. He was investing in the future of Konoha. From a bowl of milk and an egg, the foundation for the new generation of Konoha was being firmly established. These subtle changes, akin to a gentle stream, will ultimately converge into a formidable force that supports the future of Konoha standing tall at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. The life at Konoha Ninja Academy is for Uchiha Hito an unprecedented experience, warm and novel. He is no longer the experimental subject known as Root, but rather, he has been taken home by his elder brother Uchiha Obito, cared for by a kind grandmother, and bestowed with a formal name and identity as Uchiha Hito. Although he has yet to master the occasionally volatile wood-release powers, and his personality remains somewhat introverted and timid, the sunshine, classrooms, and classmates compel him to cautiously reach out and adapt. For Haydn, however, the life at the academy presents an entirely different kind of novelty. Beyond enduring daily, grueling physical training and replenishing himself with milk and eggs, he finds the cultural and theoretical courses, which require mental engagement, to be the most tiresome. Whenever the teacher elucidates the principles of ninjutsu or delves into history and geography, he either succumbs to slumber or begins to mindlessly fiddle with his cursed necklace, muttering to himself, which frightens nearby classmates into keeping their distance. These two children, with starkly contrasting personalities and experiences, initially resembled parallel lines until an unexpected incident occurred. During an outdoor ninjutsu fundamentals class, Hito was striving to practice the basic chakra control required for tree climbing. Due to lingering nervousness and uncertainties about his own abilities, his chakra output occasionally faltered. During one attempt, the chakra beneath his feet suddenly became erratic, and with a startled cry, he fell from the tree. Just as he braced for the impending pain, an excited voice called out nearby, "Oh, do you need assistance? Shall the Lord of the Cursed Gods grant you a painful cushion?" Haydn dashed over in an extremely distorted yet swift manner, opting not to catch him with his hands, but rather to thrust out his chest, intending to serve as a cushion for Hito. With a resounding thud, the two collided and tumbled together. Hito, disoriented but relatively unscathed, hurriedly got to his feet, anxiously gazing at Haydn who lay on the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Yet instead of anger, a look of sheer delight and excitement spread across his face. This sensation of impact. This dull ache. It is simply marvelous. The Lord of the Cursed Gods must have felt my sincerity. Hey, little brat, you fell with quite the finesse. Hito was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the thought process of his white-haired classmate. At that moment, his emotions, stirred by shock and guilt, caused the wood-release chakra within him to surge instinctively. A few slender vines burst forth from the ground beside him, gently swaying. Haydn's attention was immediately captivated by the tiny vines, and he sat up abruptly, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. What is this ninjutsu? It looks so strange. Can it be used to stab someone? Does it hurt? Observing Haydn's inquiring yet innocuous gaze, Hito felt somewhat less afraid and softly explained, "This is wood release. I sometimes have trouble controlling it." Wood release? That sounds impressive. Haydn's eyes lit up. "Come on, try it out. Hit me with it. Let me feel its power." Hito, alarmed, quickly retreated. No, that would hurt. Hurting is good. Pain is a gift. Hurry up. Just one hit." Haydn insisted, encroaching closer, determined to engage Hito. One who inadvertently produces wood and another who fervently craves pain. Thus began a peculiar cycle. Haiden continually sought opportunities to provoke Hito or intentionally exposed weaknesses during their sparring sessions, exclaiming, "Come on, use your bizarre wit to hit me." Initially terrified and resistant, Hito soon discovered that his white-haired classmate seemed impervious to harm. Each time Hito accidentally pricked him with splintered wood or tripped him with vines, Haiden responded not with anger but with exhilaration, even critiquing, "That strike was decent. A little more off-center would have been even better." This bizarre dynamic, wherein one was eager to strike and the other willingly endured, left their classmates and teachers utterly astonished. Surprisingly, amidst this peculiar interaction, Hito gradually diminished his fear of the wood release. He realized that even when his powers occasionally spiraled out of control, Haiden would not blame him and seemed to revel in it. Under this slightly pressured yet practical environment, Hito's chakra control began to stabilize. Haiden, on the other hand, found a reliable source of pain that would not become tiresome, satisfying his distorted beliefs while inadvertently providing guidance for Hito's physical training, even if it was a one-sided form of instruction. Thus, the two inexplicably became good friends. One could often see Haiden draping an arm around Hito's shoulders, eagerly discussing which type of wood inflicted the most pain or which angle of tripping was the most exhilarating, while Hito wore a bemused yet somewhat accustomed expression. Seeing this scene, Teacher Mike Guy was moved to tears, exclaiming, "This is youth. Even if the paths are different, the spark of friendship can still blossom." Though this spark was rather unique, the gossip section of the Konoha Daily even surreptitiously reported on this odd duo from the academy, dubbing them the wonderful bond of sturdy wood and indomitable flame, which elicited amused smiles and some confusion from the villagers. Shinju observed this spectacle with a raised eyebrow, opting not to intervene. For him, as long as Haiden remained in check and Hito grew healthily, this bizarre friendship posed no significant harm and could even yield some unexpected positive effects. Ding. Detecting a stable social relationship established between the special unit Haiden and the significant bond object Uchiha Hito, resulting in a slight enhancement in emotional stability for both parties. Uchiha Hito's control over wood release has slightly improved. Reward. The frequency of Haiden's disturbances has further decreased. Achieving status anomaly compatibility, the tolerance and assimilation capabilities of Konoha towards special individuals have slightly increased. Chapter 48. Bairu, once contemporaneous with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, gradually fell behind due to his mediocre talent and ultimately strayed from the path, pursuing forbidden techniques in his obsession with power and defecting from the village. Fragmented intelligence indicates that Bairu, who has been secretly researching a peculiar forbidden technique that fuses bloodline limits. Another pitiful soul lost to the allure of power. Shinju murmured as he perused reports on Bairu, whose activities. His thoughts were not of sympathy, but rather an assessment of value and risk. Bairu, whose research is perilous, yet it may harbor unique value. More crucially, such an individual, wielding forbidden techniques and potentially harboring resentment against Konoha, must not be allowed to develop in the shadows. He resolved to personally visit this lost acquaintance. Through the use of his Sharingan-s Jinjutsu interrogation and special tracking channels, Shinju pinpointed an abandoned research facility hidden deep within the mountains, where Bairu, who might be concealing himself. He ventured alone, without a retinue. Traversing through dim tunnels and dust-laden laboratories, Shinju found Bairu, who in a main lab filled with bizarre instruments and cultivation tanks. Bairu, who appeared significantly older than his actual age, his gaze intensely obsessive and fanatical, and his body seemed altered in some peculiar manner. "Who?" Bairu, who exclaimed, abruptly turning upon sensing an intruder. His expression shifted drastically upon seeing the visitor's blood-red, intricately patterned Sharingan. "Sharingan, a member of the Uchiha? How did you find this place?" "Bairu, who senpai," Shinju spoke calmly, his voice echoing in the spacious laboratory. "I am Shinju, the current leader of Konoha, here to invite you to find your way back." "Konoha? Leader? Uchiha?" Bairu, who paused, then let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Konoha has allowed the Uchiha to lead? How absurd. That decayed village, which only values geniuses, has finally rotted to its core? Inviting me back? Will you return to being that overlooked, ridiculed underachiever?" His words were laden with years of pent-up resentment and discontent. Shinshio remained unperturbed by his taunts, leisurely pacing as his gaze swept across the ominous experimental apparatus. "So, you have chosen this path?" To acquire power through the desecration of life and the amalgamation of others' bloodlines? All to prove yourself to those who once disregarded you? What do you understand? Bailuhu erupted, as though struck at his core. How could you, born with a powerful bloodline, comprehend the anguish of us mediocrities? I must gain strength, surpass all bloodline limits, become the epitome of existence. Let all gaze upon me in awe. Prove? Shinshio halted, turning to regard him with a hint of pity. To whom do you seek to prove yourself? To those who have long ceased to care? Or to the void within your own heart that remains insatiable? His voice bore an undeniable weight. Do you believe that possessing power will earn you recognition and respect? Observe your current state, cowering in the shadows, accompanied by cold instruments and distorted experiments. Is this your vision of perfection? Is this the adulation you pursue? Bailuhu's body trembled slightly. Shinshio's words sliced through the delusion that had encased his frail and hollow self. Konoha has changed, Shinshio continued, his tone resolute. It is no longer the place you remember, defined solely by lineage and talent. Today's Konoha values capability and merit. Orochimaru, your old acquaintance, has pursued knowledge and power, even further than you, yet he chose to return. Konoha provided him with the resources and platform he needed. Tsunade has also returned. What? Orochimaru? Tsunade? Bailuhu was once again taken aback, this revelation more astonishing than the Uchiha's rise to power. Those two were true geniuses. How could they have? Why? Bailuhu instinctively inquired. Because Konoha can offer them what they desire and embrace their uniqueness, Shinshio observed him. Your research, though it has strayed from the path, may still contain its own merits. Instead of lurking here like a rat in a gutter, heading towards self-destruction or being eliminated as a threat, why not return to the light? Konoha can provide you with a legitimate research environment, allowing you to explore the mysteries of power without desecrating life. Your talents should not be squandered in hatred and the futile quest for validation. Shinshio's words struck Bailuhu's psychological defenses like a hammer, painting a stark contrast between the envisioned future and his current dark, despondent state. Return? Acceptance? Even recognition? Such concepts felt distant and extravagant to Bailu. He had envisioned countless encounters with Konoha, whether as life-and-death battles or as triumphant homecomings for revenge, yet he had never considered the possibility of being invited back. Years of obsession, resentment, solitude, and the psychological toll of forbidden research collapsed in that moment. Under the weight of Shinshio's potent words, a blend of pressure, rational analysis, and a faint allure, Bailuhu suddenly knelt, hands covering his face, shoulders shaking violently. No longer was he roaring in anger. Instead, he succumbed to a long-suppressed, desperate cry that hinted at a sense of release. What have I done? He looked at his hands, now grotesque in their pursuit of power, at the twisted experiments surrounding him, reflecting on the myriad costs of his forbidden research, as endless regret and emptiness engulfed him. Shinshio stood quietly by, allowing him this moment of vulnerability, understanding that this collapse marked the beginning of a rebirth. After a long while, Bailuhu's sobs gradually subsided. He lifted his head, tear-streaked face revealing a loss of fervor and obsession, leaving only exhaustion and a hint of bewilderment. Can I truly return? He rasped, his voice fragile with disbelief. Konoha welcomes those who have lost their way. Shinshio extended his hand. Yet, you must atone for your past research and errors, accept oversight, and prove your worth along the right path. Bailuhu gazed at Shinshio's outstretched hand, then at his own guilt-ridden hands. Finally, trembling, he slowly grasped it. Ding! Detected that the host successfully persuaded the S-rank rogue ninja Bailu to return from the brink, resolving a potential threat and absorbing his unique research capabilities. Reward. Bailuhu's loyalty to the host is locked in as awe and gratitude, based on redemption and opportunity granted. Acquired Bailuhu's forbidden research data, some dangerous materials have been sealed. Konoha's biotechnology and bloodline research direction has been supplemented. The host's insight and persuasion abilities have slightly improved. Shinshio brought the weakened, emotionally charged Bailu back to Konoha, temporarily placing him in the Special Tactics and Research Department. Under the joint management of Orochimaru, who expressed great interest, and Tsunade, primarily responsible for assessing his physical and mental state. Chapter 49. The trio of the ninja school. Uchiha Shinshio's concern for the Konoha orphanage was not a fleeting whim, but a deliberate policy. Under his core philosophy that Konoha belongs to all its residents, the orphanage was incorporated into a long-term, systematic welfare framework. following initial funding and renovations. Shinshio directed the Civil Affairs Department to establish the Konoha Orphan Protection and Development Regulations, ensuring a stable and progressively increasing funding source for the orphanage, linked to Konoha's overall economic development. The children's basic needs, education, and healthcare were now governed by explicit high standards. Moreover, Shinshio specifically mandated Future Star Scholarship to provide additional financial support for orphans showcasing talents in any field, not limited to ninjutsu, but also encompassing culture, arts, crafts, etc., encouraging further education. Warm Companionship Volunteer Program to encourage and organize retired ninjas from Konoha, family members with free time, such as Mikoto and Kushina occasionally participating, and even well-performing active ninjas during missions to regularly visit the orphanage, sharing stories and imparting basic skills to fill the void of familial warmth. Career Guidance Program for children lacking ninja aptitude. Upon reaching a certain age, the commercial branch under Kakuzu's Ministry of Finance would intervene, providing various vocational training, such as craftsmanship, accounting, agriculture, nursing, etc., and employment recommendations, ensuring their smooth integration into society as self-sufficient workers. These meticulous policies transcended mere monetary assistance, genuinely considering the comprehensive development and future prospects of the orphans, embodying a profound and sustainable humanitarian concern. Director Nanao, a kind woman who devoted her life to the children, felt this deeply. She witnessed the transformation of the children from timid, malnourished beings to vibrant, healthy, and confident individuals. She observed the dilapidated orphanage becoming bright and warm, and she saw the once limited futures blossom with myriad possibilities. Her gratitude was beyond words. She had long wished to express her thanks to Shinshio in person, yet she understood his high position and busy schedule, hesitating to intrude. Finally, during a rare low-key inspection of the orphanage with Itachi, Shinshio provided her the opportunity. She anxiously waited at the entrance with the oldest children. Upon seeing Shinshio, she led the children in a deep bow. "Thank you very much, Lord Shinshio. I am truly grateful. You have given these children a real home, a bright future. I do not know how to repay your kindness." Nanao's voice trembled with emotion, tears shimmering in her eyes. The children behind her, though timid, sincerely echoed, "Thank you, Lord Shinshio." Little Itachi stood beside his brother, watching the scene unfold with curiosity and a sense of pride, though he struggled to fully comprehend it. Shinshio assisted Nanoyu to her feet, his gaze sweeping over the children whose faces radiated with hopeful light. His tone was serene yet imbued with strength. "Director Nanoyu, there is no need for such humility. This is what Konoha ought to do for them. Your unwavering dedication and sacrifice over the years have provided them with the warmest support. Continuing to care for them is the greatest reward you can offer me and Konoha." Simple words, yet they filled Nanoyu with immense respect and understanding, causing her to weep once more, nodding vigorously in response. Yaoshido, having emerged from the orphanage and greatly benefiting from Shinshio's policies, allowing him to return and granting him opportunities for learning, held a deeper and more complex gratitude. He transformed this appreciation into a powerful motivation and unwavering loyalty. At the Ninja Academy, he was among the most diligent students, not only striving to enhance his medical ninjutsu and knowledge, but also proactively assisting classmates struggling to keep up, particularly in the cultural subjects where Fei Duan faced challenges. Albeit with minimal effect, he utilized his medical expertise to take on the responsibility of health checks for the orphanage children, becoming a valuable assistant to Director Nanayu. He understood that it was Shinshio who had given him a second chance at life, provided Director Nanoyu with a stable existence, and offered hope for a brighter future to all orphans like him. This kindness he held close to his heart. He had resolved to repay Shinshio with his talents and efforts, doing everything within his power to give back to the man who had granted him a home in Konoha. The Konoha Daily followed up with a heartfelt report titled "A Drop of Kindness Repays a Fountain," the story of the orphanage children and their home, which moved the villagers of Konoha deeply. It illustrated the genuine transformations of several orphans alongside the heartfelt sentiments of Nanayu and Yaoshido, further entrenching Shinshio's benevolent image in the hearts of the villagers. Ding. The orphan welfare policy implemented by the host continues to produce profound positive effects, gaining the loyalty and gratitude of key figures, Nanayu, Yaoshido, significantly enhancing internal cohesion and moral prestige within Konoha. Reward. The stability of public sentiment in Konoha has increased, resulting in the status children thrive, a slight improvement in the future population quality and loyalty of Konoha. The host has acquired the trait benevolent charisma, making it easier to attract talents from the good-aligned and lawful factions. The training grounds of the Konoha Ninja Academy were always a vibrant tapestry of activity. Among the most striking and perplexing sights was the trio of Yaoshiro, Fei Duan, and Uchiha. Their friendship originated from an incident where Fei Duan volunteered to serve as a cushion, prompting Do to swiftly employ his medical ninjutsu. However, the fortification of this bond unfolded through a series of amusing everyday occurrences. One was willing to strike, another to endure, and the last to heal. This became the core cycle of their interactions. Fei Duan was perpetually the most enthusiastic victim and provocateur. "Hey, come on. I can feel my youth burning today. Strike me with your wood," he would often shout as he charged toward the focused Uchiha, who would respond with a look of exasperation. Yet, under Fei Duan's relentless encouragement and harassment, he would cautiously attempt to manipulate his wood release. Sometimes, a few sudden vines would trip Fei Duan, or sharp wooden spikes would graze his skin. "Ah, this is the feeling. The great evil god will surely appreciate it," Fei Duan would exclaim, even as he stumbled or bore bruises, always exhilarated. Then, Yaoshiro would appear like a timely rain, adjusting his round glasses. The soft green glow of medical chakra emanating from his hands as he skillfully treated Fei Duan's wounds, while gently admonishing, "Fei Duan-kun, while you may enjoy pain, an infected wound can lead to significant trouble." He would then turn his attention to Uchiha, stating, "Your chakra output this time was a bit more stable than last, but still slightly inconsistent. Try to restrain it by about 5% during the condensation phase." In the realm of academics, their performances were strikingly disparate. Yaoshiro was undoubtedly the top student, possessing vast knowledge, particularly in biology, medicine, and history, often posing questions that left even the teachers pondering. He would quietly sit, diligently taking notes. Fei Duan, on the other hand, was the ultimate underachiever, only interested in the doctrines of the evil god, which he had concocted himself, and the philosophy of suffering, often dozing off or doodling bizarre curse symbols in his notebook. Uchiha found himself somewhere in between. He studied hard, but often struggled with the basics. During these times, Do naturally became his tutor, patiently explaining concepts. Occasionally, when Fei Duan would awaken to find them studying, he would impatiently interject, "What is the use of this boring stuff? Come on, Uchiha. Let us practice that technique that sprouts spikes." Despite their differing personalities and pursuits, they achieved a peculiar understanding and complementarity. Fei Duan, though loud, was straightforward and possessed a twisted yet genuine protectiveness over his friends. When someone mocked Uchiha's control or Do's background, in rare instances, Fei Duan would be the first to leap to their defense, using his own theory of inflicting pain to frighten the mocker away. Uchiha provided Fei Duan with the high-quality pain he craved and served as a silent yet dependable listener, even if he often did not comprehend. Do acted as the brain and stabilizer of the group, using his superb medical skills to ensure Fei Duan could flirt with danger without suffering dire consequences. Though Fei Duan was resilient, severe injuries were still troublesome. Addressing Uchiha's inquiries with his extensive knowledge, and occasionally even offering scientific arguments to validate some of Fei Duan's more absurd claims about the benefits of pain, such as moderate pain-stimulating nerve responses, making Fei Duan feel he had found a kindred spirit, thus increasing his attachment to Do. They frequently acted in unison, walking to class together, sharing milk and eggs, which Fei Duan referred to as replenishing pain energy, engaging in their bizarre training, and occasionally completing group assignments, usually with Do planning and executing the majority, Uchiha handling the physically demanding aspects, and Fei Duan distracting enemies or creating chaos. The outcomes often proved surprisingly positive. The teachers transitioned from initial concern to eventual resignation, ultimately becoming accustomed to and even somewhat pleased by the situation. At the very least, Fei Duan was occupied, Uchiha was becoming increasingly cheerful, and Do had made friends. None had caused significant disturbances, and their grades, thanks to Do's influence, were commendable. The campus section of the Konoha Daily later featured an amusing follow-up report titled "The Diversity of Friendship, the Marvelous Combination of Healer, Guardian, and Seeker," likening Do to the rational healer, Uchiha to the quietly growing guardian, referring to his wood release potential. and mockingly dubbing Fei Duan as the seeker of an alternative path, the path of suffering. This article circulated widely among the villagers, who chuckled at the rich tapestry of Konoha's new generation. Ding! It has been detected that Yao Shirdo, Fei Duan, and Uchiha have formed a stable, complementary, and positively uplifting friendship, resulting in mutual beneficial effects. Reward: Yao Shirdo's leadership and coordination skills have slightly improved. Uchiha's social skills and confidence have significantly increased. Fei Duan's sense of belonging and stability have greatly enhanced. The probability of troublemaking is nearly zero. The group status quirky bond has been acquired. Slight improvements in efficiency and adaptability when the trio collaborates on tasks. This seemingly unreliable combination of a medical genius, a wood-release experiment, and an immortal cultist unexpectedly became one of the most steadfast friendships in the inclusive and unique environment of Konoha. Chapter 50. Deidara Jishue returned to Konoha cradling an infant, reporting back to Shinsho. Shinsho gazed at the baby in the swaddling blanket, who blinked up at him with curious azure eyes, and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Jishue. This one is it. He pondered how to settle Deidara. Entrusting this child, bearing a perilous bloodline, to an ordinary family for upbringing is evidently ill-advised. The optimal choice is to keep him close, personally supervising and guiding him. However, as the actual authority figure, he is burdened with numerous responsibilities and cannot attend to every detail. The most secure and nurturing environment, without a doubt, is his own home. Cradling little Deidara, he returned to the Uchiha clan residence. Father, Mother, I am back, Shinju announced as he stepped through the door, just in time to witness Makoto instructing Itachi in the art of shuriken throwing. Fugaku lifted his gaze from the documents, and both Makoto and Itachi turned their curious eyes toward him. When their gazes fell upon the unfamiliar infant in Shinju's arms, they were momentarily taken aback. Shin, who is this child? Makoto inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. This is Deidara, a child I brought back from outside. He possesses a unique bloodline limit. It is unsafe for him to remain outside, and it would hinder his development, Shinju explained succinctly. From now on, he will be a member of our family. Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the unstable explosive chakra within the infant. Nevertheless, he chose to trust his son's judgment and nodded. If you have made your decision, then so be it. Makoto, initially astonished, soon found her maternal instincts awakened. She set down her shuriken and hurried over, carefully taking little Deidara from Shinju's hands. Deidara appeared unperturbed by the new surroundings, laughing and cooing at Makoto, his small hands flailing about joyfully. Oh my, what a lively child! Makoto's heart melted instantly. Look at those eyes, they are simply beautiful. Don't worry, Shin, Mother will take good care of him. Itachi, drawn by curiosity, tiptoed closer to gaze at his new brother, whispering, Brother, is he my new little brother? Shinju affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair. Yes, he will be your little brother from now on. You must help Mother take care of him, all right? Yes. Itachi nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Deidara filled with wonder and a burgeoning sense of responsibility as an elder brother. Ding. Host has successfully retrieved and adopted the important potential talent, Deidara, altering his fate and ensuring proper placement. Reward. Deidara's initial loyalty to the host is locked at a fledgling bond, extremely high. Acquired preliminary research data on the explosive bloodline limit. Family ties slightly enhanced. Thus, the Uchiha household welcomed a new member, Deidara. Shinju slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by an unusual silence. In the expansive residence, there remained only him and his two younger brothers. He rose and tidied himself, only to hear the sounds of Deidara cooing from the adjacent room, occasionally accompanied by Itachi's gentle attempts to soothe the infant's cries. A smile crept onto Shinju's lips as he pushed open the door. He beheld little Itachi earnestly entertaining Deidara with a soft toy, while the infant waved his tiny hands, his bright blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Occasionally, in his exuberance, tiny sparks of chakra erupted from his fingertips, creating soft popping sounds, which startled Itachi into cautiously scanning for any flammable objects nearby. Brother, Itachi exclaimed upon spotting Shinju, as if he had found a savior. Little Deidara seems hungry. I understand, Shinju replied, moving closer to check Deidara's swaddling, confirming it was dry. Itachi, please bring me an apron. We shall prepare something for little Deidara to eat. Yes. Itachi nodded eagerly and dashed off to fetch an apron. In the kitchen, Shinju donned the apron and skillfully manipulated chakra to ignite flames, blending the carefully prepared fruits, vegetables, and minced meat into a steaming puree. Itachi dutifully stood beside Deidara's high chair, glancing back periodically to monitor his brother's progress. The aroma of the cooking food wafted through the air, sending Deidara into a fit of excitement as he patted the dining tray and emitted eager sounds of anticipation. Observing this lively scene, Shinju felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Ding! Host has once again willingly assumed familial responsibilities, personally preparing baby food and caring for his younger brother, thereby nurturing brotherly bonds. Reward: slight enhancement in chakra control precision. The effect of earthly state increases marginally. Deidara's bloodline stability improves slightly, unconscious leakage reduced. As the baby food neared completion, Shinju contemplated whipping up a simple breakfast for himself and Itachi when his heightened senses detected unmistakable footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard, accompanied by raucous laughter. "They're definitely coming. I can smell it," exclaimed a loud voice, unmistakably that of Obito. "Is it really all right for us to do this? Shinju and I might be busy," came a more hesitant yet gentle tone, likely from Kakashi. "Don't worry. He's already making baby food for Deidara. What's wrong with preparing a few extra portions?" Obito insisted cheerfully. "Right, Shursui? Well, I was merely dragged along for a bit of luck." Shursui's voice chimed in with a hint of amusement, seemingly accustomed to Obito's antics, yet not opposing them. Shinju paused, a hint of exasperation evident on his brow as he glanced at the wall clock. Indeed, it was precisely mealtime. Bang! The sliding door was flung open without ceremony, and Obito's spiky hair poked through first, his face beaming with a bright and slightly infuriating smile. "Hey, Shinju. Good morning. We're here for a friendly morning greeting. I heard Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto are out, so we came to help you with the baby." Behind him trailed a slightly sheepish smile from Kakashi and a teasing look from Shursui. Shinju, his expression stony, surveyed the scene. His pot contained barely enough for 2 adults and a baby, before sighing. "Have your noses been enhanced by canine ninjutsu? That just means your cooking is too good." Obito replied nonchalantly as he entered, familiar with the layout, and approached Deidara, making faces that elicited giggles from the infant. "And we brought the freshest river fish," he announced, holding up a string of fish he had procured from an old man on the roadside. Kakashi added with a grin, "To be precise, Obito insisted we buy them, claiming they are perfect for making miso soup to complement your cooking. And we all chipped in for the money," he quietly added. Shinju regarded the still wriggling fish, then glanced at the trio before him, one beaming, one gently exasperated, and one dutifully responsible, ultimately resigning to their goodwill. After all, their intentions to visit and assist, at least from Shursui and Kakashi, were genuine. "Itachi, take Deidara to the living room to play for a while. Shursui, help me prepare the fish. Kakashi, please wash the rice, and do 2 cups. Obito," he called out, directing his gaze at the boy who was preparing to sneak away to entertain Deidara. "Chop the ginger, garlic, and green onions. If you cut them like last time, you'll only get soup today." Obito elongated his response, but complied, washing his hands and moving towards the cutting board. Shursui deftly took the fish to the sink, while Kakashi promptly sought out the rice container. The kitchen soon buzzed with activity. Shursui handled the fish with precision. Obito, despite his complaints, cut with newfound seriousness, not wanting to be left with only soup, and Kakashi meticulously rinsed the rice. Meanwhile, Shinju reignited the oil in the pan, preparing to stir-fry several dishes. In the living room, Itachi cradled Deidara, yet the sounds from the kitchen reached them, the rhythmic chopping of Obito's knife, the splashing of water from Shursui washing fish, the rustling of Kakashi rinsing rice, and the symphony of Shinju managing flames and spatulas, accompanied by their familiar banter and laughter. "Shursui, look. I cut this quite well, don't you think?" "Yes, there's improvement. At least it resembles chopped green onions now." "Shinju, is the oil hot yet?" "I'm almost done here." "Kakashi, once the rice is ready, place it in that pot, filling it to the marked line." "Obito, hand me the ginger you chopped." "Is this ginger slices or chunks?" "Oh, come on, it's close enough." Deidara seemed to revel in the lively atmosphere, wriggling in Itachi's arms and emitting cheerful sounds. Before long, the aroma of cooking intensified. The savory scent of pan-fried fish, the rich fragrance of miso soup, and the sizzling sounds of stir-fried vegetables melded together, filling the entire Uchiha residence. A simple meal was laid before them: pan-fried river fish, delicate chawanmushi, refreshing cold spinach, delicious miso soup with tofu, and an impromptu addition of stir-fried venison, accompanied by ample rice for all. A few sat around the table, and Toby eagerly grabbed a large piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth, letting out a gasp from the heat, but reluctant to spit it out. Mumbling with delight, "So good. Freshness makes all the difference." Shinsui attentively served a bowl of soup to Haku, and helped Shinsui by offering him a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables, saying, "You've worked hard, Shinsui. It must be challenging to take care of 2 children, right?" He smiled at the sight of Deidara, who was being carefully fed soft food by Itachi. Sipping his soup with crescent-shaped eyes, Haku chimed in, "It's delicious. Shinsui and is amazing." Shinsui observed Toby, who was devouring his food, Shinsui's meticulous care, and the satisfied demeanor of Haku. He glanced at the small table nearby where Deidara was being fed and had his cheeks puffed out, and at Itachi, who, despite trying to maintain a mature facade, displayed a glimmer of happiness in his eyes, though they were caught off guard and faced increased responsibilities. The lively atmosphere and the companionship of friends, albeit one who had come to mooch, imbued the large house, devoid of parents, with vitality and warmth, alleviating his burden of caring for 2 young brothers alone. Ding. Detected high-quality daily interaction between the host and core bond objects, Uchiha Shinsui, Uchiha Toby, Yamato, enhancing mutual understanding. Successfully transformed an unexpected guest into a family gathering and childcare assistance. Reward, slight improvement in teamwork synergy. Minor increase in chakra. Acquired the even a skilled cook struggles with rice adjustment, capable of handling sudden increases or changes in ingredients effectively. Uchiha Toby's favorability slightly increased, higher success rate in mooching. Uchiha Itachi's sense of responsibility and ability to care for others slightly enhanced. With contentment, Toby set down his bowl and patted his belly, declaring, "Ah, I feel rejuvenated. Shinsui, whoever marries you will be so fortunate." Shinsui smiled and nodded in agreement. Haku quietly added, "Thank you for the hospitality, Shinsui and Shinsui looked at them, shaking his head in a mock exasperation, yet his eyes bore a barely perceptible smile. "Now that you're full, get to work. Toby, it's your turn to wash the dishes." Why is it always me?" Shinsui and Haku ate too. Shinsui handled the fish, Haku washed the rice, and organized the kitchen. "What about you?" "Fine, I'll wash." Toby lamented, yet resigned himself to begin cleaning the dishes. Shinsui and Haku chuckled as they stood to assist, while Itachi attempted to stack his small bowl. Shinsui cradled a now-finished Deidara, who was yawning, gently patting his back. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon the busy group. Chapter 51. Fisherman Shinsui. On a sunny afternoon, Shinsui was struck by a whim. He gazed out at the bright sun and then at Itachi, quietly reading in the hallway, and Deidara, who was on the carpet, attempting to mold harmless clay into strange shapes. He decided to take his brothers for a different leisurely activity. "Itachi, Deidara, would you like to accompany your brother to fish by the Nagakawa?" Shinsui invited with a smile. Itachi immediately set down his book, his eyes lighting up. "Fishing? That's a new concept for someone who has been immersed in ninja training." Deidara also perked up, waving his clay-covered hands and exclaiming, "Fish. Boom." His vocabulary was always so unique. "Not boom. Fish," Shinsui patiently corrected, rising to fetch fishing equipment. He recalled that there was a fishing rod previously used by Fugaku in the storage. Soon, the 3 brothers appeared at a serene bend of the Nagakawa. Shinsui prepared a small fishing rod for Itachi, used his father's old rod, and set Deidara on a picnic blanket cushioned with soft mats to play with his clay. Shinsui strictly limited chakra, ensuring it was just ordinary clay. Recalling fishing knowledge he had read, Shinsui clumsily attached bait, cast the line, and began to wait. Itachi mimicked his actions, sitting seriously on a small stool, intently watching the bobber beneath the water's surface. Deidara curiously observed his brothers, occasionally tossing small clay fish into the water with a soft splash. Time passed slowly. The bobber remained motionless. The sun was warm, the river flowed gently, and the atmosphere was peaceful and beautiful, if one overlooked the lack of success. An hour slipped by. 2 hours passed. Shinsui's bucket remained empty, and Itachi's bucket was equally void. Not even a small fish had come to nibble at Deidara's clay creations. Itachi's small face displayed clear confusion and a hint of disappointment. Yet he remained silent, focusing harder on the bobber as if willing the fish to appear with his Sharingan. Deidara had begun to roll around, smearing clay across his face. Shinsui's calm smile started to wane. Ding. Detected the host engaging in the leisure activity of fishing, but with zero catch. Reward. Slight increase in patience value? No actual increase noted. It's all right. Itachi. Shinsui maintained his brotherly demeanor, gently comforting his younger brother as if reassuring himself. Fishing requires patience. Enjoying the process is important. His voice gradually faded, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the infuriatingly calm water surface. Another half-hour passed, still yielding nothing. Shinsui's mouth began to twitch. He was Uchiha Shinsui, the de facto ruler of Konoha, capable of utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan, proficient in various ninjutsu and strategies, yet unable to catch a few fish from the river? If this word got out, a barely detectable chakra fluctuation gathered at his fingertips, faintly crackling with lightning. An uncontrollable thought emerged, perhaps a gentle zap with the lowest power of lightning might. Just as Shinsui was fixated on the water, his expression turning dangerous, and his internal struggle nearly causing him to lose his composed, brotherly persona, a languid voice interrupted from behind him. Oh, what a rare combination. Shinsui snapped back to reality, dissipating the barely perceptible lightning spark and restoring his calm demeanor as he turned. There stood Kakashi, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, still masked and leisurely, the exposed eye curving into a crescent shape, clearly having observed for a while. Hello, Kakashi-senpai, Shinsui greeted, attempting to sound as natural as possible. Kakashi-san, Itachi politely chimed in. Yay, Deidara exclaimed. Kakashi's gaze swept over the brother's pristine bucket, reflecting sunlight, and he blinked knowingly. It seems today's fish are not very accommodating? Yes, they must be napping. Shinsui attempted to save face. Kakashi said nothing, casually kneeling beside Shinsui to inspect his bait and the flowing water. Then, seemingly from nowhere, he produced a seemingly ordinary fishing rod. Fishing sometimes requires not just patience, but also a little bit of. Kakashi expertly baited the hook while casually casting the line into what appeared to be an unremarkable spot in the water. Employing a small technique, his movements flowed seamlessly, imbued with a unique rhythm, as if he had become one with the surrounding environment. Shinsui and Itachi watched with curiosity. Almost within minutes of Kakashi's hook sinking to the bottom, the previously motionless bobber suddenly plunged beneath the surface. With a flick of his wrist, Kakashi effortlessly reeled in a lively, shimmering river fish that landed perfectly into Shinsui's empty bucket, producing a crisp sound. Shinsui, Itachi, Deidara wow? Shunshio gazed at the fish in the bucket, the one that had finally shattered the Air Force's curse. He glanced at Kakashi, who was lazily picking up a leaf, and felt an involuntary flicker of admiration in his usually profound black eyes. Was this what they called mastery in technique? Could fishing truly transcend dimensions? It turned out the issue was not the fish, but the person. Kakashi-senpai was truly remarkable. Shunshio couldn't help but exclaim, his tone revealing both awe and a hint of barely concealed admiration for Kakashi, creating an amusing contrast to his usual demeanor. Beneath his mask, Kakashi's lips curved into a subtle smile of delight. It's merely a matter of practice, he replied nonchalantly, though the mirth in his visible eye betrayed him. He cast his line again, and soon another fish was caught. This time, he handed it to Itachi, who had been watching eagerly. The little bucket of Itachi finally filled with fish. His face instantly lit up with joy as he earnestly thanked Kakashi. Thank you very much, Kakashi-san. The following period transformed into Kakashi's personal showcase. He managed to catch a fish every few minutes, varying in size, but consistently plentiful. Shunshio and Itachi's buckets rapidly became lively. Deidara excitedly climbed over, pointing at the fish and chattering animatedly. Shunshio completely surrendered to the experience, comfortably watching Kakashi's performance, his eyes still shimmering with admiration. He even began to humbly inquire, Kakashi-senpai, was there a secret to that positioning? As Kakashi continued to reel in fish, he casually shared some seemingly simple, yet incredibly practical tips. As the sun descended, the three brothers returned home with 2 full buckets of fish, almost entirely thanks to Kakashi's skill. Thank you for today, Kakashi-senpai, Shunshio sincerely expressed. Grateful not only for the fishing success, but also for preserving a shred of his dignity as an older brother. No need to mention it, Kakashi waved dismissively, observing Shunshio's still excited and admiring profile, though Shunshio remained oblivious to it. His smile beneath the mask deepened as he suggested, let's do this again when we have the chance. Watching Shunshio, who held Itachi in one hand and cradled Deidara in the other, with 2 buckets of fish trailing behind. Kakashi scratched his head and chuckled softly to himself. I didn't expect there would be something that could elicit such a reaction from him. Fishing, huh? It's not so bad after all. Ding. Detected that the host experienced a leisure activity, fishing, with setbacks, but successfully received guidance from a senior and enjoyed pleasant moments with his brothers. Mental state relaxed. Reward, slight increase in bond with Kakashi Hatake. Acquired willingness to engage mindset. Able to respond more calmly to matters that cannot be forced. Itachi Uchiha's happiness increased. Deidara's interest in fish heightened. Art Material 1. This brief fishing excursion, though starting poorly, unexpectedly yielded a delightful afternoon. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the 3 brothers, casting them upon the stone-paved path leading to the Uchiha clan's territory. Shinshio securely cradled Deidara, who had begun to doze off from excitement, while holding hands with a tired yet bright-eyed Itachi. Behind them, 2 buckets of fresh river fish were carried by Shursui, who had evidently come to assist after hearing about Shinshio taking his younger brothers fishing. Thus, Shursui, suppressing a smile, glanced at the heavy fish buckets and remarked, "You certainly had a bountiful catch, Shinshio." Without missing a beat, Shunsho calmly acknowledged, "Yes, Kakashi-senpai's guidance was invaluable." He completely ignored the earlier hours of silence in their own bucket. Upon returning home and settling the peacefully sleeping Deidara, Shinshio faced a dilemma upon seeing the 2 buckets of live fish. There were so many that they could not consume them all in one meal. "Shursui, could you please run an errand? Deliver a few fish to our mother to share with some of the ladies she knows. And also take some to the orphanage to treat Director Yano and the children." Shinshio swiftly assigned tasks. "No problem," Shursui replied cheerfully, skillfully sorting out a few plump fish and stringing them together with grass rope. Next, Shinshio rolled up his sleeves and turned to Itachi, who was carefully observing the fish in the bucket. "Itachi, how would you like to eat tonight? Fry? Make soup? Or grill?" Itachi pondered seriously for a moment and quietly suggested, "Could we have a bit of everything, brother?" Shinshio chuckled, ruffling his hair. "Greedy little one. All right, we'll fry too. Make a tofu fish soup and grill too as well." Under Shinshio's direction, he and Shursui placed the remaining fish in the large water tank in the backyard, ensuring they could enjoy them for several days. The kitchen once again became Shinshio's battlefield. This time, he handled the fish with remarkable ease, as if Kakashi's near-mastery fishing skills had inadvertently bestowed him with additional culinary proficiency. The fried fish was cooked to perfection, with a golden, crispy exterior. The fish soup was rich and creamy, enhanced with scallions, emitting an enticing aroma, and the grilled fish was marinated to perfection, sizzling with flavor. At the dining table, Itachi savored the meal, especially relishing the fish soup, which he sipped delicately, treasuring the fact that the ingredients were ones he had, nominally, helped procure. "Brother, it's delicious," Itachi said, his cheeks bulging with food. Watching his brother's satisfied expression, Shinshio's earlier minor frustration had long dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of accomplishment. Ding. Detected that the host successfully processed and cooked the fish catch, sharing the fruits of labor with his brother, enhancing family warmth. Reward, slight increase in culinary skill. Acquired ingredient-specific cooking trait, increases deliciousness when processing self-obtained ingredients. Itachi Uchiha's interest in outdoor activities increased. The next day, Shinshio even had Shursui deliver 2 freshly processed fish to Kakashi as a token of gratitude for the previous day's assistance. Meanwhile, news about Uchiha Shinshio's fishing debacle, ultimately rescued by Kakashi, spread quietly, becoming a light-hearted anecdote among the higher-ups of Konoha. Shinshio was unfazed by it. Even during a subsequent high-level meeting when Kakashi concluded his report, Shinshio earnestly added, "Kakashi-senpai, if you have time during your next break, could you please share some more fishing tips?" Observing Shinshio's earnest thirst for knowledge, coupled with the rare sparkle in his eyes from that day by the river, those in the know couldn't help but stifle chuckles. Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask as he replied helplessly, "Ah, if the opportunity arises." Chapter 52, Q version QB. From this chapter onward, the tone becomes absurdly surreal. I assure you, my mental state is perfectly fine. As Shinshio delved deeper into the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and continued to enhance his own powers, he gradually set his sights on one of Konoha's most formidable strategic forces and its greatest instability factor, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. He understood that relying solely on sealing techniques to suppress tailed beasts was a poor strategy, true understanding and communication were paramount. In a meticulously arranged underground chamber fortified with enhanced seals and barriers, Shunshio sat opposite Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. The sealing technique on Kushina's abdomen faintly glowed. "Shunshio, do you really have a way to communicate with that creature?" Kushina asked, a mix of nervousness and anticipation in her voice. The nine tails within her had always been a source of immense power, but also a ticking time bomb. Minato was even more cautious. "Shunshio-kun, is the risk manageable?" "Rest assured, Sensei Minato, Sister Kushina," Shunshio replied calmly, his eyes shimmering with three tomos slowly rotating, gradually connecting and morphing into a profound kaleidoscopic pattern. "I merely intend to attempt communication at a conscious level, not to forcibly break the seal. With both of you and the barriers outside, it will be foolproof." Closing his eyes, Shunshio's potent mental energy delicately probed into the depths of the complex seal through the bridge of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, reaching out to the vast and turbulent sea of consciousness that lay imprisoned. "Get out of here, Uchiha brat!" A ferocious roar erupted within the consciousness of Shunshio, brimming with boundless hatred and fury, the very essence of the nine tails. "Kyubi," Shunshio boldly uttered its name, causing the beast's growl to abruptly cease, revealing a flicker of astonishment. "How do you know my name?" The nine tails' voice was laced with wariness and disbelief. "I know far more than you can imagine." Shunshio's consciousness materialized within the confines of the sealed space, calmly confronting the formidable beast, bound by colossal chains and bearing its fangs. "I am aware of your origins, the Sage of Six Paths, and your past with the other tailed beasts. I understand that this endless cycle of hatred and imprisonment is not your destined fate." "Humph. Flowery words. You humans are all the same, greedy and fearful, only seeking to exploit and confine us." The nine tails scoffed, though it refrained from immediate aggression. Shunshio's invocation of its true name and mention of the sage indeed piqued its curiosity. "Perhaps it once was," Shunshio conceded, "but times are changing. Konoha is evolving. Do you not wish to exist in a different manner? Rather than eternally trapped in this abyss of confinement, perceiving the outside world solely through the emotions of your Jinchuriki, accumulating further hatred? A different manner? Like being kept as a pet?" The nine tails mocked. "It is a partnership, not enslavement," Shunshio corrected. "It is about becoming a guardian of Konoha, not merely a weapon. You could gain limited freedom, witnessing firsthand the world you have loathed for decades, experiencing emotions that are not entirely hypocritical or malicious." Shunshio began to paint a vivid picture of the outside world, the transformations within Konoha, the laughter of children, the bustling streets, even the eccentricities of Haiden and the amusing fishing escapades of Kakashi. His descriptions, while not entirely idyllic, were imbued with authenticity and vibrancy. The nine tails listened in silence, its massive pupils glimmering with a complex array of emotions. Having been sealed for so long, it had only heard negativity and felt fear. The bizarre and even somewhat comical information Shunshio provided evoked a sense of unfamiliarity, yet also sparked a flicker of curiosity within it. "Humph, a trivial human charade," the nine tails retorted, its tone less ferocious than before. "Is the food prepared by that blonde-haired boy, Minato, truly that unpalatable? And what of that red-haired woman, Kushina? Does she truly resemble a frenzied fox when angered?" Shunshio's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Perhaps you might see for yourself? I can negotiate for you to assume a more comfortable form with limited mobility, right in Minato-sensei's home. Of course, your powers would be significantly restrained to ensure safety." The nine tails fell into contemplation. The prospect of eternal confinement had driven it to madness. Even the slightest possibility of change was intoxicating. Moreover, it found itself intrigued, albeit just a little, by the peculiar world Shunshio had described. "Why should I trust you, Uchiha brat? I could inflict greater suffering upon you with these eyes. Yet I choose to converse." Shunshio's voice carried an undeniable authority. "I am endeavoring to alter this village, including the relationship between us. This is a wager, Kyubi, a gamble on whether you possess options beyond hatred." After a prolonged silence, the nine tails scoffed, its voice notably subdued. "If you dare deceive me, you shall not be disappointed," Shunshio replied, understanding that it had consented. Beep. Detected successful initial communication and cooperation agreement with the nine tails, significantly alleviating the Jinchuriki's relationship with the tailed beast, opening new avenues for Jinchuriki management. Reward. Host's mental strength significantly enhanced. Acquiring the trait Friend of Tailed Beasts, easier to gain trust when communicating with tailed beasts. The Ninetales' trust level towards the host rises to cautious cooperation. Unlocking special option, transformation contract, limited. Shinshu withdrew from the sealed space. Nodding to the anxious Kushina and Minato, it has agreed. Next, we need both of your strengths to complete a special transformation contract. Under the incredulous gazes of Minato and Kushina, Shinshu guided the chakra of the three, combining the powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan with his Sharingan to inscribe an extraordinarily intricate contract formation, intended not for sealing but for transformation and binding. At the instant the ritual was completed, the sealing technique on Kushina's abdomen illuminated with a soft radiance, and a mass of red chakra separated and descended to the ground. The glow gradually diminished, solidifying into a form that was no longer the terrifying beast, but a small, fluffy, orange-red fox, about the size of a large Maine Coon. It sported 9 fluffy, soft tails that swayed behind it, and although its eyes retained their signature crimson slits, the ferocity within them was greatly diminished due to its reduced size, instead exuding an air of prideful confusion. What is this? Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief. Minato was equally stunned. The Ninetales has become so small? The diminutive QB looked down at its tiny paws, then turned to inspect its 9 fluffy tails, which appeared somewhat adorable, causing it to erupt in indignation. Uchiha Shinshu, is this the comfortable form you spoke of? Why have I been reduced to this ridiculous state? Its voice still carried the deep, feral tone, but emerging from such a diminutive body drastically diminished its intimidation factor, creating an amusing contrast. Shinshu stifled a chuckle. This form allows for greater mobility and is less harmful, is it not? Moreover, your power is merely restrained, not eradicated. In critical moments, you can still lend your strength to Kushina-san. Why not give it a try and see if you can move? The small Ninetales huffed, taking a few determined steps, and was surprised to discover its agility. It attempted to leap onto a nearby table, its movements surprisingly graceful. Curious, it wagged its tails, finding their fluffy texture rather pleasant. Thus, the historically formidable tailed beast, QB, officially took residence in the household of Minato Namikaze. At first, it felt out of place, sulking in corners, ignoring everyone, often grumbling in its low voice. Minato, your fried eggs are burnt. Clumsy. Kushina, you're so loud. Quiet down. Why is that Uchiha brat here again? Gradually, however, it acclimated to this newfound freedom, basking in sunlight, even relenting to Kushina's playful pets, though each time it would respond with a low growl of protest, which went unheeded. It discovered that while Minato's cooking was average, his temperament was exceptional, always patiently preparing fresh fruits and grilled meats for it. Even though it did not require sustenance, the flavors were delightful. It realized that Kushina, despite her boisterousness, possessed a warm and simple heart, occasionally venting her work-related frustrations to it, treating it as an odd confidant. It even began to look forward to Shinshu's occasional visits, bringing tales of the outside world, or simply sitting quietly with a book, gently grooming its fur. Its grumbling transformed from initial anger to a daily routine filled with a hint of disdain, yet unexpected harmony. Tsh, Minato, can your flying thunder god technique be used to snatch discounted eggs at the supermarket? Kushina, you miswrote your sealing technique homework. The third rune should be drawn counterclockwise. You fool. Humph. The sun is splendid today. I begrudgingly permit you to scratch my chin. Beep. Detected that the Ninetales Q version has successfully integrated into the Namikaze household. Emotional stability trending upward, and relationship with the Jinchuriki significantly improved. Reward. Stability of Uzumaki Kushina's Jinchuriki enhanced substantially, enabling safer and more efficient utilization of Ninetales chakra. The happiness quotient of the Namikaze household increased. Acquired status. Home of adorable, proud, beast, charming. Slightly enhances the atmosphere of the residence. In the household of the 4th Hokage of Konoha, there now resides a rather irritable yet reliable Q version of the Ninetales, a whimsical sight that those who once feared its power could scarcely have imagined. Through this intriguing arrangement, Shinju not only mitigated a significant potential risk, but also allowed Konoha to genuinely harness a more docile semblance of ultimate power. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the cushions in the living room of Minato Namikaze. A small, fluffy fox with vibrant orange-red fur and 9 bushy tails sprawled across the floor, exposing its soft belly while sleeping in a carefree manner. Its little belly rose and fell with each breath, occasionally accompanied by soft, contented sounds. This defenseless posture starkly contrasted with its formidable reputation as the strongest tailed beast. The sound of a key turning in the lock broke the tranquility. The Q version of the Ninetales' ears perked up instinctively, but it merely turned lazily onto its side, presenting its back to the entrance, and mumbled, "Humph, if you're back. Keep it down and don't disturb my sunbathing." Minato, carrying a briefcase, and Kushina, having finished her day's work, walked into the house to witness this scene. They exchanged knowing smiles, accustomed to the antics of their new housemate. Kushina placed her bag down and tiptoed over, unable to resist the urge to stroke the alluringly soft fur on its back. "Hey, woman, how many times must I tell you not to touch me randomly?" The Ninetales erupted, sitting up abruptly, its tiny sharp teeth bared in protest. Yet, the squinting eyes and the subtly wagging tip of its tail betrayed a hint of enjoyment. All right, I understand," Kushina replied with a grin, unafraid. "Were you well behaved today, Kurama?" "Humph, I am not a dog." The Ninetales tossed its head disdainfully, though its gaze drifted toward the bag in Minato's hand. "What did you buy today? Is there sweet red bean paste?" Minato chuckled helplessly and retrieved a delicate box from the bag. "I got some. Also, from that new shop around the corner, I bought some yokon. It's said to be not too sweet. You should like it." The Ninetales sniffed the air, feigning indifference while nodding slightly. "Well, I suppose I'll try it." Nevertheless, its tail continued to sweep eagerly toward the box, revealing its anticipation. At dinner, the Ninetales did not join at the table, as it did not require regular meals. But it perched on a specially made high chair, furnished with soft cushions, where a small plate awaited it. This plate contained fruit cut into small pieces, specially grilled fish, or desserts prepared by Minato. While enjoying its meals with delicate paws, though it preferred food to come to its mouth automatically, it would critique Minato's culinary skills. "The fish is overcooked. The meat is a bit tough. You've added too much salt to the miso soup, 0.3 grams too much. This pudding is acceptable, but the sweetness could be reduced by 5%. Minato listened patiently, occasionally nodding earnestly. "I'll pay attention next time." Kushina, meanwhile, found this exchange immensely amusing. In the evening, Minato worked in his study while Kushina organized her sealing technique notes. The Ninetales would hop onto the desk, finding a corner where it could observe them without being in the way. Sometimes it would feign sleep. Other times it focused intently on the tip of Minato's pen or on the runes drawn by Kushina. Here, the rune structure is unstable. Chakra flow will incur a 2% loss. It would occasionally interject, pointing a paw at Kushina's scroll. Initially startled, she soon realized that the Ninetales' insights were often spot on and immensely beneficial. "Minato, the data in the third report is miscalculated in the lower right column." Minato paused, recalculated, and indeed found a small error. "Thank you for the reminder, Kurama." The Ninetales huffed, turning its head away with a demeanor that suggested it was merely passing along information, though the tip of its tail swayed with pride. Of course, it had its moments of sulking, particularly when it couldn't bask in the sun on rainy days, or when Kushina forgot to buy the latest issue of Konoha Gourmet Weekly, to its surprise. It could read and had a particular fondness for the food column. In such instances, it would curl up at the back of the sofa, turning its back on everyone, ignoring all calls for attention, only to be appeased with sweet red bean paste or a new toy, such as a yarn ball infused with a faint chakra that rolled about. When Shinju visited, the Ninetales' attitude was particularly nuanced. It would sit up straight, striving to exude an air of authority, yet its diminutive stature rendered it utterly non-threatening. "Uchiha kid, what brings you here?" "I came to see how you're faring, Kurama." Shinju often brought rare treats or intriguing novelties from outside. "It's tolerable, I suppose. Marginally better than being sealed away," it would reply, though it would discreetly wrap its tail around any gifts brought by Shinju, claiming ownership. What irked it most was its overly harmless appearance, which, combined with its slight cuteness, often led visitors such as Obito, Rin, or Kakashi to be unable to resist the urge to pet it. "Wow, is this really the Ninetales? So tiny, so cute." Obito exclaimed in astonishment. "Please, may I touch it just once?" Rin pleaded with starry eyes. Kakashi, though silent, radiated curiosity through his gaze. The Ninetales would typically refuse resolutely, displaying its non-threatening little claws. But it often succumbed to the overwhelming majority or to Kushina's persuasion, ultimately enduring the humiliation of being petted, only to sulk in silence for the rest of the day, lying on the windowsill in a huff, contemplating its dignity. Beep. Stability of Ninetales, Q version, daily life detected. Frequent interactions with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki indicate a positive relationship development. Reward, permanent enhancement of Ninetales' emotional stability. Slight improvement in Kushina Uzumaki's understanding of sealing techniques. Minor increase in Minato Namikaze's work efficiency due to timely error correction. Attained a sustained state of domesticated auspiciousness, slightly enhancing the family's fortune. Thus, the household of Konoha's Jinchuriki for the Ninetales embarked upon an exceptionally unique, chaotic, yet heartwarming existence. The proud yet adorable Q version of the Ninetales became an indispensable and self-proclaimed critical member of the Namikaze family. Its daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, sunbathing, critiquing Minato, and expressing disdain for Kushina, while occasionally offering guidance on their work, all the while contemplating how to reclaim its dignity as the strongest-tailed beast, despite the slim hope. Chapter 53, Special Tactics and Research Department, Absurd Division. The air deep within the laboratory was laden with a thick, warped texture. Not merely physical, but rather an unsettling sensation of the mind. Minato and Kushina followed a researcher, whose gaze seemed unfocused and whose movements appeared ethereal, through a series of metallic doors glimmering with unknown runes. This way, Lord Minato, Lady Kushina. The researcher's voice carried a sense of exhaustion following excessive excitement. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Hiru are conducting preliminary fusion experiments of Genesis Type 7. Minato maintained a perfect smile, though the kunai of flying thunder had silently slipped into his sleeve. Kushina, however, lacked such patience. Her red hair seemed to sway without wind, and her brows were furrowed as she scanned the surroundings warily. They had just returned from a lengthy diplomatic mission when Shinju had directly ushered them into this heavily fortified underground research facility under the pretense of showcasing Konoha's latest scientific advancements to bolster morale. May I inquire what Genesis refers to? Minato attempted to break the eerie atmosphere with his signature sunny demeanor. The researcher abruptly halted, turning around with eyes sparkling in a manner reminiscent of the Uchiha clan activating their Sharingan, yet distinctly different. A pure, unadulterated fervor for research devoid of any combat desire. It represents hope. It signifies the future. It is the ultimate manifestation of chakra liberation. The researcher waved his arms with astonishing speed, declaring that traditional ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu are far too narrow in scope. The great sensation has illuminated our path. Chakra is a form of energy that should be transformed, utilized, and given shape. We are endeavoring to merge the life-giving attributes of yang-release chakra with the spiritual, shaping characteristics of yin-release chakra through specific alchemical matrices and runic coatings, aiming to create a self-regulating chakra construct capable of basic logical reasoning and self-energy circulation, what we temporarily refer to as a self-disciplined chakra entity. Kushina interjected, "Speak plainly." The researcher blinked, seemingly coming to a realization, and simplified his explanation. "Oh, we're attempting to create a chakra sprite that can feed itself, engage in combat, and possibly even talk back." The smile on Minato's face became somewhat rigid, while Kushina's lips twitched. At last, the innermost door slid open, releasing a wave of mixed scents, ozone, herbs, and a hint of scorched metal. The sight before them left even the seasoned elite shinobi momentarily petrified at the threshold. The laboratory was unimaginably vast, as if it had hollowed out the entirety of the underground beneath the South Hichuan. Countless figures donned in white lab coats, Uchiha clan attire, and even a few resembling ceremonial robes, busily traversed the space, their movements imbued with an abstract quality. One researcher was performing a peculiar rain dance in front of a complex device emitting electric arcs, chanting, "Frequency, resonance. The energy tide is approaching." Another group surrounded a massive mass submerged in green liquid, punctured by numerous tubes, which twitched sporadically. The leading researcher recorded, "Subject Godzilla Offspring 3 responds to low-frequency vibrations. Noted." Next trial will involve playing heavy metal music. In the distance, Bairu was standing atop a platform, excitement flushing his pale face as he quickly formed seals with his hands and thrust them onto a colossal sphere crafted from countless strands of chakra metal. Infuse. Ghost Bud's secret art modified. Attribute fusion sequence activated. Wind. Fire. Lightning. Spin for me. He bellowed, and the sphere erupted with blinding light and a cacophony of grating noises. Orochimaru appeared far more composed, standing before a massive screen displaying a torrent of complex data and runes. He licked his lips, chuckling hoarsely. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. The erosion rate of natural energy on the chakra sequence is 0. 73% lower than anticipated. Is it the stabilizing effect of the runes? Or the unexpected outcome of Lord Bairu's frenzied ritual? We need to add the variable of a Ninetales chakra sample for comparison. As he finished speaking, an assistant promptly picked up a loudspeaker, one of those typically used in marketplaces, and shouted across the laboratory, Lord Orochimaru's directive, requesting the use of Ninetales chakra sample. Repeat, requesting the use of Ninetales chakra sample. Kushina abruptly clutched her abdomen, stepping back, her face reading, "You dare." Minato instinctively positioned himself in front of his wife, his smile now entirely replaced by shock and confusion. He witnessed several researchers rushing past, pushing a container filled with an unknown luminescent liquid, in which something resembling a self-sealing arm floated. Stacked in a corner were boxes labeled failed products, with one box incessantly banging against its lid, emitting a loud thud. A mechanical dog, seemingly cobbled together from various ninja tools, was spinning in circles, chasing its own tail, sparks flying. Most absurdly, at the very center of the laboratory, a colossal, intricate, three-dimensional rune array composed of chakra light was slowly rotating. At its core, a pulsating heart made entirely of energy floated, each beat causing the chakra flow throughout the laboratory to undulate. Minato felt as though his CPU was nearing overload. Taking a deep breath, Kushina seemed poised to shout and quell the chaos, but her words transformed into a murmured reflection. Where on earth did that madman sensation find these peculiar individuals? Just then, the spinning mechanical dog lost its balance and crashed against a table laden with test tube racks. Oh no, that S emotion catalyst type 7. Someone screamed. In an instant, time appeared to slow. All the researchers, previously engrossed in their own worlds, froze in synchronized motion. Then, at astonishing speed, some covered their heads, others dove under tables. While two conjured enormous shields to protect themselves, their movements practiced to a heartbreaking degree. Orochimaru sighed, seemingly unfazed, while Bairu excitedly shouted, "Record! Document the collision data. This is a precious accidental stress test." Minato instinctively hurled a specially crafted kunai, Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash of gold, Minato appeared beside the tipping test tube rack, catching dozens of falling tubes with an almost imperceptible speed. Not a single drop spilled. He maintained a half-kneeling posture, raising his head to meet the eyes of countless researchers peering from various hiding spots, their expressions a mix of relief and disappointment for not witnessing an explosion. The laboratory fell into a brief silence. Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden slit pupils fixed on Minato, admiration unmasked, a flawless command of time and space. Minato, would you be interested in participating in the next phase of applying the Flying Thunder God Array for large-scale chakra transmission? We require your data. Bairu chimed in eagerly. Exactly. Your reflexes and precision are precisely what we need. Come try our latest neural response acceleration agent. The only side effect is possibly seeing rainbow-colored ponies for a short time. Minato responded, while Kushina, pulling her still-dazed husband closer, forced a grim smile at the two scientific madmen. No, we are merely here to observe. We're done observing. Farewell. With that, she nearly dragged Minato, who was still pondering what rainbow-colored ponies were, out of that bizarre, surreal assembly of unconventional minds. Behind them, the researchers' discussions echoed. What a shame, such a splendid experimental subject. Indeed, Lord Minato's data must be remarkable. Next time, let us find a way for Lord Sensation to have them sign a volunteer agreement. Agreed. The laboratory doors gradually closed, sealing that chaotic and abstract world within. Minato and Kushina stood in the quiet hallway, exchanging glances, speechless. After a lengthy pause, Kushina wiped her face and, with a hint of trepidation, uttered, "That Sensation fellow manages not a research team, but a den of unknown creatures clad in human skin, doesn't he?" Minato and Kushina leaned on each other, their steps unsteady as they returned home. The familiar door clicked shut behind them, as if pulling them back from that bizarre realm filled with rainbow pony illusions and self-disciplined constructs into the reality they knew. The living room was tranquil and serene, the sunset casting warm patches of light through the window, starkly contrasting with the cold, fervent chaos of the underground laboratory. They exchanged a glance, each seeing reflected in the other's eyes the lingering shock and a trace of bewilderment. Silence lingered for several seconds. Then, almost simultaneously, they instinctively sought solace. Moving towards the sofa, Kushina sat down, while Minato joined her, both reaching out their hands to gently rest on Kushina's abdomen. Their touch was tender, imbued with a desperate need to affirm that the normal world still existed. After a moment of silence, a youthful voice, both irritable and somewhat stifled, erupted within their minds. "Hey, what do you two idiots take me for? Am I merely a stress relief toy? Do you think a couple of rubs can brush away the misfortune brought by that insane asylum? How absurd." It was the Nine Tails in its chibi form. Although transformed by the kaleidoscope and the pact into a state that allowed it relative freedom to perceive the outside world and communicate with the Namake's family. The dignity of the tailed beast, especially that of the Nine Tails, was evidently still intact, being treated like a cat by the couple, who sought to soothe their startled spirits, left it quite displeased. Kushina was momentarily taken aback by the outburst. Instead of releasing her grip, she instinctively rubbed it a couple more times, as if to confirm that the fluffy, energetic perception texture could dispel the mechanical dog image chasing its tail in her mind, sparking with electricity. "Shut up, you foul fox," Kushina retorted habitually, though her tone lacked its usual vigor, infused instead with a hint of lingering trepidation. "You have no idea what we just witnessed." Rarely did Minato refrain from mediating. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, his face marked by a sense of relief after a harrowing experience, and added, "Honestly, compared to you, those things in the laboratory seem..." He seemed to struggle to find an appropriate word. The Nine Tails, lounging in the ceiling space, now resembling a cozy apartment, perked up its invisible ears at the remark and scoffed. "What do you mean? More terrifying? More irrational? Humph. At least you possess some discernment, recognizing my grandeur and normalcy." Minato shook his head, his gaze distant, murmuring the latter part of his thought. "They seem to make you appear exceptionally normal and approachable." The Nine Tails responded with a bemused, "Huh?" Kushina nodded vigorously, unexpectedly siding with her husband. "Exactly. At least your foul temper aside, your logic remains sound. You wouldn't dream of injecting me with some infernal neuroaccelerant. Nor would you consider using a loudspeaker to summon your chakra. And certainly, you wouldn't create an arm that can seal itself." As she spoke with increasing fervor, it seemed she was unloading all the grievances she had bottled up in the laboratory, and that one who dances with spirits, the one who plays heavy metal music for chunks of meat, the one who created a beating energy heart that still hops around. Good heavens! How on earth does that kid manage those peculiarities? It's a miracle he hasn't been blown to smithereens by those experimental failures. Minato rubbed his temples, smiling wryly. Mr. Orochimaru and Mr. Jiraiya indeed possess a mode of thinking that transcends ordinary comprehension. And those researchers. He recalled the adept evasive maneuvers they employed as the test tube racks toppled, their subsequent expressions of disappointment sending a shiver down his spine. It seemed they held an extraordinary acceptance, even in anticipation, of chaos and explosions. The Nine Tails was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Although it had lived for eons and witnessed humanity's various greed, foolishness, and madness, this collective, purpose-driven yet abstractly bizarre scientific fervor exceeded its comprehension. After a prolonged silence, it muttered with a blend of disdain and a barely perceptible curiosity, "TSK, a bunch of lunatics. So what exactly are they up to? Is it even more outrageous than that Uchiha Madara fellow?" Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, and in unison, they sighed deeply. Minato attempted to summarize, but upon opening his mouth, found it difficult to articulate. Kushina surrendered entirely, collapsing against the back of the sofa with a weary declaration. "Don't ask, you foul fox. In any case, keep your distance from that laboratory. I fear they might covet your chakra and attempt to dissect you for analysis, or worse, try to equip you with a mechanical tail and a sound amplifier." The Nine Tails envisioned such a scenario and shuddered violently. In its energetic form, no way. "I refuse to accept such a thing." After a brief pause, it seemed to finally find a sense of superiority, stating in a condescending tone, "Humph. Clearly, this is the safest and most normal place for me. Fine, seeing how frightened you two are. I'll begrudgingly allow you to rub me a couple more times to calm your nerves. Just 2 times, not a moment more." Upon hearing this, the couple instinctively extended their hands once more, gently resting them on its abdomen. This time, their movements were exceptionally tender, as if they were truly caressing some delicate, not so precious fluffy creature. As the sun set outside, casting a warm and tranquil light within the room, the couple leaned against the nine tails, having received its proud permission to soothe the immense psychological impact of witnessing Konoha's latest scientific advancements. Today, Minato and Kushina once again realized that beneath the facade of peace and prosperity in the fourth Hokage's, Fugaku's, leadership and the true controller's, Shinjutsu's, guidance, there lurked a peculiar power whose nature was increasingly askew, yet equally formidable.